A high school senior with extraordinary learning talent discovers he has awakened a seemingly useless profession as a lookout. However, with the assistance of a mysterious system, he unexpectedly triggers a shocking reversal during a campus execution assembly. Ding! Today's reward. X-ray vision. In the morning sunlight, Ye Xiao rubbed his drowsy eyes, holding a mirror that reflected his ordinary-looking face. With a slight focus of his gaze, the X-ray ability suddenly activated, and everything within his sight became visible, even sounds. Even the scene of the graceful woman next door changing clothes came into view, her black lace lingerie slipping off with her movements. Ye Xiao quickly covered his nosebleed, silently cursing his lack of willpower. This awkward moment reminded him of the changes in this world. 600 years ago, a mysterious force descended upon Blue Planet. Gods revived, demons ran rampant, and the world teetered on the brink of destruction. Humanity countered by awakening powerful professions. Swordmasters could split mountains, elementalists could stir oceans, spiritualists could connect heaven and earth, and cultivators could roam the skies. Who would have thought that Ye Xiao, once a genius student 3 years ago, would awaken an exceptionally rare and nearly useless twilight profession, the lookout? Apart from having telescope-like vision, he had no combat abilities and could only look forward to becoming a lighthouse watchman after graduation. Fortunately, a system was about to arrive. It allowed him to unlock a unique eye technique each day and even fuse 10 eye techniques to upgrade them. These techniques ranged in rarity from white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, black, gold, to rainbow, with higher levels offering greater power. Carrying 2 hours worth of fused abilities, Ye Xiao arrived at Jiangnan High School. The moment he stepped into the classroom, 40 pairs of eyes bore into him. Today was the public execution of a golden serpent cultist. These traitors, who sacrificed their souls to evil gods, were enemies of all humanity. During the assembly on the sports field, whispers among the girls could be heard. I heard we might get to fight alongside the divine warriors. Yeah, right? That opportunity's obviously reserved for the top 3 seniors. Ye Xiao caught their chatter and casually commented on their black lace outfits, leaving 2 girls blushing furiously. In the center of the field stood a massive iron cage, shrouded by a black cloth. Principal Tang Qingsong waved his hand, revealing a snakehead monster bound by energy chains. Its grotesque and terrifying appearance caused the students to recoil, some even vomiting on the spot. You 3, step forward. The principal's commanding voice silenced the crowd. Jiang Ro, dressed in a short skirt and sporting a high ponytail, stepped out with a pure and radiant charm. Following her was Xiao Hongchun, carrying an iron sword, exuding an overwhelming aura. But when Ye Xiao hesitated, the crowd erupted in mockery. Does he plan to let the snakeman kill him? Or did his nerves finally give out? At that moment, the fusion of Ye Xiao's 10 eye techniques completed. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the purple eye technique Golden Flame Eye. Against all odds, he had unlocked the 0.01 probability. Wherever his gaze fell, golden flames erupted, ready to consume everything in sight. As the students were busy mocking Ye Xiao, a burly young man with a buzz cut stepped out from the crowd. His strong, muscular frame stood like a wall in front of everyone. Principal. Ye Xiao's awakened role as a lookout is a useless profession with no combat capability. This opportunity shouldn't go to him. The young man, named Zheng Hong, ranked 4th in the grade. He had awakened as a warrior, his body brimming with powerful vitality, resembling a fierce bear. Tang Qingsong fixed a piercing gaze on Zheng Hong. Zheng, you're not entirely wrong. Considering Ye Xiao's profession is indeed unsuitable for combat, if he wishes to withdraw, the opportunity can be passed on to you. However, it depends on Ye Xiao's own decision. With that, he closed his eyes, signaling he had no intention of saying more. Zheng Hong turned to Ye Xiao, his voice booming. Ye Xiao, give me this opportunity. You'll only waste it if you take it. Ye Xiao glanced at him sideways, his tone indifferent. No. Zheng Hong clenched his fists, seething with anger. What's the point of you taking it? You're not in a combat profession. What can a useless role like yours even do? Can you defeat the serpent men? None of your business, Ye Xiao replied coldly. Zheng Hong's eyes burned with fury as he stepped closer to Ye Xiao, lowering his voice. 200,000. He'll buy this opportunity from you. As the nephew of the Dean of Education, he had long known that the principal planned to train the top 3 students. Xiao Hongchun and Jiang Ro were already confirmed, and he was determined to claim the 3rd spot. Get lost. Ye Xiao took 2 steps back and turned to the principal. Principal, I'm not giving up this spot. A hint of surprise flickered in Tang Qingsong's eyes. Are you sure? You'll bear the consequences if anything happens. Seeing Ye Xiao nod, he smiled approvingly. Good. That courage alone is commendable. Zheng Hong stood to the side, his expression shifting between anger and frustration. He gritted his teeth and said, Ye Xiao, you really don't know what's good for you. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Some said Ye Xiao was reckless, Others thought he was deliberately provoking Zhang Hong, but most believed he was wasting the opportunity. Class teacher Tang Yuan watched Ye Xiao's retreating figure with worry in her eyes. She wished he had awakened even the slightest combat-capable profession instead of something as insignificant as a lookout. The creak of a gate opening drew everyone's attention. Jiang Ro stepped in gracefully, immediately stirring a commotion. Some discussed her awakened elementalist profession, while others openly commented on her appearance and figure. The Serpent Man, seeing a new opponent, instantly went berserk, letting out an ear-splitting roar. His whip-like arm lashed toward Jiang Ro with tremendous force. Although the Serpent Man's strength had been suppressed by 90%, his physical power alone was already at the second extraordinary tier. Several senior school officials stood nearby, whispering among themselves, closely observing the outcome of the match. Jiang Ro extended her slender, jade-like hand and softly uttered 2 words, "Ice spikes." Before her voice had fully faded, droplets of water in the air instantly froze into countless slender ice shards, densely shooting toward the Serpent Man. The ice spikes struck the Serpent Man with dull thuds, splattering drops of blood, but they seemed to have little effect on the creature. Unbothered by its injuries, the Serpent Man became even more ferocious, lunging at Jiang Ro with renewed aggression. Ice element. Amazing. Truly worthy of being Jiang, the campus beauty. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Seeing the Serpent Man advancing instead of retreating, Jiang Ro quickly unleashed a more powerful technique, Ice Lance. With her gesture, a massive spear of ice formed in midair, hurtling toward the Serpent Man with a sharp whistle. So strong. She just awakened her abilities and can already command them at this level. As expected of the Jiang family's prodigy advancing to the extraordinary second tier in just one day, Tang Qingsong nodded approvingly. After an intense exchange of 20 moves, Jiang Rao's elemental power was finally exhausted, bringing the battle to an end. Next, Xiao Hongqian stepped into the cage with his iron sword in hand. The audience buzzed with chatter, predicting that this newly awakened sword practitioner wouldn't last more than 10 moves. However, relying on basic footwork he had learned online and Tai Chi sword techniques practiced with elderly parkours, Xiao Hongqian astonishingly held his ground for 25 moves before his stamina gave out, forcing him to withdraw. A swordsmanship genius. On-scene a lifetime prodigy born for the blade. The crowd was filled with awe. Tang Qingsong looked at the orphan of humble origins with great satisfaction. After 2 rounds of combat, the Serpentman's bloodlust had been fully ignited, its crimson eyes gleaming with a savage hunger. At this moment, Ye Xiao stood outside the cage, locking eyes with the Serpent Man. He had carefully observed the previous battles and now understood how to wield the power of the golden flame eyes. As Ye Xiao stepped into the cage, the audience broke into a flurry of speculation. 3 moves. I bet he won't last even 1. They'll wager a full set of Song Lao's photo albums that he'll be taken out instantly. Amid the mocking laughter, the Serpent Man let out a deafening roar and charged at Ye Xiao. Tang Qingsong and Tang Yuan watched the scene with tense anticipation, ready to intervene at any moment. Everyone present either worried for Ye Xiao, awaited his humiliation, or secretly hoped for his demise in the arena. Boom! The Serpent Man suddenly stomped the ground with immense force, leaving a deep crater beneath its feet. Letting out a ferocious roar, its body shot toward Ye Xiao like an arrow loosed from a bow, its bloodthirsty jaws aiming straight for his throat. At that critical moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from Ye Xiao's eyes. The light flickered like a blazing flame, and as his gaze shifted, the air around him began to crackle and sizzle as if it were burning. Ye Xiao's eyes, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. They're on fire. Golden flames. How is this possible? How could a mere watchman possess such power? He looks like a king reigning over all. Even prodigies like Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian couldn't hide their astonishment. Tang Qingsong muttered to himself, could it be that he's awakened a hidden class? No wonder he's so confident. With his hands casually in his pockets, Ye Xiao strode toward the Serpent Man with unhurried composure. With each step he took, the golden flames in his eyes grew fiercer, distorting the air around him with unbearable heat. Suddenly, a golden lotus of fire bloomed within his pupils. The Serpent Man's body froze midair, letting out a piercing, agonized screech before crashing heavily to the ground. It writhed and thrashed frantically, clawing at its own flesh as blood splattered everywhere, as though it were being consumed by an invisible pyre. The audience erupted into heated discussion. What kind of eye technique is this? Why is the Serpent Man in such agony? He's so powerful, could he really be a supreme eye master? Before the murmurs died down, a thunderous explosion erupted from within the Serpent Man. Boom! A brilliant golden lotus of fire burst forth from its body, illuminating the entire space. As the flames subsided, the Serpent Man was reduced to a pile of black ash, leaving only a silver energy binding lock lying quietly on the ground. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence, with everyone collectively holding their breath. Tang Qingsong analyzed in awe. This level of power is already comparable to a transcendent third tier. Even a fourth-tier transcendent would struggle to survive such a sudden assault. This eye technique it's unheard of. As Ye Xiao stepped out of the cage, the gazes of those around him had completely transformed. The previous mockery and disdain had vanished, replaced by astonishment, admiration, shock, and a faint trace of envy they could not conceal. Zhang Hong glared at Ye Xiao with unrelenting hatred, his nails digging deeply into the flesh of his palms. His eyes were filled with resentment and fury. Yet, Ye Xiao had already proven his worth through sheer strength, and no amount of dissatisfaction could change the outcome. Watching that precious spot effortlessly fall into Ye Xiao's hands, Zhang Hong was on the verge of losing his composure. I hereby declare this trial concluded. Tang Qingsong's voice rang out. Zhang Ro, Xiao Hongqian, and Ye Xiao, come to my office after school. After speaking, he gave Ye Xiao a meaningful glance, approached him, and patted his shoulder. I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. Congratulations, host, for bringing recognition to the profession of eye arts master. You have been rewarded with a new ocular technique, the copy eye. Ye Xiao eagerly opened the description panel and discovered that the copy eye was a gold-tier ocular technique. The description was straightforward. It allowed the user to replicate others' abilities and skills to a certain extent, but one must be cautious and avoid using it on those far stronger than themselves. This overpowered skill, akin to a cheat code, filled Ye Xiao with elation. Lunchtime, in the school cafeteria. Ye Xiao, you really showed them this time, Su Hao exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. From now on, I'm counting on you to have my back. I don't have much to offer, but here this bottle of blood vitality potion is something my dad bought. It's yours. He placed a small bottle containing a crimson liquid on the table. This blood vitality potion was a treasure highly sought after by beginner practitioners. It could enhance physical resilience and sustain energy use, valued at 10 dabneu. Thanks, Su Hao. Ye Xiao patted his friend's shoulder. He indeed needed a strong physique to support his ocular techniques. After all, while his golden flame eye was powerful, being caught in close combat would put him at great risk. Hey, we're brothers. But I have to warn you. Su Hao's expression turned serious. Watch out for Zhang Hong. That guy holds grudges like no one else. You embarrassed him this time, and he definitely won't let it slide. Plus, his uncle is the school's dean of discipline, so he might try to pull something underhanded. Don't worry, he'll stay alert. Ye Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. After school, Ye Xiao slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to the principal's office. Outside the door, two prodigies were already waiting. The expressionless Xiao Hongqian and the icy Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro glanced at Ye Xiao, said nothing, and flicked her ponytail as she walked into the office. Xiao Hongqian followed closely behind. Do you have to give up all social skills to be a genius? If that's the case, I'd rather not be one. Ye Xiao muttered to himself. Ye Xiao, stop grumbling and get in here. A familiar voice called out from inside the office. Ye Xiao stepped inside, surprised to find his homeroom teacher, Tang Yun, chatting amicably with Principal Tang Qingsong over tea. Both shared the surname Tang, and realization dawned on Ye Xiao wonder Tang Yun, fresh out of university, managed to become a homeroom teacher at the best high school in Jiangzhou. She had connections. As if reading his thoughts, Tang Yun scolded, Ye Xiao, don't overthink it. I'm a proud graduate of Zhenshin University. Tang Qingsong chuckled, defusing the situation. All right, the reason I called you here today is to inform you of something important. In the principal's office at Jiangnan High School, Principal Tang Qingsong looked gravely at the three students in front of him. You all know that Jiangnan High School is the best high school in Jiangzhou City. Yet, for the past 4 years, not a single student from our school has been admitted to Zhenshin University. This has been weighing heavily on me as the principal. Standing to the side, Tang Yun whispered to Ye Xiao and the others with a sly grin. Just so you know, I was the one who got into Zhenshin University 4 years ago. Ye Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking, what's so impressive about that? As the most prestigious vocational university in Daxia, Zhenshin University held an unshakable status. It had produced countless top-tier professionals, including individuals who had slain deities and eradicated dark cults. However, its admission requirements were notoriously strict, especially for special recruits. Candidates had to be combat professionals, reach at least transcendent level 4, and rank among the top 30 in their province. What made things even more challenging was that Daxia's awakening ceremony only took place after students turned 18, just 2 weeks before the college entrance exams. This left candidates with a mere half-month to reach transcendent level 4, a feat as daunting as scaling the heavens. Even after Ye Xiao awakened his golden flame eyes, he had only managed to reach transcendent level 1. Faced with the principal's words, Ye Xiao remained silent, as did Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian. Tang Qingsong slammed his hand on the desk. That's why this time, I want the 3 of you to go to the provincial capital and take the special recruitment exam for Zhenshin University. Bring glory to Jiangnan High. You don't need to take the regular college entrance exams. Yun will personally train you over the next 2 weeks to ensure you reach Transcendent Level 4. He shifted his tone. However, the competition this year is especially fierce. There's even a genius in the provincial capital who awakened dual professions, both a mage and a summoner. So, Transcendent Level 4 is just the baseline. That said, the rewards for passing the special recruitment are substantial. The school will provide each of you with a blue skill scroll and a shinir weapon. Ye Xiao finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Principal, what if we fail the special recruitment and skip the college entrance exams? Wouldn't that leave us with no school to attend? We're some of your best students. Tang Qingsong's face darkened. Look at you. No ambition at all. The exam hasn't even started, and you're already thinking about failure? Principal, don't change the subject. Answer my question first, Ye Xiao replied, unfazed. Tang Qingsong let out a sigh. I've already made arrangements. I have a friend who teaches at Modu Vocational University. If you don't pass the special recruitment, I can recommend you there. It's also a top university, so you wouldn't be too disadvantaged. Only then did Ye Xiao nod. That sounds more reasonable. So, does that mean you agree? Tang Qingsong asked, his eyes full of hope. My goal is to get into Zhenshin University. I agree to participate in the special admissions program, Zhangro said, her tone calm yet resolute. I agree too. Zhenshin University has seniors I deeply admire. I must go. Xiao Hongqian immediately expressed his stance. Tang Qingsong nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the last person. Ye Xiao, what about you? Can you just head straight to Magic City Vocational University? Without waiting for Ye Xiao's reply, he continued on his own. You agree, right? Then it's settled. Principal, what I meant was... Ye Xiao started to explain but was promptly interrupted. Agreement noted. Yuner, take them for special training. Tang Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, deliberately avoiding Ye Xiao's gaze. Ye Xiao muttered to himself, you old geezer. So much for respecting individual rights. Quietly activating his X-ray vision, he noticed the principal was wearing bright red underwear and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Ye Xiao, what are you mumbling about? Dissatisfied with something? Tang Qingsong frowned and asked. Not at all. Just remembered my cat at home is about to have her second litter. I'll head back now. Goodbye, principal. Goodbye, teacher Tang. Ye Xiao said as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed for the door. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back with a sly grin. Principal, your red underwear looks great, but it doesn't suit you. Don't wear it next time. With that, he bolted out of the room. The office fell into stunned silence. After a long pause, Tang Yun couldn't hold back her laughter. Dad, maybe I should get you a red bracelet instead. It's your zodiac year, but red underwear? Even the usually serious Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongqian were struggling to suppress their laughter. Furious, Tang Qingsong slammed the desk. Ye Xiao, you little rascal. How dare you use visual techniques on me? Such insolence. All of you, get out. When Ye Xiao got home, he immediately consumed the qi and blood elixir given to him by Su Hao. Energy coursed through his body, enhancing his physique. Moments later, he casually crushed the corner of a cabinet with his hand, feeling triumphant. With this strength, I feel like I could punch 8 Tazens to death in one blow. Next, he decided to test whether his replication ability worked on online videos. He found a clip of a Tier 9 extraordinary swordsman battling a Darkfire wolf. The massive silver wolf breathed fireballs, while the swordsman murmured, blade draw, slash. Dodging the fireball with a swift movement, he severed the wolf's limbs in one strike. Then, with another move, phantom blade flash, he sliced the wolf clean in half at the waist. Replicating these two techniques left Ye Xiao utterly drained, nearly passing out. Collapsing onto the sofa, he gasped for breath, savoring the thrill of mastering the blade draw, slash and phantom blade flash. Talking theory without practical application is a waste of time. This belief drove Ye Xiao to grab a fruit knife from home and rush out of his apartment straight to the nearby junkyard. Standing in the overgrown clearing, Ye Xiao closed his eyes, conjuring the image of a skilled blade master in his mind. In a flash, the fruit knife in his hand sliced through the air, severing a patch of wild grass in the distance. The cuts were so precise it seemed as though they were made with meticulous calculations, each blade of grass trimmed to the exact same height. Then, Ye Xiao closed his eyes again, concentrating deeply. The fruit knife in his hand traced an eerie arc through the air ghost blade strike. Wherever the blade passed, a scrapped car was neatly split in two, its metallic surface gleaming coldly under the light. This sight filled Ye Xiao with exhilaration. Even without the bonuses of a professional blade masterclass, his skill was potent enough to give him an edge in close combat. What thrilled him even more was the potential he saw for the future. If he could use his replication eye to master more skills, he could combine the strengths of multiple classes. The sharp precision of a blade master, the fierce power of a sword cultivator, the vitality of a warrior, and the control of a psychic. He could truly become an all-around fighter. No wonder the replication eye was rated at a gold tier level. Ye Xiao spent the entire night tirelessly practicing his blade techniques in the junkyard. When the first rays of sunlight touched his sweat-soaked face, he didn't feel the slightest fatigue. On the contrary, he was even more energized. After a quick cleanup at home, Ye Xiao headed to school. Hearing that they were to gather at the sports field, he stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth as he made his way to the meeting spot. Ye Xiao, we've all been waiting for you. Teacher Tang Yun called out, waving from a distance. Having breakfast? Want one? Teacher Tang? Big and juicy. Ye Xiao replied indistinctly, his mouth still full. Tang Yun chuckled and waved him off. Nearby, Xiao Hongqian sat with his sword, feigning sleep, while Jiang Ro focused on fixing her hair. Seeing his two classmates, one with a perpetually stoic expression and the other as cold as icy, Ye Xiao couldn't help but privately mock them. Just then, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Everyone's waiting for you, and you don't feel the least bit ashamed? As a student of Jiangnan High, you don't even have the basic concept of punctuality. Zhang Hong's tall figure approached with a disdainful glare. Ye Xiao lazily glanced at him and replied indifferently, "What's it to you?" That remark immediately enraged Zhang Hong. "How can you speak so rudely? You have no manners at all, completely unfit to be a student." "None of your damn business," Zhang Hong roared. "Mr. Tang set the time for 8:30, and it's only 8:29 now. I'm not late, so stop barking like a dog." He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Ye Xiao. "All right, enough arguing," Tang Yun said calmly, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Ye Xiao isn't late. We're just early." This training session was originally planned for only 3 participants: Ye Xiao, Xiao Hongqian, and Jiang Ro. Zhang Hong had been added later. His uncle, the school's disciplinary director, had personally begged Tang Qingsong yesterday to secure him this opportunity. Tang Yun had little patience for students who got in through connections. Suddenly, the sound of whirring rotors filled the air as a helicopter slowly descended before them. "Whoa, a helicopter? Where are we going?" Ye Xiao asked in surprise. "The training site is the demon forest outside Jiangzhou City," Tang Yun said, brushing back strands of hair blown loose by the wind. "Don't waste time, get on board." An hour later, the helicopter delivered them to their destination. Tang Yun began briefing them on the mission. Most of the demons in this forest are below transcendent level, but in the deeper areas, there are powerful beings at transcendent rank 8 or 9. "Do not let your guard down," she continued. "This training is tailored for the Shun University entrance exam. Shun University only accepts the best of the best, future warriors who will stand on the front lines against gods and demons. Their first step is weeding out those who are too fragile. The task is simple. Within 14 days, hunt down 50 transcendent rank 4 demons. Don't worry about supplies, there will be airdropped provisions." Xiao Hongqian nodded stoically. Zhang Hong's fists tightened with determination, and Jiang Ro deftly tied her hair into a ponytail, holding a hairband between her teeth. As for Ye Xiao, he was already dozing off on a large rock, exhaustion from a sleepless night finally catching up with him. "Remember, don't venture too deep into the forest," Tang Yun reminded them one last time. The others chose their directions and set off, leaving only Ye Xiao, who was still napping. "Ye Xiao, the training has started, you know?" Tang Yun leaned in close, her smile warm and gentle. "Need me to give you a little push?" Ye Xiao groggily nodded, not yet aware that she was a psychic. The next moment, an invisible force hurled him straight into the depths of the forest. Boom! Ye Xiao crashed heavily from midair but quickly adjusted his posture, landing firmly on both feet. Waving away the smoke and dust in front of him, he smirked. "That Tang teacher has such a fiery temper. She's definitely going to have a hard time finding a boyfriend in the future." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xiao's gaze froze. In front of him, by a small lake, about 30 demonic wolves had gathered. Their levels ranged from transcendent rank 1 to rank 3. The wolves were drinking water, but immediately raised their heads upon hearing the commotion, their blood-red eyes locking onto Ye Xiao with a deadly glare. Ye Xiao grinned, his smile cold and menacing. "Good morning. Had breakfast yet? If not, you can enjoy it in your next life." Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the forest, flames shooting skyward. Perched on a treetop, Tang Yun swung her legs leisurely, watching the chaotic scene with interest. "Ye Xiao, your ocular technique is undeniably powerful, but in a forest full of demons, making such a ruckus will only attract more of them. If you don't realize that, you're going to suffer big time." However, Ye Xiao was already consumed by the thrill of battle. The explosion had indeed drawn more demons toward him, which was exactly what he wanted. Wielding a long blade, his figure darted through the horde of demons like a phantom, each strike claiming a life. With every use of his golden flame eyes, his mastery over the technique grew stronger. Now, he could ignite every demon within his line of sight with a single glance, reducing 7 or 8 demons to ashes in an instant. Yes, this is exhilarating. I bloom in the midst of slaughter. This is way better than gaming. Ye Xiao exclaimed in delight as he realized that with every demon he killed, a mysterious energy from their bodies was nourishing his eyes. It felt as if he had gained an endless supply of ocular power, allowing him to keep his golden flame eyes active indefinitely. 5 days later, a thunderous noise erupted in another part of the forest. Zhang Hong smashed the skull of a transcendent rank 4 giant bear with a single punch, triumphantly tearing off a piece of its hide. After a half-hour-long battle, he had finally managed to slay the demon using his formidable vitality and strength. Ye Xiao, no one's going to save you this time. You'd better hope you don't run into me. At the same time, Xiao Hongqian was also hunting in the forest. With practiced ease, she sliced off the tusk of her 16th wild boar and disappeared silently into the dense woods. How many was the teacher asking us to kill again? 50? No, that can't be right. Maybe it was 100. Jiang Ro pondered aloud as she paused in front of a silver wolf that had turned into ice crystals. With a swift motion, she snapped off its tail. 3 days later, by the familiar lake, the scene had changed drastically. The once clear waters were now a sinister deep red, resembling a river of blood. On the lakeshore, a small mountain made of demon corpses stood out starkly. Ye Xiao sat leisurely atop the corpse pile, holding a fruit knife and skewering wild boar meat, slowly roasting it with the flames from his golden flame eyes. After days of relentless battles, Ye Xiao had advanced to the second extraordinary tier, handling the beasts with ease so much so that he could fight them blindfolded. These Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts are too boring. Maybe I should explore deeper into the forest, he muttered to himself. After finishing the wild boar meat in just a few bites, Ye Xiao leaped off the corpse mountain and headed straight into the depths of the forest. Not long after, Xiao Hongqian arrived at the scene. Staring at the grotesque pile of corpses, his face showed shock. Could he be the one Master spoke of, the person who can help me achieve mastery in the way of the sword? After a moment of thought, he decided to follow Ye Xiao's trail. By this time, Ye Xiao had already ventured into the mid-levels of the forest. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong also arrived in the same area. Suddenly, Ye Xiao stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. A black tiger lunged out from the bushes, but it was instantly reduced to ashes under the scorching flames of Ye Xiao's golden flame eyes. At that moment, Zhang Hong burst out of the bushes, and upon seeing the tiger reduced to ashes, his face turned red with fury. Ye Xiao, you bastard. I wasn't even looking for you, and yet here you are stealing my prey. A confrontation seemed inevitable, but just then, Xiao Hongqian stumbled out of the bushes, panic written all over his face. Run. There's a powerful demon. Before his words had fully registered, a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Ye Xiao immediately activated his X-ray vision, spotting a massive serpent over dozens of meters long rapidly approaching from a few hundred meters away. Its aura was at least at the 5th extraordinary tier. Damn it, you poker-faced idiot. Why on earth would you provoke something like this? Ye Xiao cursed as he bolted without hesitation. Zhang Hong, forgetting his grudge, quickly followed suit. Survival took priority. Their quarrel would have to wait. What have you done? How did you provoke such a powerful demon beast? Zhang Hong yelled at Xiao Hongqian, his face flushed with anger. Took a sword-heart grass from its mouth, Xiao Hongqian replied calmly, as if it were a trivial matter. Just for a sword-heart grass? Zhang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? That thing's worth only about 3,000 bucks on the market. It's only useful for sword cultivators, and even then, it has just a 5% chance of slightly enhancing their understanding of swordsmanship. Not everyone's as filthy rich as the great Mr. Zheng's family, Ye Xiao interjected with a mocking smirk. With those kinds of resources, even pigs could fly. Who'd need backdoor connections then? Ye Xiao, you. Zhang Hong's face turned purple with rage. Enough arguing. Xiao Hongqian suddenly cut in, his eyes warily fixed on the space behind them. It's coming after us. That's a golden feathered serpent, one of the top-tier demon beasts in the transcendent 5th stage. Before he could finish, Zhang Hong's figure blurred as he bolted away. Ye Xiao's right. No more arguing. Do me a favor and hold it off, will you? I'm out of here. As a martial artist, his stamina and speed far exceeded those of Ye Xiao and Xiao Hongqian, and in no time, he left them in the dust. Ye Xiao, unfazed, casually pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of Zhang Hong's panicked retreat. Then, he came to a stop. Hey, buddy, feel like taking down a transcendent 5th stage demon beast for fun? That's exactly what I had in mind, Xiao Hongqian replied curtly. The two moved in unison, rolling to opposite sides. Xiao Hongqian drew the iron sword strapped to his back, while Ye Xiao gripped a fruit knife tightly. With a deafening crash, a massive serpent, its body adorned with golden patterns and stretching over a dozen meters long, smashed through several trees as it surged toward them. Go! Ye Xiao commanded. His golden flame eyes activated, and a golden lotus bloomed on the serpent's body. However, against a fifth-stage beast, the damage was minimal. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao unleashed a quick-draw slash, appearing in an instant at the serpent's vulnerable spots even inches from its head just as Xiao Hongqian arrived at the same spot. Strike where it hurts most, huh? You really know your stuff. Ye Xiao grinned. Xiao Hongqian said nothing, and the two swung their weapons down simultaneously. With a sharp clang, Ye Xiao's fruit knife snapped in half. Damn it! What garbage quality, he cursed. Xiao Hongqian silently handed him his own sword. Your speed is impressive, and your blade work is sharp. You finish it, Xiao Hongqian said. Just as Ye Xiao nodded, the injured golden-feathered serpent lashed out with its tail. Golden flame eyes. Explode! Ye Xiao shouted, blasting the serpent's tail into a bloody mess. Seizing the moment, he channeled all his energy into a ghost blade flash, darting like a specter to sever the serpent's weak spot. Without pause, he followed up with a powerful strike that cleaved its head clean off. The massive serpent collapsed with a thunderous crash. Phew, that was a bit of a workout. Ye Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead. You're strong, Xiao Hongqian remarked. Xiao Hongqian took the iron sword from Ye Xiao's hand, his expression solemn. Ye Xiao, however, gave a meaningful smile, a trace of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. That last strike you could have easily sliced the giant serpent in half, but you held back, didn't you? Ye Xiao's gaze narrowed, going straight to the point. Xiao Hongqian was silent for a moment before nodding slightly. Yes, but how did you figure it out? I guessed. Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Isn't that how it always goes in novels? The cold, stoic characters always hold back, either to test the protagonist's strength, or to decide whether to be friend or foe. You think you're the protagonist? Of course, Ye Xiao said with a smirk. A transmigrator's halo, a system, and my past life's credentials as a top-tier driver. How is that not standard protagonist material? So, are you planning to be my friend or my enemy? Friend, Xiao Hongqian started to explain, but Ye Xiao cut him off. Let me guess, Ye Xiao said with a playful glint in his eyes. You're one of those emotionless sword cultivators, living and dying by the sword. Maybe you even have some innate sword heart. Are you thinking I can help you achieve mastery of the sword? Xiao Hongqian's expression froze, shock and disbelief written all over his face. Are you some kind of prophet? Don't be ridiculous, Ye Xiao said with exasperation. But do you really think I can help you master the way of the sword? I do, because my master wouldn't lie to me. Your master? Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. Let me guess, did he tell you he'd be waiting for you at Jinshin University? Xiao Hongqian's shock deepened. You must be a prophet. Let's go. I'm tired. Ye Xiao shook his head and turned to walk deeper into the forest. Just then, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened in the depths of the forest, exuding a violent, oppressive aura. The eyes flickered for a moment before falling silent again. A 7 to 8 meter long venomous frog instantly froze into a block of ice and collapsed to the ground with a loud crash. Jiang Ro, her face devoid of emotion, broke off a shard of ice from its body. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed as Ye Xiao and Xiao Hongqian emerged from the bushes. Impressive, Ye Xiao said, genuinely admiring her skill. Jiang Ro glanced at them indifferently, saying nothing. Another ice-cold personality, Ye Xiao muttered, elbowing Xiao Hongqian. What do you think? Ice Queen and Stoic Swordsman sounds like a perfect match, right? Women only slow down my sword draw, Xiao Hongqian replied, shaking his head. The three moved forward, one behind the other, with Jiang Ro leading the way and Ye Xiao and Xiao Hongqian trailing about 10 meters behind. Thanks to their extraordinary talents, they easily dispatched the demons and monsters they encountered along the way. Suddenly, the entire forest began to quake violently. The ground shook, and countless trees fell with deafening crashes. Help! Help me! Zhang Hong came stumbling toward them, panic-stricken. Behind him, a massive creature was in hot pursuit, a serpent over 100 meters long, its body covered in golden, flame-like patterns. White wings sprouted from its back, and it was several times larger than the serpent they had encountered earlier. It was like a moving mountain. Hey, what's going on, Dad? Tang Yun, who was waiting outside the dense forest, answered his father Tang Qingsong's call. Get them out of the forest immediately. Tang Qingsong's urgent shout came through the phone. Why? Tang Yun frowned, a sense of unease creeping in at his father's uncharacteristic tone. No time to explain. There's evidence of a divine spirit awakening in the forest. Before the words had fully registered, a deafening explosion echoed from deep within the woods. Tang Yun looked up, his heart pounding as he spotted a colossal figure, towering 100 meters high, standing amidst the trees. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp. I see it. No, I have to save them. Tang Yun leaped into the air, his psychic energy propelling him swiftly toward the giant serpent. Yuner, stay calm. Tang Qingsong's voice continued urgently. The one awakening is the feathered serpent god, a terror-level deity. Its golden eyes can unleash deadly flames. Its powers are strikingly similar to Ye Xiao's ability assets, likely his ocular technique that attracted it. The mayor and I are on our way to help. You need to hold it off for now. Tang Yun's mind raced as he recalled the classification of divine spirits: dangerous, terror, nightmare, infernal, catastrophic, despair, annihilation, and world end. Even the lowest tier, dangerous level spirits were comparable to second-tier professionals. In contrast, the hierarchy of professionals ranged from level 1 extraordinary, level 2 metamorphosis, level 3 manipulation, level 4 mastery, level 5 perfection, level 6 domain, level 7 calamity, level 8 rule, to level 9 authority. Though a graduate of the Divine Academy with manipulation level strength, Tang Yun knew that facing the terror level feathered serpent god, capable of fighting above its tier, was a dire situation. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Ye Xiao had already felt the suffocating pressure radiating from the giant serpent. Damn it, this thing is on a completely different level. If my judgment is correct, this is a divine spirit, not an ordinary demon, Jiang Ro said gravely. What? A divine spirit? Just my luck. Ye Xiao grimaced and immediately turned to flee, with Jiang Ro close behind him. Hey, don't run. Help me. Zhang Hong's desperate plea echoed as he was left behind, the feathered serpent god now frighteningly close. Tisish, weren't you running just fine earlier? Ye Xiao scoffed coldly, not slowing down. The feathered serpent god's elongated golden eyes locked firmly onto Ye Xiao, sensing a resonance in their powers. It glanced briefly at Zhang Hong, who was obstructing its path, its gaze filled with disdain. Insignificant insect, get out of my way. Boom. The golden eyes lit up, and a blazing flame descended from the sky, reducing Zhang Hong to ashes in an instant, leaving no time for a scream. Witnessing the familiar attack, Ye Xiao suddenly felt a searing pain in his own eyes. The golden flame eyes suddenly stirred, and the system notification sounded. Ding! Golden flame eyes meet the conditions for advancement. By fusing with the dual eyes of the feathered serpent god, they will evolve into the eternal blaze crimson eyes. Reward: one-time experience with the eternal blaze crimson eyes for the host. Ye Xiao was momentarily speechless. Eternal blaze crimson eyes sure sound powerful, but fusing with the dual eyes of the feathered serpent god? That's harder than reaching the heavens. Move. The deity is about to attack. Zhang Ro's warning voice suddenly rang out. Ye Xiao instinctively dodged to the side. In the next second, golden flames roared past, instantly evaporating the ground ahead and leaving behind a massive crater over 10 meters in diameter. The trio's retreat was completely cut off. This is bad, Ye Xiao said with a wry smile. At this critical moment, a figure descended from the sky. Ye Xiao, it was Tang Yun. You all need to leave now. The principal and the mayor are on their way. I'll hold it off here. Tang Yun's black hair flowed as if caught in an invisible wind. An intangible psychic barrier formed in front of her, blocking the feathered serpent god. Ye Xiao immediately activated his copy eye, and within seconds, he grasped part of the psychic master's abilities. Psychokinesis. Its essence is the same as my eye power. Ye Xiao's eyes widened, and his body floated into the air. Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongqian stared in astonishment. Go. Ye Xiao didn't bother explaining, and used his eye power to swiftly carry the two away. The feathered serpent god roared furiously, its golden flames erupting from its eyes, burning the very fabric of space into nothingness. Tang Yun's psychic barrier barely held up as she pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle, releasing countless silver swords to counterattack. The three raced through the dense forest, but the feathered serpent god's enraged roar had alarmed every demon in the woods. The deity commands the demons, every one of them will try to stop us. Zhang Ro said with concern. There's nothing to fear. We'll fight our way out. Ye Xiao grinned, golden flames igniting in his eyes. With a single glance, the demons blocking their path were reduced to ashes. Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongqian followed closely, one unleashing her special abilities, the other wielding his sword with lightning speed. As they continued to cut down the demons, Ye Xiao felt his eyes growing stronger, quickly advancing to Transcendent Tier 3. Good thing this isn't the heart of the forest. If we encountered demons above Tier 5, we'd be in serious trouble. Working in perfect sync, the three pushed forward relentlessly, nearly breaking out of the forest. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed from ahead. Impressive. The three prodigies of Jiang and Hai truly live up to their reputation. Such remarkable strength. A figure emerged from the shadows, and the expressions of Ye Xiao and his companions instantly darkened. Mr. Gao, why is it you? The person who appeared was none other than Zheng Hong's uncle, the dean of Jiangnan Middle School. Zhang Ro stared coldly at him, a glimmer of frost flickering in her eyes. Was it you pulling the strings behind the scenes? Are you responsible for the resurrection of the feathered serpent god? The man let out a sinister laugh, his voice dripping with disdain. At this point, do you still think I'm your dear Mr. Gao? That would be underestimating me, wouldn't it? Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes, his vision ability instantly detecting the unique energy substance clinging to the figure. No, he's not Mr. Gao, this is a puppet. Judging by this energy signature, his profession must be that of a puppeteer. This is remote control. Mr. Gao was probably killed long ago and turned into a puppet. Ha, so clever. I must admit, you are quite the extraordinary eye technique master. Impressive. The man clapped mockingly, his tone laced with ridicule. Ye Xiao smirked coldly. I do enjoy compliments. Let me take another guess, you're with the Dark Order, aren't you? That snakeman the principal and the others captured earlier. He's from the same place as you, right? The man fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. That was my brother. We're members of the divine cult. He raised his head, gazing at the golden flames flickering in the distant sky, then rolled up his sleeve to reveal a golden, soaring pattern. We worship the great feathered serpent god. The truth was beginning to surface. This entire training exercise was nothing more than a setup, a calculated assassination targeting the prodigies of Jiang'an Middle School, a revenge plot orchestrated by the Dark Order. Did you know the principal and the mayor of Jiangzhou are already on their way? Ye Xiao said calmly. Our principal is a ninth-tier professional. Even your so-called god cannot stand against him. As long as I can kill you, that's all that matters, the man replied in a flat tone. Even willing to sacrifice your object of faith? Ha, with followers like you, you dare call yourselves a cult? Kid, stop stalling for time. This is just one of my puppets. Losing it is meaningless, the man shouted sharply. Faith can be replaced, but my brother's life was taken by you. Today, you will pay with your own. Before his words had fully landed, he lunged at Ye Xiao like a tiger unleashed, his claw-like fingers aiming straight for his throat. Watch out, Zhang Ro warned urgently. Mr. Gao, like Zheng Hong, was a martial artist. His physical strength is immense. Ye Xiao quickly activated his vision powers, mimicking Tang Yun's technique to form an invisible barrier in front of him, while simultaneously unleashing his golden flame eyes. Blazing golden flames erupted from within the puppet's body, but the sheer physical strength of the puppet suppressed the flames. This puppet's power far surpasses your expectations. Your attacks are too weak, the man sneered, launching another ferocious assault. At that moment, Xiao Hongqian stepped forward. His eyes were blank, as though he had lost consciousness, but his instincts drove him to draw his sword and confront the attack. A sword that moves with the heart, truly remarkable. Given time, you might become the second sword god of humanity. I can't let you live. A glint of malice flashed in the man's eyes. Ye Xiao raised his hand and struck Xiao Hongqian's sword. With a crisp clang, the iron blade snapped into two. Xiao Hongqian was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Though the puppet's combat methods were simple, its raw physical strength was at the extraordinary 8th tier, far surpassing the abilities of the three opponents. Even Zhang Ro's mastery of ice could only temporarily restrain it. Good. You're forcing me to unleash my power, Ye Xiao said coldly. I didn't want to use this move, but I'll make an exception today. Watch closely and witness the might of a supreme eye technique master. As the golden flame eyes ignited, Ye Xiao silently murmured to himself, Eternal flame, sovereign eyes. Activate trial mode. In an instant, golden flames surged within Ye Xiao's pupils, weaving intricate patterns in the air before solidifying into a golden robe engulfed in blazing flames. Standing amidst the fire, clad in the regal, fiery robe, Ye Xiao exuded an aura of dominance and majesty. The stunning scene left Xiao Hongqian and Zhang Ro utterly speechless. Even Ye Xiao was astonished by the power of the eternal flame's sovereign eyes. He could feel a continuous flow of ocular energy coursing through his eyes. Though this pure offensive eye technique lacked the versatility of replication abilities, its combat power was overwhelmingly superior. Game over. Before my eye technique, turned to ashes. With a sweep of his golden robe, the flames in Ye Xiao's eyes flared violently. Golden flames erupted from all directions, enveloping the puppet while a spark ignited within its body, creating an internal and external assault. Even more terrifyingly, the golden flames in the air transformed into weapon swords, spears, blades, and halberds relentlessly striking the puppet. Its body was riddled with wounds, forcing it to kneel on one knee. However, the puppet let out a low, chilling laugh. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. Kid, I underestimated you. But don't forget, I am but a puppet, immune to pain. Unless you can kill me in one blow, I will fight until I am reduced to ashes. With that, the puppet, ignoring its injuries, charged at Ye Xiao again. Watch out. Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongqian's faces turned pale as they finally realized the puppet's unique nature. Ye Xiao, however, merely smirked, standing his ground. You said you turned to ashes? Perfect. Witness the third ability of my eye technique, Eternal Flame. This fire never extinguishes. As long as life persists, it burns endlessly. With a thunderous roar, the golden flames surged once more, evaporating the puppet's flesh at an astonishing rate. Impossible. Flames that never extinguish. How can such an absurd power exist in this world? Aren't you just an eye technique master? The puppet roared in disbelief, watching helplessly as its limbs, torso, and head were reduced to ashes one by one. That's right. I am an eye technique master, but I am the ultimate eye technique master. Rest in peace. With Ye Xiao's final words, the puppet disintegrated entirely into a pile of black ash. Whoosh! Ye Xiao exhaled deeply. Trial mode deactivated. Host, please proceed to fuse with the feathered serpent god's eyes to upgrade your ocular technique. Yeah, I know. You sure talk a lot. As the effects of the eternal flame's sovereign eyes dissipated, Ye Xiao felt a wave of exhaustion and nearly collapsed. Are you okay? Zhang Ro hurriedly stepped forward to support him. I'm fine. Ye Xiao waved her off, but his hand accidentally landed on something soft. Reflexively, he gave it a squeeze, only to hear Zhang Ro let out a shy gasp. What the heck? Ye Xiao quickly withdrew his hand, thinking to himself, isn't this one of those classic, lucky moments only reserved for novel protagonists? Ye Xiao lifted his head and saw Zhang Ro's flushed face. Instinctively, he touched his nose, looking a bit awkward. However, Zhang Ro's shy expression quickly disappeared, and she regained her composure. Are you all okay? A familiar voice called out from above. Two figures swiftly landed in front of them. One was Tang Qingsong, the principal of Jiangnan High School, and the other was Jiang Mian, the mayor of Jiangzhou City, who also happened to be Zhang Ro's father. Ye Xiao had seen him on TV before. Principal, why are you guys only showing up now? I almost died. Ye Xiao complained dramatically, clutching his waist. Tang Qingsong shot him a glare. You look perfectly fine to me. Hardly like someone on the brink of death. Principal, your special training almost got us killed. Ye Xiao grinned cheekily. If it weren't for teacher Tang Yunlai, would already be... All right, Tang Qingsong interrupted with a sigh. They'll make it up to you when we get back. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. Anything we want? Yes, as long as it's not outrageous. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Xiao instantly perked up, standing tall with no sign of weakness. Ruer, are you okay? Jiang Mian asked with concern. I'm fine, thanks to Ye Xiao, Zhang Ro replied with a shake of her head. Jiang Mian gave Ye Xiao a thoughtful glance. Old Tang, let's not waste any more time, Jiang Mian said. We need to help Xiao Yun. She's facing a terrifying level deity and won't be able to hold out much longer. Got it. Tang Qingsong nodded and turned to the three of them. When I get back, I expect a full explanation of what happened. With that, the two of them shot into the sky. Jiang Mian, as an elementalist, controlled the element of metal, while Tang Qingsong was a powerful summoner. Let's get out of here. Ye Xiao called out, urging the two to retreat. They hadn't gone far when an earth-shattering explosion echoed from deep within the forest. Turning back, they saw a colossal metal giant roaring ferociously. A massive golden lion was locked in a fierce battle with a feathered serpent god, the scene utterly breathtaking. What a terrifying world, Ye Xiao muttered, still shaken. He understood all too well that in this dangerous world, lacking sufficient power could mean death at any moment. The prolonged battle nearly destroyed the entire forest and attracted widespread attention from the citizens of Jiangzhou City. Later, in the principal's office at Jiangnan University, Tang Qingsong furiously threw the investigation report onto the floor. This was a premeditated act of revenge. The feathered serpent god cult is utterly reckless. He shuddered at the thought. If they had arrived even a moment later, not only could the school's three brightest stars have perished, but even his own daughter might have faced disaster. Calm down, Dad, Tang Yun. Her arm wrapped in bandages and her body covered with multiple scrapes, said from the side. As a mentalist, her ability to delay and distract was remarkable. If it had been a warrior of the same level, they likely would have fallen to the feathered serpent god long ago. I can't calm down. Tang Qingsong slammed his fist on the desk. Damn feathered serpent cult. Traitors to humanity. What's the update from Jiang Mian? No issues. The feathered serpent has been slain, and through its divine blood, we've pinpointed the location of the cult. They won't escape. Hearing this news, Tang Qingsong's tense expression finally eased a little. He turned to look at Ye Xiao and the other two sitting nearby, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. Kid, the investigation is complete. The one who ambushed you was the cult leader of the Feathered Serpent Cult, a 7th-rank transcendent puppeteer. Tang Qingsong locked eyes with Ye Xiao. But there's something I just can't figure out. Controlled teacher Gao, who himself was a 3rd-rank transcendent martial artist, with a physical strength comparable to an 8th-rank extraordinary. How did you manage to kill him? As he spoke, Tang Qingsong couldn't help but recall the scene they encountered upon arrival, the ground covered in black ashes. Ye Xiao, however, nonchalantly scratched his head. Principal, when are you going to deliver on the compensation you promised me? Tang Qingsong recognized that Ye Xiao was evading the question, but he chose not to press further. In this era, who didn't have a few hidden trump cards? Always thinking about compensation. Fine, tell me, what do you want? I want a skill scroll. I want the ice soul core. I want the feathered serpent's eyes. The last request made Tang Qingsong frown. What do you need that for? Decoration. You brat, just admit it if you don't want to tell the truth. Heh, Principal, you said I could ask for anything I wanted. Is asking for an eye really that unreasonable? Fine, I'll have it sent to you later. After leaving the principal's office, Ye Xiao noticed the campus's big screen broadcasting the news. Today, Tang Qingsong, principal of Jiangnan Academy, in collaboration with Jiangmian Market, successfully exterminated a deity and uncovered a dark cult hidden within human society, wiping them out completely. Teacher Tang, are we going to continue special training? Jiang Ro turned to Tang Yun, who was still wrapped in bandages, and asked. Tang Yun shook her head with a smile. No need. You've already reached the 4th rank of the transcendent level. She recalled the scene on the forest road. Corpses of 4th rank, transcendent monsters scattered everywhere, even piled into small mounds. These students' talent and strength far exceeded her expectations, especially Ye Xiao, whose power was unfathomable. You're far stronger than I was at your age, Tang Yun remarked with emotion. With your current abilities, getting into Zhenshin University won't be a problem. But I hope you can achieve a top ranking in the special admissions exam. The top 3 spots come with extraordinary rewards, far beyond your imagination. I remember the first place student in my year reached the transcendent rank within a month of enrollment and went on to form their own deity hunting team. Black Sunday, they're probably close to breaking through to the perfect rank by now. Tang Yun's tone grew serious. Jiangzhou City is just a small place. Only by stepping out will you see how vast the world truly is. This is an era filled with both crises and opportunities. We've lost too many of our people and too much of our land. If one day, any of you can ascend to the pinnacle of professionals, I hope you'll reclaim everything we've lost and drive these hateful entities off Blue Star entirely. Back at his rented apartment, Ye Xiao's expression was unusually serious as he began meticulously reviewing the battle he had just fought. His eyes flickered with thought as he calculated his own strength. A transcendent level 3 rank, enhanced by the ability of his golden flame eyes to surpass 2 levels, combined with his psychic abilities and swordsmanship. This was more than enough to take down a transcendent level 6 opponent. Thinking about the imminent fusion with the eternal flame's sovereign eyes, a spark of anticipation flashed in Ye Xiao's gaze. In the previous battle, the defense provided by the golden flame robe, the unified internal and external golden flame attacks, along with its shape-shifting ability and perpetual burning characteristic, had been nothing short of spectacular. With such ocular powers, any fire element transcendent within his level would inevitably fall before him. Hello. Your delivery. A voice suddenly called out from outside the door. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up, thinking it must be the eye of the feathered serpent god sent by Tang Qingsong. He quickly headed for the door, but felt a sudden jolt of unease, just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob. Something was off. He immediately activated his X-ray vision, revealing the true identity of the person outside, not a deliverer man. The golden snake tattoo hidden under the stranger's clothing exposed their affiliation. A remnant of the feathered serpent cult. Ye Xiao took a step back, but before he could react further, a deafening explosion shattered the door into pieces. He swiftly summoned a protective barrier with his psychic energy while dodging backward. A remnant of the feathered serpent cult, Ye Xiao said coldly. Through the thick smoke, a dark figure darted forward like a ghost, screaming hoarsely, "It's all because of you. Because of you, the feathered serpent cult is finished. The leader has decreed you must die." A transcendent level 6 assassin. Ye Xiao's heart sank. No wonder this person had managed to escape the siege. The enemy's pitch-black blade followed him relentlessly, every strike aiming to kill. Golden flame eyes ignite. Ye Xiao commanded, and golden flames erupted around him. However, the enemy was too fast, making it difficult to lock onto their position. Why the hell is it always me? Your cult's destruction has nothing to do with me, Ye Xiao muttered as he dodged the relentless attacks. The assassin didn't respond, their strikes only growing more ferocious. Enough already. Can't even get a decent rest because of you annoying pests from these dark cults. Ye Xiao snapped in frustration. He concentrated his psychic energy into a web, trapping the opponent in an instant. The golden flames surged, reducing the assassin to ashes and leaving a charred hole in the ceiling. Surveying the wreckage of his apartment, Ye Xiao let out a bitter laugh. Well, guess I really can't live here anymore. Your delivery. Another figure suddenly stepped into the room. Oh, for crying out loud. Can't this ever end? Ye Xiao grabbed the blade from the floor and swung it. Eek! The newcomer cried out, using the package to block the attack. The wrapping tore open, revealing a delicate wooden box inside. Wait, you're the delivery guy? Ye Xiao asked, startled. The trembling man nodded repeatedly. Sorry about that, Ye Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. After the courier left, Ye Xiao picked up the wooden box from the floor and carefully opened it. Inside lay 2 golden gemstones, their surfaces shimmering with mysterious patterns. They were none other than the legendary eyes of Quetzalcoatl. Surveying the wreckage of the room, Ye Xiao let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Well, I've got the goods, but now I have nowhere to stay. The landlord's probably going to kill me. He pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Yun. Upon hearing about the appearance of remnants of the cult, Tang Yun rushed over immediately. This is... Tang Yun was stunned as she stared at the room that now resembled a disaster zone. Leaning lazily against the tattered sofa, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly, a 6th-tier extraordinary assassin. They were really good at hiding. It took me a lot of effort to deal with them. Tang Yun was utterly shocked. 6th-tier extraordinary? You took them down? Ye Xiao nodded casually, then asked, Ms. Tang, can you help me find somewhere cheap to stay? I'm a bit short on cash. Noticing Tang Yun frozen in place and unresponsive, Ye Xiao waved a hand in front of her face. She finally snapped out of it, but the way she looked at him had changed. Her gaze now burned with intensity, as though she were appraising a priceless treasure. If I remember correctly, you're only a 3rd-tier extraordinary, right? Ye Xiao nodded calmly, prompting Tang Yun to gasp audibly. To defeat an opponent 1 tier higher was a sign of exceptional talent, 2 tiers higher was extraordinary. But Ye Xiao had defeated someone 3 tiers above. Such strength would place him among the elite even at Genshin University. Tang Yun even began to suspect that the 8th-tier puppet he'd taken down earlier was also his doing. Feeling the heat of Tang Yun's gaze, Ye Xiao instinctively pulled his jacket tighter. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Since your place is destroyed, why not stay at mine for now? Tang Yun suggested. A single man and woman living together? That doesn't seem appropriate. Don't worry, I don't live alone. Let's go now before any more cult remnants show up. I can personally protect you. Ye Xiao glanced at Tang Yun's impressive figure, but stopped himself from saying anything. What are you looking at, you little rascal? I'm your teacher. Tang Yun shot him a furious glare. Her cheeks flushed. With Tang Yun's help, Ye Xiao settled the compensation with his landlord. Then they drove through the city, eventually arriving at an upscale villa district. In front of them stood a luxurious 3-story mansion, complete with a private garden. Wow, this is fancy. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up. In both this life and his past one, he had never stayed anywhere so opulent. Ms. Tang, where's the restroom? Take the 3rd door on the left after you enter. Ye Xiao quickly ran off. Just as he disappeared, Tang Yun suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I forgot to tell him. Before she could finish, a sharp scream echoed from inside the villa, followed by a loud boom as flames erupted and blew a hole in the wall. Ye Xiao came sprinting out, his belt half undone. What the heck, Miss Tang? Someone's attacking. Chasing after him was a woman clad only in a towel, wielding a long sword and glaring at him with murderous intent. Her ample figure bounced dramatically as she ran. Ruoqing, don't act recklessly. Tang Yun took a swift step forward, positioning herself in front of the enraged woman. Yun, don't stop me. I swear I'll chop this little rogue into pieces today. Bai Ruoqing's eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Ye Xiao, her entire body trembling with fury. Her 20-something years of innocence had been completely shattered. Someone had seen her in her entirety. Ms. Tang, why didn't you warn me someone was showering in the bathroom? Ye Xiao, hiding behind Tang Yun, explained helplessly. He had just started unbuttoning his pants when the bathroom door suddenly swung open, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman without a shred of clothing. That breathtaking moment had left him frozen, and before he could react, she had retaliated with a fireball spell, nearly costing him his life. All right, Ruoqing, it was my fault. I apologize, Tang Yun said hurriedly, trying to calm her friend down. It's cold out here. Why don't you go put on some clothes instead of standing around in just a towel? Bai Ruoqing shot a venomous glare at Ye Xiao before turning and walking back into the villa. My apologies, Ye Xiao, Tang Yun said apologetically. Ruoqing has been staying at my place recently, and I forgot to mention that she usually showers in the morning. Your room is upstairs, and it has its own private bathroom. Ms. Tang, your friend is quite the temper, like she's been eating gunpowder or something, Ye Xiao said, shaking his head. At this rate, she's going to have a hard time finding a man. Tang Yun couldn't help but laugh. Mind your own business, kid. Ruoqing is a proper lady from a prestigious family, and her suitors could form a line around Jiangnan High School. As they entered the villa, they saw Bai Ruoqing lounging lazily on the couch, legs crossed, watching TV. A bag of chips and a can of cola sat within arm's reach. Ye Xiao shot a skeptical glance at Tang Yun, his eyes clearly asking, "This is the proper lady you were talking about?" Clearing her throat, Tang Yun began the introductions. Ruoqing, this is my student, Ye Xiao. He'll be staying here for a few days while preparing for the special admissions exam at Jinshan University. Ye Xiao, this is Bai Ruoqing, my best friend. She's from the provincial capital. Bai Ruoqing lifted her chin proudly, her elegant neck arched. The special admissions exam for Jinshan University is no joke. Little brother, with your current strength at extraordinary tier 3, passing the exam will be tough. A sly glint appeared in her eyes. But if you call me big sister and serve me well, I might just share some tips about the exam. Ye Xiao cast her a calm glance. Ms. Tang, am going upstairs to rest. With that, he grabbed his luggage and headed for the stairs. Wow, quite the tough guy. But sheer determination won't get you into Jinshan University. Bai Ruoqing called after him, but Tang Yun quickly grabbed her arm. All right, Ruoqing, that's enough. What is it? Bai Ruoqing asked, confused. Ye Xiao just killed a Dark Order practitioner earlier, a tier 6 assassin. Bai Ruoqing froze, pointing at Ye Xiao in disbelief. Him? Tier 3 killing tier 6? What's your profession, exactly? Lookout. Ye Xiao replied casually, leaving that single word behind as he ascended the stairs. What the hell kind of lookout is this? What lookout can fight across 3 levels? Bai Ruoqing grabbed Tang Yun's arm excitedly and pressed him. Yun, hurry up, tell me. Where did you find this little monster? After Ye Xiao returned to his room, he set down his luggage and took out the eyes of the feathered serpent god. The system immediately chimed in. Eyes of the feathered serpent god detected. Golden flame eyes meet the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade to eternal inferno eyes? Upgrade, Ye Xiao said calmly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 golden gemstones shattered instantly, turning into specks of starlight that shot directly into his eyes. A terrifying, uncontrollable power surged through his body, as if molten lava was boiling in his eye sockets. The surrounding air sizzled with burning sounds, and the temperature spiked dramatically. Downstairs, Tang Yun and Bai Ruoqing quickly noticed something unusual. That's strange. Why did the villa suddenly get so hot? Tang Yun asked, puzzled. The fire element concentration is way too high. My soda is practically boiling. Bai Ruoqing exclaimed, staring at her drink in shock. The energy is coming from upstairs, it must be that rascal. The 2 exchanged a glance and dashed up to the 2nd floor. At that moment, Ye Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His dazzling golden irises now displayed 2 rotating crimson lotus flowers, resembling the eyes of a god. So powerful. Ye Xiao thought, thrilled. The eternal inferno eyes have evolved into an area effect ability, capable of turning an entire region into a sea of flames. No wonder it's a red tier ocular technique. The door suddenly burst open as Tang Yun and Bai Ruoqing stormed in, only to immediately turn around, faces flushed. What's going on, Mr. Tang? Ye Xiao asked, puzzled. Ye Xiao, put some clothes on first. Tang Yun stammered, embarrassed. Ugh, you pervert. Bai Ruoqing spat angrily. Ye Xiao looked down and realized his clothes had been burned away. With a sly grin, he slowly put on his underwear and teased, ladies, this is my room. Isn't it normal for me to not wear clothes? But you 2 barging into a single guy's room now, that's questionable for my reputation. Their expressions darkened as they realized this brat was getting back at them. Are you dressed yet? Tang Yun asked anxiously. Nope, I can't find my underwear. Ye Xiao said as he deliberately moved closer to them. Pervert. Stay away. Bai Ruoqing shrieked. TCH, don't flatter yourself, I'm not interested in you. Talking to you is like dodging bullets. Ye Xiao smirked, relax, I've been dressed for a while. Only then did the 2 of them turn around, though Bai Ruoqing was still fuming. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Ye Xiao, what just happened? Why was there such a strong fire element surge? Tang Yun asked seriously. Oh, nothing much. Just a little accident, me ocular technique evolved. Ye Xiao replied casually. Tang Yun stood there in stunned silence, thinking to himself, why does it feel like he's showing off? Yun, I've finally figured it out. This student of yours is not only a little thug, but also a pretentious show-off. Bai Ruoqing spat through gritted teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Huh, that counts as showing off? Ye Xiao replied with a playful smirk. It's just an ability breakthrough, right? No way. No, wait and tell me there are people who can't even manage that. His tone was deliberately mocking and sarcastic. This remark hit Bai Ruoqing right where it hurt. She had been struggling with her abilities and stuck at a bottleneck in her progress. That was why she had come all the way from the provincial capital to Jiangzhou City to clear her head and look for a breakthrough opportunity. Now, she was so enraged that she felt like she might grind her back molars to dust. Tang Yun, observing the situation, rubbed his temples helplessly. The tension between Ye Xiao and Bai Ruoqing seemed nearly irreconcilable. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Yun, bring Ye Xiao to the school, came the unusually low and solemn voice of Tang Qingsong from the other end of the line. All right, Tang Yun replied, his brows furrowing slightly as he sensed something unusual. Before leaving, Tang Yin turned to Bai Ruoqing and instructed, Ruoqing, Ye Xiao and I need to head to the school. Stay home and take care of yourself. Yeah, I got it. Just go already. Bai Ruoqing waved her hand impatiently. And don't bother bringing that little thug back. When they arrived at Jiangnan High School, the two headed straight for the principal's office. As they entered, they saw Tang Qingsong sitting behind his desk, his expression grave. Xiao Hongqian and Zhang Ro were also present. Wow, everyone's here. Ye Xiao greeted cheerfully, a grin on his face. Bang! A sudden loud noise interrupted him as a middle-aged man in a suit slammed his palm onto the desk and stood up, fixing Ye Xiao with a cold, piercing glare. So, you're Ye Xiao? Yes, and you are? Ye Xiao asked casually. I'm Zheng Yang, Zheng Hong's father. The man's voice was filled with anger. During the special training, was it not you who abandoned my son to save yourself? Someone like you even deserve to be a student? You got my son killed and destroyed his future. Mr. Zheng. Tang Qingsong's authoritative voice cut him off. Before jumping to conclusions, let's get the facts straight. Principal Tang, I've lost my son and my brother-in-law. Shouldn't Jiang in high school take responsibility for this? Zhang Gang roared, his anger unabated. Despite the accusations, Ye Xiao remained unusually calm. He retrieved his phone and pulled up a video, handing it to Tang Qingsong. Everyone, please take a look at this first. The video clearly showed a figure fleeing in panic, frequently looking back as he ran. When we encountered the extraordinary fifth-tier golden-feathered snake, it was Zheng Hong who abandoned me and Xiao Hongqian to escape on his own, Ye Xiao said evenly. I can't confirm that, Xiao Hongqian immediately added. That golden-feathered snake, which we eventually managed to slay, scared Zheng Hong so much that he fled without looking back. Faced with a being of Quetzalcoatl's level, what else can we do but run? Do you expect us to turn around and confront it, Hedon? Ye Xiao stared directly at Zheng Gang, his tone calm yet resolute. Quetzalcoatl is the one hunting Zheng Hong? Tang Qingsong frowned deeply. Ye Xiao nodded in confirmation, and Zhang Ro quickly added, I can vouch for that, I was there when it happened. Tang Qingsong's expression softened as he turned to Zheng Gang, his voice firm and commanding. Did you hear that, Mr. Zheng? It was your son who abandoned his teammates first. A mere tier 5 extraordinary demon was enough to make him flee. And now, faced with a deity-level opponent, you're demanding that our students risk their lives to save him? Isn't that a double standard? Do you wish for the hope of Jiangnan High School to be swallowed whole by a serpent? Bang! Tang Qingsong slammed the desk with a resounding force, his imposing aura silencing Zheng Gang, who could only lower his head, stammering incoherently. Mr. Zheng, this is not how one conducts themselves. Tang Qingsong's voice reverberated throughout the office. I deeply regret Zheng Hong's death, but this has nothing to do with Ye Xiao. You owe him an apology. Under the immense pressure, Zheng Gang finally lowered his head and apologized. Ye Xiao, I wronged you. His tone was submissive, but an unwilling glint lingered in his eyes. Look up, Ye Xiao suddenly commanded. When Zheng Gang raised his head, he was met with a pair of mesmerizing golden eyes, within which 2 crimson lotuses slowly rotated. Ye Xiao's voice grew authoritative. Perhaps you don't know the full truth. He got into the special training program through connections, attempted to harm me during it, and ultimately abandoned his teammates. His fate was entirely of his own making. As the crimson lotuses in Ye Xiao's eyes began spinning faster, an overwhelming pressure struck Zheng Gang's nerves, forcing him to stumble backward. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered repeatedly, I understand. Finally, he fled the office in a panicked, disheveled state. Pathetic clown, Ye Xiao sneered. Zheng Hong's skills were entirely thanks to his uncle. His father is nothing more than an ordinary businessman hardly worth mentioning. Tang Qingsong waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. Enough, it's just a minor episode. Don't let it affect your mood. Rest well. The special admissions exam is coming up soon. The following days passed uneventfully. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected all 10 ocular techniques. Fusion is now available. The quality of the newly acquired ocular techniques was significantly higher, including 4 green-grade techniques and even a blue-grade laser eye. However, for Ye Xiao at this stage, only purple-grade or higher techniques held real value. The laser eye's destructive power paled in comparison to the eternal flame's sovereign eye. The fusion process was completed swiftly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Martial Spirit Eye Purple. The Martial Spirit Eye enhances your physical strength by 5 times and increases close combat capabilities by 200. Ye Xiao paused for a moment, then smirked. It seemed the system was intent on shaping him into a battle mage. Fusion. With a single thought, Ye Xiao activated his power, and the martial spirit eye seamlessly merged with his pupils. Amid faint cracking sounds, a surge of immense energy erupted from his eyes, coursing through his entire body like an electric current. Feeling the power surging within, Ye Xiao struck the ground with a punch, instantly creating a deep crater. This power, even ordinary warriors at the third or fourth extraordinary rank can't compare to me. Ye Xiao marveled silently. He casually grabbed a kitchen knife and executed the phantom blade strike. With a flash of cold light, a massive boulder, towering as high as 3 people, split apart with a sharp crack. Now, I can crush extraordinary rank 6, dominate rank 7, overpower rank 8, and I don't even need to fear rank 9. Confidence gleamed in Ye Xiao's eyes. The top spot for special admission to Zhenshin University is mine for sure. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Martial Spirit Eye has triggered an evolution path. Martial Spirit Eye Purple, Martial God Eye Orange, Heavenly Martial Eye Gold. Heavenly Martial Eye? Isn't that the strongest divine skill for martial practitioners? Ye Xiao was stunned but couldn't help muttering, System, are you trying to turn me into an all-around champion? For once, the system responded. A high-level eye technique master should be a 6-dimensional warrior. Just then, Tang Yuan pushed the door open. Ye Xiao, are you ready to go? Have you packed everything? Huh. Tang Yuan gave Ye Xiao a once-over. You seem different. Did you get more handsome? Ye Xiao chuckled lightly. Sister Yuan, it's just your imagination. Don't call me Teacher Tang anymore. Just call me Sister Yuan. When they arrived at Jianan High School, Bai Ruoqing came bounding over, dragging a pink suitcase. Haha, bet you didn't see this coming. I'm going with you. At Ye Xiao's dismissive expression, Bai Ruoqing instantly puffed up like an angry little tiger. Ye Xiao, you're so unlikable. Be careful, or you won't find a girlfriend in college. Ye Xiao glanced at Xiao Hongqian with a serious look and replied, Women only slow down my sword-drawing speed. You're an eye technique master, what sword are you even drawing? Bai Ruoqing asked, utterly baffled. Before they departed, Tang Yuan gave a solemn reminder. This special admission exam has a lot of flexibility, so you need to work well as a team. Zhang Ro is an elementalist, and Ye Xiao is an eye technique master, both are ranged attackers. Hongqian is a sword cultivator, responsible for close-range protection. Ye Xiao, remember not to rush forward recklessly just because your eye techniques are powerful. Facing close combat warriors could be dangerous. Ye Xiao nodded firmly. Xiao Hongqian looked at Ye Xiao with a puzzled expression. A pupil master being referred to as a long-range attacker? She recalled Ye Xiao's precision and cunning when he slayed the golden feathered serpent with a single strike during their forest training. It was clear his skills were no less than those of any sword or blade practitioner. Thanks for the reminder, Sister Yun, Ye Xiao said with a light smile. Principal Tang Qingsong approached with large strides, his face beaming with a bright smile. Ha ha ha, the day has finally arrived. Are you nervous? The 3 had different reactions to the principal's question. Ye Xiao pursed his lips, Xiao Hongqian focused on polishing her iron sword, and Zhang Ro absent-mindedly stroked her long hair. Seeing no one respond, Tang Qingsong awkwardly cleared his throat before regaining his composure. Ye Xiao, the 3 of you are the best students at Jianan High School. I'm absolutely confident you'll get into Zhenshin University. Oh, by the way, the underclassmen have prepared a surprise for you. He turned and pointed. Above the school building, a banner slowly unfurled, reading, Special Admissions Victory. Glory to Jiangnan. So, do you have any words of encouragement for the underclassmen? Tang Qingsong asked expectantly. Ye Xiao calmly replied, Stay focused, study hard, and you'll find out that as long as you don't awaken a combat-related profession, there's a good chance you'll end up in a factory screwing bolts. This statement left Tang Qingsong and the freshmen and sophomores present completely stunned. Well said. Just don't say it again next time, Tang Qingsong replied. His face darkened. A special vehicle carried Ye Xiao, Xiao Hongqian, Zhang Ro, and Bai Ruoqing away from the campus. Watching the car fade into the distance, Tang Qingsong sighed and said to Tang Yun, Yun, this batch of students is really hard to manage, especially Ye Xiao. His mouth is just too sharp. Tang Yun remained silent, thinking to herself that compared to Ye Xiao, her own fiery student days seemed downright angelic. As the car drove onto the official road, the scenery changed dramatically. The bustling skyscrapers vanished, replaced by desolate wastelands where groups of demons wandered sporadically. These are lands humanity once lost, now turned into playgrounds for demons, Bai Ruoqing remarked, gazing out the window. If not for an 8th-level formation master constructing official roads between cities, human transportation would have collapsed long ago. Hearing this, Ye Xiao activated his X-ray vision and indeed saw strong energy fluctuations in the air above the road. Dense golden patterns shimmered across the void. Bai Ruoqing's tone grew solemn. A new era brought by a great catastrophe. What will become of humanity's fate? In recent years, demons have grown increasingly restless, and many gods are awakening. The demand for powerful professionals is greater than ever. That's why many students from Zhenshin High School begin hunting demons as early as their 4th year. You are humanity's hope and must grow stronger quickly, Her gaze swept over the three of them, finally settling on Ye Xiao. She hoped her words would instill a sense of urgency in the carefree boy. Chewing gum, Ye Xiao replied in a flat tone, "Don't worry. Humanity will be just fine." He looked up at the sky, golden patterns intertwining and flickering in his pupils. In times like these, someone always has to bring it all to an end, don't you think? The carriage smoothly traveled along the main road as Bai Ruoqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. She turned her head, her expression serious, and said, "You all need to be cautious. This exam is no joke. Only 30 spots are available in the entire province. In the past, being at Transcendent Tier 4 was barely enough. But now, even that level is risky." As she spoke, the image of a proud girl flashed in her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Ye Xiao, if possible, I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Oh, even the great Miss Bai needs my help for something?" Ye Xiao smirked, a teasing glint in his eyes. For once, Bai Ruoqing didn't retort. Instead, she said directly, "If you happen to meet someone named Bai Ruoyu during the special admissions, I hope you can teach her a lesson." "Interesting. Bai Ruya, judging by the name. Is she your sister?" Ye Xiao asked, raising an eyebrow. Bai Ruoqing nodded. "Wow. I've heard of saintly older sisters, but never a devilish one. Bai Ruoqing, you're really something." Ye Xiao exclaimed dramatically, silently feeling a bit sorry for the sister he hadn't met yet. Zhang Ro, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Bai Ruoyu, if I'm not mistaken, isn't she the so-called ancient century genius from the provincial capital? I heard she awakened dual professions as a summoner and a mage." Bai Ruoqing sighed and nodded. Ruoyu has always been proud by nature, and now that she's awakened dual professions, she's become even more arrogant. She's been pampered like a little princess her entire life, never facing any setbacks. With her dual professions, even Junshin University made an exception and offered her direct admission. This only inflated her ego further. She let out a weary sigh and continued, "Originally, she didn't even need to participate in the special admissions. But she insisted on coming, saying she wanted to evaluate the level of her future classmates. She even has the audacity to think she can handpick who those classmates will be." Her words left the three of them stunned. "Wait, are you saying she wants to choose all 30 candidates herself?" Zhang Ro asked in disbelief. "Huh, that's something else." Ye Xiao cracked his knuckles, grinning mischievously. "By Ruoqing, your sister's attitude is even worse than yours. I accept this mission, it'll make sure she learns her place." That won't be necessary," Bai Ruoqing quickly interjected. "And Ye Xiao, just so you know, Ruoyu could take on multiple Tier 6 professionals, even when she was only at Tier 3. She's even capable of challenging Tier 7 opponents. Her summoned creatures combined with her magic make her as formidable as an entire team. Don't underestimate her." "Don't worry. I enjoy putting overconfident girls in their place," Ye Xiao said, giving an exaggerated okay gesture. Bai Ruoqing shot him a sideways glance, exasperated. "Look who's talking. You're just as overconfident, a typical arrogant guy." The official road wasn't very long, and after 3 hours, the group arrived in the provincial capital. Bai Ruoqing suggested with a smile that they stay at her house for the night and head to the exam venue together the next day. The three of them gladly agreed, and the car headed toward the Bai family residence. As one of the most prominent families in the provincial capital, the Bai family had deep roots. Bai Ruoqing's father, Bai Xianqing, was a level 6 gunsmith and held considerable prestige in the area. Before they even reached the villa, a sharp and arrogant voice rang out. "I told you I'm allergic to peanuts. What's the difference between peanut butter and peanuts? The steak must be medium rare. Does this look right to you? Pick out every single piece of scallion from this bowl of wontons for me. Strawberries? I don't want the seeds. Remove all of them. I want to take a bath now. 40-degree water, and it has to be with roses picked this morning. Not a degree higher." Bai Ruoqing sighed helplessly and explained to Ye Xiao and the others, "She's not always like this. It's just her little tantrums acting up again." Ye Xiao let out a cold chuckle. As an orphan who had grown up without parents, he despised spoiled, pampered rich kids like this. He couldn't help but think that Zhang Ro, who also came from a prominent family, had never been this willful. As they entered the villa, the first thing they saw was a girl in a pristine white dress. Her delicate features looked as if they had been sculpted. Her long, silky black hair fell naturally over her shoulders, and she held a small cat in her arms, lazily yawning. In an instant, Ye Xiao mentally labeled her with 3 words: flat-chested, arrogant, and barely 5 feet tall. "Ruoyu, stop making a fuss. The exam is tomorrow. You should get some rest," Bai Ruoqing said as she approached to persuade her. The moment Bai Ruoyu saw her sister, a sweet smile lit up her face. "Sister, you're back." Before Bai Ruoqing could even finish introducing her guests, Bai Ruoyu clung to her arm and whined, "Sister, it's been so long since we had a bath together. Let's do it tonight." She didn't spare Ye Xiao and the others a single glance the entire time. Bai Ruoqing patiently explained that these were Tang Yun's students, and they would be taking a special admission exam together tomorrow. Only then did Bai Ruoyu reluctantly turn around, her gaze still brimming with arrogance. Got it. So you want me to help you pass the exam, huh? Simple. Just follow me tomorrow, carry my tea, hold my umbrella, and you'll be fine. Even the usually indifferent Xiao Hongqian frowned at her words, not to mention Zhang Ro, who also came from an influential family. If it weren't for Bai Ruoqing's presence, Zhang Ro might have already walked out. Ye Xiao suddenly let out a string of sharp, mocking laughter. Little girl, how old are you this year? Fully grown yet? Why are you trying to talk like an adult? As he spoke, his gaze deliberately dropped to Bai Ruyu's flat chest. Bai Ruyu's face instantly turned crimson as she clutched the kitten in her arms tightly and shrieked, "You scoundrel! Sister, how could you bring someone like him here? Rude?" I laughed. Is there anyone ruder than you? How does someone who's only 1.5 meters tall manage to look down on others with their nose in the air? Ye Xiao said with a mocking smile, looking down at Bai Ruoyu with disdain. Zhang Ro crossed her arms and stood to the side, watching with great interest, while Xiao Hongqian kept rubbing his nose, both of them wearing expressions of amusement. Their attitudes made Bai Ruoyu tremble with anger. "Ali, bite him to death." Bai Ruoyu slapped the black cat on the head. The black cat let out a lazy meow before leaping forward like an arrow released from a bow. Its body emitted a dark, eerie glow, and its sharp claws aimed straight for Ye Xiao's face. It was only then that Ye Xiao and the others noticed the black cat had 3 tails. Is that a 9-tailed spirit cat? Zhang Ro's face showed a hint of surprise. The 9-tailed spirit cat is a high-level summoned beast. An adult one is comparable to a master-level professional. Ye Xiao, be careful. Summoned beasts are very strong in close combat. Interesting. Ye Xiao remained unfazed as the 9-tailed spirit cat lunged at him. He said in a low voice, "Martial Spirit Eye, activate." Boom. His physical strength instantly multiplied 5-fold, and his close combat power increased by 200%. Ye Xiao casually drew an iron sword from Xiao Hongqian's back and shouted, "Blade draw." Slash. The sword light flashed like a shooting star, striking the 9-tailed spirit cat's head with precision. The spirit cat was sent flying over 10 meters and crashed heavily onto the villa's dining table, its energy instantly weakening. "Ali!" Bai Ruoyu screamed, rushing over to pick up the spirit cat with a heartbroken expression. "You're so cruel. Why did you have to hurt it?" "What? It's allowed to attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back. The fact that I didn't kill it is already a favor to Bai Ruoqing." Ye Xiao replied coldly. Bai Ruoyu was so furious she couldn't speak, merely pointing angrily at Ye Xiao and his companions. "In tomorrow's special recruitment exam, the first thing you'll do is eliminate all of you." "Heh, interesting. Is this a challenge? If it is, I accept." Ye Xiao sneered as he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "Bai Ruoqing, I'm leaving now. As for your little sister, if she doesn't fix that terrible attitude of hers, one day she'll end up getting herself killed." Bai Ruoqing remained silent. Ye Xiao's words were harsh but undeniably truthful. "Wait a moment." Bai Ruoyu suddenly shouted. "Your name is Ye Xiao, right? I'll remember you. In tomorrow's exam, I'll make sure you regret crossing me." Bai Ruoyu. She planted her feet apart and pointed at Ye Xiao with her hands on her hips. Ye Xiao's eyes flashed with disdain as he let out a light scoff. "Just a little brat who hasn't even grown up yet." Bai Ruoyu's face instantly turned bright red, as if she were standing stark naked before Ye Xiao. She hurriedly covered herself, and only then did the strange feeling gradually fade. After Ye Xiao and his companions left, Bai Ruoqing sighed and said with a bitter smile, "Ruoyu, you really shouldn't be so reckless. Ye Xiao is an exceptional practitioner of eye techniques, very powerful. He was able to defeat a Tier 6 dark cultist while still in Tier 3. You should try to get along with him." I was 100 times stronger than him when I was Tier 3. Bai Ruoyu pouted. "Sister, stop talking about him. Just for hurting Ali, I won't let this go. Tomorrow, during the special recruitment exam, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson." After leaving the villa, although Ye Xiao and his companions initially planned to find their own accommodation, Bai Ruoqing had thoughtfully booked a hotel for them and expressed her apologies. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the curtains and onto Ye Xiao, the system notification sounded. "Ding. Host has successfully signed in and obtained Qing Guangyan Bai. Isn't that an eye disease?" Ye Xiao asked in confusion. The system promptly corrected him. "Host, you're mistaken. This is the white pupil technique, Qing Guangyan, which grants you night vision abilities." After breakfast, Ye Xiao and his 2 companions stepped out of the hotel, only to see Bai Ruoqing's car waiting for them. Standing by the car was Bai Ruoyu, who was just 1.5 meters tall, holding the black 9-tailed spiritual cat in her arms. She let out a cold snort at Ye Xiao before turning her back on him. The spiritual cat, on the other hand, looked at Ye Xiao with a clear expression of fear. The examination was to take place at the largest square in the provincial capital. A powerful mage would transport the candidates to the wilderness from there. This wilderness was originally a territory overrun by demons and monsters, but top-tier human professionals had intervened to cordon off an area, driving out any beings above the extraordinary level. At the square, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit with a stern demeanor explained the rules to the candidates. As a gold-tier mentor of Zhenshin University and a domain-level powerhouse with 6th-tier strength, he commanded authority. Pointing to the massive magic formation not far away, he announced, "The rules of the assessment are simple. Hunt monsters in the wilderness. The scoring device will record your results. Monsters below the extraordinary 3rd tier won't count. Starting from the 3rd tier, you earn 5 points, with points increasing incrementally for higher tiers. The top 30 will be selected." As Ye Xiao approached the magic formation, he noticed that 29 young individuals with extraordinary auras had already gathered around by Ruayu. She called out smugly to Ye Xiao, "These are my personally selected elite guards. They all qualify for special admissions. Ye Xiao, the 3 of you should just give up. If you don't want to be hunted down in the wilderness, kneel now and apologize. Say, Miss by Ruayu, I was wrong. I, Ye Xiao, am worse than a pig or dog and am willing to be your servant." Ye Xiao's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Little girl, you're far from being on your sister's level. With that flat chest of yours, how can you possibly have the capacity to tolerate others? Ye Xiao, you're finished. I won't stop until one of us is dead." Bai Ruayu stomped her feet in rage before storming into the magic formation. Ye Xiao turned to his companions and said, "Let's go. The top 3 spots for this special admission, consider them ours." With that, he stepped into the magic formation as well. The moment they entered the formation, the scene before them shifted dramatically. Ye Xiao found himself in a crimson world, with blood-red soil beneath his feet tainted by an ominous aura, and the air thick with a suffocating stench of decay. He crouched down, letting his fingertips graze the ground. A sharp pain immediately coursed through his skin. This land, once a cradle of human civilization, was now so corroded that not a single blade of grass could survive. Memories of its once vibrant past flashed through his mind, only to be replaced by the desolate silence surrounding him. "Ye Xiao, demons have appeared." Xiao Hongchen's urgent voice broke his train of thought. Looking up, he saw a group of humanoid creatures that resembled zombies staggering toward them. Ye Xiao swiftly activated his appraisal ability, and information materialized before his eyes. Corpse fiends, extraordinary level 3. Transformed from decayed human remains, their lingering resentment traps them in this state indefinitely. "Ah, let's lay them to rest," Ye Xiao murmured with a sigh, golden flames igniting in his eyes. Boom! In an instant, countless golden lotuses bloomed in the void, and the corpse fiends twisted and writhed in the fire before disintegrating into ashes. The counter on his device climbed rapidly. "Let's move forward," Ye Xiao said, rubbing his temples. "This test has only 2 goals. Secure a top 3 spot, and properly put that arrogant girl in her place." He activated his sensory vision, and the surrounding area was immediately marked with vibrant colors: green signifying safety, red indicating danger. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao led his companions straight toward the red zone. Meanwhile, elsewhere. "Listen closely." Bai Ruayu stood atop a towering tree, issuing commands to her subordinates from above. "Your mission is to stop Ye Xiao's team from passing the special recruitment exam. Notify me the moment you see them." "Understood." The group responded with fervent determination. Bai Ruayu smirked, drawing a sigil in the air with one hand and pressing it onto the tree trunk. "With my magic, the demons will come to us on their own. No need to waste time searching." As expected, the sigil's effect was immediate. The ground began to quake, and demons from above and below were drawn to their location. Summoning spell. "Come forth, Dai." At her call, a massive arm emerged from the magic circle, crashing down like a mountain and reducing the nearest demons to a bloody mist. Moments later, a towering black-scaled dragon man stepped out of the formation, its enormous wings casting a shadow over the land. "Dahe, clear the field for me," Bai Ruayu commanded, standing proudly on the dragonman's back, exuding an air of triumph. Roar! The dragonkin let out a deafening bellow, its massive wings unfurling with a powerful sweep as it shot into the sky. Hovering high above, it unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its mouth, raining down on the hordes of demons below like a fiery storm. In the spectator stands, someone stared in shock, turning to Bai Xianqing with a look of amazement. "Wow, Master Bai, your daughter's strength is truly extraordinary. At just transcendent level 5, she's already contracted summons with such immense potential, a dragonkin and a 9-tailed spirit cat." "Well, her personality is a bit arrogant," Bai Xianqing replied with a helpless shake of his head. "Haha, so what if she's arrogant? A prodigy should carry that kind of pride. A thief earned it." The other person laughed heartily. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoqing remained silent, her heart filled with unease over Ye Xiao. Her sister was only using her summoner abilities right now, She hadn't even tapped into her mage skills yet. Could Ye Xiao really defeat her? Bai Ruoyu had always been reckless in fights, and if anything went wrong, Bai Ruoqing wouldn't know how to face Tang Yun. In the distance, Ye Xiao and his two companions noticed the fiery explosions erupting from the forest. What's going on over there? It's like a battlefield. Ye Xiao immediately activated his ocular technique to investigate, then smirked coldly. It's that little girl gathering the monsters. Not bad. She's got some clever tricks. Saves us the trouble, let's go find her. At the center of the battlefield, Bai Ruoyu stood proudly atop the Dragonkin's back, commanding her forces. Kill. Kill. Take them all down. I'm your commander. Under her leadership, a group of professionals engaged in fierce combat with the demons, their scores rising rapidly. On the leaderboard, Bai Ruoyu held an unshakable first place, with her subordinates dominating the next 20 or so ranks. Watching this scene, Bai Xianqing held his forehead in exasperation. This girl is treating the special admission exam like her personal game. Beside him, a seasoned instructor from Zhengzhou University remained calm. As long as the tactics didn't break the rules, anything was fair game. Ye Xiao and his companions quietly crept to the edge of the battlefield. Should we make our move? Zhang Ro asked. Not yet, Ye Xiao replied, a sly grin spreading across his face. Let them wear each other out first, and then we'll swoop in and snatch the scoreboards. It's not against the rules to take them. Zhang Ro gave him a thumbs up for his cunning plan. Moments later, at Ye Xiao's signal, the three of them charged toward their target. However, their movements were immediately noticed by Bai Ruoyu from her vantage point above. I see Ye Xiao. Get them. Tie them up good, she ordered. The nine-tailed spirit cat in her arms leapt into the air, swiftly enlarging into a massive beast over 4 meters tall, its 3 elegant tails swaying gracefully in the wind. Roar! The nine-tailed spirit cat, Ali, let out a furious cry, its razor-sharp claws glinting coldly as it shredded the obstructing demons into pieces. Yesterday's battle with Ye Xiao left it filled with regret. Its overconfidence and carelessness had led to injuries. Today, it was determined to redeem itself. Ye Xiao sneered, his golden flame pupils suddenly igniting. Scorching golden flames erupted, instantly reducing the surrounding demons to charred remains. With a swift motion, he snatched a long sword from a nearby examinee. In a flash, his figure turned into a streak of black lightning, slashing toward the nine-tailed spirit cat. Bai Ruoyu, your summoned beast has a death wish. Ye Xiao shouted coldly. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air. The spirit cat's claws clashed with Ye Xiao's blade, sending sparks flying in all directions. Ye Xiao shook his numb arm, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad. You've got some strength. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. Phantom Blade Strike. Ye Xiao unleashed a flurry of slashes, the blade's light pouring down like a torrential storm. The relentless clang of collisions echoed continuously, and dazzling sparks burst forth in the air. From the spectator stands, the crowd watched in stunned silence. The power of this nine-tailed spirit cat rivals that of a 6th or 7th transcendent rank. Is that young man a swordsman? His blade skills are incredible. His speed is unbelievable, can actually match the spirit cat's movements. Bai Ruoqing stood frozen, recalling Yun Yun's comment that Ye Xiao's close combat skills were his weak point. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. Such a weakness had likely surpassed the strengths of most others. Suddenly, an exclamation broke through the murmurs. Holy crap! He's actually an ocular arts practitioner. The person holding Ye Xiao's profile sheet stammered in disbelief. Impossible. Aren't ocular arts practitioners supposed to be terrible at close combat? He's only at the 4th transcendent rank? He's fighting 3 ranks above his level. What shocked everyone even more was the fact that Ye Xiao hadn't even used his ocular abilities yet. When someone pointed this out, the entire crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even at Zhengzhou University, no professional had ever managed to fight 5 ranks higher, not even the dual class prodigy Bai Ruoyu. It's over, foolish cat, Ye Xiao said sharply, his gaze turning cold. You're no longer worth my time. Golden Flame Eye. Activate. With a deafening explosion, a golden lotus erupted from within the nine-tailed spirit cat. Amid its agonized cries, the spirit cat crashed heavily to the ground, its body scorched and unable to fight any longer. Ali, Bai Ruoyu cried out in distress, glaring furiously at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao, I won't forgive you. She immediately commanded her dragonkin to launch a ferocious attack on him. Dehei, attack him. At the command, the dragon man's massive jaws began to gather crimson flames. Bai Ruoyu, is that all you've got? Too weak. Ye Xiao smirked disdainfully, using his psychic abilities to slowly lift himself into the air. If this is all, then the game is over. Eternal Flame. Sovereign Blaze Eyes. As his words fell, golden flames surged from Ye Xiao's pupils, threading around his body like delicate strands. In the blink of an eye, A golden robe resembling a fiery lotus enveloped him. Eternal flame. Burn. With a deafening roar, the golden flames surged across the battlefield, engulfing the dragon man. Even more astonishingly, the flames transformed midair into various weapons, trapping the dragon man and piercing him relentlessly. What is this? Everyone on the battlefield was stunned by the sight. Incredible. Ye Xiao's abilities. Is he really just a pupil technique user? Even mages can hardly reach this level. That undying flame of his again, Jiang Ro muttered, freezing the demon in front of her into ice crystals while casting a shocked glance at Ye Xiao, now cloaked in golden fire. Xiao Hongqian, cutting down several demons with his sword, thought to himself, as expected, he will surely help me reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Bai Ruoyu, do you have anything else up your sleeve? If not, it's time to end this game. Ye Xiao's voice was calm yet commanding. The dragon man roared in agony under the torment of the golden flames. Bai Ruoyu, distressed, cried out, "The hey! Ye Xiao, let him go." Seeing no reaction from Ye Xiao, Bai Ruoyu gritted her teeth. "Ye Xiao, you leave me no choice." Magic. Flaming dragon's breath. She clasped her hands together, chanting softly. In an instant, a massive dragon formed entirely of crimson flames soared into the sky, radiating extraordinary power as it charged toward Ye Xiao. A dragon? Interesting. Ye Xiao's copying eyes gleamed with an unusual light. If that's your trump card, you've underestimated me. Magic. Flaming dragon's breath. Another dragon, this one forged of golden flames, rose behind Ye Xiao, starkly contrasting Bai Ruoyu's crimson one. How is this possible? Bai Ruoyu was stunned. This is a powerful spell from the purple scroll. It took me half a month to master. How did he learn it just by looking at it? The spectators erupted in chatter. This generation is unbelievable. Ye Xiao isn't even a mage. How is he using the same magic? Could it be some sort of copying eye? Impossible. If he had a copying eye, he'd have become a top-tier professional long ago. Someone joked. Boom. Golden flames surged up, transforming instantly into a majestic golden dragon that faced off against the crimson flame dragon, summoned by Bai Ruoyu. Ye Xiao. Bai Ruoyu gritted her teeth, her expression dark and stormy. Ye Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. Little girl, if you apologize to me now and say, Ye Xiao, the most handsome man alive, I was wrong. I, Bai Ruoyu, am worse than a pig or a dog and willingly become your servant, fetching tea and water for you. I'll let you off. Bai Ruoyu clenched her small fists, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. That familiar tone and choice of words, there was no doubt Ye Xiao was taking this chance to retaliate. I will never beg for mercy from someone like you. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Ye Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Go. The golden flame dragon roared in response, charging fiercely toward Bai Ruoyu. She immediately commanded her crimson flame dragon to intercept. Flame dragon. Attack. As the two dragons clashed, the air around them evaporated, creating a vast vacuum. At the moment of impact, Ye Xiao's golden flames overwhelmed the crimson fire, wrapping around it like a ravenous beast, devouring it bit by bit. The golden dragon grew larger as it absorbed its opponent's power, then lunged toward Bai Ruoyu with its jaws wide open. Stay back. Bai Ruoyu's face turned pale. I was wrong. I admit it. Ye Xiao, I admit it. The dragon stopped abruptly in front of her. Covering her eyes, Bai Ruoyu sniffled, tears welling up. I apologize to you. Ye Xiao, the most handsome man alive. Bai Ruoyu, am worse than a pig, worse than a dog. She bit her lip, humiliation bringing her to the verge of tears. What made it even worse? This entire scene was being live-streamed. I willingly become your servant. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Your what? I didn't catch that. Speak louder. Servant. Servant. I'm your servant, okay? Bai Ruoyu shouted with her eyes squeezed shut, tears brimming. Wah. Ye Xiao, you're such a bully. Ye Xiao's expression remained neutral. Actions have consequences. Continue. Through her sobs, Bai Ruoyu managed to choke out the rest of her words. I willingly become your servant, fetching tea and water for you. Great. The contract is sealed. From now on, you're my servant. Ye Xiao flashed a wicked grin. Instinctively, Bai Ruoyu shielded her chest. You? What are you going to do? Well, it's the master-servant relationship. What do you think? Ye Xiao smirked, his expression deliberately suggestive. Bai Ruoyu's face turned ghostly pale. Wah. Ye Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm still just a kid. I haven't even fully grown yet. I am not even done developing. Go find my sister. She's much older than me. Outside, Bai Ruoqing, who had been watching the scene unfold, felt a vain throb on her forehead. Truly her little sister selling her out so effortlessly. Bai Xianqing, their father, looked on with a face of utter embarrassment at his daughter's disgraceful behavior. Father, I know Ye Xiao's character well. He's decent enough. He must just be teasing Ruoyu for fun, Bai Ruoqing said with a tone of certainty. Bai Xinqing frowned and pondered for a moment. I understand, but Yun student, how should I put this? His personality is just too. After deliberating for a while, he finally said, too shameless. Meanwhile, out in the wilderness, Ye Xiao was cheerfully collecting spoils from his defeated opponents. Since you've admitted defeat, hand over your points obediently. And while you're at it, hand over your lackey's points too. These are the spoils of war we rightfully earned. Before long, their team's points skyrocketed into the top 3. In the observation area, several prominent figures from the provincial capital were engaged in an animated discussion. This Ye Xiao is extraordinary. Indeed, he's the biggest dark horse of this special recruitment. Not just him, the other two are impressive as well. That young girl is an elementalist, and her mastery over ice is already at an exceptional level. She also harbors a latent, untapped power within her. And that boy with the sword's a born sword cultivator, with a clarity of sword intent that mirrors our great Xia's sword god. Add Bai Ruoyu to the mix. Our southern province is about to make a name for itself. This group of recruits is on par with the nation's best. 3 or 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. Having maxed out their points, Ye Xiao began living a leisurely life in the wilderness, as if he were on vacation. Bai Ruoyu, meanwhile, had indeed become his personal maid, even forced to wear a maid outfit that mysteriously appeared from Waknoshir. As the sun set in the western sky, Ye Xiao felt a sense of contentment. From being a nobody to becoming the top recruit, he was now on the verge of entering Great Xia's most prestigious academy, Jinshin University. A perilous yet opportunity-filled path lay ahead of him. Just then, a deafening thunderclap tore through the heavens. Amid the resounding boom, a blue-skinned giant stepped onto the crimson wasteland, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Alarms blared in the outside world. Divine energy detected. A deity is awakening. All the prominent figures immediately tensed up. Damn it, how could a deity appear in the testing grounds? Could this be a plot by demons and deities to hunt down our human prodigies? The elite instructors and Bai Xinqing transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the protective array, only to discover it had been destroyed. The array master was nowhere to be found. Gu Taiming's face turned grim. This is a meticulously planned assassination. They sabotaged the array and triggered a deity's awakening to ensure that our most gifted prodigies, the hope of our future, are all annihilated in this wilderness. Demons, deities, you deserve to die. Gu Tianming roared to the sky, his voice reverberating across the land. It's been identified. Codename, Titan Spirit. A nightmare-level deity, someone exclaimed, frantically flipping through an ancient tome, their trembling finger pointing to a specific page. The records revealed that this deity had reawakened in the northwest region 30 years ago, but was severely wounded by a powerful martial artist of the master level. Since then, it had vanished without a trace. Its most distinctive traits were its terrifying strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, as well as its astonishing ability to regenerate severed limbs. What? Everyone present stood up in shock. This was a nightmare-level deity, with power on par with the most elite master-level professionals, 2 whole tiers stronger than the feathered serpent god Ye Xiao and his team had encountered in Jiangzhou City. Gu Tianming stared at the image of the blue giant on the screen, his lips trembling with anger. Just then, a phone call shattered the tense atmosphere. What did you say? The divine resurgence is happening simultaneously across all 15 provinces of Daxia's examination sites. Gu Tianming's face was filled with horror. This was clearly a premeditated operation. Could it be that divine beings and monsters had already infiltrated humanity's ranks? Bad news poured in. Examinees in Beiyuan Province, Sangdong Province, and Linhai Province had all perished. The candidates of these 3 major provinces were slaughtered in an instant by the reawakened deities. The faces of the senior officials present turned deathly pale. This was an unprecedented major crisis. There must be a traitor among humanity's upper echelons. Everyone, head to the wilderness. Gu Tianming roared. No matter the cost, the examinees must not be harmed. They are the future of Daxia. Domain activation, Blade of Oblivion. Gu Tianming wielded a pitch-black demon blade, slashing through the void and appearing thousands of meters away in an instant. Domain activation, Radiant Overworld. Bai Xinqing followed closely behind, vanishing with a sleek, futuristic pistol in hand. The other leaders also unleashed their powers and rushed toward the wilderness. However, without the support of teleportation formations, even at their incredible speeds, it would still take several minutes to reach the scene. And in those mere minutes, the Titan Spirit could slaughter the examinees 100 times over. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber at Jinshin University, a middle-aged man in white abruptly opened his eyes. Fallen deities, filthy worms, How dare you assume Daxia is defenseless? The long sword on his lap emitted a resonant hum. Old friend, I need you to fight alongside me. One more time. A blazing streak of light shot skyward, and the sword saint disappeared from the chamber in an instant. At the same time, in an office, Jinshin University's principal, Ning Xiao, was sipping tea with a man in Taoist robes. Though the man's attire was plain and disheveled, his eyes gleamed like starry skies, seemingly capable of perceiving the past and future. The flowers of time have already been planted, haven't they? Yes, the flowers of time have been sown across all 15 exam sites. The fallen deity's tactics are now rendered useless. Well, that's quite good. The elder in the Taoist robe let a meaningful smile spread across his face. He continued, this attack by the fallen gods is actually an excellent opportunity. These young ones might just bring us some unexpected surprises. He gently caressed the time flower in his hand, a treasured artifact of Daxia, which emitted a faint glow in his palm. This precious relic had the power to reverse time within a certain range, resurrect the dead, and erase disasters. The gods believed that killing the prodigies of Daxia would sever the foundation of the human race, yet they were unaware that all of this had been foreseen. The key now is to uncover the mastermind behind this. A sharp glint flashed in the elder's eyes. Who exactly is aiding these gods in the shadows? And who among Daxia's upper ranks is the traitor? Suddenly, the ground shook violently. In the distance, a towering giant over 100 meters tall appeared. It was the giant spirit god. With every step he took, the land within 100 meters would crumble, and the deafening rumble reverberated straight through everyone's chests. What's going on? Ye Xiao's expression changed drastically as he sensed an aura far more terrifying than the feathered serpent god from Jiangzhou City closing in. Could it be the resurrection of a god? Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongchen's faces turned pale at his words, while Bai Ruoyu remained as innocent as ever, holding her kitten and looking at them in puzzlement. Before anyone could respond, a distant mountain peak collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a grotesque blue face. Its greenish-blue skin and sharp fangs made it look like a demon straight out of hell. Run! Ye Xiao shouted in alarm. A god for the second time in half a month, what kind of luck is this? The giant spirit god sneered menacingly. Where do you think you're running, you little human insects? He extended a massive hand, as large as a mountain, reaching for the group. The examinees scattered in all directions, their cries of fear echoing ceaselessly. This is Daxia's hope, the giant spirit god mocked. Weaker than ants, Blue Star and the human race will inevitably become our feast. With a single thunderous strike of his enormous blue hand, dozens of examinees lost their lives in an instant. The giant spirit god roared with laughter, the deafening sound leaving Ye Xiao and the others dazed and disoriented. Come, entertain me. The giant spirit god's gaze suddenly locked onto Ye Xiao, Zhang Ro, Xiao Hongchen, and Bai Ruoyu. Oh, looks like there are a few slightly stronger ants hiding here. Boom. The colossal palm of the giant spirit god tore through the sky, clawing ferociously toward Ye Xiao and his companions. Damn it! Ye Xiao's face darkened. Despite deliberately suppressing his aura and hiding among the crowd, this divine being still managed to detect him. Run! Ye Xiao roared, instantly unleashing the full power of the eternal flame eyes. Golden flames coiled around his body, his robe whipping in the fierce wind. His pupils radiated a dazzling golden light, as if a primordial god had descended upon the world. Burn for me! With a furious shout, the surging golden flames condensed in midair into a massive bronze bell, striking directly at the giant spirit god's fist. Stop holding back. Buy us even a second if you can, or we'll all die. Ye Xiao shouted to his companions. Xiao Hongchen immediately entered the state of sword heart clarity, raising his iron sword slowly. Sword heart. Heaven-splitting slash. A sharp, unstoppable sword intent surged into the sky, as if the sword god of the great Xia dynasty had arrived in person. The heaven-splitting sword intent of the great Xia sword god. Boy, who are you? The giant spirit god recognized the sword intent, and his expression darkened. Memories of being blocked in the wilderness by the great Xia sword god's heaven-splitting strike flashed through his mind, igniting his killing intent. You insignificant ant dare to be connected to the great Xia sword god? Fine. I may not be able to defeat the sword god, but do you think I fear a mere transcendent-level brat like you? At the same time, Bai Ruoyu unleashed her magic. Magic! Twin flame dragon breath. Two massive crimson dragons materialized behind her. Zhang Ro, her brow marked with a lightning-shaped rune, revealed her long-concealed true power. Violet thunder radiance. Blinding violet lightning erupted from her body. It turned out she was not only adept with ice, but also a master of lightning. Golden flames, twin fiery dragons, the heaven-splitting sword intent, and violet lightning for devastating attacks were unleashed simultaneously. Their combined might could obliterate a transcendent-level powerhouse. yet they seemed insignificant before the giant spirit god. Boom! The divine fist smashed down, instantly shattering the 4 attacks into fragments before continuing its relentless descent toward the group. You all get back. Ye Xiao stepped forward, facing the fatal blow alone. At this moment, there was only one option left: to gamble. To gamble that the system would not allow him to fall here. Martial Spirit Eyes. Activate. With both supreme ocular techniques unleashed, Ye Xiao's strength surged past the transcendent level, breaking into the transformation realm. Yet, even so, he remained insignificant before this near-perfect level divine being. Another genius like you has emerged in Great Xia? Could it be that Great Xia's destiny refuses to fade away? The giant spirit god locked his gaze on Ye Xiao, who was surrounded by golden flames, his killing intent surging to new heights. He felt an immense sense of relief, secretly grateful that he had arrived just in time today. If Ye Xiao were allowed to continue growing, given time, he would undoubtedly become the next sword god of Xia. This was something he absolutely could not allow. Die, prodigy of Xia, the giant spirit god roared. You were simply born in the wrong era, destined to perish in this age of despair. Boom! His fist blotted out the sky, descending like a heavenly hammer aimed straight at Ye Xiao's head. At this critical moment, a system notification echoed in Ye Xiao's mind. Host's life-threatening crisis detected. Activating supervision mode. Martial Spirit Eye upgraded to Martial Dao, Heavenly Eye. Duration: 1 minute. Ye Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile. It worked. Good system, I love you. The system immediately issued a warning. Host, do not get ahead of yourself. Supervision mode is a built-in system feature and can only be activated once per month. If you recklessly endanger yourself twice in a month, the system will have no choice but to find a new host. The giant spirit god's fist had already slammed into Ye Xiao. Zhang Ro and the others turned pale, and Bai Ruoyu broke down in tears. Ye Xiao sacrificed himself to save us. I truly misjudged him. Next year, on his death anniversary, I'll burn 10 or 8 paper effigies with figures like my sister's for him. Hearing this, Ye Xiao nearly choked in frustration, thinking to himself, I'm still alive, and you're already cursing me? Xiao Hongqian gripped his sword tightly, and Zhang Ro's reddened eyes were filled with hatred, the seeds of vengeance taking root in her heart. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed across the skies. Heavenly Eye, illuminate the past and present. Boom! Golden light surged skyward, piercing through the heavens. The giant spirit god's right arm exploded in midair, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Shocked, he looked ahead. There stood Ye Xiao, clad in a golden flame robe, hovering in midair. A dark golden vertical mark had opened at his brow, and ancient patterns flowed around him. His heavenly eyes seemed capable of piercing through the ages. A nameless fear surged in the giant spirit god's heart. Why do you carry the aura of the end of the path? That was a realm only achievable by those who had created a profession the path's end level. Yet this aura was emanating from a mere practitioner of ocular techniques. Ye Xiao's voice was cold. I don't know about the end of the path. All I know is that you're going to die now. Heavenly Eye, defy eternity. Boundless beams of slaughter erupted from Ye Xiao's vertical pupil, as ancient runes intertwined into an inescapable net. At that moment, the pupils of the giant spirit god suddenly contracted, and a shocking scene emerged vividly in his consciousness. A solitary figure stood at the end of the path, facing countless formidable beings exuding an aura of terror. Each of these entities could easily crush him, yet in the instant that figure spoke, they crumbled into nothingness. Celestial Eye defies eternity. As the words echoed, an endless wave of destructive light filled the heavens and earth, reversing the flow of the entire galaxy. Stars exploded one after another under the penetrating brilliance of the light. Those powerful beings fought desperately, unleashing their strongest attacks, but it was futile. Like ants trying to halt a chariot, they were annihilated one by one in the void. When the figure turned slightly, the giant spirit god caught a clear glimpse of the dark golden vertical pupil gleaming on the figure's forehead. It was identical to the one on Ye Xiao standing before him now. No, 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 you little brat. Who are you? The giant spirit god roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. I can't let you live. I absolutely can't let you live. His severed arm regenerated at an astonishing speed. With a furious bellow, he clasped his hands together, summoning an immense force that shook the heavens. Titanic strength. As his shout reverberated, the desolate land began to fracture and collapse, as though the apocalypse was upon them. Faced with this world-shattering blow, Ye Xiao remained calm, opening his martial celestial eye. Under the celestial eye, there is no life. Gods shall fall to mortals. A golden beam of light surged skyward, instantly vaporizing the air and illuminating the entire world. The giant spirit god's hands disintegrated into nothingness under the radiance. How can he be this strong? He's just a kid. Before the giant spirit god's final exclamation could fade, the golden beam pierced through the clouds like a divine arrow, reducing his entire being to ashes. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding. The host has slain the giant spirit god. The conditions for advancing Martial Spirit Eye Purple have been met. Would you like to advance to Martial God Eye Orange? Martial God Eye enhances physical strength tenfold under its power. Close combat capabilities boosted by 500. Summon a golden martial god phantom to confront enemies. Time rewound to a minute ago. A golden beam of light suddenly tore through the heavens, and countless streams of killing light cascaded down like a waterfall. Gu Tianming and Bai Xianqing had just activated their domains and arrived at the wilderness when they witnessed this unforgettable scene. Each strand of killing light radiated a suffocating pressure, and even the panicked roars of the Titan spirit made the two shiver uncontrollably. Could it be that a top-tier professional has already beaten us here? The two exchanged a look of shock. The Titan spirit must have been slain already. That anguished roar is clear even from this distance, Gu Tianming said gravely, then sighed. I just hope the casualties won't be too severe. I have no idea how well explain this to the higher-ups. Let's go. Speed up. If that top-tier powerhouse hasn't left yet, we might have a chance to meet them. Once again, the two activated their domains and sped toward the scene. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao had already deactivated his Heaven's Eye mode and was descending slowly from the sky. Bai Ruoyu stared at his figure, her face full of fear. Ye Xiao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have insulted you. Bai Ruoyu wailed, clutching her head. You're such a powerful expert, yet you hid your strength so well. Do you feel good bullying a helpless little girl like me? Ye Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, but deliberately put on a stern face. Now you see how powerful I am? Let me tell you, I'm actually the vice principal of Zhenshin University, and even the great summer sword god calls me brother. I've been hiding my identity to test this batch of students. As for you, Bai Ruoyu, you clearly failed. I hereby revoke your admission. Bai Ruoyu froze on the spot, her face turning pale as tears welled up in her eyes. Ye Xiao, I was wrong. I'll apologize, okay? Please don't revoke my admission. I'll even be your servant if I have to. Seeing her clutching the spirit cat with a pitiful expression, Ye Xiao couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. All right, he's just messing with you, Jango said, trying to stifle her laughter as she gently patted Bai Ruoyu's shoulder. What? Bai Ruoyu was stunned for a moment, then puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Ye Xiao, you're so sneaky. So mean. I'm going to bite you. She lunged at Ye Xiao, but he casually held her head with one hand, effortlessly keeping her at arm's length, far from even touching his clothes. With your height of 1.5 meters? TSK. Ye Xiao shook his head with a teasing smile. After a long bout of fussing, Bai Ruoyu finally settled down. Sniffling, she extended her small hand. I apologize for my earlier bad attitude. I'm sorry. Let's start over. My name is Bai Ruoyu, and am a mage and summoner. Zhang Ro smiled and shook hands with her. Zhang Ro, elemental specialist. Please keep the matter about the lightning element a secret for me. Xiao Hongqian, profession, sword cultivator. Please keep the matter of the heaven-slaying sword intent a secret for me, Ye Xiao said as he absent-mindedly touched his nose. Ye Xiao, profession, eye technique master, obedient servant. Remember, you must keep secrets for your master. Bai Ruoyu, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, the air rippled slightly, and several figures suddenly appeared on the scene. Are you all right? Came the anxious voice of Gu Tianming. We're fine. Ye Xiao and the others replied in unison, shaking their heads. Huh, where's that powerful figure? Did he leave? Gu Tianming looked around, his tone full of curiosity. What powerful figure? There's no power fumph. Before Bai Ruoyu could finish her sentence, Ye Xiao swiftly covered her mouth. Ye Xiao quickly took over the conversation, speaking politely. He left. That expert was incredibly strong. He defeated the giant spirit god in a single move. Senior, do you know who he is? He saved all of our lives, and we wish to thank him in person. Alas, I don't know either, Gu Tianming sighed. If that expert wishes to remain anonymous, we shouldn't press the matter. Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. What a pity. Not long after, Bai Xinqing arrived at the scene. Ruoyu, are you all right? Father, I'm fine. Bai Ruoyu shook her head at her father, then shot a defiant glance at Ye Xiao, as if to say, with my dad here, I'm not afraid of you. Ye Xiao smirked faintly, pulling out his phone and playing an audio recording near Bai Ruoyu's ear. Her face turned pale as she listened, and her gaze at Ye Xiao now carried a mix of pleading and indignation. This scheming, despicable, shameless guy. She cursed silently. He actually recorded it. That's too much. As long as you're safe, Bai Xinqing said with a smile before turning his attention to Ye Xiao. Young man, you've got some real skill. Not many people can make my precious daughter take a step back. Ye Xiao bowed respectfully. You're too kind, senior. I'm just good at dealing with kids. His words earned him another sharp glare from Bai Ruoyu. Bai Xinqing didn't seem to mind and continued. Young man, you're indeed impressive. To have come this far as an eye technique master, a profession not typically seen as outstanding, is commendable. He then turned to Gu Tianming. Instructor Gu, I assume the special recommendation slot is settled now? Just then, Gu Tianming's phone rang. A call from the capital, he said in surprise, answering the call. After listening intently, his expression turned into one of astonishment. What happened? Bai Xinqing asked. Gu Tianming responded excitedly. The great Xia prodigy is safe and sound. This was Principal Ning's plan all along. A deity intervened, and the sword god slew the divine being. Heaven blesses great Xia. He continued. I need to go retrieve the time flower first. You all should come with me back to the provincial capital to witness the sword god of great Xia vanquish the divine monsters. This is the perfect opportunity to boost morale for our nation. With that, Gu Tianming dashed off in a specific direction. It seems the higher-ups had a plan in place all along, Bai Xinqing said with a smile, shaking his head. Let's go. He'll escort the remaining examinees back to the provincial capital. Before he finished speaking, he activated his domain, enveloping all the examinees and disappearing from the spot. Not long after Ye Xiao and his group returned to the provincial capital, Gu Tianming also arrived with dozens of students. These students were the exam candidates who had been killed by the giant spirit god in the wilderness. Their reappearance left the gathered leaders utterly astonished. Can the dead really come back to life? Someone asked in disbelief. Gu Tianming laughed heartily. The tricks of the imperial capital are nothing worth mentioning. Suddenly, the massive screen in the provincial capital lit up, revealing a figure dressed in white, holding a sword. The broadcast has started. This is a joint live stream across the 15 provinces of Dexia, blessing from the sword god on the eve of the martial exams. In the scene, the sword god stood on an endless expanse of crimson soil, his long sword humming with luminous energy. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. The sword god hasn't made a move in 10 years. The last time was when a destruction-level dark underworld god wreaked havoc in Dexia, and he cut it down with a single strike. The sword god is my ultimate faith, someone exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, the sword god raised a single hand, and a massive silver sword blade materialized behind him. It was the embodiment of the rule of the sword that he commanded. Sword, fall. The dazzling sword transformed into a dragon, tearing through the air with a roar. The terrifying sword energy surged like a pack of raging dragons, heading straight for the depths of the wilderness. The entire wilderness erupted like a volcano, and a thunderous roar echoed across the land. Su Changhen, you've gone too far. A colossal dark hand emerged from the ground, its black mist obscuring the skies for dozens of miles. The sword god's voice rang cold and resolute. You degenerate gods dare to target the prodigies of Dexia? Today, I will slay 3 of your divine beings. You shall be the first. Heaven-cleaving sword art. The radiant sword danced in his fingers, and with a single stroke, the piercing sword energy seemed to cleave the heavens apart. The black mist scattered instantly. Su Changhen, must you sever all ties with us? There were no ties to sever. Against you degenerate gods, it has always been a fight to the death. Years ago, the twin dark gods were destruction-level degenerate gods. I cut down the dark underworld goddo. You think your dark demon god can escape? Prepare to die. The blazing sword light outshone the world, rendering everything else pale in comparison. A shadow cloaked in black mist was pierced through by the sword energy, pinned in midair. Many have tried to kill me, but you, dark demon god, don't even rank. Just accept your death. With a twist of the dazzling sword, the dark demon god's form exploded in a thunderous blast. Su Changhen sheathed his sword, his white robes billowing as he once again pointed his weapon toward the wilderness below. Enough. Su Changhen, is one annihilation-level deity not enough to quell your fury? An angry voice shattered the stillness of the desolate wilderness. At the edge of the wasteland, a majestic figure approached step by step. 6 arms swayed in the wind, white hair danced in the air, and radiant golden armor gleamed under the sunlight. This was none other than the ancient god of Azura. Su Changhen coldly observed the figure before him and spoke indifferently. Azura, ancient god. Su Changhen, I cut down your human prodigy, and you killed one of our deities. This exchange is fair, and it should end here, the Azura ancient god said, raising his head to meet Su Changhen's gaze. Exchange? Fair? Su Changhen's voice turned icy. The prodigies of Dexia are not bargaining chips. I said I would cut down 3 of your deities, not one less. Until my sword is stained with divine blood, it shall not return. With a sudden motion, the Jinghong sword pointed directly at the Azura ancient god, its tip emanating a chilling glint. Good, good, good. The Azura ancient god burst into manic laughter, ascending into the air. Well done, Su Changhin. You truly live up to the title of Dxia's sword god. Such audacity. But if you, the sword god of Dxia, were to fall here in this wilderness, what a devastating blow it would be to your people and to Dxia itself. I can't wait to witness it. The Azura ancient god's power far exceeded that of the previous dark demon god. The dark demon god required the combined strength of the dark underworld god to be considered annihilation level, but this deity was a genuine annihilation level existence and one of the earliest to awaken. You are the second, Su Changhin stated calmly. Behind him, the silver sword manifested by the rules of the sword trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface before it shattered, revealing a blood-red Longsworth second rule, the blood slaughter sword. The Jinghong sword was instantly veiled in a layer of crimson. Blood slaughter Changhin technique? With a low cry from Su Changhin, the sword's body trembled uncontrollably. A massive blood-red sword aura tore through the air, splitting into countless smaller sword auras that formed a crimson sword domain, trapping the Azura ancient god within. Su Changhin, you dare to wield two rules as the authority of the sword, the Azura ancient god roared. Gods, assist me. The earth quaked as a massive crimson hand burst forth from the ground, followed by a towering scarlet figure, tens of thousands of feet tall. It bore twin horns, a visage like a demonic fiend, and a gaping maw large enough to devour the heavens. The crimson demon god, Su Changhin said coldly. And me. A chilling voice came from behind. Su Changhin turned swiftly, the Jinghong sword blocking an incoming demonic blade that struck from the void. The Shadow Hunter God. 3 annihilation-level deities. The citizens of Dxia's 15 provinces were gripped with worry. Although the Dxia sword god was renowned, the Crimson Demon God's power could level cities and mountains. The Shadow Hunter God's hunting techniques were unparalleled, and the Azura Ancient God's combat prowess was earth-shattering. Any one of them could leave a rule-level expert in disarray, and now, with 3 gods attacking simultaneously, the passionate youths in the stands wished they could take up arms and fight in the sword god's stead. Xiao Hongchen stared at the man in white on the screen, a trace of worry evident between his brows. Is he the one you've always said taught you swordsmanship? Ye Xiao nudged Xiao Hongchen lightly with his elbow.
Yes.
Xiao Hongchen nodded solemnly. Master has taught me many things, not just swordsmanship, but also the character and principles of a sword cultivator. No wonder. Ye Xiao suddenly understood. The great Xia sword god disappeared for a whole year before, and it turns out he was teaching you. You know, the great Xia sword god has always been a lone wolf, never taking on disciples. If others find out you're his student, every major family will flock to you, not to mention those goddess-like campus belles throwing themselves at you. Women would only slow down my sword-drawing speed. Xiao Hongchen replied calmly. You little brat. Ye Xiao shook his head helplessly. On the screen, Su Changhin stood alone, facing 3 cataclysmic gods, slowly raising the long sword in his hand. I trust that Master won't lose, Xiao Hongchen said firmly. Master once told me, as long as there's a sword in his hand, there's nothing in this world he can't cut through. As his words fell, Su Changhin's aura shifted drastically. Sword realm. Birth. The sword realm expanded in an instant, enveloping all 4 of them. Su Changhin, you're too arrogant, the Azura ancient god sneered. Do you really think you can take on the 3 of us by yourself? The Azura ancient god stomped his foot, his golden armor vibrating. 6-armed heavenly king. Azura fist. A massive golden figure materialized behind him, its 6 arms raised high, radiating a dazzling golden light. The giant figure swung its 6 arms, each punch amplifying the destructive force 6-fold, relentlessly striking the sword realm. At the same time, the Shadow Hunter god concealed himself in the void, sending countless blades slicing through space. Su Changhin dodged swiftly, losing only a single strand of hair. The Red Demon God seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, aiming a heavy punch at Su Changhin's face, which he blocked with his sword in one hand. Cracks began to form in the sword realm. Su Changhin, you're finished. The Azura ancient god laughed triumphantly, but Su Changhin merely smirked. Drawing you into the sword realm wasn't to trap you, it was to prevent this entire region from being completely destroyed by me. You fallen gods are far too conceited. In an instant, his black hair turned silver, and behind him, the Jinghong sword and the blood slaughter sword appeared simultaneously. Unite. The 2 swords merged into one, unleashing an overwhelming wave of power that swept through the entire sword realm. The Azura ancient god's eyes widened. This is the aura of authority. His expression shifted between astonishment and disbelief. No, it's only the embryonic form of authority. Damn it, I never expected you to improve this quickly. 10 years ago, when Su Changhin reached the 8th tier rule level, he used a single sword stroke to vanquish the Dark Nether God. Now, Wielding 2 swords and mastering the authority of the rule of swords, he stands on the threshold of the 9th tier. As the most dazzling sword god of Ye Xiao in recent decades, his rise has struck fear into the hearts of the gods. He cannot be allowed to live any longer. The ancient god Azura spoke anxiously. If we don't eliminate Su Changhin today, he will become a great threat in the future. Attack together. A golden Azura fist shadow surged forth, and 2 other destruction tier deities launched their lethal strikes simultaneously. However, at that moment, Su Changhin had already quietly grasped his second sword, a weapon as thin as a cicada's wing, exuding an ancient and natural elegance. Unlike the sharp brilliance of the Jinghong sword or the savage ferocity of the Shuelu sword, this blade encapsulated the purest essence of swordsmanship. Since the age of 16, when I first took up the sword, I believed I would become the greatest swordmaster of Ye Xiao. This is not arrogance but absolute confidence in the way of the sword. Su Changhin spoke calmly. Remember, only those with a clear and unclouded sword heart can wield the authority of the sword. Beneath the way of the sword, all else is but fleeting clouds. Before his words had fully settled, his sword was already drawn. A blinding white blade transformed into a vast celestial river, illuminating the desolate wilderness. The sword energy cascaded like a waterfall, instantly consuming the 3 deities, leaving no trace behind. Afterward, Su Changhin gently etched into the crimson wasteland, wishing Ye Xiao's examinees success in their martial endeavors. Leaving those words behind, he departed gracefully. This scene immediately caused a sensation across Ye Xiao. Young people all over the nation were inspired. Some resolved to gain admission to Jinshin University to learn from the masters. Others vowed to achieve greatness like the sword god. And some young women sighed, if one must marry, let it be to the sword god. In the southern province, Ye Xiao and Xiao Hongchen were engaged in conversation. That message must have been from your master, right? Ye Xiao asked with a smile. Xiao Hongchen nodded in confirmation. Yes, my master said I am the second person in the world with a clear sword heart. Impressive, Ye Xiao encouraged. I look forward to the day you become Ye Xiao's foremost swordmaster, surpassing your teacher. And you? Xiao Hongchen asked in return. If I become Ye Xiao's swordmaster, what will your goal be? Ye Xiao was silent for a moment, gazing into the distance. Like Sister Yun said, I will drive them completely off this planet. Then you'll be the savior. Savior? No, that title doesn't sit well, Ye Xiao said softly. Call me the Terminator instead. Aim to bring this era to an end. Unlike his unremarkable previous life, Ye Xiao in this life had found his purpose. Some people are born destined to bear certain responsibilities and fates, an indelible mark etched into the deepest core of their being, inescapable for eternity. Alright, next, I will announce the rankings for this special recruitment exam. Gu Tianming's voice broke through the crowd's admiration for the legendary Daxia swordmaster. Holding a scroll in both hands, he scanned the examinees below with a stern gaze. First place in the special recruitment exam, Ye Xiao, 3,700 points. Second place, Xiao Hongchen, 3,242 points. Third place, Zhang Rou, 3,239 points. Fourth place, by Ruoyu, 2,145 points. Gu Tianming announced the rankings one by one until he had read out all 30 names. As expected, Ye Xiao, Xiao Hongchen, and Zhang Rou secured the top 3 spots, while by Ruoyu, having most of her points taken by the top 3, could only place 4th. These 30 individuals will be admitted to Jinshin University through this special recruitment. 1 month from now, you are to report to the imperial capital. Gu Tianming surveyed the crowd of over 300 candidates, whose expressions ranged from joy to disappointment. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao and the other 2 standing at the front remained calm, as such results were well within their expectations. You 3, come up here for a moment. Gu Tianming gestured to the top 3 and retrieved 3 watches from his pocket. These are the rewards for the top 3 in the special exam. At Jinshin University, all resources are priced in points. The provincial first place receives 3,000 points, second place 2,000, and third place 1,000. The 3 accepted the watches, each looking slightly puzzled. At that moment, Bai Ruoqing approached with a sway in her steps. Ye Xiao, don't underestimate these points. Right now, many senior students in their 4th year can't even gather 2,000 points. Some are even willing to pay 1,000 Daxia coins for a single point. Hearing this conversion rate, a flicker of surprise flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. 3,000 points would be equivalent to 3 million Daxia coins? Senior Bai, is it really possible to buy points with Daxia coins? Zhang Rou suddenly spoke, her eyes sparkling with interest. As the daughter of the mayor of Jiangzhou, money was never a concern for her. I'd be willing to pay 5 million to buy points. Could you help me make the connection? Bai Ruoqing was momentarily at a loss, her face full of awkwardness. Gu Tianming cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation. Young lady, don't overthink it. While that is the market rate, The students at Jinshan University are no ordinary people. They either come from prominent families or are exceptionally talented. Very few would trade their points for money. Zhang Ro nodded, albeit with some disappointment. That's enough. Ye Xiao exclaimed dramatically, clutching his chest. You wealthy ladies are making it impossible for a poor kid like me to survive. Ye Xiao, you're not poor at all. Zhang Ro looked at him seriously. With your potential, any organization would fight to recruit you after graduation. If you're willing to work under my father, the Zhang family is prepared to offer you an annual salary of over 8 million. They'll offer 10 million on behalf of the Bai family. Bai Ruayu immediately raised her hand, though her outstretched arm could barely match Zhang Rao's level of confidence. All right. Are you guys bidding on me now? I'm not some auction item. Ye Xiao pulled a wry smile and waved his hand to stop the crowd. Pointing at Xiao Hongqian, he added, if you want to bid on him instead. He's got potential too. Wow, thanks a lot. Xiao Hongqian shot back immediately. After the assessment concluded, Gu Tianming returned to the capital with the results. The Bai family hosted a banquet to entertain Ye Xiao and his group, and it was decided they would set off for Jiangzhou the following day. As Ye Xiao was engrossed in devouring a crispy chicken leg, Bai Ruayu suddenly raised her hand and announced loudly, Ye Xiao, I'm going to Jiangzhou with you all. Huh. Ye Xiao swallowed his food. What for? Isn't it nice being the young lady of the house here? Bai Ruayu pouted and said, no way. It's way more fun being with you all. Bai Ruaching leaned in and whispered to Ye Xiao, father was planning to hire a floral arrangement teacher for Ruyu to cultivate her ladylike demeanor before school starts. Realizing the situation, Ye Xiao nodded and agreed. All right, but you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go west, you can't go east. Okay, I promise to do whatever you say. Bai Ruayu nodded so vigorously it was almost comical. She then turned to her father and pleaded, Dad, can I go to Jiangzhou for a couple of days? I promise I'll behave. Bai Xinqing sighed and finally nodded in agreement. Handing Ye Xiao a bank card, he said, young friendy, hey, raise some pocket money for my daughter 1 million. If she doesn't behave, feel free to punish her financially. They'll leave this card in your care. Use it as you see fit. Ye Xiao's mouth twitched. What kind of family is this? Even pocket money is in the millions. The next day, the group set off in the same vehicle for the return journey. It truly felt like they were heading back in triumph. 3 to 4 hours later, as the convoy drove along the official road leading to Jiangzhou, Jiangnan High School's principal, Tang Qingsong, and Tang Yun were already waiting by the roadside. Seeing the black SUV approaching, Tang Qingsong greeted them with a beaming smile. The pride of Jiangnan High School has returned? Hey, old Tang, I'm back. Ye Xiao poked his head out of the car window to greet him. Tang Qingsong's smile froze instantly. Ye Xiao, the first time we met, you called me Principal Tang, and now it's just old Tang, huh? Ye Xiao smirked dismissively. What's wrong with old Tang? Doesn't it sound nice? Who knows, maybe someday it'll become the strongest in Daxia, and then he'll start calling you Tangzi. Tang Qingsong's face twitched, and he turned away to check on Jiang Ro and the others instead. Seeing this, Ye Xiao immediately turned to Tang Yun with a grin. Sister Yun, long time no see. How about a hug? The two exchanged a brief hug, and Tang Yun laughed. It's only been a few days. How is that a long time? At that moment, Bai Ruayu hopped out of the car, holding her spirit cat. Sister Tang, long time no see. Ruayu, you're here too? Tang Yun exclaimed in surprise. Why are you with Ye Xiao and the others? Ye Xiao ruffled Bai Ruyu's hair and chuckled. Sister Yun, she's my servant now. Bai Ruayu immediately rolled her eyes, while Tang Yun stared in shock. What? A servant? Ye Xiao, is this how you youngsters are entertaining yourselves these days? No, Yunjie, it's not like that. Bai Ruayu's face turned crimson as she waved her hands frantically to explain. It's not the kind of slave you're thinking of. It's more like I do whatever he asks me to do. Tang Yun froze in place, momentarily speechless. All right, stop explaining. Ye Xiao shook his head helplessly. The more you explain, the worse it sounds. That evening, Tang Qingsong hosted a banquet to entertain Ye Xiao and his group. After a few rounds of drinks, Tang Qingsong spoke enthusiastically. Ye Xiao, the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'd like you all to visit Jiangnan High School and share some of your experiences with the students preparing for the exam. Ye Xiao readily agreed. Tang Qingsong could barely contain his excitement. Jiangnan High School hadn't had a single student admitted to Jinshan University in 4 years, and now, this batch had 3 special admissions. Overwhelmed with joy, he downed 3 more cups of white liquor in quick succession, not even bothering to use his ability to sober up. In the end, he collapsed in the private room, completely out of it. Sorry about this, Ye Xiao. Tang Yun apologized as she helped her drunken father to his feet. I'll take him home. You all enjoy the meal. Go ahead, Yunjie. Take good care of old Tang. Ye Xiao waved her off with a smile. After the two left, Ye Xiao pulled out his phone, deciding to catch up with an old friend he hadn't seen in a while. Hey, how's he? Where are you? I'm back in Jiangzhou. Let's meet up. Yeah, Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, room 302. Before long, Su Hao pushed open the door and walked in. Ye Xiao quickly poured him a glass of wine. Ye Xiao, congratulations. Su Hao raised his glass. First place in the special admissions, impressive. And congrats to Jiang Xiaohua and Xiao too. You're all the pride of Jiangnan High School. He downed his drink in one go. Ye Xiao keenly noticed that Su Hao seemed like a different person after just a few days. Gone was his usual carefree demeanor. In its place was a more mature, yet somewhat despondent air. Ye Xiao, I'm actually here to say goodbye, Su Hao said, clenching and unclenching his fists. I'm leaving Jiangzhou. Not sure where he'll end up yet. What about the martial arts exam? You're not taking it? No point anymore, Su Hao replied with a bitter smile. Under Ye Xiao's persistent questioning, Su Hao finally revealed the truth. He had a girlfriend who attended Qingchuan High School, but a wealthy second-generation heir with connections had set his sights on her. The guy's family was influential in Jiangzhou, and he was backed by a secretary to a powerful figure in the city's political circles. Furious after the guy stole his girlfriend, Su Hao lashed out and beat him so badly that he ended up in the hospital. The situation escalated rapidly, like stirring up a hornet's nest. The opponent's father launched a full-scale attack on Su Hao's family business with overwhelming force, systematically devouring all their assets step by step with the assistance of his immensely powerful secretary. To make matters worse, they received an ultimatum. Leave Jiangzhou within 3 days, or the entire Su family would face total destruction. I truly loved Zhang Yu, Su Hao muttered bitterly, grabbing a bottle of liquor and taking a large swig. A hint of anguish appeared at the corners of his mouth. Every time we went out these past years, whatever she wanted, I'd buy it without hesitation. I even started convincing my dad to buy a house, thinking I'd marry her right after university. But she betrayed me. Su Hao's grip on the bottle tightened, his knuckles turning white with rage. Wang Jue's family has connections that reach the heavens, and that secretary of his can mobilize the strongest professionals with a single command. We can't fight them, we'd lose everything, even our lives. I can't let my parents suffer because of my mistakes. This sudden upheaval forced the once reckless Su Hao to grow up overnight, but it was already too late. Boom. The door to the private room flew open with a loud kick. A young man wearing sunglasses and a bandage around his head strutted in, an overly made-up woman in revealing clothes clinging to his arm. Su Hao, my dad said you've got 3 days to get out of Jiangzhou, and here you're drinking. Wang Jue sneered, ignoring everyone else in the room as he looked down on Su Hao with disdain. Don't worry. There are still 2 hours left before the deadline. We won't break our word, Su Hao replied, staring daggers at Wang Jue. His gaze lingered on Zhang Yu, who was nestled in Wang Jue's arms, and the pain in his eyes deepened. What are you looking at? Ye is my woman now, Wang Jue boasted, planting a loud, exaggerated kiss on Zhang Yu's lips. Su Hao's hand clenched the bottle so tightly that his knuckles turned even whiter. Zhang Yu, Su Hao said in a trembling voice, I'm about to leave Jiangzhou. Before I go, I just want to ask you one thing. These past 2 years, have I not treated you well? Why did you betray me? Zhang Yu leaned even closer to Wang Jue, her expression utterly devoid of guilt. Su Hao, I'm a combat professional, and you are just a lowly life class professional. Young Master Wang promised to send me to the martial arts university in the imperial capital if I stayed with him. Can you do that? Forget about money in this world. Powerful professionals will always stand above merchants. Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants, you're the lowest of the low. And me? I aim to become a top-tier, powerful professional. We've been living in 2 different worlds for a long time. Su Hao closed his eyes in anguish. Fine. Let's just say I was blind to have fallen for someone as shallow as you. With that, he staggered toward the door, ready to leave. Wait. Ye Xiao grabbed Su Hao's arm and shot a cold glance at Wang Jue and Zhang Yu. You're just going to walk away after being humiliated like this? That's not the Su Hao I know, not my brother. Today, I'm settling this score for you. He then turned to Wang Jue with a sharp, mocking look. Hey, buddy, how's it feel playing with someone else's leftovers? What did you just say? Wang Jue frowned, his voice filled with obvious anger. Who are you calling second-hand goods? In his arms, Zhang Yu finally realized that Ye Xiao was referring to her, and her face instantly turned grim. Huh, not second-hand goods. Ye Xiao asked innocently as he turned to Su Hao. Su Hao, you dated her for 2 years, and you never slept with her? Of course not, Su Hao rolled his eyes. How many times then? Ye Xiao pressed on. Su Hao thought for a moment. At least twice a week. During peak times, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. Altogether probably 100 or 200 times. No wonder you were always dozing off in class back then. You were completely drained, Ye Xiao teased, then turned to Wang Jue. Did you hear that? 100 or 200 times. If that's not second-hand goods, what is? To Zhang Yu, these words were nothing short of public humiliation. Her face turned pale with anger. Wang Jue's expression grew even darker. Though he was aware of Zheng Yu's past with Su Hao, hearing it spelled out like this made him feel as though he had picked up someone else's discarded leftovers. Who the hell are you to stand up for this loser? Wang Jue pointed at Ye Xiao, his tone menacing. I usually don't stand up for others, Ye Xiao replied calmly. Su Hao's face showed a flicker of disappointment, while Wang Jue smirked triumphantly. Huh, coward. Let me tell you. Before he could finish, Ye Xiao interrupted coldly. I usually just take action. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Xiao slapped Wang Jue so hard that he was sent flying into the wall, embedding himself in it and unable to pull himself free for a moment. Young Master Wang. Zheng Yu screamed as she rushed over. You're done for. Wang Jue struggled to pull himself out of the wall. Do you know who I am? I'll make you suffer worse than Su Hao. I'll throw your entire family into the river to feed the fish. Oh, impressive. Always threatening to feed people to the fish. Who's backing you? Ye Xiao asked, intrigued. Huh. Listen up. Behind me is the secretary to the mayor of Jiangzhou, Secretary Chan. In Jiangzhou, even the mayor wouldn't dare cross me. Wang Jue gritted his teeth. Now, kowtow to me 200 times and send those two beauties to my bed, and I might spare your life. Ye Xiao chuckled, his gaze shifting to Jiang Ro. Jiang Ro caught on immediately, pulling out her phone to make a call. She briefly explained the situation and deliberately repeated the part about how the other party wanted your daughter on his bed. Seeing this, Wang Jue also took out his phone. Dad, I've been attacked. At the Jiangzhou Grand Hotel, the guy insulted Secretary Chun, saying he's nothing. Get over here and handle this right now. Haha, my dad will be here soon. You're all doomed. Wang Jue threatened with a smug smile. If you're smart, apologize to me now. My earlier demands still stand. Su Hao anxiously grabbed Ye Xiao's arm, lowering his voice to urge him. Ye Xiao, you should leave quickly. The Wang family has a lot of influence in Jiangzhou. There are very few people who can afford to cross them. Su Hao was filled with unease, unaware of Ye Xiao's true identity. He simply assumed Ye Xiao was an ordinary rich kid. But even so, compared to the Wang family, with its connections to Jiangzhou's market secretary and the ability to influence the mayor, the gap was insurmountable. Before long, the door to the private room was kicked open with a loud bang. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, with a large belly and an imposing presence, strode in. It was none other than Wang Jue's father, Wang Yuan. Xiao Jue, who dared to bully you? Wang Yuan's voice carried an air of authority. Hello, Uncle Wang. She greeted Wang Yuan respectfully. Wang Yuan gave a slight nod, his gaze turning to Wang Jue. Tell me, Xiao Jue, who bullied you? Dad, it's those punks over there. They're with Su Hao. Wang Jue, as if finding his backbone, pointed at Ye Xiao and shouted arrogantly, he even said you're nothing but a joke. And that Secretary Chun isn't even worth mentioning. What? Wang Yuan's face darkened instantly as he glared fiercely at Ye Xiao. Which family do you belong to, you little brat? Spouting such nonsense. If your parents didn't teach you manners, I'll take it upon myself to teach you how to behave. Ye Xiao's expression hardened, and a glow began to form in his hand. Why don't you try saying that again? Huh, a combat professional? So that's what you're relying on? Wang Yuan crossed his arms, his tone full of disdain. While he wasn't a combat professional himself, the power he could summon was more than enough to crush a mere student. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open again. A commanding figure entered, followed by a young man in a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses. Secretary Chon, Mayor Jiang. Wang Yuan and his son's eyes lit up as they immediately rushed forward. Wang Yuan's attitude shifted in an instant, becoming humble and deferential. Bowing slightly, he extended his hands toward the mayor. Mayor Jiang, it's an honor to meet you. You're so busy managing the city, how could a trivial matter like this warrant your personal attention? Jiang Mian completely ignored him and calmly said, Explain, what's going on here? Secretary Chan bent over, continuously wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. He was just about to speak, Mayor, this is all, but was abruptly cut off by Jiang Mian waving his hand. I meant for these two Mr. Wangs to explain. The eyes of Wang Yuan and his son lit up, thinking they had found a savior. They immediately began embellishing their accusations, hurling all kinds of harsh words at Ye Xiao and his friends. As they grew increasingly agitated, spittle flew everywhere, completely ignoring the terrified look in Secretary Chen's eyes, signaling them to stop. By this point, Secretary Chen was so scared his legs were trembling, barely able to stand. So that's how it is. Jiang Mian nodded thoughtfully after hearing their story. Mayor Jiang, please stand up for us. Severely punish these morally corrupt students. Wang Jue put on a pitiful expression. Su Hao tried to harass my girlfriend and, failing that, hit me with a bottle. And this kid here attacked me on Su Hao's behalf, acting as if the laws of Jiangzhou don't exist. Zheng Yu, standing by, pretended to cry and sobbed, If my boyfriend hadn't arrived in time, Su Hao would have ruined me. Ye Xiao and the others stood with their arms crossed, coldly watching the farce unfold. Only Su Hao, still in the dark, trembled with rage. You've gone too far. Wang Jue, Zheng Yu, if you have a problem, come at me. Leave my classmates out of this. TCH, Su Hao, do you really think you're still in charge here? Wang Jue sneered at him dismissively. All right, I've got a clear picture of the situation now. Jiang Mian waved his hand and smiled faintly, his expression carrying a deeper meaning. Now, let me ask the kids over here. Rower, is it like they said? Dad, do you really believe them? Zhang Rao's crisp voice rang out. Dad. The three of them, Wang Jue, his father, and Zheng Yue, were momentarily stunned, thinking it was just flattery. Kids these days really know how to butter people up. But suddenly, as if struck by lightning, they froze, staring at Jiang Ro in shock. Jiang Ro smiled gracefully. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ro, and this is my father, Jiang Mian. Wang Jue and his father stood paralyzed, while even Su Hao looked utterly astonished. Then, one by one, the others began to speak up. Ye Xiao, top special recruit of the Town God University in the Southern Province. Xiao Hongqian, second special recruit of the Town God University in the Southern Province. Bai Ruoyu, fourth special recruit of the Town God University in the Southern Province. Oh, and my dad is Bai Xianqing from the provincial capital. The little girl slyly winked, clearly enjoying the dramatic turn of events. Even Jiang Mian couldn't help but give Bai Ruoyu an extra glance after hearing that. The Bai family is a prominent clan in the provincial capital. This statement was like a thunderclap, causing Wang Jue and his son to instantly pale, nearly suffocating in shock. It was only then that they realized the caliber of people they had encountered today. If you had revealed your identity earlier, we wouldn't have humiliated ourselves like this. Wang Jue lamented bitterly. The prestige of being the top special admission candidate at Jinshin University was immense. For 4 years, Jiangnan High School hadn't managed to produce a single student who could gain admission to Jinshin University. Now that a few had emerged, they were more valuable to Tang Qingsong than his own life. Tang Qingsong's influence in Jiangzhou was on par with Jiang Mian's, which meant that Ye Xiao and his group had Tang Qingsong backing them. Moreover, Jiang Ro was Jiang Mian's daughter, meaning they had simultaneously offended the two most powerful figures in Jiangzhou. At this moment, Secretary Chen finally found an opportunity to speak, and with a loud thud, he dropped to his knees before Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian's face bore a cold, icy smile. My dear Secretary Chen, is there really someone in Jiangzhou who can pressure you? Aren't you the one who likes to flaunt your authority, threatening to kick people out of Jiangzhou, or worse, feed them to the fish in the river? Quite the show of power. Why don't you go ahead and throw me, Jiang Mian, into the river too? No, no, no. Mayor, I wouldn't dare. Not even in my wildest dreams. Secretary Chen prostrated himself on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Jiang Mian snorted disdainfully. Quite bold, aren't you? As of today, you are no longer my secretary. I will immediately open an investigation into your financial dealings over the years. If any issues are uncovered, you can spend the rest of your life behind bars. Mayor, please spare me. Secretary Chen's face turned ashen, and his body trembled uncontrollably. I've already given you a chance. Or are you suggesting that I should execute you on the spot, Secretary Chen? As the mayor of Jiangzhou, Jiang Mian indeed held the authority to do so. Secretary Chen collapsed onto the ground, utterly devastated. Witnessing this, Wang Jue and his son were so terrified that they both fell to their knees, trembling. Ye Xiao strolled over to the two of them and mocked. What happened to your bravado? Weren't you quite tough just moments ago? Wang Yuan stammered, pleading for mercy. Young Master Yi, we were blind and failed to recognize your status. We admit our mistakes. We'll accept any compensation you demand. All right then, I want all of the Wang family's assets, and for you two to take a swim in the river to feed the fish. Ye Xiao replied with a smirk before turning to Jiang Mian. Mayor Jiang, what do you think of my decision? Jiang Mian nodded in agreement. For pests like these in Jiangzhou, that's exactly how they should be dealt with. Finally, Ye Xiao turned to Su Hao with a smile. I've settled everything for you. Your family's business is yours again. You don't need to leave anymore. Focus on taking the college entrance exam tomorrow. Su Hao's expression shifted multiple times before he finally said, Thanks, brother. At that moment, Zheng Yu suddenly lunged at Su Hao, clinging to his arm as she sobbed and begged, Husband, I was wrong. He forced me. Nothing happened between us. Ye Xiao chuckled and teased. Oh, so it was just connected but not mobile? Should I disconnect you instead? Su Hao shook her off in disgust and slapped her hard across the face. Get lost, you shameless woman. Before leaving, Ye Xiao turned to Jiang Mian. Mayor Jiang, we'll take our leave now. As for this place, Jiang Mian nodded. Go enjoy yourselves. I'll handle things here. After they left, Jiang Mian grabbed Wang Jue by the collar and coldly ordered. No one in this world can bully my daughter, Jiang Mian's daughter. Men, break their limbs, tie them to heavy stones, and throw them into the river to feed the fish. In the world of the powerful, things were just that simple, and direct strength dictated everything. At a bustling barbecue stall in the night market, smoke filled the air and the lively chatter of people surrounded them. Ye Xiao raised a beer bottle and clinked it with Su Hao's. Now that the Cone Duo is out of the way, you better give it your all in tomorrow's college entrance exam, Ye Xiao said. The Cone Duo? Bai Ruoyu asked, her words muffled as she gnawed on an oily lamb skewer. One of them is Wang Jue, and the other is Wang Yuan. Together, they're literally a cone, Ye Xiao explained with a smirk. I have no idea how your brain works. Bai Ruoyu huffed lightly and focused on her skewer. Su Hao took a sip of beer and spoke bitterly. Bro, let me be honest with you, I don't have much hope for the college entrance exam. You guys, Xiao classmate, Jing school beauty, all awakened combat professions. Your futures are destined to make waves in Xia. Me? I awakened a life profession blacksmith. What good is that? My future is basically set in stone. I might as well stay in Jiangzhou and help my dad out. Ye Xiao was silent for a moment, then suddenly reached for Xiao Hongqin's sword strapped to his back. Cross-profession skill learning is tough, but it's definitely not impossible. Su Hao watched closely. With a sudden swing of the sword, a flash of black energy streaked through the air, and a deep gash split the distant ground. That's Shadow Blade Strike, the skill of a bladesman? Su Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, and Xiao Hongqin, Jiang Ro, and Bai Ruoyu were equally stunned into silence. That's right, Shadow Blade Strike. I can also do draw slash, Ye Xiao said, placing a firm hand on Su Hao's shoulder. So, Su Hao, there's nothing in this world that's truly impossible. It's all about effort and determination. Besides, the gap between a blacksmith and a forge master isn't as insurmountable as it seems. The two professions have a lot in common. Su Hao clenched his fists, his eyes beginning to gleam with hope. Ye Xiao, maybe you're right. Backing down without trying, that's the act of a coward. Thank you for waking me up. I still have my youth, and I have the time and means to give it a shot. Ye Xiao watched as the fire of determination reignited in Su Hao's eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Ye Xiao chose not to reveal the truth to Su Hao. He understood clearly that if he admitted his professional skills came from the copying eye, it would only lead to Su Hao's complete disappointment. Instead, he decided to leave him a glimmer of hope, a driving force to keep him moving forward. In this harsh world where one's profession determines their fate, if Su Hao could carve out an extraordinary path on his own, he wouldn't just change his own destiny. He might also open a new door for all life class professionals, a feat significant enough to be recorded in the annals of Xia's history and remembered for generations. The next morning, Ye Xiao and his two companions arrived at their alma mater, Jiangnan High School. They were there to collect their graduation certificates and to fulfill their promise to Tangqing Song by delivering a pre-exam pep talk to the students. As they walked through the campus, the surrounding students couldn't help but turn their heads. The title Top 3 Special Recruits of the Southern Province carried even more weight than being the provincial top scorer in the college entrance exam. After all, they had emerged victorious from a pool of 300 elite candidates across the province, even surpassing a rare dual profession holder. It's Senior Ye Xiao. Senior Xiao. Senior Jiangro. A blushing sophomore girl ran up to them, stopping Ye Xiao in his tracks. Senior Ye Xiao, can I get your autograph? Ye Xiao took the notebook and pen she handed him and smiled as he signed. Keep working hard. Next year, Jiangnan High School will rely on you. Don't let old Tang shed any tears, all right? My name is Lin Xinran. The girl flashed a sweet, dimpled smile. Senior, wait for me at Jinshin University. Ye Xiao chuckled and agreed. Her enthusiasm reminded him of his own sophomore days, when he boldly declared that he would surpass Xia's sword Goda statement that had everyone laughing until their sides ached. Once they reached the sports field, hundreds of senior students were lined up neatly, their eyes burning with anticipation. From the podium, Tang Qingsong waved at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao, come up here. Old Tang, I have social anxiety. Can I skip the speech? Ye Xiao's words drew laughter from the entire crowd. Absolutely not. Tang Qingsong replied coldly. This is payback for all the times you've been so cheeky with me. Reluctantly, Ye Xiao walked up to the podium. After an awkward chuckle or two, his demeanor shifted dramatically as he activated his golden flame eyes. Golden flames danced in his pupils, exuding an aura of authority. I'll be waiting for you at Jinshin University. If you've got what it takes, catch up with me. For a moment, there was silence before the entire field erupted with fervent responses. Ye Xiao, you're throwing down a challenge, aren't you? Just wait, we'll come find you together. Ye Xiao, you better watch out. For these spirited young students, a peer's provocation ignited their fighting spirit far more effectively than any motivational speech ever could. The atmosphere was electric, achieving a level of enthusiasm unmatched by any other form of encouragement. After the exam, the three of them headed together to Tang Qingsong's office. On the desk, there were 3 neatly arranged scrolls, and Tang Qingsong sat behind the desk with a satisfied smile on his face. I told you there would be a reward for getting into Zhanshan University. These are skills I carefully selected for you. Although they're only blue level, they are the strongest at this tier, Tang Qingsong said, pointing at the scrolls in front of him. Phantom Vision, Heart of Ice, and Cloud Fragment Sword Technique. The three took the scrolls one by one. The moment Ye Xiao picked up Phantom Vision, a system notification sounded in his mind. Phantom Vision Blue detected. The collection of the top 10 eye techniques is complete. Would you like to fuse them? Fuse. Ye Xiao confirmed without hesitation in his mind. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Piercing Illusion Eye Purple. Piercing Illusion Eye, capable of seeing through all illusions and falsehoods. Immediately after, the system displayed the complete advancement path. Piercing Illusion Eye Purple Void Eye Red Eye of Judgment, Black Illusionary Demon Eye Gold. Ye Xiao's heart trembled. Another gold tier eye technique. He vividly remembered the divine brilliance of the martial Dao Celestial Eye, comparable to heavenly retribution, and couldn't help but anticipate the power of the illusionary demon eye. By now, Ye Xiao had already mastered 3 primary eye techniques: the offensive Eternal Flame Eye Red, the close combat boosting Martial God Eye Orange, and the gold tier Copy Eye, which was rated as such due to its overpowered replication ability. These are the skill scrolls. You can choose your weapons yourselves, Tang Qingsong said, handing over a tablet that detailed the attributes of different weapons. Xiao Hongqian selected a long sword, resembling the elegant Jinghong sword. Jiang Ro picked a blue long dress, while Ye Xiao pointed directly at a black shadow blade. Kid, you're an eye technique user. Why are you choosing a blade? Why not pick some armor? Tang Qingsong looked at Ye Xiao with confusion. Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian tried hard to suppress their laughter, especially Xiao Hongqian. Every time Ye Xiao would just borrow his sword and wield it more skillfully than he did. 4 toothpicks? Ye Xiao asked, tilting his head deliberately. You little punk. A Xing-grade weapon for toothpicks? Get out of here. Tang Qingsong slammed the tablet onto the desk in frustration. Kidding. Honestly, I'm pretty good with blades, Ye Xiao quickly explained. Heh, no matter how good, can you compare to professional blade masters? Tang Qingsong said earnestly, you're a genius, but you can't try to master everything. You should focus on your eye techniques and not waste your talent. Understood. Got it. Old Tang. Ye Xiao nodded repeatedly, while Jiang Ro and Xiao Hongqian were on the verge of bursting into laughter. After all, they had witnessed Ye Xiao wielding an ordinary long sword against the agile nine-tailed spirit cat, a display of blade skills more refined than many professional blade masters. Even with a regular fruit knife, he could exude an aura comparable to a dragon-slaying saber. Tang Qingsong looked at the nodding Ye Xiao, unsure if his words had truly sunk in. He let out a soft sigh, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people in front of him, followed by a faint, meaningful smile. Besides these things, I've prepared a special opportunity for you. He paused. Have you heard of the God Hunters team? The 3 nodded in unison. Tang Qingsong continued. The God Hunters is a group formed by freelance professionals, specializing in venturing into the wilderness to hunt demons, monsters, and deities. In recent years, with official support, such teams have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain, making significant contributions to reclaiming lost territories for Xia. There was a trace of pride in his voice. This time, I've secured you a spot to join the Jiangzhou 100 Battles God Hunters team. Their captain is an old acquaintance of mine. He then elaborated on the mission details. The exploration unit of the 100 Battles God Hunters recently discovered an abandoned village on the outskirts of Jiangzhou. Beneath it lies a small energy crystal mine. Your task is to accompany the clearing squad and eliminate all demons in the village. Afterward, a defensive line will be established, and the land will be reintegrated into Xia's territory. Tang Qingsong smiled knowingly. This is a rare opportunity. Although your levels are still a bit lacking, the freshman competition at Deity Suppression University is only a month away. I don't think I need to explain the importance of energy crystals, do I? Ye Xiao and the other 2 nodded knowingly. Energy crystals, as a special type of crystal containing immense power, were highly effective in boosting a professional's level. At Deity Suppression University, a single energy crystal was worth 10 points. Old Tang, you're really looking out for us with this kind of opportunity, Ye Xiao said with a grin. You rascal, always thinking about the benefits. Tang Qingsong shot him a glance. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Ye Xiao asked, when do we start? I can't wait to help clear out demons for Xia. Report to the preparation town on the edge of Jiangzhou tomorrow morning. The clearing squad consists of 5 members, plus the 3 of you, making 8 in total. The target is that 506 Hundaker abandoned village. The entire mine is estimated to produce about 2,000 energy crystals. They'll turn a blind eye if you take up to 500. Old Tang, I love you. Ye Xiao's eyes sparkled. For a professional at only the 4th transcendent rank, This opportunity was indeed rare for him and similarly ranked individuals like Xiao Hongchen. By the way, can we add one more person? Ye Xiao suddenly asked. Bai Ruyush is a summoner and mage, quite powerful. Plus, her father is the head of the Bai family in the provincial capital. All right, I'll arrange it, Tang Qingsong agreed. Remember, perform well. Those God Hunter guys tend to look down on academy types. You've got to prove them wrong for me. Don't worry, showing off and proving people wrong is my specialty, Ye Xiao said with a triumphant grin. Early the next morning, the weapon Ye Xiao had ordered, the Shadow Blade, was delivered to Tang Yun's villa by the courier. At that moment, Ye Xiao was the only one at home. Bai Ruoyu had spent the night at Zhang Rou's place, and Tang Yun was staying at school to lead a group for the college entrance exams. Eagerly, Ye Xiao tore open the package, and the sight before him took his breath away. A pitch-black Tang blade lay silently inside, its surface adorned with intricate grooves and patterns. As he lifted it, the sheer weight of it struck him immediately. This single-handed blade weighed over 30 pounds. Even an experienced swordsman would struggle to wield it effortlessly. Ye Xiao himself found it difficult just to hold. He lightly flicked the blade, and the crisp sound confirmed its extraordinary craftsmanship, combining razor sharpness with remarkable heft. Strapping the shadow blade onto his back, Ye Xiao stepped out of the house. At this moment, he was finally stepping into the dangerous wilderness as a true professional, a land of crimson earth stretching endlessly, where demons roamed freely and gods remained hidden. Since it was the day of the college entrance exams, the streets were unusually empty, with only a few vehicles passing by. After some effort, Ye Xiao managed to hail a cab and headed straight for the meeting point, a supply town on the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. This town had been specifically established as a rest and resupply station for god hunting teams, providing professionals with equipment and recovery facilities. Ye Xiao, over here, a voice called out from afar. Bai Ruoyu, dressed in a white sundress, white stockings, and small leather shoes, was waving at him. Seriously? You're wearing that? Ye Xiao asked, incredulous. Yeah. Does it look good? Bai Ruoyu twirled playfully. Thunk. Ye Xiao flicked her forehead with his finger. Ouch. Ye Xiao, what are you doing? Bai Ruoyu cried out in pain. Just as Ye Xiao was about to scold her further, Zhang Rou quickly stepped in to explain. Ye Xiao, you're misunderstanding. That's actually a mystical grade piece of equipment. Embarrassed, Ye Xiao chuckled and apologized. But Bai Ruoyu raised her little fist, threatening revenge. At that moment, a group of people approached from a distance. Leading the group was a stern-faced man dressed in black, carrying a long blade on his back. Behind him was a burly man with a greatsword and shield, a seductive woman clad in leather, and a haughty blue-haired woman holding a staff. The one speaking was a blonde young man with a flashy hairstyle, dressed in silver light armor. The captain must be crazy, sending these pampered kids from their ivory towers to the front lines. They're just going to get in the way, the blonde sneered. The captain's decisions are not to be questioned, the cold-faced man replied indifferently. The five of them stopped in front of Ye Xiao's group. The stern man extended his hand and introduced himself. Cold Hunt Squad Captain, Long Hong. Profession: Blade Master, First Evolution Stage. Hong Ling. Profession: Archer, Transcendent Level 8. The woman in leather casually introduced herself, brushing her wavy black hair. The others followed suit in introducing themselves. The burly man, Dali, was a level 9 sword and shield warrior. Long Ning, a level 8 healer, and Yin Qin, a level 7 knight. Among the five, Yin Qin was the youngest, already in his 20s. Ye Xiao, profession: Eye technique user, Transcendent Level 4. Ye Xiao nodded briefly as he introduced himself. Eye technique user? Long Hong's gaze fell on the Tang Dao strapped to Ye Xiao's back, his brows furrowing slightly. Afterward, Xiao Hongchen, Zhang Rou, and Bai Ruoyu also introduced themselves in turn. Xiao Hongchen was a level 4 sword practitioner, Zhang Rou a level 5 elementalist, and Bai Ruoyu a level 6 summoner and mage. Heh, Yin Qin, the blonde-haired knight, sneered. What use are level 4 and 5 people here? Are you just here to drag us down? What can you even contribute? Long Ning shook her head in disappointment. Although De Li and Hong Ling remained silent, their discontent was evident in their eyes. This mission to eliminate the threat could have been handled by the five of them alone. Bringing along 4 students was both a burden and a dilution of credit. If it were me, I'd know better and just go back to sleep, Yin Qin mocked. You greenhouse flowers better not wet your pants the moment you see a demon. Ye Xiao chuckled softly at this. Demons? He had encountered gods twice and even personally killed one. Yin Qin, irritated by the laugh, snapped. What are you laughing at? Have you ever ventured deep into the wilderness to kill demons? The ones in your textbooks are nothing like the real thing. The demons out there in the wild will actually eat you alive. Hey, Blondie, watch your mouth. Bai Ruoyu couldn't hold back her anger any longer. As the second young mistress of the Bai family, she had never been looked down upon like this except when facing Ye Xiao. With Yin Qin's measly level 7 abilities, She could wipe him out with a single flame dragon's breath. As the tension rose, Ye Xiao smirked coldly and spoke up, Captain Long, is this the standard of your team members? Or do you think wasting time like this is appropriate? Long Hong shot Ye Xiao a deep glance, his instincts telling him there was more to this eye technique user than met the eye. Enough. Xiao Qin, stop arguing. The mission is the priority. In the end, the group split into 2 off-road vehicles and headed into the wilderness. On this perilous land, vehicles were little more than consumables. The abandoned village lay about 7 or 8 miles away. The off-road vehicle jolted and bounced over the rugged wilderness, and after half an hour of painstaking navigation, the tires finally gave out. The small village ahead, though weathered by time, still retained traces of its former outline. Rows of dilapidated cement tile houses stood stubbornly, like lingering souls unwilling to leave, steadfastly watching over this desolate land. Scattered throughout the village were the white bones and carcasses of various creatures, while all kinds of demons roamed the ruins. Suddenly, a ferocious roar shattered the silence, and a dark shadow lunged from the side. Foolish demon, courting death. Lung Hong snorted coldly. With a swift motion, the long blade on his back flashed out of its sheath, and with a single reverse slash, he cleaved the dark shadow in 2. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a vicious black lizard. These demons may not be strong individually, but they have strength in numbers, someone remarked with a slight shake of the head. Lung Hong proposed, let's split into 2 teams of 9, advancing from the east and west ends of the village toward the center. I'm fine with that. Works for me. The group agreed one after another. Only Ye Xiao shook his head and said, no need. We just need to gather all the demons in one place. Huh. Yin Qin sneered coldly. Easy for you to say. This village is moderately sized, and the demons are scattered everywhere. What's your brilliant plan to lure them all together? Ye Xiao shot him a sidelong glance. What if I actually pull it off? If you can, they'll call you father. Good, it's a deal. Ye Xiao turned to Bai Ruoyu and said, it's up to you now. With a playful smile in her eyes, Bai Ruoyu replied, no problem. Ye Xiao, congratulations in advance on gaining a son. She formed a magical seal with her hands, and a mystical mark began to spread across Yin Qin's body. What did you do to me? Yin Qin asked in alarm, inspecting himself. Bai Ruoyu crossed her arms and said, just a little magic. Right now, you're like a walking demon magnet. You're emitting a scent imperceptible to humans, but irresistibly alluring to demons. You little brat. Yin Qin fumed, nearly drawing his sword. You're using me as bait. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to tremble. Ye Xiao smirked. They're coming. The demons are being drawn in. Ready to call me father yet? Grinding his teeth, Yin Qin was about to retort when the horde of demons closed in. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, and a powerful aura surged skyward. The knight's swordsmanship is known for its overwhelming strength, Jiang Ro observed softly. It emphasizes wide, forceful strikes with both hands. Blazing sky slash. Yin Qin roared, unleashing a blinding slash that cut through the air. In an instant, dozens of demons were reduced to fragments. Let's move together. Long Hong shouted as he unsheathed his long blade and, in a flash, charged into the swarm of demons. Begin the cleanup. The battlefield erupted into a frenzy of slaughter. Long Hong's blade moved like lightning, cutting down every demon within several meters of him, leaving nothing but flying flesh and blood in his wake. With a deafening roar, Dali swung his sword single-handedly, causing the ground to crack apart. His shield swept through the enemies, shattering their bodies into fragments. In the distance, Hong Ling released 3 arrows simultaneously, unleashing a storm of arrows that exploded among the demon horde like a whirlwind. Lung Ning focused on casting her healing light, soothing the injuries of the group during the intense battle. The 5 of them worked together seamlessly, their coordination flawless, balancing offense and defense. Huh. See how powerful we are, boys. Yin Qin turned back with a smug grin, taunting. Ye Xiao merely curled his lips slightly. Why don't you all step in as well? Let my good-for-nothing son learn a thing or two. The words landed like a punch into cotton for Yin Qin, leaving him at a loss for a retort. Just as he was about to respond, a figure flashed past him. Part of the sword, remnant cloud technique. Xiao Hongqian whispered softly, his sword slicing through the air like rising clouds. In an instant, every demon around him collapsed. The power of his strike rivaled Yin Qin's assault without question. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, a graceful figure descended from the sky. Jiang Ro, holding an ice lotus in her hand, froze all demons within a 10-meter radius, turning them into lifeless ice sculptures. Bai Ruoyu stood atop her dragonkin, commanding her 2 summoned beasts. The dragonkin spewed flames, while the spirit cat's razor-sharp claws tore through the battlefield. The demons stood no chance against their relentless assault. Finally, Ye Xiao stepped forward at a leisurely pace. Hey, kid, want to see how a flower raised in a greenhouse wields a blade? He leapt into the center of the demon horde, stomping the ground with one foot. The impact launched demons within 100 meters into the air. Shadow blade strike. Black blade light wove into a net, and a torrential rain of blood followed. Just as everyone thought they had seen the peak of his abilities, Ye Xiao sheathed his long blade and slowly raised a hand to cover his eyes. Golden flame eyes. Activate. Golden lotuses bloomed in his eyes as searing flames engulfed his entire body. With a single commanding word, annihilate, a massive golden fire lotus blossomed at the center of the demon horde. The flames surged outward like tidal waves, incinerating everything in their path and reducing the demons to ashes. Ye Xiao turned around and spread his hands nonchalantly. Clean up? Seems pretty easy. The room fell silent. Not a word could be heard. Yen Qin stood there, mouth agape, as if he'd choked on something. Ye Xiao patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Son, how was it? Was your dad cool just now, or what? The pat nearly made Yen Qin's legs give out beneath him. At that moment, everyone in the room came to a stark realization. These young people were far from ordinary. Treating them like fragile flowers sheltered from the world would be the height of foolishness. Who are you people? Yen Qin asked, swallowing his shock. Ye Xiao smirked disdainfully. Us? Just greenhouse flowers, students sheltered in the ivory tower. Lung Hong suddenly seemed to piece things together. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the prodigies specially recruited by Jinshin University in the southern province. No one else at your age could possibly possess this level of strength, except for the southern province's #1. What? Jinshin University's top recruit? Yen Qin staggered, his face flushing with shame as he recalled his earlier behavior in front of such formidable individuals. Even Hong Ling and Long Ning's expressions shifted, their astonishment tinged with regret. Bai Ruoyu puffed out her chest proudly. Oomph. Now you see how amazing we are, don't you? Even though I'm only at the 6th transcendental level, you 9th level transcendents are no match for me. And Ye Xiao is even stronger than I am. She turned to Yen Qin with a smirk. Well, kid, want to take on Ye Xiao in a fight? Yen Qin shrank back, shoulders hunching. Bai Ruoyu pressed on. What are you waiting for? Go on, keep your promise and call him Dad. Dad. Yen Qin stammered, his voice barely audible. Ye Xiao simply shook his head, his expression unreadable. Captain Long, Ye Xiao said, pulling out a burlap sack. The demons are dealt with. Time to take care of business. Isn't dealing with the demons the business? Long Hong asked, puzzled. No, Ye Xiao replied, holding up the sack. It's collecting energy crystals. Old Tang said we could take as many as we wanted to cover it. Xiao Hongqin and Jiang Ro exchanged doubtful glances, unconvinced that the usually stern Tang Qingsong would make such a statement. Lung Hong, too, found it hard to believe. Ye Xiao didn't bother explaining further. He hoisted the sack and walked off into the distance. Activating his X-ray vision, he scanned the ground, pinpointing the locations of energy crystals both above and below. Hongqin, little girl, Jiang Ro, come help me, he called out, leaving Lung Hong and his group standing there. Hong Ling was just about to contact her superiors to request reinforcements to secure the area when a sudden beam of light shot through the air, shattering the phone in her hand. Moments later, a shadow darted past, grabbing Lung Ning by the neck and whisking her away. Brother, help me. Lung Ning's panicked cry echoed. Who's there? Lung Hong roared furiously. Two figures in black robes appeared atop a distant boulder. One of them held Lung Ning by the throat. Energy crystals are a valuable resource, one of the figures sneered. Too bad for you, the arena not yours to take. This energy crystal vein now belongs to the Shadow God cult. The Shadow cult. Lung Hong gripped the long blade on his back tightly, a flicker of disgust flashing through his eyes. The dark sect, followers of false gods. More of these filthy, vile creatures. Traitors to Xia. Let Ninger go. You think I'll let her go just because you said so? That would make me look pretty spineless, wouldn't it? The man in the black robe let out a cold laugh, the chilling air around him growing heavier. I know you're from Jiangzhou City's god hunters, but out here in this desolate wilderness, I'm the one who makes the rules. The black-robed man holding Long Ning ran a finger lightly across the pale, delicate face of the trembling girl, his voice filled with menace. I'd advise you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, this girl will suffer. Look at this flawless face. Imagine what a single cut would do to it. What do you think? Long Ning shivered uncontrollably. As a healer, her combat abilities were already limited, and these two black-robed figures were clearly on par with Lung Hong in terms of power. What do you want? Lung Hong demanded sharply. It's simple. The black-robed man stepped forward, his companion following suit. A duel. Unknown. Before his words had fully settled, the second black-robed figure pulled out a long blade identical to Long Hong's. Defeat him, and your sister goes free. Lose, and all of you die. Swear it in the name of the Shadow God? Lung Hong asked coldly. On my word. Deal. Long Hong unsheathed his blade, assuming a battle stance. Heh. Let him witness the power of the shadow god. The black-robed man shouted, his blade slicing through the air toward Long Hong. Meteor blade technique. Long Hong struck instantly, his blade flashing like a meteor cutting through the night sky. Sparks flew as metal clashed against metal. Something's wrong. Hong Ling suddenly cried out. The trajectory of his blade technique is identical to the captain's. Before her words could fully register, two additional figures, identical to the black-robed man, suddenly split off from his sides. Now three identical opponents, all wielding blades, attacked Long Hong simultaneously. Under the combined force of their strikes, Long Hong fell to one knee. Pathetic, like an insect, the three black-robed figures sneered in unison. Get lost. Triple meteor blade technique. With a sharp crack, Long Hong's blade shattered. In the next instant, a fierce slash landed on him, sending him flying backward, blood spraying from his wounds. Captain, brother. His team and Long Ning cried out in alarm. Run. Don't look back. Long Hong pushed away the teammate trying to help him, his voice trembling from blood loss. That guy's a shadow warrior, and not just any, it's one blessed by the shadow god. His power is unfathomable. Ordinary shadow warriors can summon multiple clones to fight, but those blessed with divine power advance to an entirely new level. Not only can they create clones, but they can also perfectly replicate their opponent's combat techniques. The man in the black robe sneered triumphantly. This is like facing 3 or more versions of yourself at once. Who could possibly win? Your skills may be mediocre, but your instincts aren't too bad. Now you've lost, it's time to die. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 shadow warrior clones advanced with their blades drawn. Dali stepped forward, his towering figure like an iron fortress shielding his companions. He gripped his sword and shield tightly, his gaze locked on the 3 black-robed figures. He'll hold them off. The 2 of you, take the captain and get out of here. Heh, just you? A worthless weakling like you thinks you can stop us? One of the shadow warriors suddenly glided forward like a phantom. With a single swing of his blade, he shattered Dallas' shield and followed up with a devastating kick to his abdomen. Pathetic. Your entire squad, including your captain, is nothing but a group of useless fools. Damn it. Yin Qin, quick-tempered as ever, roared and charged forward. They'll fight you to the death. Yin Qin, get back here. Hong Ling's anxious cry rang out. He'll take you all down. Yin Qin raised his knight's sword, his shout full of rage. And you think you're worthy? With a casual backhand swing, the shadow warrior sent Yin Qin flying. Standing atop a massive boulder, the man in the black robe spoke coldly. This crystal mine belongs to the shadow god cult. Anda, leave the woman behind. I want to have some fun with her. Hee. Great idea. I could use some entertainment too. Anda's gaze roamed shamelessly over Hong Ling's alluring figure. Little beauty, they'll summon 5 clones to make sure you're thoroughly satisfied. Hong Ling's face turned as pale as a sheet. Such torment, how was it any different from death? And as for you 3 pesky flies, just die already. The shadow warriors raised their blades, aiming at Yin Qin, Dali, and Long Hong. At that critical moment, a voice called out from a distance. Captain Long, do you still have any sacks left? I've already filled mine. The group turned to see Ye Xiao approaching with a large burlap sack slung over his back, accompanied by Ruayu and 2 others. The black-robed figures froze in place. Ye Xiao, you all need to leave now, Long Hong shouted, suppressing the searing pain, as blood continuously seeped from his wounds. They are from the Dark Order. These words instantly sharpened Ye Xiao's gaze. The shadow warrior, holding a blade, coldly stared at Ye Xiao and his companions. Who are you people? Standing atop a massive boulder, a man in a black robe held a phone, carefully comparing it to a photo. These are the top 4 recruits of Jinshin University in the southern province, the future prodigies of the human race. Kill them. A twisted smile curled at the corner of his lips. I was planning to send someone to assassinate you, but you walked right into my hands. How convenient. We're doomed. Long Hong's face turned ashen. This is the end. Not just for our team, but even these 4 promising prodigies will fall here. It's all my fault. It's all because of me. I'm so useless. He gritted his teeth, consumed by guilt. Captain, stop moving. Your wound is reopening. Hong Ling quickly worked to stop his bleeding. The shadow warrior dashed towards Ye Xiao, brandishing his long blade. Blade techniques? I know a thing or two about that, Ye Xiao scoffed, unsheathing the shadow blade from his back. Martial God's Eye. Activate. Blade slash. Boom. As the blade slashed through the air, a deafening sonic boom erupted, and the surrounding scenery seemed to distort. Long Hong's eyes widened in shock as he saw the 2 blades clashing fiercely midair. The shadow warrior split into 3 identical figures, But against Ye Xiao's vibrating blade strike, all three clones were simultaneously sent flying. How is this kind of strength even possible? The Shadow Warrior was in disbelief, his hands trembling from the impact. Ye Xiao smirked with disdain. You think I'm joking about a tenfold physical enhancement? Even seasoned martial artists would kneel before me. Unwilling to back down, the three Shadow Warriors launched the Meteor Blade technique simultaneously, their blade lights weaving into a deadly net aimed at Ye Xiao. It's the Meteor Blade technique. Be careful. Long Hong yelled, fully aware of its devastating power. Yet Ye Xiao appeared calm and confident. Perception Eye. Activate. His eyes glowed with a white light, instantly pinpointing the fatal flaw in the dense web of blades. Stop hopping around like a clown, Ye Xiao remarked, brushing his forehead. I've already found your weakness. Blade slash. A flash of cold light streaked through the air, and the three Shadow Warriors were sent flying, crashing to the ground. Long Hong was too stunned to speak. To find a flaw in such an intricate web of attacks was unbelievable. How could a practitioner of ocular techniques possess such extraordinary mastery of the blade? The Shadow Warrior's clones dissipated, leaving him seething with anger. He threw his blade to the ground in frustration. Damn brat. I admit, I underestimated you. The man in the black robe sneered. But no matter what, you're just a fourth-tier transcendent brat. You can't overturn the heavens. Shadow clone technique. He formed a hand seal, shouting fiercely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dark figures flickered through the air in rapid succession. 10, 20, 30 clones appeared in an instant, surrounding Ye Xiao completely. Under my shadow clone technique. Even if your swordsmanship is unmatched, it's useless. Dozens of identical black-robed figures spoke in unison, their shrill voices echoing in the space. Now, can you figure out which one is the real me? KHKHKHK. What a bizarre technique. These endless clones are impossible to kill. Lung Hong and the others showed worry on their faces. The Shadow Warrior profession wasn't particularly strong in direct combat, but when combined with the eerie abilities granted by the Shadow God's blessing, it became exceptionally troublesome. But to Ye Xiao, this was nothing more than a petty trick. He slowly opened his eyes, and the power of his truth-seeking gaze instantly illuminated the surroundings, piercing through the essence of all illusions. Under his gaze, all the clones vanished in an instant, leaving only the real black-robed figure flailing in front of him. What a pathetic creature, hiding such deep insecurity. Ye Xiao sighed as he walked forward. Don't be reckless. Lung Hong, heavily injured, called out urgently. His clones are endless. You can't defeat them all. Yes, listen to the captain. This clone technique is too sinister. We need a better plan. Yin Qin added, trying to dissuade him. However, Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchun remained silent. After countless battles, they had developed profound trust in Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao never fights a battle he can't win, Xiao Hongchun said calmly. Just as Long Hong struggled to get up and intervene, an astonishing scene unfolded. Ye Xiao walked straight through the dozens of clones, stopping in front of one black-robed figure. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Impossible. The black-robed man, sent sprawling by the blow, staggered to his feet, roaring in disbelief. How could you possibly see through my shadow clone technique? Despite the numerous clones, none could escape Ye Xiao's sharp eyes. Among the dozens of illusions, he instantly locked onto the real body and moved like lightning, gripping the person's head with one hand. You pathetic creature, using disguises to make yourself appear imposing, but deep inside, you're nothing more than a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. Ye Xiao sneered coldly, his hand tightening as he ripped off the black robe in one swift motion. The scene erupted into chaos. Beneath the robe was a dwarf, no taller than 1.5 meters, his face covered in pockmarks, his hair disheveled, and his appearance filthy. No, my robe! The dwarf shrieked in a high-pitched voice, clawing desperately at the exposed skin under the sunlight as he stumbled towards the robe on the ground, curling himself up inside it. Just a pitiful creature that cannot face the light. No matter how hard you try to disguise yourself as evil and ruthless, deep down, you're still nothing but a pathetic worm. Ye Xiao's voice dripped with disdain. No, stop it. I don't want to hear it. The dwarf screamed hysterically. Don't want to hear it? Then die. Ye Xiao's golden eyes flared as he uttered. Golden flame eyes burn. In an instant, golden flame surged, consuming both the black robe and the dwarf within it. Matu, save me! The dwarf writhed and screamed in agony, his body engulfed in the golden fire. Useless. The other black-robed figure, Matu, who was locked in a standoff with Long Ning, snorted dismissively, not even sparing a glance. The dwarf, Anda, let out weaker and weaker cries until his entire body turned to ash, scattering in the wind. The sight made Yin Qin tremble uncontrollably, his gaze at Ye Xiao filled with terror. Ah, there's still one more. Ye Xiao's eyes shifted thoughtfully to the final black-robed figure. Heh, impressive, kid. If left to grow, you could become something extraordinary, Matu remarked condescendingly. That's why you must die here today. Allow me to introduce myself, the Shadow God Cult. Matu, profession, Dreamweaver. Before he finished speaking, a blinding purple arc of light erupted from beneath his black robe, engulfing everyone present. Dreamweavers are a rare branch of illusionists, capable of pulling enemies into self-created dreamscapes, silently and effortlessly taking their lives. When used skillfully, a single Dreamweaver can annihilate an entire legion. A surge of violet arcs spread instantly, and everyone present, including Ye Xiao, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The black-robed Dreamweaver grabbed Ning by the neck and let out a triumphant laugh. Ha ha, forever drown in my dreamscape. Young girl, I'll give you a chance, he said, looking down at Ning. Join the Shadow God Cult, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, never. Ning glared at him furiously. I will never join your dark cult. My brother and the others will definitely escape your dreamscape. The Dreamweaver sneered. Interesting. I was going to give you a chance, considering you're a healer, to become a follower of the Shadow God and gain immortality. But since you're so ungrateful, I'll just kill you first. His fingers tightened, and Ning's face quickly turned pale as she struggled like someone drowning. Beneath his black hood, the man's face twisted into a sinister grin. Ha ha, look at the pathetic struggles of an ant. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I thought you were the kind of guy who had a soft spot for women. Guess I was wrong. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. The black-robed man nearly fell off the rock in shock. Impossible. How are you still fine? You were clearly trapped in my dreamscape. Ye Xiao smirked. Dreams are meant to be woken up from. Once you're awake, it's no big deal. You're insulting my profession. The Dreamweaver roared in fury. I'm a professional Dreamweaver, and you dare treat my dreamscape like a mere nap? In truth, Ye Xiao had indeed fallen into the dreamscape, but his piercing illusion eyes automatically protected him, shattering the dream instantly. It wasn't that the Dreamweaver was weak, but rather that his abilities were perfectly countered by Ye Xiao's unique gift. Without his dreamscape, the Dreamweaver's combat abilities were severely limited. All right, game over, Ye Xiao said, stepping forward. Don't come any closer. One more step and I'll kill her, the Dreamweaver threatened. Ye Xiao shrugged. If you kill her, they'll kill you. That way, they'll at least avenge her. Not that I can't save her, but revenge is more cost-effective. Brother, does my life mean nothing to you? Ning cried out, almost in tears. Save me, or I'll cry right here. Seeing the black-robed man trembling with anger and Ning looking terrified, Ye Xiao chuckled. Just kidding. Golden flames suddenly ignited in his eyes, and the black-robed man's hand burst into flames. Damn it, he cursed, immediately letting go. Ning took the chance to leap off the rock and hide behind Ye Xiao. Damn it, why won't this flame go out? The man in the black robe frantically enveloped his burning arm with purple energy, but it did nothing to extinguish the golden flames. It's useless. My eternal blaze eyes command the undying golden flames. They won't extinguish until they've completely burned you to death. Ye Xiao sneered coldly. Savor the fear of awaiting your demise. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience for you. Curse you. Damn brat. Matu roared hysterically, raising his other hand as it glowed with purple light. Suddenly, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, he brought a blade down and severed his burning arm at the root. Quite ruthless, Ye Xiao chuckled lightly. You've got the guts to cut off your own arm. Much braver than that, dwarf. Casually clapping his hands, he added. All right, that's enough rest. Time to wake up. His voice seemed to carry a strange power. Combined with Matu's severe injuries disrupting the dream realm, the others began to awaken one by one. Hong, pale-faced, sat up and muttered to himself, I'm still alive? Wasn't I fighting against a million demons? The others looked equally dazed, clearly having experienced unforgettable events in the dream. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyu pointed at Yin Qin and exclaimed, Hey, Blondie, why is your face so red? Yin Qin immediately curled into a ball, stammering incoherently. Bai Ruoyu's expression shifted to realization and she said with disdain, Don't tell me you were having a dirty dream? Her comment drew laughter from the group. When asked about her own dream, Bai Ruoyu animatedly recounted the wonders of a candy paradise. Meanwhile, Zhang Ro approached Ye Xiao and asked about his dream. Ye Xiao regretfully explained that his ocular technique was so powerful that he hadn't even had time to dream before being pulled out. As the group discussed their dreams, Matu's severed arm bleeding ripped off his black robe. Holding a crystal orb in his remaining hand, he began chanting, O great shadow god, descend upon this place and smite these blasphemers. The sky darkened abruptly as black mist surged from the crystal orb. Matu's aura grew stronger and stronger, reaching a level on the verge of summoning the essence of a divine being. The oppressive power was nearing that of a controller-level entity. Another damned deity, Ye Xiao muttered with a frown, stopping the others from intervening. Activating his eternal blaze eyes, he let the golden flames form a robe that enveloped his entire body. Then, he unleashed his martial god eyes, summoning a towering 100-meter martial god projection. The phantom figure's eyes blazed with golden light, its aura as unyielding as a mountain. It seemed like an ancient god, crossing the boundaries of time and space. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, the very earth trembled beneath its might. The phantom of the martial god stood towering behind Ye Xiao, with ancient dark golden runes weaving into a net in the air, firmly blocking the shadowy mist of the shadow god. Damn, this skill is such a gold eater. Ye Xiao felt the rapid depletion of his ocular energy. Just summoning the phantom of the martial god had already consumed 2/3 of it. The remaining energy would barely be enough to support a single powerful strike. This was undoubtedly a life-risking skill. The martial god's phantom stomped down hard, causing the ground to tremble violently. Ye Xiao sneered. You want to descend here? Who gave you permission? I didn't. Go back to wherever you came from. Before he finished speaking, the martial god's phantom behind him had already clenched its massive dark golden fist. Human ant, you're courting death. The shadowy mist condensed into a vague, humanoid figure, facing off against the martial god's phantom. Yeah, I'm courting death. Please, come kill me already. Can't do it? Then stop whining. Ye Xiao retorted defiantly. At this moment, the shadow god had not fully descended, and its power was at most comparable to a fourth-tier transcendent. The dark golden fist, like cast brass, struck out with a deafening boom. The shadowy figure formed by the mist raised a hand to block, but the moment it made contact, it let out a cry of disbelief. Impossible. The golden runes were devouring the mist at an alarming rate, dispersing the shadow god's power. A look of delight spread across Ye Xiao's face. This ability was a perfect counter. The dark golden fist radiance pierced through the mist, reducing everything it touched to ash and scattering it into nothingness. Boy, one day it'll descend in my true form. It'll kill you 100 times over and obliterate all of the Xia lands. The shadow god roared in fury. Oh, sure. Obliterate 1 billion lands? Huh? Big talk. Ye Xiao sneered. Our Xia sword god once slew 4 destruction deities with his blade. Why didn't you show up to fight him? Shadow god, hiding in the shadows for eternity, is that your grand plan? The final strike drained the last of Ye Xiao's ocular energy. The martial god's phantom unleashed a punch that completely pierced through the shadowy mist, striking a distant hill. Half the hill collapsed, leaving behind a massive crater in the shape of a fist. Bai Ruoyu and her companions were already unfazed by the sight. This shadow god might appear imposing, but its actual strength was barely at the 4th or 5th transcendent tier. After all, they had witnessed Ye Xiao's heavenly eye obliterate a fully formed giant spirit god before, a battle that truly shook the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Long Hong and the others were utterly stunned. A mere 4th-tier transcendent had just annihilated a deity's avatar in an instant. The shock Ye Xiao brought them today far outweighed anything they had experienced in the past 3 to 4 years. Yin Qin recalled his earlier mocking of Ye Xiao and wished he could disappear into a hole in the ground. Fortunately, Ye Xiao didn't seem to care. Otherwise, that golden giant could have obliterated him with a single punch. Report today's events truthfully to the higher-ups, Ye Xiao said, turning to Long Hong, his expression grave. The shadow god cult's sudden attack confirms our fears. There are indeed traitors among humans. Thinking back to the events in the provincial capital, Long Hong felt a chill run through him. It was clear that there were more than just 1 or 2 traitors within Xia's borders, likely part of a vast organization. This threat was like a malignant tumor, but it was beyond their jurisdiction. He trusted that the higher authorities already had countermeasures in place. We'll report everything as it happened. But, Ye Xiao, your performance today. Long Hong hesitated mid-sentence. Ye Xiao responded calmly. Since I let you see it, it means I don't mind it being known. By the way, Captain Long, do you have a burlap sack? Huh. To collect energy crystals? 1 sack might not be enough. Ye Xiao shook the burlap sack in his hand. Seeing Long Hong's twitching mouth, Ye Xiao burst into laughter. Just kidding. I won't make things hard for old Tang. This sack of 499 energy crystals is already plenty. Tang Qingsong really knows how to set strict limits. Lung Ning then used healing abilities on Long Hong, but due to the severity of his injuries and significant blood loss, further systemic treatment was necessary. The group climbed into the off-road vehicle and headed toward the nearby supply town. Tang Qingsong and the captain of the 100 Battles God Hunters team were already waiting there. Captain Long, how are your injuries? Tang Qingsong asked, walking over quickly. Thanks for asking. Nothing too serious. That's good to hear. Tang Qingsong nodded. Ye Xiao didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He didn't hold you back, right? Long Hong's face stiffened. It was us who held him back. Seeing Tang Qingsong's bewildered expression, Ye Xiao joked, Old Tang, Captain Long is about to turn into a cold-blooded creature. His face is so pale. He needs a blood transfusion. After arranging for Long Hong to receive treatment, Ye Xiao instructed Hong Ling to provide Tang Qingsong and the captain with a detailed report. Meanwhile, he walked alone to a vending machine and bought a can of soda. Could you get me one too? A handsome young man approached. Ye Xiao casually tossed him a can. The young man studied the soda can, a nostalgic look flashing in his eyes. It's been a long time since I've had this taste. If you like it, drink as much as you want. Ye Xiao, do you know who I am? Ye Xiao nodded calmly. The captain of the 100 Battles God Hunters team, right? What gave it away? Ye Xiao rolled his eyes. It was obvious. With one glance using his identification ability, he knew the man was Luo Qingyun, 31 years old, captain of the 100 Battles God Hunters team, a graduate of Zhenshin University, and technically his senior. Junior, what do you think of our 100 Battles God Hunters team? Very strong. Over the past 7 years, you've slain more than 100,000 demons and 5 deities, making tremendous contributions to Jiangzhou City. Luo Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. In that case, when you graduate from Zhenshin University, are you interested in joining us? The vice captain position is already reserved for you. Ye Xiao tossed his empty soda can into the trash. Am flattered, senior. Of course. Being the top special recruit in the southern province carries a lot of weight. Consider this my early investment in you. What do you say? Ye Xiao shook his head. If everyone believes I'm destined for greatness, why should I settle for being subordinate to someone else? Why not create my own God Hunters team? Luo Qingyun was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. As expected of the top special recruit in the southern province. Bold and ambitious. Honestly, if you agreed, I'd be happy, but it would also mean you'd always be under me. For a professional, losing the drive to move forward limits their future. Instead of gaining an excellent vice captain, I'd rather see Ye Xiao gain another powerful God Hunters team. I respect your choice. From now on, just call me Brother Luo. Ye Xiao chuckled softly. He understood that this was Luo Qingyun's way of testing him, and now Luo Qingyun finally saw him as an equal. The two shook hands firmly. Brother Luo. At the dinner table, Tang Qingsong slammed his hand on the table, his face full of disbelief. Ye Xiao, I didn't expect this from you. You've been hiding so well. Back then, you told me you only use knives to pick your teeth? You even dared to fool me. Has anything truthful ever come out of your mouth? Luo Qingyun chuckled, trying to ease the tension. All right, old Tang, Ye Xiao was just being humble and keeping a low profile. Humility is a virtue. Humility? Tang Qingsong looked astonished. You're calling this kid humble? Back when I asked him to give a speech to the candidates, he went up there and said, if you've got what it takes, come and catch me. That's humility. The room erupted into laughter. Tang Qingsong turned to Ye Xiao. Be honest, are you really a humble person? Ye Xiao nodded earnestly. Of course. A man who's both humble and confident is the most charming. Look at that. Where's the humility in that statement? Tang Qingsong rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I must have been your nemesis in a past life. He then added, Ye Xiao, about the freshman competition after the semester starts, if you had to take first place, how confident are you? Ye Xiao raised a fist. 0? Are you messing with me? Old Tang, what I mean is, my chances of losing are 0. Tang Qingsong was momentarily speechless. After several rounds of drinks, Ye Xiao and his group took a private car to return home. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyun's 100 Battles God Hunting Squad began investigating the Shadow God cult and planning to root out the undercover agents lurking in Jiangzhou. Ye Xiao, Tang Qingsong said with a serious expression, I've heard some rumors about the plans of the higher-ups in Daxia, using specially recruited students as bait to lure out 15 divine beings and annihilate them. The Sword God even ventured into the wastelands to slay 4 destruction-level gods. The divine side has suffered heavy losses. If they find out this was orchestrated by Daxia's leadership, it will undoubtedly trigger another storm. Until you've fully matured, keep a low profile. The taller tree catches the wind. Ye Xiao nodded solemnly. Don't worry, old Tang. I won't go looking for trouble, but am not afraid of it either. This was a line often used by protagonists in online novels from his previous life, and now he finally had the chance to say it himself. Good. Tang Qingsong felt slightly reassured. Although Ye Xiao usually acted flippant, he never wavered when it truly mattered, making him somewhat reliable. Tang Qingsong then turned to Xiao Hongqin and the others, instructing, when you all head off to university, make sure to support each other. It's not easy coming from the same place. Ye Xiao clasped Tang Qingsong's hand sincerely. Old Tang, thank you. What's with all the sentimentality? Tang Qingsong looked a bit uncomfortable. Ye Xiao didn't say more. He had taken note of all the care and support Tang Qingsong had shown him. Now that he was even on sibling terms with Tang Yun, it gave this orphan a long-lost sense of family. In his past life, Ye Xiao had also been an orphan, which had hardened him and made him seem carefree, but it was just a facade. Deep down, he had always longed for familial bonds. In this life, he had found that warmth in Tangqing Song. A few days later, the college entrance exam results were released. As expected, no one from Jiangnan High School made it into Zhenshin University. But it didn't really matter. With Ye Xiao and his two friends securing the top 3 spots in the special admissions exam, the regular college entrance exam results seemed less significant. This news catapulted Jiangnan High School into the spotlight. Already ranked as the #1 high school in Jiangzhou City, it now gained fame across the entire southern province. Principal Tang Qingsong was overwhelmed with work. For 4 or 5 days straight, he was stuck in his office, answering an endless stream of phone calls, with no time to even go home. Parents from all over, some traveling thousands of miles from the provincial capital, came to seek a spot for their children at the school. Watching the school's reputation soar, Tang Qingsong couldn't stop smiling. After absorbing the energy crystal, Ye Xiao successfully advanced to the 6th rank of transcendence. In his free time, he cherished moments spent with friends, whether it was drinking or enjoying barbecue skewers. He was keenly aware that such carefree days would become increasingly rare in the future. On a related note, Su Hao managed to secure admission to a university in the capital city through his family connections, and the news had him excited for days. As night fell, a cool breeze swept through the air. Ye Xiao stood alone on the rooftop of a tall building when Jiang Ro quietly appeared behind him. Tomorrow is the day for new student registration. Any thoughts? Jiang Ro asked softly. For now, I'm just focused on winning first place in the freshman competition and exchanging those 3,000 points for strength. Ye Xiao replied before turning the question back on her. What about you? Jiang Ro gazed at the dazzling city lights in the distance, gently tucking her hair behind her ear. Suddenly, she asked, Ye Xiao, what do you think of my father? Uncle Jiang? He's great. He's not only a good father, but also a competent mayor who's done a lot for Jiangzhou. Jiang Ro nodded slightly. But he's not a good husband. Seeing Ye Xiao frown slightly, she continued, we're close enough that I can share this with you. My mother is actually the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. Their marriage was never approved by her family. After I was born, my mother was taken back by her family, and they even arranged a marriage for me with the son of another prominent family in the capital. So, are you going to the capital to fulfill this marriage arrangement? Ye Xiao asked. Jiang Ro shot him a glare. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Not really. I'm going to the capital partly for further education, but mostly to put an end to this marriage arrangement once and for all. I won't let my life be controlled by others like my mother's was. Her tone grew heavy. My parents love each other deeply but don't dare to meet. Every year, I see my father sitting alone in his study, drinking in front of my mother's photo. He's too timid and too heartbroken. I will never let my life become a repeat of their tragedy. Ye Xiao remained silent. As an outsider, he felt it wasn't his place to judge family matters, but he did think Zhang Rao's father, Zhang Mian, lacked courage. If time couldn't erase his feelings, why not face the challenges heed like a man? Ye Xiao, I'm telling you all this just to have someone to talk to. Ruoyu is too carefree, and Hongshan is too cold, so you're my only choice. Jiang Ro smiled lightly, her expression relaxing. Honestly, I'm a little nervous about heading to the capital tomorrow. She extended her slender hand toward the bright moon in the night sky. The moon is so radiant tonight, and the stars are shining too. I hope the moon and stars can guide our way. Ye Xiao, I wish us both a bright future. Daxia, the imperial capital. Today marked the freshman orientation day at Zhenshin University. Luxury cars lined the entrance, and a constant stream of young men and women stepped out, each exuding an air of sophistication. Their eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement as they gazed up at the gleaming golden plaque of Zhenshin University. Ye Xiao, see you later. I'm heading next door first. Come find me for a drink later. Su Hao jumped out of the car and waved at Ye Xiao. Sure. Don't forget to bring back a girl. Ye Xiao replied with a grin, slinging a long blade over his shoulder as he strode toward the campus gate. A young staff member approached him. Hello, are you a new student?
Yes.
Please provide your student ID number here. After checking, the staff member said, 2265. Ye Xiao, right? You're assigned to room 618 in building 4. Go to the dorm manager to collect your key. Erase your ID card and the freshman handbook. The ID card is very important, so take care not to lose it. The handbook includes details on school activities and facility usage. Ye Xiao accepted the black ID card and booklet, casually tapping the card. Beep. Remaining points, 3,000. The staff member froze for a moment. What? Leaning in to confirm, he exclaimed. It really says 3,000 points. How does a freshman have? He quickly checked the system. Ye Xiao, first place in the special admissions for the southern province. Ye Xiao nodded calmly. Impressive. You must have worked hard here. Have some water. The staff member's attitude shifted instantly as he handed over a bottle of mineral water. Imhu Han, a sophomore, and my profession is a rogue. Ye Xiao, ocular arts practitioner. Nice to meet you, senior. Incredible. To take first place in special admissions as an ocular arts practitioner in auxiliary profession, no less your future is limitless. Hu Han led Ye Xiao across the campus, eventually stopping in front of a red brick building with black-tiled roofs. After exchanging contact information with Hu Han, Ye Xiao went to the dorm manager to collect his key. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. Bai Ruiyu had tagged him in the group chat. Ye Xiao, have you finished unpacking? Let's go out. All right, they'll be down in a bit, Ye Xiao replied, pushing open the door to room 618. The dorm room was tastefully furnished, almost as luxurious as a four-star hotel. A refined young man wearing glasses was seated at the desk, reading an ancient text. Seeing Ye Xiao enter, he closed the book and stood up. Hello, classmate. I'm your roommate, Linru. My profession is a word weaver. Word weaver? Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. That's a rare profession, Ye Xiao exclaimed. Just as uncommon as an ocularist, but a wordcaster is far more powerful. As someone who could suppress enemies with mere words, a wordcaster was a formidable force in team battles. Their linguistic abilities could send enemies fleeing with just a few sentences. This was yet another testament to how Jinshin University was a place full of hidden talents. Ye Xiao, profession ocularist, Lin Ru said with a smile. So, you're Ye Xiao. You know me? Lin Ru nodded. Top recruit from the southern province. Of course I know you. Then I'll be counting on your guidance from now on. After leaving the dorm, Ye Xiao pulled out his phone to contact his companions. Where are you guys? At the food street near the north gate. I'll be there in a minute. Ye Xiao checked the map and froze it was 7 or 8 kilometers from his location to the north gate. Jinshin University was practically a small city. Resigned, he hailed a cab to get there. He finally found Bai Ruiyu and the others at a barbecue stall. Didn't you say you'd be here in a minute? Bai Ruiyu teased. 7 or 8 kilometers, why don't you try making it in a minute? Tisk. If you summoned Dahe, you could have done it, Bai Ruiyu retorted with a smirk. Ye Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue. He grabbed a beer and took a big gulp. I'm parched. So, have you met your roommates? How are they? Pretty good. Mine's an older sister type, 178 centimeters tall. Bai Ruiyu laughed. Ah, a mother-daughter duo. Huh? Not bad. Oh? Zhang Ro chuckled. We're all doing fine, but Hongchen might have run into some trouble. Xiao Hongchen sighed and took a sip of his drink. My roommate is a battle-hardened swordsman. We started fighting the moment we met and almost tore down the dorm building. The dorm manager kicked us out. Ye Xiao burst out laughing. You guys are something else. He then shared his own experience. My roommate's pretty decent, very refined. His name's Lin Ru, and he's a wordcaster. Lin Ru? Zhang Ro said in surprise. Bai Ruiyu and Xiao Hongchen also looked shocked. It turned out that Lin Ru was the top recruit from Guangnan province, known as the Destroyer of Dragon Speech. During the special recruitment exam, he single-handedly defeated 100 prodigies and was a favorite to win the freshman tournament. Ye Xiao, this roommate of yours is no ordinary person. He might just be your biggest rival for the championship, Zhang Ro warned. Ye Xiao took another swig of beer. Jinshin University really lives up to its name. It's packed with experts. It's enough to get your blood pumping. Just then, a sharp screech of brakes interrupted their conversation. A red Porsche pulled up next to the barbecue stall, and out stepped a sharply dressed, muscular young man. Ruiyu, why are you eating at a place like this? What if you upset your stomach? The newcomer said with a look of disdain. Ye Xiao, Ye Xiao. Bai Ruiyu urgently tugged at Ye Xiao's sleeve, pouting her rosy lips with a pleading look on her face. There's a dog coming after me. It's so annoying. Help me deal with him. Please. Ye Xiao glanced at her sideways, his tone indifferent. Your admirer? Not bad. Tall and handsome. Honestly, a bit wasted on you. Arg. Ye Xiao. Bai Ruiyu puffed her cheeks in anger. I'm your servant. How can you let your servant serve another man? Do you really think that's okay? You really have no bottom line, do you? Ye Xiao smirked faintly. Hee. She tilted her head, putting on a playful, adorable expression. At that moment, a tall young man strode up to their table, flashing what he believed to be a charming smile. Ruiyu, let's have dinner together. I've reserved a table at the finest Western restaurant in the capital. Not going. I'm allergic to Western food, Bai Ruiyu rejected flatly. Oh? I've heard of food allergies, but never a Western food allergy. Dalian was momentarily stunned but quickly adjusted. No problem. We can try the most famous local dishes in the capital. Bai Ruiyu curled her lips. Sorry, I'm allergic to Porsches. How about you smash yours? The muscles in Dalian's face twitched as he gritted his teeth. If you'll agree to have dinner with me, I'll smash it. I like having barbecue right here, Bai Ruiyu said, grabbing a skewer of lamb and taking a big bite. Ruiyu, that was his. Dalian pointed at Ye Xiao. So what? None of your business. I like imported food. I don't mind him, right, Ye Xiao? Ye Xiao smiled helplessly. Take your time eating. Bai Ruoyu's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Dai Lian clenched his fists, his gaze sharp as daggers as he glared at Ye Xiao. Who are you, kid? Don't you know I'm pursuing Ruoyu? Ye Xiao leisurely took a sip of beer, picked up a peanut, and slowly chewed it before replying lazily, you chasing her has nothing to do with me. Even though I'm her master, I wouldn't interfere in her personal affairs. Right. He reached out and patted Bai Ruyu's head. Exactly. He's my master. My master. Bai Ruoyu nodded enthusiastically, laughing. Dai Lian was on the verge of grinding his teeth into dust, his face dark as a storm cloud. Rage boiled inside him, unable to accept that the pure and adorable Bai Ruoyu in his mind actually had a master. Kid, I challenge you to a duel. You're not worthy of Ruoyu. He jabbed a finger at Ye Xiao, seething. A duel? Are you sure? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. I'm Dai Lian, ranked 8th in the capital's college entrance exams. A professional holy warrior. I'm challenging you. If you're a man, face me in a fair fight. Dai Lian's roar drew the attention of everyone nearby. Ha ha, Dai Lian. Bai Ruoyu burst into laughter. You dare challenge my master? Do you even know who my master is? You'll be scared to death when you find out. He's the top special recruit from the southern province. What? A flicker of shock crossed Dai Lian's face. The seemingly nonchalant guy in front of him was actually the top special recruit from an entire province. Still want to fight? Ye Xiao asked calmly. Fight? Why wouldn't I? So what if he's the southern province's top recruit? He's not the national top recruit. What's there to be afraid of? With no way out, Dai Lian gritted his teeth, his pride forcing him to press on. Dai Lian still harbored a sliver of hope. He calculated inwardly that the gap between geniuses from other provinces and those from the imperial capital was significant. In past years, the strength of the top 10 from the capital often rivaled that of the top scorers from other provinces. As the top recruit and a user of pupil arts, a combat profession leaning more toward support, Ye Xiao's strength likely wasn't overwhelming. Compared to his own rare profession as a paladin, the gap should be substantial. Ye Xiao popped the last skewer into his mouth, casually wiped his hands, and rose to his feet with an easy demeanor. All right, let's find an open space and settle this. I need to get back to sleep. I'm pretty tired. With that, he took the lead, heading toward a dark alley beside the snack street. Dai Lian snorted coldly and followed. Just as he was about to speak, Ye Xiao suddenly turned around and landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. With a loud bang, Dai Lian was sent flying, crashing into a trash bin in the corner. His expensive suit was instantly stained with grime. You brat. You're dead. Dai Lian roared in fury, sweeping his hand to summon a weapon resembling a colossal sword with an axe blade. Holy barrier. A golden circle of light instantly enveloped the two of them. Ye Xiao could feel the oppressive force pressing in from all sides, seemingly aiming to suppress his strength by 30%. He stroked his chin lightly, as if analyzing the abilities of this rare profession. Warriors were divided into two rare professions: berserkers, who excelled in ferocious, relentless combat, and paladins, who specialized in group battle auras and healing capabilities, both incredibly powerful. Die. Ruoyu is mine. Dai Lian bellowed, stomping a deep crater into the ground as he swung his massive axe blade toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao dodged effortlessly and drew the shadow blade from his back. I don't even need pupil arts to deal with you. The black blade cut through the air, clashing with the axe blade. The sheer force of the impact left Dai Lian's arms numb, while Ye Xiao's rapid slashes forced him to retreat step by step. Outside the alley, Bai Ruoyu and her two companions casually sipped their beers, watching the fight unfold with amusement. I told you Ye Xiao would be fine, Bai Ruoyu said, hopping up and down as she waved her tiny fists. Master! Go, Master! You can do it! The soft, sweet cries of Master completely enraged Dai Lian. He channeled all his strength, golden holy light swirling around his axe blade. I'll kill you! I swear I'll kill you! Holy blade! Earth-splitting slash! His aura surged to its peak as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow. From the peak of Transcendent Tier 6, he soared to the critical point of Transcendent Tier 7. A golden axe blade sliced through the sky with the force of splitting heaven and earth, striking down fiercely. Dalian's barrier suppressed the enemy's combat power by 30, and the added skill amplification boosted his own strength by another 30. The might of his rare class left Jiang Ro deeply moved. She knew without a doubt that she would lose if she didn't wield her lightning-based powers. Only by stepping out of Jiangzhou City can you see the vastness of the world. A mere 8th place in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exam has this level of power unbelievable. Xiao Hongqian exclaimed in awe. Including his swordsman roommate, these people were now his strongest rivals. Without wielding the heaven-slaying sword intent, victory seemed out of reach. Back in Jiangzhou, Ye Xiao was the top special recruit, with them following closely behind. But upon reaching the imperial capital, they realized that between first place and second or third, there was still room for dozens more. This battle served as a wake-up call for Jiang Ro, and Xiao Hongqinthi knew that if they continued like this, the gap between them and Ye Xiao would only grow wider. Ha, the way you strutted in. I thought you'd be something special. Turns out you're nothing at all. Ye Xiao sneered disdainfully. Pathetic. So weak it's laughable. And you dare try to pursue someone? Do you even deserve it? With a swing of his shadow blade, Ye Xiao unleashed a ghost blade strike. The golden axe blade was deflected in a single slash, and two black arcs of blade light whistled through the air, disarming Dalian. Ye Xiao closed the distance in an instant and landed a heavy punch squarely on his opponent's face. Dalian slammed into the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Reflect on your failures. You're not even qualified to make me use my ocular techniques, Ye Xiao said, dusting off his hands as he prepared to leave. Who said it was over? Dalian suddenly staggered to his feet, glaring at Ye Xiao through labored breaths. They'll kill you. His hands trembled as he pulled a vial of crimson serum from his pocket and plunged it into his arm without hesitation. That's an overdrive serum? He's insane. That will completely drain his potential. Zhang Ro gasped in alarm. He can't accept the humiliation, Xiao Hongqian murmured. A prodigy of the imperial capital, 8th in the college entrance exams, someone admired by all his life now reduced to this. As the serum coursed through his veins, Dalian let out a beast-like roar, his energy surging uncontrollably. He grabbed his weapon, leapt high into the air, and swung it wildly at Ye Xiao. Come on, ocular technique user. Show me your ocular techniques. Am I worthy of them now? Ye Xiao's eyes glinted coldly. As you wish. Martial Spirit Eye. Activate. Ye Xiao's power surged in an instant, but he merely clenched his fist. Why? Why aren't you using your ocular techniques? Show them to me. I must defeat you. Dalian roared in desperation, his eyes bloodshot. Without a word, Ye Xiao delivered a single punch at Dalian's axe blade. Sorry, but this is all you're worth. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing reverberated as Ye Xiao's fist struck Dalian's weapon with immense force. At the moment of impact, a violent surge of energy blasted outward in all directions. Unbelievable! Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, struggling to hold down her skirt as the gust threatened to lift it. Ye Xiao's physique is nothing like that of a vision practitioner. How can he be this tough? Is he made of iron, or something? Xiao Hongqian's gaze was serious. I think it might be one of his vision techniques, one that amplifies physical strength. Impossible. I've never even heard of such a technique. Zhang Ro said in disbelief. Have you ever seen a vision technique that could destroy gods with just one glance? Xiao Hongqian countered. Ye Xiao has already created countless miracles, or maybe he is the miracle. A sharp cracking sound suddenly rang out. Clink. Dalian's Xinggrade battle axe now bore a visible fracture. This can't be. Dalian's eyes widened in shock as he stared at his weapon. This is a Xinggrade weapon. It was shattered by a bare fist? And you're telling me he's a vision practitioner? Not even a warrior could pull this off. Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xiao's fist bypassed the weapon's defense and struck Dalian square in the face. Dalian's entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing through 3 walls in succession before landing on the street outside the alley. The commotion startled students dining nearby and merchants conducting their business. Someone recognized the unconscious figure lying on the ground. Isn't that Dalian, the 8th-ranked student from the Imperial City High exam? The young master of the Dai family. No way. He's a professional holy warrior. How could he end up like this? At that moment, Ye Xiao and his group emerged from the alley. Bai Ruoyu scolded him. Ye Xiao, you went too far. Now you've disturbed the public. Ye Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. I couldn't help it. He was juiced up on some kind of enhancement drug. I really thought he'd gotten stronger. I was even a little scared. Who knew he was so fragile? The bystanders were left speechless. Calling a rare-class holy warrior fragile? That was beyond absurd. Let's get out of here. Ye Xiao chuckled. Otherwise, the academy's teachers might haul us in for questioning. With that, he casually shoved his hands into his pockets and strolled away. In the aftermath, the students of Zhengxin University buzzed with conversation. Do we have a freshman this strong among us this year? We do, but it's not him. At that moment, a young man who had been quietly eating put down his spoon and said in a calm voice, I know him. We're from the same province. His name is Ye Xiao, and he's a vision practitioner. Everyone looked at Dalian's face, which bore the deep imprint of a fist, and collectively furrowed their brows in confusion. Are you sure that's the kind of damage a vision practitioner can cause? Later that evening, after the gathering, Ye Xiao returned to his dormitory and found Lin Ru still engrossed in her studies. Ye Xiao, you've become famous. Lin Ru pulled out his phone and pointed at the screen. On the homepage of the Zhengxin University forum, A post was trending at the top. Shocking. Holy warrior Dalian knocked out in an alley. And the culprit is a pupil arts practitioner? The accompanying photo was a disheveled image of Dai Lian with his head tilted awkwardly. Ye Xiao glanced at the screen, a faint black line forming on his forehead. He had been keeping a low profile, but it seemed trouble still managed to find him. College students sure love a good spectacle, Lin Ru said with a chuckle. Ye Xiao, to be honest, I started paying attention to you a month ago. Originally, I was focused on by Ruayu, the only dual class prodigy from your southern province. But then you came out of nowhere, defeated her, and claimed the top spot in the special admissions. That caught my eye. He smiled warmly, like a spring breeze. I have a feeling you'll be my biggest rival in the freshman tournament. I'm looking forward to our match. There'll be a chance, Ye Xiao replied with a calm smile. He knew full well that Lin Ru, known as the Dragon Tongue Destroyer and infamous for subduing 100 opponents single-handedly, had an impressive track record. In a way, the two of them shared some similarities. Ye Xiao relied on his eyes, while Lin Ru relied on his words. Both could be considered artists in their respective crafts. The next morning, while Ye Xiao was having breakfast in the cafeteria, he couldn't help but notice the whispers around him. That's him. The one who knocked out Dalian. He looked so calm, who'd have thought he could hit that hard? I heard Dalian's still in the hospital. Guess he's out of the freshman tournament for sure. As Ye Xiao quietly ate, a sudden commotion broke out in the cafeteria. Near the food counter, Xiao Hongqin was facing off against a knife-wielding man, both vying for the last braised egg. The strong take what they want. Dare to fight for it? Winner gets the egg, the knife-wielding man challenged. Without a word, Xiao Hongqin partially unsheathed his longsword. Ye Xiao quickly finished the last bite of his steamed bun and stood up, walking toward the counter. Auntie, how much for a braised egg? 2 yuan. I'll take it. He swiped his card, paid, and popped the egg into his mouth in one motion. Nicely done. The flavor really soaks in. Both Xiao Hongqin and the knife wielder, Qiu Jianfeng, froze in disbelief. Then, Qiu Jianfeng exploded in fury. You just ate my egg. It's just an egg. Does it really matter who eats it? Ye Xiao said nonchalantly. You two couldn't agree, so I resolved the conflict for you. I, Qiu Jianfeng, have never seen someone so shameless. Qiu Jianfeng drew his tang blade. Do you dare to fight me? Ye Xiao turned to Xiao Hongqin. Hongqin, does your roommate have anger issues? He pulls a blade on everyone he meets. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hongqin's expression turned serious. Ye Xiao, compensate me for the braised egg. My breakfast isn't complete without one. Just like the West isn't complete without Jerusalem. Well said. Qiu Jianfeng immediately backed Xiao Hongqin. Take him down and make him spit out that egg. But even if he spits it out, it's not edible anymore. Just buy another one outside the school. Xiao Hongqin, are you scared? I'm not scared. I'm just looking out for you. You can't beat him. Huh. I, Qiu Jianfeng, fear no fight. As a bladesman, I must have the courage to draw my blade even against the gods. Xiao Hongqin had no response to that. His name is Ye Xiao. Are you sure you want to challenge him? Of course. I don't care what his name is. Qiu Jianfeng stopped mid-sentence, suddenly frozen in place. Wait, what did you say? Ye Xiao? Him? Damn it. Seeing Qiu Jianfeng's stunned expression, Xiao Hongqin asked, Ye Xiao, the top recruit from the southern province? The one who defeated Dalian? Qiu Jianfeng awkwardly scratched his face, his eyes darting around before abruptly focusing on the cafeteria lady. Actually, I'm not that into braised eggs. Eating them every day gets boring. Auntie, do you have fried eggs? $2? Sure, I'll take one. He exaggeratedly chewed on the fried egg, a look of pure bliss on his face. This fried egg is amazing. Turning enthusiastically to Xiao Hongqin, he said, Here, let me treat you to one too. Don't be shy, after all, we're roommates. Watching this scene unfold, Ye Xiao couldn't help but smile faintly. He patted Qiu Jianfeng on the shoulder and said, You're pretty interesting, man. Let's grab a drink sometime. I don't drink. I'm allergic to alcohol, Qiu Jianfeng replied with an awkward laugh. No way. Aren't you a swordsman? Shouldn't you be the type to drown your sorrows in wine and live a carefree life? That's a stereotype. A total stereotype. Qiu Jianfeng protested passionately. Not all swordsmen drink. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to ask, Hongqin, what time does your class start? 7:30. Why? It's 8 o'clock now. Shit. Both of them exclaimed in unison before bolting out of the cafeteria. Ye Xiao watched their retreating figures and shook his head with a soft chuckle. Those two are quite the pair. As he checked his schedule for free time today, his phone buzzed with notifications. Bai Ruayu was frantically tagging him in the group chat. Ye Xiao, someone's challenging the tower. You can earn points by taking part. Someone's targeting you. Hurry to the demon suppression tower. Zhang Ro chimed in, adding, It's the top scorer from the Southern Province entrance exams, Ryu's high school classmate. His class is Berserker, and he's had his eye on you for a while. The Demon Suppression Tower? That's the facility that simulates wilderness battles through the Sumi illusion realm, right? Ye Xiao's interest was piqued. Well, go check it out. When he arrived in front of the ancient, majestic tower, Bai Ruoyu and Jiang Ro were already waiting. On the points leaderboard, a name was climbing rapidly: Jin Qingning, currently ranked 6th among freshmen. The crowd was abuzz with discussions. Some praised Jin Qingning's strength, while others mocked Ye Xiao, saying the top recruit was only good for causing trouble and fighting, tarnishing Zhenshin University's reputation. Bai Ruoyu frowned. Ye Xiao, why does it feel like everyone is so hostile toward you? Ye Xiao responded calmly, if no one envies you, it's because you're mediocre. Ye Xiao, do you know? Jiang Ro frowned deeply, her tone laced with concern. All these people watching Jin Qingning are disciples from prominent families. They naturally harbor hostility toward ordinary students like you, who got into Zhenshin University purely through hard work and talent. By hitting Dai Lian, you didn't just strike him, you humiliated all these disciples of influential families. Ye Xiao stood still, listening as Jiang Ro continued, in the imperial capital, this kind of class consciousness and prejudice against outsiders is especially severe. This toxic mindset has persisted for 2 generations, even influencing things like my marriage. Her voice carried a palpable sense of disgust. Jiang Ro, Ye Xiao's voice was firm and resolute. This so-called idea of being well-matched in social status is meant to be shattered. In this world, your own 2 hands are your strongest weapon. He took a step forward. I'm climbing the tower for the rewards, not because of these clowns. To me, they're nothing but jesters, not worth my attention. If they leave me alone, fine. But if they dare provoke me, no matter who they are, they'll pay the price. Turning to Jiang Ro, Ye Xiao's gaze was unwavering. I'll prove it to you with my strength. As long as you're strong enough, everything else is insignificant. And if problems still arise, it only means you're not strong enough yet. As his words ended, a faint beep sounded from his identification card, and Ye Xiao stepped into the tower. The crowd watching outside burst into discussion. He went in too. Is he planning to challenge Jin Qingning? Ridiculous. A unknown fight might be plausible, but competing in tower climbing? He's not even in the same league. Jin Qingning is a berserker. He gets stronger the longer he fights. The increasing number of monsters inside the tower might be a challenge for others, but for him, it's nothing. Someone began explaining the tower's rules. The first level has 10 monsters of the same rank, the second level has 100, and the third level has 1,000. Starting from the 4th level, the monsters are 1 rank higher, beginning with 10 and increasing gradually. Jin Qingning is already on the 6th level, facing 1,000 monsters that are a rank higher. That level of difficulty is rare even at Zhenshin University. Inside the tower, Ye Xiao was greeted by a barren, crimson wasteland. 10 towering black wind wolves, each 4 to 5 meters tall, were closing in on him with razor-sharp fangs, ready to attack at any moment. Transcendent 6th rank? Too easy. Ye Xiao let out a disdainful chuckle. Drawing his blade, a flash of cold steel cut through the air. With a series of thunderous crashes, all 10 black wind wolves fell to the ground. His identification card showed an increase of 100 points. On the 2nd level, a pack of 100 black wind wolves appeared. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao activated his golden flame eyes. Golden flames erupted into the sky, and countless fireballs rained down. Amid the deafening explosions, the wolves fell in droves. With another 200 points added, Ye Xiao walked toward the 3rd level without looking back, a single thought running through his mind. Is there nothing more challenging? The 1,000 demons on the 3rd level were as fragile as paper before Ye Xiao. Activating his eternal flame's sovereign eyes, the entire space instantly transformed into a hellish inferno. Flames surged and roared, devouring every demon in their path. Piercing shrieks of agony echoed one after another, but soon gave way to silence, leaving behind only drifting ashes. Outside, the spectators stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the ranking stone tablet. My God, that was lightning fast. He cleared the 3rd level in an instant? Impossible. Even with area attacks, it shouldn't be this quick. Jin Qingning, the berserker, took half an hour to clear that level. Isn't an ocular technique user supposed to be a support class? How is this combat power even possible? Before the crowd's shock could settle, Ye Xiao's name began climbing the ranking tablet at an astonishing pace. The 4th level, the 5th level both were swiftly conquered. Even 100 high-level demons couldn't halt his advance. When he breached the 6th level, reaching the same rank as Jin Qingning, the crowd erupted once again. Is this guy a monster? The 6th level has 1,000 demons, all 1 level higher than him. Fewer than 10 freshmen could possibly clear this level. Around this time, Jin Qingning also achieved a breakthrough. He successfully cleared the 6th level, propelling his rank to 3rd place. The top spot on the ranking tablet was held by Wu Tongxian, the college entrance exam champion from the imperial capital. As a cultivator, rare and extraordinary clash was hailed as an all-rounder. Even the great summer sword god had praised the innate invincibility of his class. Proficient in swordsmanship, spellcasting, and physical combat, cultivators who reached the metamorphic stage could further specialize in alchemy, forging, formations, or talismans. It was said that Wu Tongxian had single-handedly dominated all the candidates in the imperial capital, his strength unfathomable. Those who had faced him in battle avoided speaking of him, as though mentioning his name would invoke some forbidden fear. Second place belonged to a young Onmyoji girl from Japan, famed for her mastery of 9 shikigami. She was regarded as an unseen century genius within her family, with profound expertise in the art of yin and yang. Thus, Jin Qingning could only rank behind these two unrivaled powerhouses. Yet, even so, securing the third spot was enough to fill him with pride. At this moment, Ye Xiao had already stepped into the 6th level. Glancing at the points displayed before him, he shook his head lightly. Only 1,000 points? Far from enough. His gaze shifted toward the dense swarm of 1,000 extraordinary 7th-tier demons ahead, and a faint smile played on his lips. Then, it'll have to trouble you all to contribute once more and turn into my points. As Ye Xiao began to stride forward, the sea of demons stirred restlessly. However, the instant he took his first step, the surrounding space was engulfed in golden flames, which swiftly wove into a shimmering golden robe in midair. This was the golden flame pattern. In Ye Xiao's eyes, golden lotus flowers spun and bloomed. The moment any demon met his gaze, they instinctively lowered their heads. With his eternal flame sovereign eyes fully activated, no extraordinary being, save for the truly heaven-defying, could stand against him. Boom! The golden robe fluttered with an imposing momentum. Manifest! Scorching heaven seal. With a thunderous shout, a dazzling golden flame imprint coalesced high in the sky, resembling a blazing sun suspended above. Under its terrifying pressure, all the demons trembled uncontrollably. Suppress. Ye Xiao pointed downward with a single finger, and the scorching heaven seal descended with a deafening crash. Under the overwhelming power of this divine technique, demons of the 6th, 7th, and even 8th tiers were reduced to ashes. Standing high above, his golden robe billowed in the wind, and he resembled a supreme sovereign ruling over flames. The system notification chimed. 1,500 points credited. Next level. He turned and left, the eternal flame's sovereign eyes still ablaze, fully prepared to sweep through all 9 levels of the demon-suppressing tower. Meanwhile, outside the tower, sudden exclamations erupted. He's out. Jin Qingning has come out. A red-haired young man, his hair like fire, strode out confidently, exuding an aura of dominance. Ruoyu, did you see that? I'm third on the leaderboard now. Jin Qingning's fiery hair danced in the wind. This time, I earned 3,600 points from the tower. How about I share half with you? But you'll have to join me for a meal. We haven't hung out in ages. He scratched his head sheepishly as he spoke. Sure. Hand them over. Bai Ruoyu responded briskly, holding out her identity card. Jin Qingning was momentarily stunned before breaking into a wide grin. He immediately transferred 2,000 points to her. Bai Ruoyu accepted her card back with a satisfied smile. Just as Jin Qingning reached out to take Bai Ruyu's hand, she deftly sidestepped. Hold on. My friend hasn't come out yet. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. He cleared it. He actually passed the 6th level. And in just 10 minutes. Look, he's already on the 7th level. Check the leaderboard. Jin Qingning and Ye Xiao are tied for 3rd. Hearing this, Jin Qingning turned to see the name that now stood equal to his on the leaderboard. A surge of displeasure swelled within him. In his eyes, not just anyone had the right to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Creak. Jin Qingning clenched his fists so tightly that his grinding teeth produced a grating sound. He had already exhausted all his strength on the 6th floor and had no choice but to retreat. Now, watching Ye Xiao make it to the 7th floor, he silently hoped that Ye Xiao would also retreat in the face of difficulty. However, as the seconds ticked by and Ye Xiao's figure failed to appear at the exit, the flames of jealousy burned ever brighter in Jin Qingning's heart, his expression darkening as if dipped in ink. Hey, are you a mouse? Bai Ruoyu's voice snapped him back to reality. Stop grinding your teeth. It's so squeaky, like a mouse. Mice make me want to vomit. Bai Ruoyu exaggeratedly mimicked a gagging motion, making Jin Qingning's face even more unpleasant. Sorry about that, Ruoyu, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao had already arrived on the 7th floor. Damn portal. Wasting 10 whole minutes, he cursed as he stepped out of the teleportation gate. In truth, it had only taken him 30 seconds to wipe out all the demons on the 6th floor. The rest of the time had been spent searching for the exit to the next level. This floor should have transcendent tier demons at the 8th rank. Just 10 of them? Too easy, Ye Xiao muttered to himself, shaking his head as his golden robe billowed. Golden flames began to spread through the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. 10 colossal titans, each as massive as a mountain, emerged before him, their every step causing the earth to quake. Activating his appraisal ability, Ye Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 first-tier evolved demons? This was entirely beyond reason. Before he could think further, one of the titans roared and swung a massive fist toward him. Ye Xiao dodged swiftly, unleashing his ever-burning golden flames. With a deafening explosion, the flames engulfed the titan's body but appeared to have no effect. Fire resistance too? Is this hell mode? Ye Xiao exclaimed in shock. He summoned a massive flaming sword, slicing through one of the titans with a single strike. But the remaining titans had already encircled him, their enormous fists descending like meteors. In the nick of time, Ye Xiao activated his martial god eye and drew his shadow blade, slashing upward with all his might. The clash of metal rang out, sending sparks flying in all directions. These guys are tough as hell. My arm's gone numb. Ye Xiao muttered, shaking his tingling arm in amazement. I'm done playing with you. Ye Xiao shouted, closing his eyes. Manifest, war god's true form. With a resounding voice echoing across the heavens and earth, a colossal shadow of a dark golden giant appeared behind Ye Xiao. This war god phantom stood taller than mountains, towering above the land, facing off against the 9 titan giants in the distance. Suspended in midair, Ye Xiao unleashed a punch. The air erupted with a cacophony of shattering sounds as the war god phantom tore through one of the titan giants' cores with unstoppable force. Destroy! The battle erupted in an instant. The demonic creatures, barely in their first stage of transformation, were crushed like ants under the war god's overwhelming might. Feeling his ocular power draining rapidly, Ye Xiao wasted no time. The war god phantom unleashed its full strength, delivering an earth-shattering blow that obliterated all the titan giants in one decisive strike. A system notification sounded, indicating an increase of 3,000 points. Descending from the air, Ye Xiao landed, his face darkened with frustration. This demon suppression tower must be bugged, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He silently thanked his instincts for not attempting the 8th level, wary of encountering yet another bizarre opponent. Meanwhile, in the office of the headmaster at Zhenshan University, Ning Zhao gazed at the screen displaying Ye Xiao's exasperated expression and chuckled, shaking his head. This kid. I still set the difficulty too low. Reflecting on Ye Xiao's displayed prowess, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary talents of this year's freshman. A monstrous word spirit master, an unprecedented cultivator, a dual-class prodigy, an onmyoji from the east wielding 9 shikigami, and now, a remarkably powerful ocular technique user. What a promising future, Ning Zhao murmured with a gratified smile. With these geniuses leading the way, where will our destination go? Outside, the air buzzed with astonishment. He actually cleared the 7th level. Jin Qingning's been pushed down. Ye Xiao's now ranked 3rd, fighting 2 levels above his own. He's a shoo-in for the top 10 in the freshman tournament. A comment from a humble student struck a nerve. Special admissions are on a whole different level. They're the best among geniuses, not just the top of the ordinary. These words hit like a hammer, leaving Jin Qingning visibly shaken. Unable to hold back any longer, he was itching to challenge Ye Xiao to a duel. Ye Xiao! Ye Xiao! Bai Ruoyu waved excitedly as she saw Ye Xiao walking out of the demon suppression tower. You're finally out. 3rd place isn't bad at all. She quickly approached him and took the identity card from his hand, skillfully operating it. Here, these are the points I earned for you 2,000. They're yours now. She transferred the points to him as she spoke. Standing nearby, Jin Qingning watched the scene unfold, his face darkening with anger. He restrained his fury and stepped forward. Ruoyu, those were the points I gave you. Well, since they were a gift, I can do whatever I want with them, right? Bai Ruoyu replied nonchalantly. Jin Qingning gritted his teeth, forcing out a reluctant yes. Then I've decided to give them to Ye Xiao. Is there a problem with that? No problem. Jin Qingning felt his heart ache, like a clown being mocked. Bai Ruoyu turned to Ye Xiao and said, all right, let's go eat together. Jiang Ro and I have been waiting for you all afternoon. Ruoyu, you promised to have dinner with me. Jin Qingning finally couldn't hold back and interjected. Huh, did I say that? Of course you did. You said you'd eat with me, so I gave you those points. Oh, maybe next time if I have time. Bai Ruoyu waved her hand dismissively, her attitude indifferent. Jin Qingning could no longer suppress his anger. Bai Ruoyu, do you really think I'm just some pathetic lackey? He reached out angrily to grab her, but she nimbly dodged. Unable to vent his frustration on Bai Ruoyu, who belonged to a prominent family in the southern province, Jin Qingning turned his wrath towards Ye Xiao. Hey you, get over here. Let's settle this unknown. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. He had been frustrated after being tricked in the demon suppression tower and not earning enough points, so this challenge was a perfect outlet. Fine. What's the wager? Jin Chengning slammed his identity card onto the stone table. This card has the 2,000 points I got as a top score reward, plus another 1,800 points from clearing the tower. If you win, it's all yours. But if you lose, stay away from Ruayu and never show your face at Jinshin University again. Well, talk about perfect timing. Ye Xiao smirked coldly. I accept your challenge. Before the words even finished leaving Ye Xiao's mouth, Jin Chengning launched an attack. In his hand, a blood-red broadsword materialized. Die, you bastard. Blood burst. He activated the special skill of his Berserker class, boosting his combat power by 30%, along with a 20% increase in healing and endurance. A black blade of energy slashed through the air toward Ye Xiao. He swiftly drew his shadow blade and activated his martial god eye to counter. Jin Chengning's strength was indeed far superior to Dalian's. The power behind this strike was immense if not for the martial god eye. Ye Xiao might not have been able to block it. Clang! The weapons collided, and Jin Chengning was forced back 2 steps by the impact. Never underestimate anyone, Ye Xiao said with a cold smile. Someday, the person you look down on the most might be the one who kills you. With a single arm motion, he shoved Jin Chengning backward and followed up with a straight punch aimed directly at his face. That punch almost flattened his nasal bone. Extra! Extra! A student ran around excitedly, shouting, "Breaking news! The top talent from the Southern Province Special Admissions and the National Exams top scorer are fighting in front of the Demon Suppression Tower. It's the ultimate showdown. An ocular art master versus a berserker. Come and witness this earth-shattering spectacle." On the other side of the battlefield, a graceful figure quietly observed the duel. The girl, dressed in a sailor uniform with a lollipop in her mouth, looked like a character straight out of an anime. Can Mengma enter their dreams? The girl asked softly. A deep voice responded immediately, "Miss, the berserker won't be a problem, but the ocular art master is a bit tricky." An interesting ocular art master, the girl murmured, stroking her chin as a playful glint flashed in her violet eyes. A cultivator, a word spirit master, and an ocular art master. Which one should I choose to join the Shingon family? Why not take all 3? Hee. On the battlefield, Jin Chengning grew increasingly alarmed as the fight went on, his fury rising. Despite Ye Xiao's seemingly slender frame, it concealed a terrifying strength. Each clash left the berserker, known for his overwhelming offensive power, struggling to keep up. Frenzied surge. Jin Chengning activated a skill from his purple grade scroll, sacrificing his rationality in exchange for raw power. His eyes instantly became bloodshot as he let out a beastly roar, wildly charging at Ye Xiao with his broadsword. His strikes had lost all semblance of technique, but every blow carried deadly force. Facing such frenzied aggression, Ye Xiao remained composed. It's over. A mindless beast is unworthy of fighting me. Suddenly, golden flames ignited around him. Eternal Sovereign Flame Eyes, activate. Scorching Heaven Seal, manifest. In an instant, golden flame-patterned robes enveloped his body. Ye Xiao's eyes not only glowed but also spewed flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. The spectators were mesmerized, marveling at this awe-inspiring combat form. Scorching Heaven Seal. Ye Xiao called out softly. The golden flames in the void swiftly condensed into a massive seal, descending upon Jin Chengning with unstoppable force. Roar! Jin Chengning let out a thunderous roar, raising his weapon high and striking fiercely at the massive golden seal in the sky. With a deafening crash, the weapon collided with the seal, and Jin Chengning was sent flying like a ragdoll. The burning heaven seal slammed heavily into his chest, causing blood to spurt wildly as he was pinned forcefully to the ground. Despite desperately burning his energy in resistance, Jin Chengning couldn't break free in the slightest. He was like the Monkey King trapped under the Buddha's 5-finger mountain, completely stripped of his ability to fight back. Too powerful. It's an absolute, one-sided slaughter. They're not even on the same level. The surrounding spectators gasped in shock. Ye Xiao's overwhelming presence was not only strikingly impressive, but also demonstrated a strength capable of challenging the top 3 in the freshman competition. This scene ignited a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the humble disciples present, while the wealthy scions stared at Ye Xiao with displeasure. Yet, Ye Xiao felt nothing but satisfaction in the face of their hostile gazes. As the burning heaven seal dissipated, Jin Chengning lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, his face smeared with blood. Ye Xiao crouched down and retrieved the identity card from Jin Chengning's grasp. Although Jin Chengning clung to it tightly, Ye Xiao forcibly pried it free. After the transfer was completed, Ye Xiao's identity card displayed an astonishing score of 13,200 points, an amount that surpassed the total points of many senior students in their 4th year. The crowd stared at the 5-digit number with greedy eyes, yet no one dared to make a move. "Come on, Ye Xiao, let's go get a drink," Bai Ruayu suggested excitedly. "Sure, let me contact Su Hao, and we can wait for Hong Chan to finish class," Ye Xiao replied with a smile. As they prepared to leave the demon-suppressing tower, a black car suddenly pulled up in front of them. An elderly man with white hair, a thick beard, and a brown coat stepped out, leaning on a cane. Despite his advanced age, he exuded vigor and commanding authority. The moment Jiang Ro saw the old man, her expression changed drastically. Xiao Ro, why didn't you inform your grandfather upon arriving in the capital? If someone from the family hadn't seen you at the school, I would still be in the dark, the old man said in a deep voice. I don't think I'm obligated to report everything to the Chu family, Jiang Ro replied coldly. A refined young man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses frowned and said, Cousin, how can you speak to grandfather like that? Yin, be more tolerant of your cousin. The old man interjected, stopping the young man. His sharp gaze rested on Jiang Ro. You've grown up, and you're quite beautiful now. Rower, have you met your fiancé, Tang Xian? It's time to arrange your engagement banquet. I don't have a fiancé, Jiang Ro replied firmly. The old man's eyes narrowed, showing a rare flicker of emotion. Is this how Jiang Mian taught you? The old man shook his head with a sigh. It seems leaving you with Jiang Mian back then was a mistake. But it's not too late to fix it now. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, move out of the dormitory and return to the Chu family residence. Your mother hasn't seen you in a long time and misses you dearly. Coincidentally, Tang Xian has been staying at the Chu residence these past few days. It's a good opportunity for you two to bond. As a daughter of the Chu family, impulsiveness is the last thing you need. Ruer, you must be more obedient. Don't be like your useless and spineless father. Though the old man's tone was calm, it carried an undeniable authority, the kind of commanding presence that only someone in a position of immense power could exude. Jiang Ro clenched her fists tightly. The Chu family was just as domineering as it had been years ago. She would never forget the scene from back then. Her mother's own brother, her uncle, trampling her father like trash and forcibly taking her mother away. That led to her parents being separated for a decade, with her father drowning his sorrows in alcohol, lost and broken. This was the way of the Chu family in the imperial capital, deciding others' lives and fates with a single word. And now, they wanted to interfere in her life, treating her as nothing more than a tool for a political marriage. I'm fine living in the dormitory, Jiang Ro said coldly. I want return to the Chu family. As for my mother, one day, I'll bring her back myself. You can leave now. The old man's face darkened. Standing nearby, Chu Lianyu quickly interjected, Cousin, you can't change the fact that you're a member of the Chu family. You're an elementalist in incredibly powerful profession. With the Chu family's guidance, you're guaranteed to be the top special recruit in the southern province. It's all your useless father's fault for wasting your talent. Now you have a chance to make up for it. Yet you're being so ungrateful. Come back with us to the Chu family. With the resources of the family, you'll easily secure a top 3 spot in the freshman tournament. This wasn't an empty boast. Before the era of universal cultivation had even begun, the Chu family had already been one of the most prestigious families in the imperial capital, with a history spanning hundreds of years and producing rule-level powerhouses. Even when faced with the legendary Summer Sword God, known for slaying 3 deities with a single strike, the Chu family remained unshaken. Even Junshin University had to show them respect. The Tang family, which was allied with the Chu family through marriage, held a similarly lofty status. You don't want to come back? Ruer, they'll give you one more chance, the old man said, his gaze turning icy cold, like a glacier frozen for millennia. Don't be as stubborn as your mother was back then. Otherwise, Zhang Rao's face turned pale as she bit her lip. A wave of helplessness surged within her. If the Chu family wanted to take her away, no one could stop them. Her value wasn't enough for anyone to risk opposing the Chu family on her behalf. Just then, a figure stepped in front of her. Otherwise, what? Old man, I'm curious. Who are you? What gives you the right to speak here? Chu Lianyu's brows furrowed tightly as soon as he saw Ye Xiao appear next to his cousin. He turned to his cousin with a stern tone. Cousin, you're engaged. Shouldn't you keep your distance from other men? What would Tang Xian think if he found out? Enough already. Ye Xiao let out a cold laugh, his gaze sharp as he stared at Chu Lianyu. You're so fond of Tang Xian, why don't you marry him yourself? I've never seen a family like yours. You jump straight to moral coercion, completely disregarding other people's feelings, all while claiming it's for their own good. What do you really want, a tool for marriage alliances or a family member? You. Chu Lianyu was left speechless by Ye Xiao's retort. Chu Shanhe narrowed his eyes, his fingers lightly stroking his cane, as he observed Ye Xiao with interest. Young man, you've got quite a sharp tongue. What's your name? Which prominent family are you from? Maybe I know your parents. Ye Xiao. No parents, no family. Just me. Ye Xiao replied calmly. Ye Xiao. Chu Shanhe stroked his thick beard and chuckled. So, you're the top special recruit from the southern province. Interesting. He straightened up slightly. Young man, Jinshin University is a place for geniuses. Maybe your title as the top special recruit sounds impressive outside, but in front of the Chu family, it means nothing. Every year, graduates fight tooth and nail to join the Chu family. Special recruits, top exam scores, we've seen plenty. Now, they all work obediently for the Chu family and greet me respectfully with Master Chu. And? What's your point? Ye Xiao smiled nonchalantly. At this moment, he looked like someone unburdened by anything. No matter how powerful the Chu family was, what could they possibly do to him within Jinshin University? Chu Shanhe toyed with his cane as he spoke. What I'm saying, young man, is that some matters are beyond your reach. You carry too little weight. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm giving you a few extra words. Normally, you wouldn't even have the right to speak to me. A smart person should understand that sticking your neck out recklessly often comes at a heavy price. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong person to intimidate. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, "Old man, I know your Chu family is powerful, but what does that have to do with me? Right now, my friend is being bullied. As her friend, it's only natural for me to stand up for her. Are you implying that we're bullying her? What else? Isn't it obvious? Can't you see that?" Off to the side, Chu Lianyu's face turned livid with anger at Ye Xiao's audacity. "You brat, who do you think you are? Just a nobody from some backwater place, and now you think you can talk to my grandfather like this because of a little success?" Ye Xiao abruptly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "I've been annoyed by you for a while now. Am talking to your grandfather what's your business interrupting? If you've got the guts, step up and fight me. You little." Chu Lianyu yanked at his tie in a fury, his anger boiling over. As the young master of the Chu family, Chu Lianyu glared coldly at Ye Xiao in front of him, his face twisting with disbelief and fury. For years, no one had ever dared to provoke him like this. "You've got guts, kid. I've been making my way in the capital for years, and you're the most arrogant guy I've ever met. Come on." He strode forward, his eyes gleaming with malice. Zhang Ro quickly warned, "Ye Xiao, be careful. My cousin here may not be that talented, but with the Chu family backing him, he got into Jinshin University. He's in his second year now, and has reached transformation level 1. Don't worry, I'll beat him so badly even his own mother won't recognize him." Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Surprisingly, as the tension between the two escalated, Chu Shanhe did not intervene. Instead, he stood off to the side with a faint, amused smile, as if he were watching a show. "Lianyu, go easy on him. He's your junior, after all. Don't leave him traumatized," Chu Shanhe said casually. With his grandfather's approval, Chu Lianyu was overjoyed. A cruel grin spread across his face as he cracked his knuckles. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'm just giving my junior some practical combat experience. Nothing serious will happen," he said, though the murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Ye Xiao betrayed his true intentions. Thanks to the enhancement of his various ocular techniques, Ye Xiao easily saw through Chu Lianyu's hostility. Since Chu Lianyu intended to go all out, Ye Xiao decided he wouldn't hold back either. Boom! Ye Xiao instantly activated his eternal flame eyes, and golden flames coiled around his long blade. In a flash, he appeared before Chu Lianyu. Clang! The golden flames surged like clouds, and a dazzling golden light slashed through the void. "You're courting death. A mere transcendent level brat like you dares to fight me?" Chu Lianyu roared, his hands sweeping as a fierce wind howled, transforming into countless sharp arrows shooting toward Ye Xiao from all directions. "Ye Xiao, watch out. His class is Wind Mage," Zhang Ro urgently reminded him. While Wind Mages weren't particularly powerful, the level advantage gave Chu Lianyu the upper hand. The howling wind dispersed the golden flames in the air, and the arrows, glowing green, shot straight for Ye Xiao's limbs. "You're trying to cripple Ye Xiao." Zhang Ro's face turned pale with alarm. Chu Shanhe remained unfazed. "They're adults. They should be responsible for their actions and words," he said calmly, clearly displeased by Ye Xiao's earlier disrespect. Suddenly, the golden flames flared violently, swelling around Ye Xiao's shadow blade and effortlessly tearing through the wind. "Is that all you've got? You talk big, but it turns out your mouth is the only tough thing about you," Ye Xiao sneered. Boom! The massive flaming blade came crashing down toward Chu Lianyu. His face turned ashen as he scrambled to use every technique he had to defend himself, but each attempt crumbled like paper. The flames had already ignited his hair, and the blade was mere moments away from cleaving him in two. At the last critical moment, a pale, slender hand suddenly appeared, precisely catching Ye Xiao's golden flame blade. A man with long flowing hair, dressed in a white robe with an ancient air, suddenly appeared before Chu Lianyu. His palm glowed with a jade-like radiance as he effortlessly caught hold of Ye Xiao's long blade. Though the flames on the blade surged toward his hand, they were entirely neutralized by a mysterious force. "Tongxian, you're here." Seeing the young man's arrival, Chu Lianyu let out a sigh of relief. "Lianyage, next time, just call me. There's no need for you to handle this personally," Wu Tongxian said gently. "I understand. Thank you." Chu Lianyu still felt a lingering unease. He hadn't expected Ye Xiao, a transcendent of the 6th tier, to be so difficult to deal with. If Wu Tongxian hadn't arrived in time, he might have ended up in the hospital for a while. Wu Tongxian turned to Ye Xiao, a faint smile on his face. Ye Xiao, do you want to continue? While a battle between us is inevitable, perhaps we should save it for the arena at the freshman tournament. Ye Xiao's eyes flickered, and he slowly sheathed his blade. The flames dissipated without a trace. At this moment, Chu Shanha spoke up. Tongxian, you're here. Sorry for being late, Grandpa. I hope I didn't alarm you. Wu Tongxian greeted Chu Shanha respectfully. Chu Shanha laughed heartily. Alarm me? Nonsense. Back in the day, I faced wild spirits without batting an eye. This is nothing. Grandpa, you're as strong as ever. Wu Tongxian complimented. Ha ha ha. I like that sharp tongue of yours. Chu Shanha turned to Chu Lianyu. Lianyu, you should learn from Tongxian. You're too impulsive. I was very disappointed with your performance today. Chu Lianyu's face turned pale. Yes, Grandpa. I was wrong. He was fully aware of how reckless he'd been today, easily provoked and nearly defeated. Chu Shanha then introduced Wu Tongxian to Zhang Ro. Rower, Tongxian is my godgrandson, adopted from an orphanage. I've always had high hopes for him, and he hasn't let me down. Not only is he outstanding in appearance and talent, but he also topped the Imperial Capital's entrance exams this time, bringing glory to the Chu family. You should seek his guidance when you can. So, this is cousin Zhang Ro? Wu Tongxian said with a smile. Grandpa often speaks of you. If you need anything, just let me know. There's no need. Zhang Ro coldly refused and walked toward Ye Xiao. I won't return to the Chu family, Ye Xiao immediately declared. If Zhang Ro doesn't want to leave, no one can force her. That's right. And I stand with her. Bai Ruoyu, who had been watching silently, chimed in at the perfect moment. Ye Xiao locked eyes with Wu Tongxian. Let me make myself clear, if anyone tries to take Zhang Ro by force, I won't hesitate to make sure they bow out of the freshman tournament early. As Chu Shanha's expression darkened, Wu Tongxian shook his head with a wry smile. Grandpa, may I say a few words? Go ahead, Chu Shanha replied. For this outstanding and exceptional grandson, Chu Shanha indeed showed respect. Wu Tongxian paused for a moment before saying, Grandfather's intention is for Zhang Ro to return to the family, so she can access better resources to enhance her strength. Since you refuse to go back, why not prove your choice with your strength? If you can make it into the top 10 in the freshman tournament, it will show that your persistence is justified, and grandfather will no longer insist. But if you fail, it will indicate that you need the family's support, and you'll have to obediently return. If you can't even accept this proposal, then today, I will take you back, no matter who tries to stop me. As he spoke, his deep gaze fell upon Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao placed his hand on Zhang Ro's shoulder and said firmly, Zhang Ro, just follow your own heart. Wu Tongxian alone isn't enough to take you away. Bai Ruoyu immediately chimed in. That's right, Sister Zhang Ro. We'll definitely help you. I'm a dual-class Wilderanion who dares to touch you will answer to me. She clenched her fists to show her determination. At that moment, a figure carrying a long sword approached from a distant seat with Xiao Hongqian. Count me in. As someone from Jiangzhou too, how could I just stand by and watch? Seeing the companions around her, Zhang Ro's eyes welled up with tears. Over the years, while others viewed her as an untouchable prodigy, the heavy burden and pain had always been hers alone to bear. But now, with this group of comrades willing to face life and death together, the Chu family no longer seemed like an insurmountable mountain. She wiped the corners of her eyes and said resolutely, All right, I agree. I will make it into the top 10 of the freshman tournament and prove that even without the Chu family, I, Zhang Ro, am no weaker than anyone else. Chu Shanha cast her a faint glance before turning to head toward the black Mercedes-Benz. Before getting into the car, he gave Ye Xiao a deep look. Young man, you're the most audacious person I've ever encountered. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. Old man, don't worry, there's no one born yet who can make Ye Xiao taste defeat. Oomph. Arrogant brat. Chu Shanha snorted coldly before stepping into the car. As they watched the Mercedes-Benz drive away, Wu Tongxian gave Ye Xiao a slight smile. Ye Xiao, I look forward to facing you in the freshman tournament along with Lin Ru, of course. With that, his white robe fluttered as he turned and departed. This Wu Tongxian is quite an interesting character, Ye Xiao remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. The Imperial Capital truly lives up to its reputation, strong contenders everywhere. Never a dull moment. All right, stop overthinking. Let's go grab a drink, Ye Xiao said, throwing an arm around Xiao Hongqian's shoulder. That might not be possible, Xiao Hongqian replied awkwardly. Actually, my roommate got caught soliciting, and he's asking me to bail him out. Ye Xiao, how exactly does one engage in prostitution? Ye Xiao stared at Xiao Hongqian in confusion, finding it hard to believe that Xiao Jianfeng, the seemingly honest and straightforward swordsman, would do such a thing. It was simply tarnishing the reputation of Jinshin University. Xiao Hongchen sighed and explained. During class, he raised his hand and said he needed to go to the restroom, but he never came back. I thought maybe he ate too many eggs for breakfast and upset his stomach. But after class, he called me saying he got caught. He didn't dare tell the teacher or his parents, so he asked me to bail him out. This guy plays around like that? Ye Xiao was dumbfounded. He usually looks so clueless. He doesn't seem like someone who would do this kind of thing. At this moment, Jango curiously asked, what happened? Hongchen's roommate got caught for PC. Ye Xiao replied helplessly. PC? What's that? Jango frowned in confusion. Bai Ruoyu chimed in with a mischievous grin. It's prostitution. Jango, you didn't even know that? Jangro's face instantly turned bright red. As a reserved young woman, she wasn't like the bold and carefree Bai Ruoyu, who frequently browsed certain websites. Her understanding of such matters was strictly limited to what was in textbooks. Ye Xiao, Bai Ruoyu suddenly said with a pout, you better never go for PC. If you get caught, don't expect us to bail you out. Ye Xiao rolled his eyes. If I get caught, I'll just say you're my wife and drag you down with me. This remark made Bai Ruoyu tremble with anger. She pointed at Ye Xiao and exclaimed, Ye Xiao, you shameless jerk. She struck a dramatic pose with her hands on her hips. With me, the unbeatable youthful beauty, around. How could you even look at those cheap women? Still, you're flat as a board, and I'm a master of curves, Ye Xiao retorted, wrapping an arm around Xiao Hongchen's shoulders. Even Hongchen's chest muscles are more impressive than yours. Bai Ruoyu, like a furious white kitten, lunged at Ye Xiao. I'll bite you. You brazen scoundrel. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the police station near Jinshin University. There stood Qiu Jianfeng, his long sword strapped to his back, his face full of gloom. A policeman in his 30s was sternly lecturing him. Not far away, a timid girl in a sailor uniform stood with violet eyes brimming with grievance. Xiao Hongchen, finally, you're here. Save me. Qiu Jianfeng's eyes lit up the moment he saw Xiao Hongchen. The policeman turned to Ye Xiao and the group. Are you his classmates? We'll let it slide this time since nothing serious happened. But if it happens again, I won't be lenient. You young people, especially as outstanding students of Jinshin University, there are so many good things to Dao choose PC. Look at these two young ladies here, both beautiful. If you want a girlfriend, pursue her properly. Don't take shortcuts. If it happens again, I'll inform your school and your parents. Qiu Jianfeng kept his head down, saying nothing. The police officer handed over a notebook and said in a calm tone, all right, just sign your name. Give me your ID, and you can leave. He turned to the girl in the sailor uniform. Young lady, you need to sign too. Don't do this kind of thing again. If you're in trouble, talk to us and take the wrong path. The girl in the sailor uniform gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes with her finger, took the pen, and wrote her name in the notebook. Jingu Ningzi. Bai Ruoyu froze for a moment when she saw the name, feeling as though she had seen it somewhere before. The officer initially seemed about to say something offensive, but quickly changed his tone. Oh, so you're a well-off little sister from Japan, huh? Officer, that's unnecessary. Jingu Ningzi said calmly. I know you want to insult us Japanese. While I am Japanese, I grew up here in Daxia. The officer awkwardly scratched his head and hurriedly explained, haha, young lady, don't get the wrong idea. Here in Daxia, no matter where you're from, we treat everyone equally. But since you're Japanese, you definitely shouldn't be doing this kind of thing. It's strictly prohibited in Daxia, even if it's considered a legal tradition in Japan. Ye Xiao noticed the subtle expression on the officer's face as he spoke, which clearly hinted at a rather colorful life outside of work. All right, off you go. The officer waved them away. As they were leaving, he gave Qiu Jianfeng a meaningful look and said, kid, they'll remember you. Let's hope we don't meet again through the bars of a cell. Qiu Jianfeng's face immediately fell. The group left the police station and headed towards Jinshin University, with Jingu Ningzi trailing behind them. Suddenly, Ye Xiao stopped in his tracks, turned around and asked, hey, Miss Jingu Ningzi, why are you following us? Are you trying to promote yourself? I'm heading in the same direction. I'm also a student at Jinshin University, she replied nonchalantly. Bai Ruoyu suddenly slapped her forehead. I remember now. She's that little princess from the Jingu family in Japan among this year's freshmen. Her family has been a lineage of onmyoji for generations. It's said she can command the 9 great shikigami and holds the second highest record in the Demon Ceiling Tower. The group was stunned upon hearing this, and their gazes toward Jingu Ningzi grew more cautious. The Jingu family status in Japan was comparable to the Chu family in Daxia. How could the daughter of such a prestigious family end up in a situation like this? Ye Xiao grabbed Qiu Jianfeng by the collar and questioned him. Did you do anything with her? No. Qiu Jianfeng looked baffled. I just went to the bathroom during class, got a phone call, and then I don't remember anything. When I came to, the police said I was involved in illegal activities and took me away. Could I have been tricked? Ye Xiao rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It's not the police who tricked you, it's her. He turned to Jingu Ning Ningzi and said, Hey, you lured Xiao Jianfeng and got us involved, what are you really after? Jingu Ning Ningzi's expression suddenly shifted. She touched her slightly upturned red lips, and a sly smile spread across her face. Ye Xiao, would you like to be my husband? Husband? The group exchanged puzzled looks simultaneously. Ye Xiao studied the woman in front of him, Xingu Nin, while inwardly marveling. She wore a classic black sailor uniform that perfectly outlined her flawless curves, with no unnecessary weight. Her long, slender legs were wrapped in black tights, rivaling even Jiang Rou's impressive figure. But what stood out most was her stunning figure, far surpassing by Ruoyu's, and even Jiang Rou's couldn't quite compare. She appeared to have at least a cup by estimate. Her face was flawless fair, translucent skin, cascading jet black hair, and violet eyes that sparkled with an enchanting glow. She looked like the epitome of a perfect girlfriend straight out of a two-dimensional world. Ye Xiao, by Ruoyu, noticing his gaze lingering on the other woman, quickly grabbed his arm in alarm. You can't like her. What, are you my parents now? Deciding who I can like? Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow and retorted. Bai Ruoyu's face turned red as she stammered, I promised to help take care of you for my sister. And also, you're the pride of Daxia, a treasure of our nation. You can't be lured away to Dongying. Jiang Rou, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, breaking the awkward tension. Xingu Nene merely chuckled softly at their words. She walked gracefully up to Ye Xiao, her breath carrying a faint, alluring fragrance. Ye Xiao, you are the most exceptional eye technique master, and I possess the strongest Almaoji bloodline of the Xingu family. If we were to unite, we could undoubtedly produce a child unparalleled in the world. Among the three here, I chose you at first sight. As she spoke, she playfully extended her pink tongue and gave a light lick near Ye Xiao's earlobe before swiftly stepping back with a nimble movement. With her hands clasped behind her back, she continued with a composed demeanor. If you marry into the Xingu family, we will spare no effort in helping you grow stronger. In just a few years, you could reach the level of the sword god of Daxia. You would be revered in both Daxia and Dongying. And besides, she traced her lips with a finger. I, the most beautiful and talented woman of the Xingu family, would be entirely yours. As for that man, he was nothing more than a pawn I manipulated with Onmyoji techniques. He has never even touched my hand. Everything I have will belong to you. Xingu Nene's stunning beauty captivated everyone present. The mature allure she exuded far surpassed the childish charm of Bai Ruoyu and the icy demeanor of Jiang Rou, stirring a deep, primal emotion within the hearts of men. Bai Ruoyu, like a bristling kitten, glared at Xingu Nene with gritted teeth, while even the usually composed Jiang Rou showed a guarded expression. Their instinct screamed a warning about just how dangerous this bold and formidable woman could be. Ye Xiao pressed his lips together and said in a low voice, For any normal man, this kind of temptation is undeniably hard to resist. But before I make a decision, I'd like to know why you chose me. Of course, my future husband deserves an explanation, Xingu Nene replied softly. Initially, I had my eyes on three individuals: you, a master of ocular arts, Lin Ru, a linguist, and Wu Tongxian, a martial artist. However, Wu Tongxian is aligned with the Chu family, has no shortage of resources, and would never agree to marry into another family. Lin Ru, on the other hand, is far too aloof, locking himself in his dormitory to read all day, which even makes one question his orientation. In contrast, you are powerful yet rebellious, and most importantly, you come from a humble background and need significant resources to advance. So, I chose you. Honest. I appreciate that, Ye Xiao nodded. A glimmer of joy flashed in Xingu Nene's eyes. Then, does that mean you agree to marry into the Xingu family and take me as your wife? You're overthinking it, Ye Xiao replied coldly, raising 3 fingers. First, I am not a substitute or a second choice option for anyone. Second, I am a citizen of Daxia and would never marry into an Eastern family. Third, I refuse a relationship based purely on physical attraction without love, nor do I want to become a tool for reproduction. With that, Ye Xiao turned around to leave. I'm off. Gonna grab a drink with Su Hao. Jiang Rou smiled sweetly and immediately followed him. Bai Ruoyu, full of smugness, even clung to Ye Xiao's arm and made a mocking face at Xingu Nene. Xingu Nene narrowed her eyes, her voice icy. Ye Xiao, it seems you won't be having that drink tonight. If that's the case, I'll have to resort to plan making the impossible inevitable. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in her hand, with fresh blood dripping onto it. With my blood, I summon the gods. Soldiers, align yourselves before me. As she formed seals with her hands, golden light erupted from the talisman, illuminating the air. A massive formation materialized behind her. Tongue snake, appear. With a thunderous roar, a colossal white serpent, resembling a dragon, burst forth from the formation, soaring through the skies and coiling in the air. It's a dragon! Bai Ruoyu cried out in shock. It's not a dragon, Jiang Ro said gravely. That's the Tang snake, one of the 12 Shikigami of Abe no Saimai, the ancestor of Eastern Onmyoji. The profession of Onmyoji is extremely rare in other countries, but in the eastern realm of Japan, it is considered one of the 3 major national professions alongside samurai and ninja. Among the 2 factions of Onmyoji, the East Divine Palace is renowned for cultivating exceptionally powerful Onmyoji. Jingu Ning, hailed as the most talented Onmyoji of her generation, inherited 6 Shikigami from the founder of Onmyoji, Abe no Saimai. Her extraordinary talent has drawn countless young elites in Japan to admire her. However, she has always dismissed these suitors with disdain. Eventually, she crossed the seas to the Great Xia, in search of a suitor worthy of her, and to continue the lineage of the Jingu family. Ye Xiao, I won't let you leave. With her slender fingers holding a golden talisman, she gave a gentle wave. Instantly, a massive soaring serpent appeared in the sky, roaring as it charged toward Ye Xiao and his companions. Just as Ye Xiao's hand was about to reach for the long blade on his back, Bai Ruoyu intervened. Ye Xiao, leave this little troublemaker to me. I've had enough of her. Bai Ruoyu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Ali, Dahe, come out. With her hands clasped together, Bai Ruoyu summoned a glowing formation behind her. A massive 9-tailed spirit cat, swaying its 3 tails, appeared alongside a dragonborn, both letting out earth-shaking roars as they faced the soaring serpent. With a thunderous crash, the 2 summoned beasts clashed fiercely with the soaring serpent in midair, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently. However, the soaring serpent's strength was overwhelming. It flicked its tail and sent the 9-tailed spirit cat crashing to the ground, then opened its gaping maw to bite at the dragonborn. Ruoyu, be careful. Jiang Ro quickly warned. That's one of Abe no Saimai's Shikigami. Even if Jingu Ning can't fully utilize its power, its foundation is still formidable. Don't worry, I've got this. Bai Ruoyu's eyes sharpened. Watch this flame dragon's breath. Before her words had fully landed, an intense heat wave erupted from the petite girl, transforming into a blazing flame dragon that shot into the sky. I'm a dual class fighter. If my summoned beasts can't handle it, then try my magic. Bai Ruoyu smirked coldly. Watching the fiercely burning flame dragon, a trace of amusement flickered in Jingu Ning's eyes. Not bad, but unfortunately, you're still not good enough for Ye Xiao. Compared to me, Jingu Ning, you're far behind. Rin, Pyo, To, Sha Kai, Jin, Retsu, Zai, Zen. On my Oji garb, Jingu Ning's hands moved swiftly to form seals, her entire body glowing with a crimson light. The soaring serpent is a fire attribute Shikigami. Let me play with you for a bit, you ambiguous little girl. Her words hit Bai Ruoyu's sore spot. So what if you have 2 lumps? I'll knock them off. Bai Ruoyu roared, and the flame dragon's power surged dramatically, roaring as it charged at Jingu Ning and her Shikigami. But at that moment, She suddenly soared into the sky. Its pure white body instantly glowed with a fiery red light and plunged directly into the body of Shingu Nene. In an instant, a sleek crimson battle robe enveloped her flawless figure, and a golden lotus bloomed on her chest, lifting her proud curves. Fiery ribbons swirled around her, making her appear like a valkyrie descended from the heavens. This is my Inyong Garment, Crimson Lotus, Shingu Nene said, gently stroking the fiery ribbons around her, a faint smile playing on her lips. This is the power of an Onmyoji merging with a Shikigami, connecting thoughts and achieving a state of unity between human and spirit for battle. The fiery ribbons suddenly shot out, precisely coiling around the head of the flame dragon. The enormous dragon struggled in the void, but could not break free from the binding. Prison of Inferno. Shingu Nene crouched down, pressing her palm to the ground. In the blink of an eye, fiery cages rose around Bai Ruoyu, enclosing her tightly. It's over. This game proves that I am the one worthy of Ye Xiao. She yanked the fiery ribbons forcefully, and the flame dragon was torn apart midair. The other 2 summoned beasts were also tightly bound by the fiery ribbons, while Bai Ruoyu was trapped in the fire cage, completely losing her ability to fight back. Shingu Nene, wearing fiery red high heels, sashayed gracefully toward Ye Xiao. Let's make love, my husband. Give me a perfect child, she purred, pouting her red lips seductively, her charm overwhelming. Nearby, Jiang Ro watched her warily, while the trapped Bai Ruoyu was on the verge of tears. Let her go, Ye Xiao said coldly. Huh. Shingu Nene blinked her big eyes in surprise. I don't like disobedient women, Ye Xiao said, golden lotus petals blooming in his eyes as fire elements surged around him. I won't say it again. Push me further, and don't blame me for being ruthless. Master, be careful. His flames are extraordinarily powerful. Tang she worn through the Inyong Garment. Even as a fire element Shikigami, Tang she could feel the terrifying intensity of Ye Xiao's flames. Jingu Nene paused thoughtfully, then waved her delicate hand, dispelling the prison of inferno. She cast a cold glance at Bai Ruoyu and said to Ye Xiao honestly, I just wanted a husband to have a child with, but now I'm genuinely intrigued by you. She traced her red lips with her finger. Oh well, no need to rush. It wouldn't do to be hated by the one I like. She swayed her hips as she turned away in her high heels. Bye-bye for now, my future husband. The crimson lotus Inyong Garment faded away, and Tang she transformed back into a paper talisman in her hand. Wait, Bai Ruoyu suddenly called out. Jingu Nene stopped in her tracks. You'll be competing in the newcomers tournament, won't you? Jingu Nene nodded. Good. Then I'll defeat you in the tournament and reclaim my honor. Bai Ruoyu declared with her hands on her hips, her expression resolute. Ahaha. Jingu Nene burst into laughter. Interesting. All right, I accept your challenge. She pulled out a lollipop from Waknoshir, popped it into her mouth, and walked away with a smile. You two, one aiming to break into the top 10, and the other picking a fight. Yuri really raising the stakes here. Ye Xiao spread his hands with a teasing tone. I just can't stand her being a pervert. Bai Ruoyu hastily explained, her face flushing bright red. Ye Xiao raised an eyebrow. You're afraid she'll mess with me? If anyone's messing around, it would be me messing with her. No way. Absolutely not. Bai Ruoyu waved her small hands in protest. You're not allowed to mess with her. Then who should I mess with? Ye Xiao's gaze deliberately drifted toward her flat chest. You? What's even worth messing with? Ugh, I'm still growing. Bai Ruoyu clasped her hands over her chest, anxiously defending herself. I'm just a late bloomer. Ye Xiao stroked his chin, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Hey, silly girl, could it be you've fallen for me? As soon as he said it, all eyes around them immediately focused on Bai Ruoyu. She froze, utterly flustered, her cheeks turning so red they seemed ready to drip blood. You really like me? Ye Xiao asked again, drawing curious looks from Jiang Ro, Xiao Hongqian, and the others. Who likes you? Bai Ruoyu spun around in a panic, frantically waving her hands. How could I possibly like a shameless guy like you? Good, that's a relief, Ye Xiao said with a satisfied smile. I don't like ironing boards anyway. Let's go. Time for some drinks. With that, he pulled Xiao Hongqian and Qiu Jianfeng along as they walked ahead. But I don't know how to drink. Qiu Jianfeng's panicked voice came from the front. Then learn. Down 2 bottles straight, and you'll get the hang of it, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Bai Ruoyu trailed behind, her head hanging low, eyes red-rimmed, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Jiang Ro glanced at her dejected figure and softly asked, Ruoyu, do you actually like Ye Xiao? I don't know. Bai Ruoyu bit her lip. It's just, every time we're all together, I can't help but keep my eyes on him. When he wins a fight, I feel so happy, but when he gets close to other women, I feel upset. I used to think his dirty jokes were annoying, but now I find them kind of funny. Hee. Watching Bai Ruoyu giggle to herself, Jiang Ro understood. This seemingly carefree little girl was still an innocent child at heart, unable to even recognize her own feelings. Yet, how could others not see it? With Bai Ruoyu's family background and talent, she was indeed a good match for Ye Xiao. Their bickering dynamic was oddly fitting. Jiang Ro placed a hand on her chest, her gaze unconsciously following Ye Xiao's figure. She couldn't pinpoint when it started, but that figure had become so striking amidst the crowd, so recognizable even from behind. Was it when he faced the giant spirit god alone? Or when he single-handedly fought against the shadow god cult? Or perhaps when he stood up without hesitation against the powerful Chu family? Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up. Ye Xiao's voice called out from ahead. Coming. The two snapped out of their thoughts and hurried to catch up. Ah well, things are fine just as they are. A gentle breeze borrowed from the heavens, even if it stirs a fleeting spark of fireworks, does not belong to itself. Eventually, it will return to the sky. Before that, simply watching in silence is already a blessing. They're here. Ruoyu. Let's hurry and follow them. Jiang Ro grabbed by Ruoyu's wrist as the two quickly chased after the figure ahead. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao was frantically checking the time on his phone, annoyed with himself. After a night of heavy drinking with friends, he had barely sobered up and ended up crashing at a nearby budget hotel. Now, halfway through the first class, he was still sprinting towards the school. No big deal. It's only the first couple of days of the semester. The teachers won't recognize me yet. Just act natural and wing it, he muttered to himself while running. As he burst into the classroom, his eyes immediately landed on his classmates, Xiao Hongqian and Bai Ruoyu. Xiao Hongqian was signaling him wildly with his eyes, while Bai Ruoyu covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter, clearly enjoying the show. Ye Xiao dismissed it, mouthing silently, watch me handle this. This only made Xiao Hongqian more frantic in his warnings, and Bai Ruoyu laughed so hard she could barely stand. Ye Xiao felt an urge to knock some sense into her. "Excuse me, teacher," he announced boldly as he stepped into the classroom. "Sorry for being late. I had an upset stomach." This excuse had worked like a charm back in his college days, usually earning him a pass from the teachers. "Oh, an upset stomach, you say?" The teacher at the podium slowly raised her head. That familiar, refined face froze Ye Xiao in place. "Yesterday, Ruoyu mentioned you might skip class because you were drunk. So it was just a stomach issue, huh?" Bai Ruoqing, standing at the podium, gave Bai Ruoyu a pointed look. Bai Ruoyu shook her head vehemently. Teacher Bai, I wasn't lying." "Then Ye Xiao must be the one lying." A mischievous glint flickered in Bai Ruoqing's eyes. "Lying to a teacher? That's an added offense. You'll stand for the rest of this class. And come to my office after." Seeing Ye Xiao's defeated expression, Bai Ruoqing felt secretly triumphant. This was her small payback for his past antics. She straightened up and continued. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Ruoqing, a graduate of Jinshan University, and now your new instructor." Standing at the back of the classroom, Ye Xiao finally understood Xiao Hongqian's warnings and Bai Ruyu's laughter. He never imagined that the new teacher would turn out to be Bai Ruoqing, the big troublemaker, and she was clearly using her position to settle old scores. After class, Ye Xiao trudged toward Bai Ruoqing's office with a gloomy expression. Bai Ruoyu caught up to him, laughing uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, Ye Xiao, even you have your bad days. My sister wanted to surprise you, but I guess it turned into a shock." Annoyed, Ye Xiao flicked her forehead in retaliation. "Ye Xiao, let's go together." Xiao Hongqian chimed in, joining them. Zhang rose on her way too. "Teacher Bai asked all of us to come. It seems like there's something serious going on." The mention of something serious snapped Ye Xiao out of his playful mood. His expression grew serious as they headed to the office. The four of them entered Bai Ruoqing's office. The first thing they saw was Bai Ruoqing, completely focused on her meal. She was elegantly eating while carefully reviewing a lesson plan. Standing at the door, Ye Xiao observed the stark contrast between the two sisters with great interest. Bai Ruoqing, dressed in a white shirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure, stood tall at 1.78 meters. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, exuded the unique allure of a mature and confident woman. In contrast, Bai Ruoyu, with her petite 1.5-meter frame, modest chest, and plump calves wrapped in white stockings, looked every bit like a sweet, innocent girl. Her round face, which turned red like an apple whenever she was shy, made her seem far from a typical college student. "Ye Xiao, stop standing outside and come in already," Bai Ruoqing said with a sigh, glancing up. Having spent so much time with him, she was already used to his playful demeanor. "Hello, Ms. Bai." Ye Xiao grinned mischievously as he stepped into the office. "Still working overtime despite being so busy?" Bai Ruoqing crossed her legs gracefully and shot him a playful glare. "You can act like this around us, but don't go teasing other girls outside." "How could I? I'm a paragon of virtue," Ye Xiao replied with a smirk. "Enough with the nonsense," Bai Ruoqing said, placing a stack of documents in front of them. "I called you here for something serious. The freshman competition at Modu Vocational University just ended, and they're bringing their top 5 students to visit our school in the capital. Officially, it's to learn from Daxia's top vocational university and foster interschool friendship." Ye Xiao took the documents and sneered. "What a nice excuse. Clearly, they're here to provoke us. Tired of being second place, are they?" Bai Ruoqing nodded in agreement. "That seems to be the case. I've heard that among their freshmen, there's someone named Chang Hao who's exceptionally talented. He's a dragon warrior with a companion divine dragon. He's from the Tang family here in the capital, and his older brother Tang Xian was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam 4 years ago." At the mention of Tang Xian, Zhang Rao's expression subtly shifted, but she quickly composed herself with a calm smile. Ye Xiao glanced at Zhang Rao and casually remarked, "Oh, that guy who likes robbing the cradle." "Robbing the cradle?" Bai Ruoqing raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Don't mind that, Ms. Bai. Please continue." "All right. Tang Hao specifically requested that you all be the ones to receive them. The school administration has agreed, and they'll be arriving this afternoon. They want us to receive them? Is that even reasonable?" Ye Xiao frowned. A flicker of hesitation passed through Bai Ruoqing's eyes. This was Principal Ning's decision, and also what? Ye Xiao pressed further. "Honestly, I didn't want to tell you this, but after thinking it over, Ye Xiao, you're not exactly the type to swallow your anger," Bai Ruoqing said hesitantly, standing in front of her desk. "Principal Ning specifically instructed you if they go too far. There's no need to hold back." "No need to hold back?" Ye Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. The principal really said that? Of course. Bai Ruoqing's expression turned serious. "Over the years, the tension between Modu University and us has been escalating, especially in the fight for student recruitment. Take Tang Hao, For instance, he should have been a student at Argentian University, but Modu University poached him with underhanded tactics. They even assigned 5 beautiful senior girls to accompany him as study partners. It's outrageous. Bai Ruoqing continued indignantly. Ever since Modu Vocational University got a new principal, their methods have become increasingly aggressive. Last year, one of their young instructors even resorted to compromising themselves to recruit students. If we hadn't acted quickly this year, Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru would have been snatched away too. All right, Ms. Bai, leave this to us, Ye Xiao replied decisively. Oh, and one more thing, Bai Ruoqing added as a reminder. I heard Tang Hao has a reputation for being a womanizer. You two girls should be careful. Don't worry, I'll make sure to protect them, Ye Xiao assured her, patting his chest. Bai Ruoqing still looked concerned. Ye Xiao, you need to exercise restraint. Don't go overboard. The Tang family is very influential, so make sure not to cause any irreversible harm to Tang Hao. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Hearing this, the 3 people behind him couldn't help but twitch their lips. Sure, he knew what he was doing. Dalian and Jin Qingning were still lying in the ICU, and it was uncertain if they'd even be discharged this month. After leaving the office, Ye Xiao seemed to be in great spirits. Zhang Ro, that Tang Xuanhe's the fiancé your grandfather arranged for you, right?
Yes.
Zhang Ro nodded and then elaborated. Tang Xian is indeed very capable. He graduated just a year ago and has already reached level 5 at the perfect stage. He leads a hunter team that's even stronger than Jiangzhou's renowned 100 Battles God Hunting Squad. He's the most outstanding young talent in the Tang family. His younger brother, Tang Hao, frequently trains with his team, gaining extensive combat experience. He's even encountered real gods before. Compared to Dai Lian and Jin Qingning, he's far superior, truly a prodigy. The stronger, the better. That way, I won't have to hold back when the time comes, Ye Xiao said, rubbing his hands together with an eager grin. Xiao Hongqian timidly reminded him. Ye Xiao, Ms. Bai said only if they go too far should we not hold back. If they don't cross the line, they'll definitely cross the line, Ye Xiao interrupted, drawing on his past life as an avid fan of such scenarios. Just wait and see. That womanizer Tang Hao is bound to pounce on Bai Ruoyu like a rat finding rice. When they arrived at the pickup point, Ye Xiao immediately spotted the group from Modu University. A middle-aged man in a gold suit approached them with a beaming smile, followed by 5 male and female students in Modu University's uniforms, all radiating an intimidating aura. The more Ye Xiao looked at them, the happier he became. Hello, students. Are you from Jinshin University? The man in the gold suit greeted enthusiastically. Hello, sir. Ye Xiao suddenly adopted a polite and well-behaved demeanor. Thank you for your hard work, sir, and to all of you as well. My name is Ye Xiao, a freshman at Jinshin University, and I'm here to welcome you. These are my classmates, Zhang Ro, Bai Ruoyu, and Xiao Hongqian. Ye Xiao's unusually humble behavior stood in stark contrast to the confident and haughty Modu University students. However, Zhang Ro and the others knew full well that the more subdued Ye Xiao appeared, the more likely he was plotting something big. Hearing Ye Xiao's self-introduction, a young man in the crowd lifted his gaze. He was an ordinary-looking youth, plain and unremarkable. Yet his eyes were striking bright and arrogant, carrying an air of superiority that seemed to look down on everything. His arrogance almost seeped out from the corners of his eyes. Students from Magic City Vocational University, please follow me, Ye Xiao said with a polite smile. We've arranged a banquet for you at Jeyun Tower. The instructor in the golden suit turned to his students and remarked, Ye Xiao's attitude is commendable. The hospitality of Jinshin University is indeed impressive. His tone was as indifferent as if he were addressing an ordinary waiter, yet Ye Xiao maintained his impeccable smile. The group gradually boarded a business van. Just then, the young man named Tang Hao suddenly turned back and said, Sister-in-law, why don't you join us for dinner? There's no need to hang around with these people. Zhang Ro was briefly stunned. Ye Xiao's smile remained unchanged, though he discreetly gave Xiao Hongqian a look, as if silently saying, don't stop me later. Xiao Hongqian's mouth twitched, silently lamenting for Tang Hao. And by Ruoyu, Tang Hao continued, his eyes brimming with undisguised greed, you're quite cute. Come with us for dinner. The other students from Modu University kept their heads down, engrossed in their phones, while the instructor simply maintained a polite smile, as if entirely accustomed to Tang Hao's behavior. You all go ahead. We'll join you soon, Ye Xiao said, still wearing his courteous smile. I'm not talking to you. Why are you butting in? Tang Hao snapped, turning sharply and barking at him. Ye Xiao's smile grew even brighter. The more agitated Tang Hao became, the more satisfying the lesson awaiting him would be. Straightening his posture, Tang Hao declared arrogantly, by Ruoyu, I'll ask you one more time, are you coming with us for dinner? I'm from the Tang family in the imperial capital. If you choose me, my family will sponsor all your cultivation resources for the next 4 years of university. With the Tang family supporting you, you can quit Jinshin and join Modu University instead. The instructor in the golden suit immediately pulled out a tablet and began enthusiastically listing all the enticing benefits. Ye Xiao's smile gradually turned colder. This blatant poaching attempt clearly stemmed from the assumption that no university mentors were present to intervene. Bai Ruoyu blinked her large eyes, a sly smile gracing her lips. I'm not so sure besides. I should probably ask my boyfriend first. With that, she casually linked her arm with Ye Xiao's. Boyfriend, Tang Hao's expression darkened instantly. At that moment, a male classmate leaned in and whispered something in his ear, prompting Tang Hao's demeanor to shift dramatically. My apologies for the outburst. If you have a boyfriend, then that's that. Sister-in-law, will you join us instead? He asked, his tone now much more subdued. Zhang Ro shook her head. We'll take another car and meet you there later. The car window slowly rolled up, and the black sedan carrying a few people gradually disappeared at the end of the road. This guy really has a death wish, Ye Xiao sneered as he flagged down a taxi. Come on, let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. With that, he headed quickly towards Jayan Tower. Inside the car, the mentor looked at Tang Hao with a stern expression. Have your fun, but remember, you're a student of Zhenshin University. Don't let things get out of hand. Relax, Tang Hao replied nonchalantly, flipping through Bai Ruoyu's profile on his tablet with a dismissive smirk. With the Tang family backing me, a provincial city's family is nothing to worry about. I think this Ye Xiao is not as simple as he seems, Suya suddenly interjected. Look, since enrolling, he severely injured Dailian and Jin Chengning with ruthless methods. But today, his behavior was unusually timid, completely inconsistent with the records. Suya, you're overthinking it. The young man sitting next to Tang Hao immediately retorted. He's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. How could he possibly compare to Tang Hao? Exactly. Knowing Tang Hao's strength, he can only keep his head down and behave. Another male student chimed in. Amid the flattery, Tang Hao's arrogance grew even more apparent. He casually tossed the tablet aside, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Tonight, I'll make him obediently send his girlfriend to my room. Now that's interesting. Suya frowned slightly, but chose to remain silent. In circles like these, it was hard enough to maintain one's integrity. When Tang Hao's burning gaze landed on her, she declined the evening's entertainment, citing feeling unwell. She resolved internally to distance herself from this group once she returned, lest she get dragged into trouble herself. On the other hand, Wang Shuer, a seductively dressed enchantress, readily agreed. Stroking a photo of Xiao Hongqian, she cooed. This handsome guy has caught my eye. Like him? Let Gao Jie take care of it for you later. Tang Hao replied indifferently, letting Wang Shuer climb onto his side and kiss him. As an enchantress, Wang Shuer gained power by absorbing yang energy through intimacy with men. Since the start of the academic year, she had already claimed nearly 100 prey at Magic City University. Tang Hao wrapped an arm around Wang Shuer's slender waist, his eyes brimming with disdain. Honestly, Zhenshin University isn't much. Aside from Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, the rest are just ants. His goals for this trip were clear. To step on Wu Tongxian and Lin Ru, to elevate his status while toying with the women of Zhenshin University. Actually, Zhang Ro isn't bad either. Too bad she's my brother's fiancée. He feigned a regretful expression, though a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Jianlu is a business-oriented restaurant, mainly used for hosting guests. Tang Hao and his group had just arrived when Ye Xiao and his companions followed shortly after. Please, this way, the male attendant said, guiding the group into the restaurant. As they walked, Tang Hao's gaze occasionally shifted toward Bai Ruoyu, while sizing up Ye Xiao with a sly smile. Noticing this, Ye Xiao turned and responded with a bright smile of his own. Tang Hao smirked, thinking to himself, this guy has no idea what's about to happen. The thought of the upcoming scene made the corners of his mouth curve upward involuntarily. Sister-in-law, you haven't met my brother yet, have you? Tang Hao drawled deliberately. I think you two should go out sometime. It's perfect timing since my brother's on vacation. You could have a deep and meaningful conversation after all. You'll be family soon. He emphasized the word deep with a playful tone. Sorry, I've been quite busy lately, Zhang Ro replied calmly, taking a sip of her drink. Tang Hao gave an awkward laugh before picking up 2 glasses of wine and approaching Ye Xiao. Ah, brother. My apologies for earlier. Let me toast to you. He downed his drink in one gulp. I've heard about you for a while, now the top recruit in the southern province. Not even half a month into school, and you stood up for a beauty by taking down Dailian and Jin Chengning, 2 of the best. Truly impressive. Let's drink to that. Ye Xiao accepted the glass, his gaze briefly sweeping over the swirling liquid. He immediately recognized the presence of a sleeping drug potent enough to knock out even a transformed-level professional. Yet he smiled calmly. You flatter me. After all, Magic Capital Vocational University and Zhenshin University are like brothers. Cheers to that. With that, he downed the drink. Great wine, Ye Xiao exclaimed, wiping the corner of his mouth with satisfaction. Tang Hao's grin widened as he silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, One, but Ye Xiao remained completely unaffected. Tang Hao was baffled and turned to look at Wang Shuer, only to see her practically glued to Xiao Hongqin, utterly captivated by his charm. Seeing this, Gao Jie caught on and approached with 2 fresh glasses of wine. Brother, you've got quite the tolerance. Let me toast to you as well. And Gao Jie, your name doesn't matter, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly, taking the glass. Right, it doesn't matter. After this drink, we're all brothers. With a faint, knowing smile, Ye Xiao thought to himself, indeed, names don't matter soon enough. You'll just be punching bags. Once again, he drained the glass in one go, showing no signs of discomfort. Thanks to the enhancement from his martial god eyes, his physical constitution had increased tenfold. This dosage was laughably insufficient. Even an entire bottle wouldn't faze him, as his body instantly neutralized the substance upon ingestion. Faced with Ye Xiao's unshakable composure, Tang Hao and Gao Jie exchanged uneasy glances, utterly at a loss. Just then, a voice suddenly broke the tension. You guys should stop giving him drinks. Ye Xiao gets wild when he's drunk. Drunk and disorderly? Zhang Ro said helplessly. Gao Jie was about to speak when he was suddenly struck by a heavy punch. Ye Xiao's fist landed on his eye like a cannonball, instantly giving him a black and blue panda eye. You pig-shaped demon. How dare you infiltrate the territory of the great Xia human race? I'll cut you down. Ye Xiao shouted fiercely, his eyes sharp as he flipped his wrist and drew his shadow blade, its cold gleam flashing in the light. Gao Jie barely dodged the fatal strike, but his belt was severed, revealing a pair of bright red underwear. A pig-shaped demon wearing human underwear? Ridiculous. Even if you disguise yourself, that pig head gives you away. Ye Xiao's movements were as swift as lightning. He closed the gap in an instant, bringing his blade down again. To hell with you. Gao Jie finally erupted, his shirt ripping apart to reveal a muscular body covered in black demonic patterns. A thick, bloody aura spread through the air. Meanwhile, Wang Shui leaned close to Xiao Hongqin, tracing circles on his chest with her slender finger. Handsome boy, your friend is in trouble. Gao Jie is an extraordinary 8th-tier demonic warrior, and those patterns make him nearly invincible. But she brought her red lips close to Xiao Hongqin's ear. If you spend the night with me, I'll make Gao Jie spare him. Xiao Hongqin frowned, sliding his chair away. Sorry, women only slow me down when I draw my sword. Besides, you smell of decay. These words left Wang Shui both humiliated and furious, her anger so intense she wished she could drain him of his life force. In the arena, Gao Jie had been thoroughly enraged, his demonic patterns glowing brightly. Hit me? Whether you're drunk or not, you're dead. Crossing River Fist. Jiang Ro quickly turned to seek help from instructor Zhao, but she was met with a dismissive, self-defense response. Instead of panicking, she smiled serenely, leaving instructor Zhao puzzled. Nearby, Bai Ruoyu couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Just as Gao Jie's demonic punch was about to land, a figure appeared like a flash of lightning, effortlessly catching the powerful blow with one hand. The sound of bones cracking followed, and Ye Xiao delivered a backhanded slap that sent Gao Jie flying. He crashed into the wall, embedding himself like an immovable piece of art. Mentor Zhao? What the heck? Mentor Zhao frowned deeply as he stared at the data tablet in his hands. As a mentor specializing in ocular techniques, Ye Xiao's performance was completely beyond his understanding. Weren't ocular specialists supposed to focus on support and ranged attacks? Yet, here was someone who could catch Gao Jie's punch with one hand and slap him flying with a single strike. Such strength was something even professional martial artists would struggle to achieve. At that moment, his eyes fell on a faint line of text in the corner of the tablet. Important note. Previously defeated Dailian and Jin Shengning using a longsword. Exceptional close combat skills. Suspected secondary profession. Swordsman. Damn it. Mentor Zhao almost flung the tablet away. Who in their right mind marks an important note in faint text? Shouldn't this be in bold? As he saw Ye Xiao walking toward Gao Jie, who had been slammed into the wall, Mentor Zhao quickly stood up to intervene, only to be stopped by Jiang Ro. Mentor Zhao, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere no matter what happened? She said with a sly smile. Mentor Zhao's face darkened. When did I say that? I never said such a thing. Really? Jiang Ro's lips curved into a smirk. Ruoyu, play the recording. Bai Ruoyu immediately pulled out her phone and played the recording. Mentor Zhao's face turned beet red in an instant. As a mentor, you can't just go back on your word like it's nothing, Jiang Ro teased with a laugh. Left with no choice, Mentor Zhao slumped back into his seat, defeated. At that moment, a young man who had been sitting silently next to Suya suddenly stood up. He strode toward Ye Xiao, his figure abruptly dissolving into smoke. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ye Xiao, a dagger aimed straight at his throat. Ye Xiao, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, countered with a swift backward kick without even turning around. The man reacted instantly, dissolving into smoke again and disappearing from sight. That's Qin Tao, the second-place winner of our freshman competition, a shadow assassin, Wang Shuer said with a playful chuckle. He moves like a phantom. Your classmate won't be able to catch him. She then turned her gaze to Xiao Hongqian, flashing a flirtatious smile. I'll give you one more chance. Serve me well, and I might let your classmate off the hook. Have you slept with all of them? Otherwise, why would they listen to you like this? Bai Ruoyu suddenly interjected. Wang Shuer's face turned livid with rage because the accusation was true. She had been involved with each of them, even engaging in threesomes. EW. That's disgusting. Bai Ruoyu exaggeratedly stepped back. You might have something contagious. I'm a pure and innocent maiden. I need to stay far away from you. Xiao Hongqian also distanced himself, further enraging Wang Shuer, who looked as though she was about to flip the table. Meanwhile, Chen Tao's figure had completely vanished from the scene. Minter Zhao, now visibly pleased, sipped his tea with satisfaction. Minter Zhao wore a smug smile as he spoke to Zhang Ro in a flippant tone. Zhang Ro, if I had stepped in earlier, perhaps Ye Xiao wouldn't have gotten hurt. But alas, as a minter, I must stick to my word. When I say I won't intervene, I won't. Such a pity students of Zhengxin University have to suffer. He eagerly anticipated seeing Zhang Ro's distressed expression. However, to his surprise, Zhang Ro merely sipped her drink calmly and responded with a light "oh." This nonchalant reply felt like punching cotton for Minter Zhao, leaving him utterly frustrated. He let out a cold snort, took a hefty gulp from his glass, and prepared to relish the disaster that was about to befall Ye Xiao. Just then, Ye Xiao suddenly made his move. With precision, he reached into a particular spot in the air and, with a loud smack, yanked out Chen Tao, who had been hiding. Without a word, Ye Xiao delivered two resounding slaps to his face. Dazed and disoriented, Chen Tao stammered in disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get here? Ye Xiao sneered. Quite the hider. Huh? Playing hide and seek here? Sorry, but it's my favorite game. With that, he snatched the dagger from Chen Tao's hand and, without hesitation, stabbed it into Chen Tao's palm. Amid Chen Tao's agonized screams, Ye Xiao began his interrogation. Each lie Chen Tao attempted earned him harsher punishment. Finally, Ye Xiao grabbed the tear-streaked and pain-stricken Chen Tao and hurled him like a human cannonball straight at Gao Jie. With a loud boom, the two of them were embedded deeply into the wall of Jieyun Tower. Bai Ruoyu, thrilled by the scene, took out her phone and began circling the art piece, snapping photos. Her actions only added to the humiliation and fury of the two culprits. At that moment, Tang Hao slammed the table and roared, "Enough! Kid, you're not drunk at all. You're playing us." Ye Xiao casually spread his hands and replied, "Who was it that drugged me with Mongolian sweat medicine first? If I didn't drink a bit more, how could I justify going wild and beating up these two idiots?" Tang Hao, now utterly enraged, trembled with fury, his eyes blazing. Fine, fine, fine. This is the first time I've met someone as arrogant as you. You're courting death." Tang Hao's gaze turned cold as he stared intently at Ye Xiao, stepping closer with each move. "Kid, do you know what happened to the last person who crossed me? His limbs were broken. His body sunk to the bottom of the river. His entire family was exiled by the Tang family to the wilderness to clear land. By now, they're probably nothing more than demon fodder, rotting somewhere in the wild." He leaned in close to Ye Xiao's ear, his voice dripping with a nauseating contempt. "I've looked into you, a nobody with no power or connections. When I'm done with you, your little girlfriend will be mine. I'll make sure 10 men love her all at once. I just wonder if her frail little body can handle it." Ye Xiao's expression remained calm, but a sharp glint of fury flashed in his eyes. Since his rebirth, he had never encountered such pure scum. And yet, this man was hailed as a prodigy of one of the most powerful families in Xia. In a split second, Ye Xiao struck like lightning, clamping his hand around Tang Hao's neck. "You are a disgrace to Xia, a shame that will forever stain the name of Modu Vocational University." His demeanor shifted dramatically, shedding his earlier nonchalant attitude for an aura of overwhelming dominance. "And you think you can stop me?" Tang Hao sneered, showing no fear as his face twisted into a crazed grin. "I have the Tang family backing me, with power beyond measure. Even if I kill you here today, no one will stand up for you." Suddenly, a violent surge of energy erupted from Tang Hao, forcing Ye Xiao's hand off his neck. Tang Hao stepped back a couple of paces, his voice cold and commanding. "Azure Battle Dragon." In an instant, a deep blue mist rose behind him, forming into the shape of a massive beast nearly 10 meters tall, its head almost brushing the ceiling of the hall. Blood-red eyes glowed fiercely within the blue haze, as an oppressive aura spread throughout the room. "Tang Hao, you've really held back, haven't you?" The Azure Battle Dragon snarled, baring its fangs. "I can't wait to tear this brat's flesh to pieces." Wang Shuer watched the scene unfold, terror flickering in her eyes. She vividly remembered the newcomer tournament quarterfinals, where the Azure Battle Dragon nearly mauled a local prodigy of Modu to death. The savage roars, the chilling fangs, and the gruesome sight of flesh being torn apart still haunted the nightmares of many students. If not for the intervention of the instructors, that opponent would have been completely devoured. Zhang Ro, a bystander, remarked, "Your classmate is done for. But don't worry, given that Modu Vocational University and Jinshin University are part of the same system, I'll make sure he keeps his life. Beyond that, though, I can't guarantee anything. After all, he did provoke Tang Hao first." Zhang Ro shot back coldly, "And wasn't it Tang Hao who drugged him in the first place?" "Heh, drugging someone? Do you have proof?" "Yes." Xiao Hongqian acted decisively. His long sword flashed out of its sheath, its sharp edge pointing directly at Wang Shuer's throat. With a swift motion, he snatched the leather bag from her hands and efficiently retrieved a suspicious packet of drugs. At the same time, Bai Ruoyu moved quickly, seizing the wine glasses in front of Gao Jie and Tang Hao. "Damn it! Suya! Stop them now!" The instructor's face darkened. The student's swift reactions and composed handling of the situation far exceeded his expectations, securing the evidence without hesitation. However, Suya remained motionless in her seat, only shaking her head lightly. "Instructor Sun, I refuse to aid in wrongdoing. You." Instructor Sun's face turned livid with rage. He roared, "Hand it over." The oppressive aura of a master-level expert bore down on the students like a mountain as he prepared to forcibly seize the evidence. "Instructor Sun," Zhang Ro calmly held up her phone, her voice steady. "Instructor Bai and Principal Ning are already on their way. Are you sure you want to escalate this?" Hearing Ning Zhao's name, Instructor Sun immediately froze. The principal of Jinshin University, Ning Zhao, was a formidable figure even among the top families in the imperial capital. With extensive connections across various circles, he was also a close ally of the great Xia sword god and highly regarded by the Grand Marshal. Instructor Sun could only pin his hopes on Tang Hao to take down Ye Xiao. Suddenly, a thunderous battle cry shattered everyone's thoughts. Deep blue smoke coalesced into a fearsome dragon spirit, its body clad in icy scales and heavy armor. Its crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty intensity. "Tang Hao, how far should I go? Cripple him or kill him?" The dragon's voice rumbled like distant thunder. "As long as he doesn't die, do as you please," Tang Hao replied coldly. "Ha ha ha, then I won't hold back. Let's begin." The dragon roared with laughter, launching itself at Ye Xiao like a shooting star, its razor-sharp claws carrying the power to cleave mountains and shatter stone. The instructor smugly crossed his legs. Tang Hao is a transcendent tier 9. Even a first-tier ascendant would struggle against this Azure Battle Dragon's onslaught. 3 moves will be enough to break his bones. Indeed formidable, even more troublesome than Long Hong from the 100 Battles Hunter Squad. Ye Xiao muttered as he stared intently at the approaching dragon. In an instant, he activated all his ocular techniques. The martial god I amplified his physical strength tenfold. The piercing illusion I laid bare his opponent's weaknesses. In the eternal blaze I summoned 9 golden lotus flames to encircle him. Aside from his ultimate trump card, the martial god avatar, he unleashed nearly all his power. "This move will end your career." Ye Xiao's aura surged explosively, like a volcano erupting, shaking the entire battlefield and seizing control of the fight. Swords, spears, blades, halberds, staffs, axes, seals, rings, shields. A golden lotus instantly transformed in midair into 9 weapons of war, forming a barrier as impenetrable as a heavenly net before Ye Xiao. At that very moment, the massive Azure Battle Dragon, like a bolt of blue lightning, charged ferociously at Ye Xiao. However, the defensive wall formed by the 9 weapons remained unmoved, firmly blocking the beast outside. The Azure Battle Dragon roared furiously, its sharp claws relentlessly tearing at the golden barrier, yet it was unable to break through. Ye Xiao observed the beast's frenzied display with cold indifference, letting its enraged screams echo through the luxurious booth. Why does its supposedly impressive roar start to feel powerless the longer I listen to it? Bai Ruoyu tilted her head and asked innocently. "You're not the only one who feels that," Xiao Hongqian replied with a blank expression. Watching the beast's futile rampage, a cold smirk crept across Ye Xiao's lips. Enough with the scream injits getting annoying. Boom. Flames surged instantly from his arm, engulfing his entire body and igniting the shadow blade in blazing fire. Dual blades. Phantom strike. Before the words had fully left his lips, Ye Xiao's figure vanished from his spot. The air carried the acrid smell of burning, followed by a resounding bang. The Azure Battle Dragon let out a harrowing shriek as it was sent flying by a single strike. "Thought you were tough? Weren't you going to kill me?" Ye Xiao sneered, retracting the 9 weapons. "You want to devour me? Then I'll devour you first." Activating his copying eye, he analyzed every detail of the Azure Battle Dragon structure. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall golden flame beast materialized before him, its form identical to the azure battle dragon, except it was entirely engulfed in golden flames. I'll call it the golden flame dragon, Ye Xiao said smugly. What do you think? Looks way cooler than yours, doesn't it? The remark completely infuriated Tang Hao, whose face twitched with rage. My azure battle dragon possesses the true bloodline of dragons. Yours is nothing but a counterfeit. Weak and worthless. Weak? Worthless? Why don't we put that to the test? The golden flame dragon charged forward, pinning the azure battle dragon to the ground and unleashing a relentless assault. The unquenchable golden flames spread onto the azure battle dragon, and a flicker of fear appeared in its massive, bell-like eyes. Not working out, is it? Your dragon's no match for my too weak? Ye Xiao taunted, gripping his blade tightly and pointing it directly at Tang Hao. And you? You're no match for me either. A dragon warrior? More like a glorified beast tamer. Arrogant fool. Tang Hao roared. I admit, you have some skill. Defeating Gao Jie and Chun Tao proves you're worth noticing. So, I'll allow you to witness my true power. Azure Battle Dragon. Return. Dragon Armament. The Azure Battle Dragon broke free from the Golden Flame Dragon's suppression and retreated to Tang Hao's side. It was battered and bruised, with large patches of its scales torn off, while the golden flames continued to burn on its body. Tang Hao, kill him. I demand you kill him. The pain it's unbearable. The Azure Battle Dragon howled, venting its agony and fury. Don't worry. He will pay the price, Tang Hao said coldly. Now, let the University of the Divine Guardians tremble under your power. Azure Armor. With an earth-shaking dragon's roar, the Azure Battle Dragon stood behind Tang Hao as a massive blue pillar of light engulfed them both. Moments later, the pillar of light dissipated, revealing a figure clad in deep blue battle armor, wielding a massive sword. Tang Hao's appearance made Ye Xiao raise an eyebrow. The billowing black cape bore a striking resemblance to the sailor-style Inyong attire. Die! Tang Hao roared, swinging his great sword toward Ye Xiao. His overwhelming aura left Instructor Sun pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought he was hiding such strength? This combat power rivals the second stage of transformation. Our Magic City Vocational University has truly found a gem. Instructor Sun watched the fierce battle with excitement. However, during the fight, Ye Xiao gained a new insight. This golden flame robe is more than just decoration. If I can shape the flames acting on the thought, Ye Xiao immediately summoned the surrounding golden flames. With each step he took, golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet. The flames coalesced into a majestic golden suit of armor, making Ye Xiao appear like a blazing war god. Not bad, your abilities. Mind if I borrow them? Ye Xiao smirked. This feels just like transforming into an armored warrior. The two clashed fiercely, and Ye Xiao grew stronger with every move. A powerful strike sent Tang Hao's greatsword flying. Ye Xiao discarded his shadow blade and switched to an unrelenting assault with his fists and feet. Under the relentless barrage of punches, Tang Hao was completely on the defensive. As Ye Xiao attacked, he roared, "Mess with my girlfriend? Who do you think you are? Kill me? You're nothing." The battle reached its peak as Ye Xiao started ripping off Tang Hao's armor piece by piece, slamming him to the ground. Pinning Tang Hao down, he unleashed a furious onslaught until his opponent was left battered and bloodied. Like playing with women? You won't get the chance again. Ye Xiao stomped heavily on Tang Hao's groin. The broken armor transformed into a wounded azure battle dragon, letting out an enraged roar. Stop screaming. You're next. Ye Xiao tossed the barely conscious Tang Hao aside and turned to the azure battle dragon. Who taught you to devour humans? Those who eat humans are monsters. You deserve to die. Golden flames condensed into a massive 3-meter-long blade. Ye Xiao leaped into the air, bringing it down with an overwhelming force. Just then, several figures burst into the room, only to witness the young man cleaving the enormous azure battle dragon in half with a single strike. As Tang Hao let out a piercing scream, the golden flames completely consumed the figure of the azure battle dragon. Bai Ruoqing arrived late, and when she saw the scene before her, her lips parted slightly in shock, her face full of disbelief. On the ground, Tang Hao was clutching his lower body, writhing in agony while letting out ear-piercing wails. I'm ruined. It hurts so much." His face was distorted, tears and mucus streaming down. Not only had Ye Xiao crushed his vital area with a brutal stomp, but his companion dragon had also been slain with a single strike. This meant that not only was he physically crippled, but his career was also irreparably destroyed without his companion dragon. Boom! Ye Xiao, holding a massive 3-meter blade engulfed in golden flames, swung it in the direction of Bai Ruoqing. A deep trench instantly extended from beneath his feet. However, the figure standing beside Bai Ruoqing merely stepped forward lightly and pointed with a single hand, causing all the flames to vanish without a trace. Teacher Bai. Seeing Bai Ruoqing's arrival, a flicker of surprise crossed Ye Xiao's face. He withdrew the fiery blade, and the star-like flames in his eyes extinguished. As the golden flame cloak faded away, it revealed his muscular upper body and defined abs, a stark contrast to his seemingly slender appearance. Teacher Bai, why are you here? If we hadn't come, wouldn't you have killed this boy by now? Bai Ruoqing glared at him with a mix of reproach and amusement. Ye Xiao immediately defended himself with a pout. Teacher Bai, didn't you say I could protect myself? This guy was up to no good drug me. You have no idea how potent that stuff was. If I'd really fallen for it, you might never have seen me again. The middle-aged man standing silently beside Bai Ruoqing's principal, Ning Zhao, finally spoke up. Ye Xiao is right. Tang Hao is the one who drugged and threatened him first. Ye Xiao's actions were indeed in self-defense. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ye Xiao. Young man, your methods are sharp, and your skills are impressive. You're too kind, principal. It was nothing, really, Ye Xiao responded modestly, waving his hand. Haha, you're quite interesting. Come by my office sometime for tea. I might prefer a drink. There's wine too. Actually, soda tastes better. You'll find whatever you want. Ye Xiao grimaced, realizing the principal wasn't going to take no for an answer, and reluctantly agreed. The group made their way to Jiang and her table. Upon seeing Ning Zhao, Minter Sun hurried over, extending both hands for a handshake with a fawning smile, only to be completely ignored as Ning Zhao brushed past him. Undeterred, Minter Sun wiped his hands on his pants and maintained his obsequious grin. Ning Zhao got straight to the point, addressing Jiang and the others. Can you confirm that Tang Hao is the one to provoke this incident? Exactly. Jiang confirmed. This is the cup Tang Hao and his group used to drug Ye Xiao. The substance in it matches the potent knockout drug we found in Wang Shuer's bag. She handed the evidence to Ning Zhao and added, it's called Wan Yin Sang, a lethal tranquilizer humans use against demons. An overdose can be fatal. Taking the substance, Ning Zhao's expression turned icy. Jiang then handed over a recording to him as well. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongqian summoned the staff of Jie Yunlu and retrieved surveillance footage hidden in a corner. Seeing all this unfold, Minter Sun's face turned ashen, overtaken by fear. Only now did he realize that they had been ensnared in Ye Xiao's meticulously laid trap from the very beginning, every step calculated to perfection. He shuddered as he recalled Ye Xiao's seemingly honest smile when they first met. It was that deceptive smile that had lulled their vigilance. How could someone so young possess such a cunning mind? Surveillance footage? Let me see it. Ning Zhao played the video. In the footage, Tang Hao's arrogant voice rang out clearly. Kid, do you know what happens to people who cross me? You're just a nobody with no power or influence. Watch how I toy with you. Once you're dead, your little girlfriend will be mine. Not only will I take good care of her, but I'll also bring 10 men to care for her together. Let's see if her frail little body can handle it. I'm from the Tang family, and we're untouchable. What can you do to me? Even if I kill you today, no one would dare stand up for you. Every word was captured by the advanced surveillance cameras developed by the Daxia Institute of Technology, with even the faintest sounds recorded in full clarity. Good. What a fine Tang Hao. What a fine Tang family. Ning Zhao's eyes were as cold as ice. Untouchable, you say? No one dares to stand up to you. Huh? Well, today I, Ning Zhao, will stand up. Contact the Tang family. Tell them to come and collect their people. His heart burned with fury. Daxia was already surrounded by external threats from demons, and now it had to contend with these lawless aristocratic families within. It was infuriating. He and other warriors risked their lives fighting in the wilderness, only to protect these parasites? If it weren't for the deep-rooted influence of these families, he would have long suggested to the Grand Marshal a thorough crackdown on such clans. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed outside the private room. Two figures rushed in. One bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao but appeared more composed, while the other, a middle-aged man, exuded authority and clearly held a high-ranking position. However, Tang Chenla's face twisted in shock upon seeing Tang Hao's miserable state. Father, my younger brother's companion dragon has been slain, and that other thing was crushed, Tang Xian reported gravely after inspecting the injuries. What? Tang Chenlu roared in fury. Who did this? His bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd and landed on Jiang. He demanded, Jiang, tell me who did this. Don't concern yourself with who it was just yet. Ning Zhao interrupted his outburst. First, take a look at this. See for yourself the fine character of your son. With that, he tossed the audio recording toward Tang Chenlu. After watching the video, Tang Chenlu's face turned pale instantly, and he unconsciously took 2 steps back. He knew in his heart that this was indeed Tang Hao's way of speaking, but he absolutely could not admit to it. Once admitted, not only would Tang Hao spend the rest of his life in prison under Daxia's justice system, but the entire Tang family would also face a thorough investigation by the censorate. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Principal Ning, Tang Xian spoke calmly, a hint of sharpness in his gaze. With today's advanced technology, any hacker could tamper with video content. The authenticity of this video is highly questionable. Exactly, exactly. Tang Chenlu immediately echoed. Hauer has always been honest and would never do such a thing. Clearly, someone is framing him. A flicker of anger crossed Ning Zhao's face. Do you take everyone here for fools? We're all professionals. Do you think we can't tell whether or not a video has been tampered with? At that moment, Bai Ruoyu stepped forward first. I can confirm the video is real. Following her, others also raised their hands in agreement. When Jiang Ro, the daughter-in-law of the Tang family, raised her hand as well, Tang Chenlu's expression became even more grim. Seeing this, Tang Xian quickly changed tactics. Even if the video is real, it was just a slip of the tongue by my younger brother Hao. But what about Ye Xiao? Not only did he ruin Hao's career, but he also cut off all his future prospects. By comparison, Ye Xiao's actions are far worse. Ye Xiao let out a cold laugh. My crime? At most, it's fighting and excessive self-defense. But your brother used poison 10,000 years of doom. That's an attempt to harm the prodigies of Xia, obstruct the nation's development. That's treason. These words left Tang Xian so furious that his face turned blue. He knew full well that if accountability were pursued, Ye Xiao would at most face a few days in detention, but Tang Hao might be executed outright, and the entire Tang family would be implicated. What exactly do you want? Tang Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao shrugged innocently. Don't ask me. Ask the laws of Xia. Ask Principal Ning. I'm just a student trying to protect myself. Fine, very well. Tang Xian nodded repeatedly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Ye Xiao, right? He'll remember you. With that, he turned around and said to Tang Chenlu, Father, let's go. But, Xianer, your brother. Tang Chenlu hesitated, his face filled with concern. The laws of Xia are absolute. If my brother has done wrong, he must face the consequences. Nobles and commoners are equal under the law. Tang Xian's voice echoed in the private room, each word landing like a hammer blow. No one gets special treatment. As of today, Tang Hao is no longer a member of the Tang family. By my authority as the heir of the Tang family, I hereby declare Tang Hao, you are expelled from the family. Before the words had fully settled, Tang Xian strode out, pulling Tang Chenlu with him. His footsteps were firm and resolute. Tang Hao stood frozen in place, silent tears streaming down his face, his complexion as pale as paper. Faced with the choice between family loyalty and the greater good of the clan, his brother had chosen the latter without hesitation. Ning Zhao watched the two leave, his brows furrowed. Tang Xian, what a man. Ruthless when necessary, truly a leader among men. He then turned to Ye Xiao with a grave expression. You need to be careful with Tang Xian. The Tang family never lets a grudge go unpunished. I doubt this will end here. Ye Xiao gave a slight nod. I was prepared for this outcome when I made my decision. If trouble comes, I'll deal with it as it arises. Yet inwardly, his vigilance grew sharper. Tang Xian was no ordinary opponent, was the strongest adversary Ye Xiao had encountered since his arrival in this world. After this storm passed, it was clear he needed to focus on strengthening himself. Ning Zhao glanced at the defaced paintings on the walls, his lips twitching in a mix of irritation and amusement. That kid, he certainly has some artistic flair. Then, turning to Wang Shuer and Suya, he asked, if you wish to stay longer in the capital, I can arrange accommodations. If you'd prefer to leave, I'll ensure you're escorted safely. I'm leaving. Wang Shuer's face was pale, her voice trembling. If even Tang Hao had fallen, she dared not remain in this place of turmoil. I want to stay, Suya said softly. After this incident, her relationship with Wang Shuer's faction had completely fractured. Returning would likely be dangerous. She was even considering transferring to Zhenshin University. Ning Zhao nodded in agreement and led the group out of the room. The others followed closely behind. Only then did Minter's son dare to exhale a sigh of relief, thankful that Ning Zhao had not pursued the matter with him. But his relief was short-lived, as his phone rang. The icy voice of the university president came through. You are dismissed. Effective immediately, you are no longer associated with Magic City Vocational University. You will bear all consequences yourself. The phone call ended abruptly, and Minter's son collapsed to the ground in despair. Soon after, the police arrived and took Tang Hao and Minter's son into custody. Once they left Jayun Tower, Ning Zhao departed to attend to official matters, while Bai Ruoqing allowed Ye Xiao and the others to move freely. Ye Xiao, you were too reckless this time, Jiang Ro said anxiously. If Tang Xian decides to drag you down with him, it won't end well for you. I'm betting that the Tang family has too many secrets they can't afford to expose. They won't risk mutual destruction, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. He had nothing to lose. Anyone who wanted to harm him would have to pay a heavy price, no matter who they were. God or demon, noble or commoner. It made no difference to him. Seeing the worry in Jiang Ro's eyes, Ye Xiao softened his tone and spoke earnestly. Don't worry. I'll take care of myself. But if anyone dares to harm those close to me, will make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Even if it's a god, they'll kill them for you. That's my bottom line. Jiang Ro's palms were clammy with cold sweat, a testament to how deeply concerned she had been just moments ago. When Ye Xiao returned to the dorm, he saw Lin Ru sitting at the desk, still in the same posture as when he had left, engrossed in his book. Ye Xiao, you're in the spotlight again, Lin Ru said, putting down his book with a sly smile. Before Ye Xiao could respond, Lin Ru had already grabbed his phone and opened the school forum. TSK. You sent the freshman champion from Modu Vocational University packing. Everyone on the forum is saying you're the top contender for the freshman competition champion. Ye Xiao shrugged indifferently. It's not like I've actually won the championship. What's there to celebrate? Someone wins the freshman competition every year. I think you're different, Ye Xiao, Lin Ru said thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on him. For someone from a humble background to achieve this, most people would already be over the moon. What kind of honor would actually make you happy? Ye Xiao paused for a moment while taking off his jacket, then replied in a lifeless tone. Oh, I'm so thrilled. A championship contender. I've never had this kind of honor before. I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself. I'm shaking all over. Before he finished speaking, he had already started taking off his pants. Lin Ru's smile froze instantly. You? What are you doing? Taking a shower? Ye Xiao replied, now in his boxers, revealing a lean, muscular physique. It's still pretty hot in September. I'm going for a cold shower. Want to join me? I didn't sweat, so no, thanks, Lin Ru stammered, quickly turning back to his book. Before Lin Ru could settle back into reading, Ye Xiao appeared behind him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Staying cooped up in the dorm all the time isn't good for you. You should get out and walk around. Who knows? You might bump into a cute junior and have a romantic encounter. He poked Lin Ru's cheek playfully. Your skin is so nice, even fairer than by Ruayu's. If she found out, she'd probably be fuming with jealousy. Ye Xiao, just go take your shower. I'm reading, Lin Ru said, his voice flustered. By the time Ye Xiao came out of the shower, Lin Ru had already fallen asleep. Drying his hair, Ye Xiao walked out to the hallway for a smoke. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, he thought to himself, this guy doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't stay up late, doesn't party, he just reads all the time. He's like the perfect model of a good man. If I were a girl, I might actually fall for a treasure like him. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've signed in today and received nearsightedness. Ye Xiao realized it was already past midnight. Looks like I've collected another round of ocular abilities. Hey, since when is nearsightedness considered an ability? You're literally installing a vision problem in my eyes, he muttered, unable to hold back his complaints. Over the past few days, he had indeed gathered quite a collection of so-called ocular abilities. When the system listed a series of eye-related pupil techniques, Ye Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Cataracts, farsightedness, rediathese all sound like ordinary eye conditions. And you're calling them pupil techniques? If nearsightedness counts as a pupil technique, wouldn't there be billions of pupil masters in the world? Please do not doubt the system's expertise. These are indeed pupil techniques, the system replied earnestly. Then tell me, what are these pupil techniques good for? As soon as he finished speaking, a panel suddenly appeared before Ye Xiao. It displayed. Nearsightedness not only prevents other eye diseases but, when combined with farsightedness, grants the user an exceptionally healthy pair of eyes. Fine, if that's how you're playing it, then let's do this. Pupil technique fusion. Ye Xiao decisively commanded. The system immediately responded. Congratulations, host. Pupil technique fusion complete. You have obtained the Wood Spirit Pupil Purple. A stream of information followed. The Wood Spirit Pupil Purple possesses strong healing and restorative effects. When activated in battle, it grants immunity to all non-lethal injuries, with an endless supply of pupil energy. Its evolution path is Wood Spirit Pupil Purple Divine Wood Pupil Red Eye of Life Black Eternal Evergreen Pupil Gold. Ye Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. His Eternal Flame Sovereign Pupil had already reached its peak, and the ultimate form of the Martial God Pupil was the Martial Dao Celestial Eye. The Eternal Evergreen Pupil could very well be the pinnacle of the healer profession or perhaps even beyond. With the Wood Spirit Pupil supplying infinite pupil energy, Ye Xiao no longer needed to worry about his Martial God Phantom being unable to unleash its full power due to a lack of energy. He calculated silently this time. The championship in the newcomer tournament was undoubtedly his. The next morning, Lin Ru left early for class. Ye Xiao, however, slept in until the sun was high in the sky. After waking up, he first arranged for Bai Ruoqing to excuse him from class, then logged into the Treasure Vault module on the Divine Suppression University's official website. Staring at the over 10,000 points in his account, Ye Xiao began budgeting carefully. His current extraordinary tier 6 level was indeed falling behindward had it that Zhang Ro and Xiao Hongqian were already nearing extraordinary tier 9. Spending 5,000 points, he exchanged them for 500 energy crystals. Then, he noticed another treasure, the eye of a void sea beast. Though it was just from a juvenile creature, it was still worth the 8,000 points. Half an hour later, all the purchased resources had been delivered. The system promptly notified him. Congratulations, host. The breaking illusion pupil purple has met its advancement requirement. The next stage is the void eye red. A confident smile curved Ye Xiao's lips. The advancement conditions had finally been fulfilled. Ye Xiao absorbed about half of the 500 energy crystals, causing his internal energy to surge dramatically, instantly breaking through to extraordinary level 9. Taking a deep breath, he felt the powerful energy coursing through him and carefully stored the remaining 300 crystals. They would be reserved for his breakthrough to the metamorphosis level. As his cultivation level increased, the number of energy crystals required for advancement grew exponentially. If he relied solely on absorbing the ambient mystical energy in the air, who knew how many years it would take to progress? Even these 300 crystals might only be enough to raise him a single level when he reached the metamorphosis level. Next, it's time to test the void eyes, Ye Xiao murmured as he retrieved the crystalline eyes of the void sea beast. Under the sunlight, they refracted a strange, otherworldly glow. Closing his eyes, he silently chanted, "Fuse." In an instant, the beast's eyes dissolved into specks of starlight and poured into his pupils. A system notification immediately echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the void eyes. Effects: see through all illusions and identify enemy weaknesses. Gain spatial combat abilities, including mastery of spatial coordinates, space rupture, space blade, and void traversal. This spatial coordinate ability is practically divine. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. By setting a coordinate at Jinshin University, he could teleport back from anywhere instantly, a life-saving retreat mechanism akin to a real-life recall spell. As he reveled in his newfound powers, Lin Ru pushed the door open and entered. Ye Xiao, the principal has summoned all the freshmen to the field. The freshman tournament is about to start. It was only then that Ye Xiao noticed it was already noon. He realized he hadn't eaten breakfast, nor had he managed to grab lunch. The dining hall was bound to be packed with hungry students by now, and he didn't feel right barging through the crowd relying on his strength. Lin Ru quietly sat down at the table, opened her lunchbox, and began eating. Ye Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed on her meal. Want to share? Lin Ru hesitated before offering. Oh, I couldn't possibly, Ye Xiao said, feigning reluctance, but his hands were already reaching for a pair of chopsticks. The portions at Jinshin University are huge. I can never finish it all by myself, Lin Ru said with a smile, glancing at the mound of rice in her box. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink. Ye Xiao started devouring the food, finishing his portion in mere moments. Meanwhile, Lin Ru was still eating slowly, having barely touched her rice. Noticing Ye Xiao staring intently at her, Lin Ru felt a bit awkward. Ye Xiao, could you not look at me like that? Oh, sorry. Ye Xiao snapped out of it, realizing his impropriety. He turned and walked to the balcony, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. At first, he assumed Lin Ru was just introverted, but her behavior from last night to today was far too unusual. As someone with a wealth of experience, Ye Xiao suddenly had a bold suspicion flash through his mind. He walked into the room and saw Lin Ru taking small bites of her meal. Hey Lin Ru. Lin Ru looked up. Could it be? Are you a girl? The words struck like a bolt of lightning. Lin Ru froze in place, then immediately started coughing violently. He hurriedly put down his lunchbox, patting his chest as he stammered. Well, what are you talking about? Ye Xiao, your imagination is running wild. Look, I have an Adam's apple, and my voice doesn't sound like a woman's. Forcing a calm smile, Lin Ru continued to explain, my skin is good because I rarely go outside. I spend most of my time at home reading. As for not being comfortable getting too close to other guys, that's just a personal habit. Don't overthink it. Oh, alright then. Ye Xiao lay back on the bed, hands behind his head, but his eyes remained fixed on Lin Ru. Curiosity clawed at his mind like a restless cat. He debated whether to use his eye technique to uncover the truth when Lin Ru's voice broke the silence. Ye Xiao, don't you dare use your eye technique on me. The words instantly extinguished Ye Xiao's thoughts. Don't worry, I won't. He closed his eyes, waiting quietly for midnight to arrive. Dong. As the bell of Jinshin University rang out, Ye Xiao's eyes snapped open. The freshman tournament had officially begun. His phone screen was suddenly flooded with messages from Bai Ruoyu and others. Ye Xiao, get to the field. They're assigning teams. If we end up on the same team, I'm definitely going to beat you up and settle the score. We're waiting for you at the field. Let's go, Ye Xiao. Lin Ru packed up his lunchbox, still holding tightly to an ancient book in his hands. That book is just a habit, Lin Ru explained briefly. As the two walked to the field, they caused an immediate stir. Whispers erupted around them. That's Ye Xiao and Lin Ru. Wow, Lin Ru is actually so handsome. Ye Xiao doesn't look anything like the rumors. I heard he's supposed to be a three-meter turtle demon with 6 arms and a terrifying face. Come on, Jinshin University doesn't accept non-human creatures. You're overthinking it. At that moment, a figure dressed in white appeared in the distancia, a young man in a white robe with flowing black hair that reached his waist. His every move exuded an ethereal elegance. With a warm smile on his face, he approached Ye Xiao and Lin Ru. We meet again, Ye Xiao. I'm looking forward to facing you in battle. And you as well, Lin Ru. Wu Tongxian. Is this an order from that old man in your family? Ye Xiao asked, his gaze fixed on the other. No, it's my own decision, Wu Tongxian replied firmly. Fighting the strong brings endless benefits. That's what my grandfather has always taught me. One must look up to the strong and then surpass them. Haha, the old man does have some insight. Ye Xiao chuckled lightly before turning to leave. Wu Tongxian also smiled and walked off in another direction. Lin Ruyin, being a man of few words, simply nodded silently as he passed by Ye Xiao. Lin Ru, let's head home and rest up, Ye Xiao said, patting him on the shoulder. All right, see you in the finals. Yeah, see you there. When Ye Xiao arrived at the agreed meeting spot, Bai Ruoyu and the others were already waiting for him. Ye Xiao, you're finally here. Bai Ruoyu called out excitedly, waving the slip of paper in her hand. The preliminary test is divided into 10 groups, with about 100 people in each group. The first round will narrow it down to the top 100. We've already drawn lots. I'm in Group A, which is definitely a good sign. I'm in Group A too, Jiang Ro said with a gentle smile. Bai Ruoyu raised her chin proudly. With Jiang Ro and me teaming up, our entire group is going to be crushed. I'm in Group C, Xiao Hongchen said, holding up his slip. I'm in Group E, Qiu Jianfeng added. Go draw your lot, Ye Xiao. Bai Ruoyu urged, glancing around. Look at all the people staring at you. Ye Xiao scratched his head. Why does it feel like they all want to kill me? He could indeed feel many hostile gazes directed toward him. That's because of us, the 2 stunning beauties by your side. Bai Ruoyu said smugly. After all, in one of the 4 campus bells among the freshmen, Jiang Ro is another, as well as that flirt from the Divine Palace and someone you don't know. At that moment, Jiang Ro stepped forward and gently smoothed the creases on Ye Xiao's t-shirt. Her hands were cool, and the chill could be felt even through the fabric. Are you nervous? Ye Xiao asked. No, just excited, Jiang Ro replied as she withdrew her hand, her voice resolute. Over the years, my father has been looked down upon by the Chu family. They think his bloodline tarnished their family's legacy. In their eyes, I'm just a pretty face meant for an arranged marriage. But now, I finally have the chance to prove them wrong. I'll show them that my father, Jiang Mian, is not inferior, and that I'm far better than anyone from the Chu family. Good. Seeing you so determined puts my mind at ease, Ye Xiao said with a smile. Go show those frogs in the well your true strength. Take a spot in the top 10, I'll be cheering for you. Ye Xiao, you're wrong, Xiao Hongchen interjected. We'll all be cheering for Jiang Ro. Exactly. Bai Ruoyu pouted. How could you turn this into a private moment between you and Jiang Ro? Where's your team spirit? All right, let's set a small goal, Ye Xiao said, looking around at the group. How about we all make it into the top 10? Of course. No objections here. Everyone nodded firmly in agreement. Isn't that obvious? Qiu Jianfeng responded cheerfully. I'll join too. But my ultimate goal is to have a duel with you, Xiao Hongchen. The ranking is secondary. Ye Xiao, Jiang Ro suddenly turned to him with a serious tone. You can't just settle for the top 10, you must take first place. Bai Ruoyu clenched her fists, her face full of indignation. Exactly. Don't let our southern province lose face. Especially that Wu Tongxian, you have to beat him up good. Just looking at his pretentious face makes me angry. Don't worry, I'll make sure even his grandfather won't recognize him, Ye Xiao said as he strode toward the drawing station. Hey there, husband. We meet again, a crisp voice called out. Standing beside him was Shinguji Ningo, dressed in a sailor outfit and black tights. She clasped her hands behind her back and smiled brightly. Husband, after you. Ye Xiao didn't decline and reported his name and student ID to the staff managing the drawing system. After the system processed his information, he ended up in Group G. Let me see. Shinguji Ningo leaned in. Group G. My turn now. She drew her lot and exclaimed in delight. What a coincidence. I'm in Group G too. Husband, shall we add another certificate to our collection? What certificate? Ye Xiao asked instinctively. A marriage certificate. And we can bring home a chubby baby too. Shinguji Ningo said, her face brimming with anticipation. Ye Xiao turned to leave. I'm not interested in becoming a father out of nowhere, thanks. Wait, don't go. Shinguji Ningo chased after him. I didn't mean now. I meant after we get married. Ye Xiao, I have something important to tell you. Ye Xiao stopped in his tracks. Speak quickly. Shinguji Ningo pouted. Your attitude is so cold. Good thing I'm your wife, anyone else would have been mad by now. She suddenly lowered her voice. The person in charge of the drawing system has been bribed by the Tang family. The Tang family? Yes, they offered me 3 million to eliminate you during the knockout rounds. Everyone in Group G, except for you, has been bought off. Ye Xiao frowned. Why are you telling me this? Because you're my husband, of course. I've betrayed them, she said nonchalantly, spreading her hands. I took the money, but that doesn't mean I have to follow through. Worst case, I'll flee back to Japan overnight. What are they gonna do-chase me all the way there? I've never met anyone as shameless as you. Shinguji Ningo blinked her large eyes and asked playfully. Well, now you have. So, what do you think? Am I beautiful? I'm heading to the arena, Ye Xiao said abruptly before turning and walking away at a brisk pace. He could no longer endure Shungong Ningnizi's teasing. Every word from the Japanese girl felt like a direct hit, leaving him completely overwhelmed. Ye Xiao, I can help you. Shungong Ningnizi called out from behind. You're under a lot of pressure, aren't you? Competing against 98 top students from Zhenshin University must be tough. Just come with me tonight to a hotel off campus. No need. I can handle it myself, Ye Xiao replied without looking back. Oh, come on. Don't be so stubborn, she teased. Ye Xiao decided to ignore her entirely, quickening his steps. At that moment, Bai Ruoyu suddenly sprang out, blocking Shangong Ningnizi's path. Shameless Shengong. You're at it again. Acting so indecently. Have you no sense of propriety or shame? Bai Ruoyu exclaimed furiously. Shengong Ningnizi casually brushed her long black hair back and slightly puffed out her chest. Oh my, it's Miss Bai. For a moment, I thought you were a Wally, nearly bumped into you. You. Bai Ruoyu stammered in anger, stomping her foot. Shameless Shengong. I'm challenging you in the freshman competition. Sure, bring it on, Miss Bai. Shengong Ningnizi replied with a smirk, swaying her hips as she walked away. Since she was in the same group as Ye Xiao, she naturally planned to stick with him. Zhenshin University had specially set up a formation to completely isolate the 10 competition platforms. Students would engage in a free-for-all within each designated area, and only the last 10 standing in each group would qualify for the top 100. Ye Xiao, Shungong Ningnizi whispered to him, lowering her voice, I don't have solid evidence, but it's highly likely that this referee has been bribed by the Tang family. The Tang family's influence reaches even the teachers at Zhenshin University? Ye Xiao asked skeptically. Money makes the world go round, doesn't it? She replied with a knowing look. Once everyone had arrived, the referee for Group G announced the rules. The crystal in his hand emitted a faint glow, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings transformed. All participants found themselves standing on a massive boulder suspended in a boundless void. Below them, clouds billowed, and fierce winds howled. A sight sure to strike fear into anyone with a fear of heights. This is just a simulated environment created by the formation to enhance the atmosphere, Shungong Ningnizi explained. Suddenly, a hostile voice rang out. Ye Xiao, will you step down on your own? Or do we have to beat you until you can't stand? A group of students began closing in on them, led by someone who bore a striking resemblance to Tang Hao. And who are you? What's your relation to Tang Hao? Ye Xiao asked with a sidelong glance. I'm Tang Quan, Tang Hao's cousin. Profession. Swordsman, Tang Quan declared arrogantly, his face brimming with confidence. With over 90 students ganging up on Ye Xiao, he was certain that no matter how strong Ye Xiao was, defeat was inevitable. The strength of these 90-plus individuals was far beyond the opponents Lin had faced during the special recruitment exam. Every student admitted to Zhenshin University was the creme de la creme, with even the weakest among them possessing the power of Transcendent Level 5. Especially Tang Quan, who ranked among the top 30 with his formidable Transcendent Level 8 abilities. Xingu Nene, get over here and fight. Tang Quan shouted at the woman standing beside Ye Xiao, his eyes burning with fervor. Such an exquisite beauty from the east. The thought of spending a passionate night with her only made him more excited, his gaze practically devouring Xingu Nene. However, Xingu Nene merely cast him a cold glance before clutching Ye Xiao's arm tightly. In a sweet, coquettish tone, she said, What are you talking about? How could I possibly help you fight against my husband? You. Tang Quan looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. You dare take 3 million from my family and, ugh, so what if I took it? Xingu Nene interrupted. Without it, how would I have money to support my husband? Diapers, formula, clothes for the baby, none of that comes cheap. You already have a child? Tang Quan's face twisted in disbelief, his fury erupting as he roared, Take them down. Eliminate both of them. You wretched woman. You deceived my feelings. Ridiculous, Xingu Nene scoffed, pressing herself even closer to Ye Xiao. Talking about feelings after meeting me once? You're weak and ugly, how could you possibly compare to my husband? Her intimate gesture and cutting words sent Tang Quan into a complete frenzy. With a furious roar, He raised his blade and charged at Ye Xiao, followed by the swarm of more than 90 others. Ye Xiao sneered. A swarm of ants is still just ants. One stomp is all it takes to crush them. Husband, Shinga Nene said with a playful flutter of her eyes. How about we make a game of it? Whoever defeats more of them wins. The loser has to give the winner a kiss. For you, that's just a win-win situation. Ah, you're no fun. She grinned mischievously. Ye Xiao gently pushed her hand aside and stepped forward. The school rules state that each team must select 10 members. I'll make this simple. I'll use just one move. The first 8 people to get back on their feet can pass the elimination round. The rest? Get lost. With that, he slowly raised his hand. Burning Heaven Seal appear. With a low command, Ye Xiao summoned golden flames that surged like tidal waves from all directions, converging in his palm to form a blazing golden seal. With his current strength, activating his eye technique and shaping the form in an instant was effortless. Just a mere seal technique? And you think you can suppress all of us? Ye Xiao, you're overestimating yourself. Tang Quan roared, swinging his long blade. 9-fold nether blade. In an instant, several dark blade arcs tore through the air. The other students, seeing this, quickly joined in. After all, they had accepted payment to deal with this matter, and most college students still held up their end of a deal. A flurry of attacks intertwined in the air, creating a massive spectacle. My goodness! So many people, I'd be dead even with my Inyong robe on, murmured Jingu Nanoko, covering her lips as her violet eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was eager to see how Ye Xiao would handle the situation. Go, Ye Xiao said coldly, pushing the burning heaven seal forward with one hand. The seal rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive meteor engulfed in golden flames that blanketed the combined attacks of the 98 students. The moment the various attacks touched the golden flames, they were completely devoured without leaving a trace. Impossible! Tang Quan shouted in a mix of shock and fury. How can Ye Xiao be this strong? That was the combined assault of 98 people. A wave of scorching heat swept over them, sending students crashing to the ground, their clothes singed and tattered. The girls screamed in terror. Ye Xiao, was that a good show? Jingu Nanoko asked playfully, her hands clasped behind her back. It was all right. Hee hee, I'm prettier than them. You know, want to take a look? Not interested, Ye Xiao replied, his focus still on the students sprawled on the ground. Gradually, 9 students managed to struggle to their feet, including Tang Quan, who was using his broken blade as support. Ye Xiao frowned and instantly appeared in front of Tang Quan. Who gave you permission to use your blade as a crutch? That's cheating. You're disqualified. Get lost. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ye Xiao backhanded Tang Quan, sending him flying. Ye Xiao, you're abusing your power. Someone else used a spear to prop themselves up, and you let them through. Ye Xiao sneered dismissively. Yeah, I'm picking on you. Why? Because your last name is Tang. Anyone with the last name Tang can get lost. Thanks. I spared you only to save the school's reputation. A trace of coldness flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. Out in the wilderness, I would have cremated you on the spot and scattered your ashes without a second thought. The scene was a complete mess. The students who had barely clawed their way into the top 100 were left incapacitated, unable to fight again. Ye Xiao's single move had ensured they'd be bedridden for days, effectively ending their chances in the competition. Referee, Group G's assessment is complete. Ye Xiao raised his identification badge high, the light from it shooting straight into the sky. The formation, designed to detect when 10 badges were raised, dissipated automatically, signaling the end of the assessment. Outside the formation, the instructors noticed the glow and exchanged puzzled glances. That fast? It's only been a few minutes, and the top 10 are already decided? Looks like Ye Xiao was the first to be eliminated. Easiest million the Tang family ever spent. Though the referee maintained a stoic expression, inwardly he was elated. As the first figure emerged from the formation, the referee caught sight of a pair of men's leather shoes and felt a surge of excitement. Tang Quan? As expected of the Tang family's heir. But in the next instant, his smile froze. Standing before him was none other than Ye Xiao. Yo, old ding, disappointed to see me? Ye Xiao's smirk was laced with mockery. You might as well admit to taking that million from the Tang family. Principal Ning will be inviting you for tea. Choose between fatal tea, soul-breaking tea, or eternal rest tea. Take your pick. The referee trembled uncontrollably. Ye Xiao, please let me explain. Save it. Principal Ning will handle you. Ye Xiao waved him off and walked away, wary that Ning's blunt remarks might come flying his way again. Before long, both the referee and the system administrator responsible for the draw were escorted away by the campus security. Rumor had it that Ning Xiao himself paid a visit to the Tang family afterward, and the Tang family head nearly broke his son Tang chinless legs in fury. Meanwhile, assessments for the other groups also concluded. Zhang Ro and Bai Ruoyu displayed seamless teamwork, sweeping through their opponents effortlessly. Xiao Hongqin's remnant cloud swordsmanship was so fearsome that no one dared approach within 10 meters of him. Qiu Jianfeng, on the other hand, was a maverick, challenging anyone he saw to a duel. He was nearly beaten to death by a mob, but managed to scrape through in the end. As for Lin Ru and Wu Tongxian, their reputations alone were enough to clear the way, with other contestants voluntarily giving up their spots. By the end of the afternoon, the top 100 of the freshman competition had been finalized. Around dinner time, Ye Xiao, carrying 2 trays of food, ran into Bai Ruoyu in the cafeteria. Ye Xiao, why do you get 2 portions? Bai Ruoyu asked curiously. It's for Lin Ru. I ate his lunch earlier. By the way, where is he? I heard someone called him to the back of the teaching building, Bai Ruoyu replied, stuffing her mouth full of food. Ever since arriving at Jinshin University, her appetite had grown significantly. Aside from peanuts, she ate everything even more than Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao gave her a look of disdain. Eat less, or you might get too fat. With that, he turned and walked away. Tisich, Ye Xiao, you just don't understand. Bai Ruoyu pulled out her phone. Xiao Baishu says that if girls eat more, their chest will grow bigger because the nutrients will accumulate. Xiao Baishu wouldn't lie to me. Ye Xiao carried his meal and walked to the back of the teaching building. Just as he was about to continue forward, a trembling female voice suddenly reached his ears, causing him to stop involuntarily. Lin Ru, from the moment I first saw you, I liked you. Will you be my boyfriend? Ye Xiao silently clicked his tongue in his mind. This scholarly, refined, male god in a white shirt, always carrying a book and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. How long has it been since the school year started, and he's already being confessed to? I'm sorry, but I can't be your boyfriend, Lin Ru responded, his voice calm yet decisive. Unexpectedly, the girl broke down and started sobbing uncontrollably. I knew it would turn out like this. This is the first time I've ever confessed to someone. My roommates always say I'm timid, and now that I've finally mustered the courage, I've been rejected so bluntly. Her voice grew more agitated. How could someone as ordinary as me ever deserve someone as outstanding as you? I shouldn't have confessed it. Ali might as well just die. Uho, this girl's in a bad place. Ye Xiao thought to himself, silently mourning for Lin Ru. Lin Ru's expression flickered with a trace of hesitation before he bit his lip and crouched down. He'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. What secret? The girl asked, still sobbing. Actually, Lin Ru seemed slightly awkward. Actually, I've been pretending to be a man. I'm a woman. That's why I can't accept your confession. Impossible. You clearly have an Adam's apple, and your voice it. Before she could finish, a melodious female voice interrupted her. That's just a simple linguistic spell. I can switch my voice at will. So, it's not that you're not good enough, it's my own issue. Ye Xiao's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping his lunchbox. It was true. Lin Ru really was a woman disguised as a man. Struggling to suppress his astonishment, he quietly left the scene. A short while later, as he stood at the dormitory door, he was still grappling with how to process this startling revelation. Ye Xiao, why are you just standing there, not going in? Lin Ru's voice came from behind him. She was holding a lunchbox and a book. Oh, I forgot my key, Ye Xiao replied instinctively, scratching the back of his head. Then what's that in your hand? Ye Xiao looked down and realized he was holding his key. My mistake. I guess I've been too tired lately. Haha. Laughing awkwardly, he hastily unlocked the door and went inside. As he watched Lin Ru quietly eating her meal at the desk across from him, Ye Xiao's mind raced with scenes straight out of a two-dimensional world. Living with a girl was one thing, but had even acted shamelessly in front of her before. This kind of anime-like scenario was actually happening in real life. The next day, Ye Xiao arrived at the assessment venue with noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Ye Xiao, did you turn into a panda overnight? Bai Ruoyu approached him quickly, giving his shoulder a light pat. Ye Xiao wore a troubled expression. I didn't sleep well last night. He had tossed and turned all night, the sound of Lin's steady breathing echoing in his ears, keeping him wide awake. He ended up smoking half a pack of cigarettes, yet still couldn't calm himself. Knowing his roommate was a girl but having to act as if nothing was out of the ordinary while living and eating together in the same dormit was simply too bizarre. Ha ha ha. Bai Ruoyu burst out laughing, clutching her stomach. Did you wear yourself out from, certain activities? Don't get eliminated too easily today. Thunk. Ye Xiao decisively raised a finger and gave her a flick on the forehead. If you keep spouting nonsense, they'll post that recording of you calling me master on the campus forum and see what your admirers think about their school beauty. Eek. Bai Ruyu's face turned pale. She quickly grabbed Ye Xiao's arm, pleading coquettishly. I was wrong. Just joking. You're a big man. You should forgive a little lady like me. Confucius was right, only petty people and women are hard to deal with. You. As the two continued their playful banter, the crowd at the assessment square began to thicken. Suddenly, a student pointed toward a distant platform and exclaimed, What's that? Ye Xiao's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. 10 towering stone pillars were slowly rising, piercing the clouds. Atop each pillar was an opulent golden throne, radiating dazzling brilliance and exuding a regal aura. The 10 seats of glory. Those are the 10 seats of glory. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The 10 seats of glory? Ye Xiao tilted his head in confusion. The surrounding students eagerly explained. The top 10 in the freshman competition are named the 10 elites. This ranking remains for an entire year unless there are exceptional circumstances. The 10 elites receive special privileges in resource allocation. Once you claim a seat, you could potentially maintain your elite status until graduation. They say the current senior who's ranked first has held that position since the freshman competition 4 years ago, and has stayed at the top ever since. Becoming one of the 10 elites, that's true glory for your family. The student's eyes sparkled with admiration. Graduating as one of the 10 elites means you're among the most elite talents in Xia. Whether you join the government, a noble family, an organization, or a god hunter team, you'll receive the best possible treatment. For heirs of noble families, it could even secure their position as the successor. The 10 golden thrones glistened under the sunlight, like 10 miniature suns, symbolizing supreme honor. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was Ning Zhao, the president of Jinshan University. Beside him walked a person dressed in white, with flowing white hair and a long sword strapped to their back. The principal is here. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. When the students saw who it was, the uproar grew even louder. Oh my god. It's him. The sword deity of Daxia. Su Jinshan. Excited screams echoed one after another. It's real. It's really him. I'm seeing the sword deity in person. Someone, unable to contain their emotions, shouted at the top of their lungs. If my high school friends knew about this, I'd brag about it for 100 years. He's so cool. So manly. I want to marry the sword deity. In stark contrast to the student's fervor, Su Changhin appeared remarkably indifferent. His gaze was unfocused, and he muttered to himself, completely absorbed in his own world. Ning Zhao led Su Changhin to the stone pillars and raised his voice to announce, "Students, today's competition is straightforward. This is the battle for the 10 elites. If you believe you're qualified to be in the top 10, take a seat on one of the chairs atop the stone pillars. Those who can hold their seats until sunset will be the 10 elites." He then outlined the rewards. The 10 elites will have the chance to become disciples of a gold rank mentor. 4 sword cultivators. Making it into the top 10 means you can directly become a disciple of the sword deity. The top 3 will gain access to the realm of reception for 12 hours. The first place winner will not only earn the title of chief student, but will also receive privileges equivalent to a silver rank mentor, 30,000 points, and an internship with the Crimson Dawn God Hunting Squad. These words completely ignited the crowd's excitement. A gold rank mentor represented the opportunity to apprentice under a 6th-tier domain-level powerhouse, a figure of immense prestige even in an entire province. And to be a disciple of the sword deity of Daxia? That was the ultimate dream of every sword cultivator. The realm of reception was a unique space within Jinshan University, where the energy density was several times greater than that of the outside world. Spending 12 hours there could lead to a dramatic leap in cultivation, potentially reaching a transformative level or even higher. The privileges of a silver rank mentor were equally enticing, offering not only a place in Daxia's archives, but also exemption from daily classes and unparalleled protection from the school. As for the Crimson Dawn God Hunting Squad, it was one of Daxia's 4 elite squads, led by an 8th-tier rule-level powerhouse known as the Scorching Sun of the Mortal World, whose strength rivaled that of the sword deity. Joining such a team was a dream come true for countless professionals. Alright, the competition begins now. With Ning Zhao's command, he and the sword deity stepped aside. The students surged toward the stone pillars, their eyes fixed on the 10 golden chairs above, as if they were the most coveted treasures in the world. A figure in white moved forward with calm composure, carving out a space around him where no one dared to approach within 3 feet. It was Wu Tongxian. With a single hand gesture and a soft chant of sword control, a silver, hiltless long sword materialized out of thin air. He stepped lightly onto the blade and, in an instant, claimed one of the golden chairs. Seeing this, the other students on that pillar quickly jumped off, rushing toward the remaining 9 pillars. Meanwhile, Lin Ru, clutching a scroll, softly uttered, "Shift." Before his words even faded, he appeared atop a stone pillar adjacent to Wu Tongxian and calmly took a seat. The competitors on his pillar retreated as well, intensifying the scramble for the remaining 8 chairs. The battle for the top 10 was fiercely intense. Ye Xiao scanned the scene, observing the heated clashes on each stone pillar. A student had just climbed onto a pillar but was immediately knocked off by a coordinated strike from 6 or 7 others. However, these triumphant attackers were soon sent flying by even stronger opponents. While the competition seemed straightforward on the surface, it was riddled with hidden complexities. Without exceptional strength, It was impossible to maintain one's footing amidst the encircling predators. Turning his gaze to other pillars, Ye Xiao noted that each contender displayed their unique skills. Shinguji Nene sat elegantly on her throne, draped in her Inyong robe, exuding the aura of a fiery queen. Her long, slender legs crossed gracefully as the robe unleashed a blazing inferno, enveloping the entire pillar and deterring anyone from approaching. Not far away, Jango stood alone in front of her seat, fending off wave after wave of challengers with sheer determination. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongchen wielded a long sword, standing like an impenetrable wall against the swarm of opponents. Bai Ruoyu summoned her nine-tailed spirit cat and dragon guards to her side, with the fiery breath of the dragon ready to strike at any moment. It's about time I made my move, Ye Xiao murmured, his eyes locking onto the fifth pillar as a faint smile played on his lips. Instantly, his golden flame robe enveloped him, and a staircase of golden flames materialized in midair, extending directly to the golden throne. He ascended the fiery staircase with calm confidence, each step steady and elegant. Shinguji Nene watched intently, lightly brushing her lips with her fingers. As expected of my husband, to come up with such a stylish way to ascend, she remarked. Wu Tongxian's gaze glimmered with intrigue, while Lin Ru, immersed in her world of books, remained oblivious to the chaos around her. As Ye Xiao advanced, he effortlessly summoned an array of 18 weapons to orbit him. With a mere flick of his fingers, any student attempting to block his path was swatted away like flies. Once seated on the throne, he immediately activated the Void Eye and Void Blade, creating invisible blades that hovered protectively around him. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked toward him. Ye Xiao, get down from there. You've only got yourself to blame for being too careless, falling into a trap. Ha ha ha. The sinister laughter echoed, but Ye Xiao had anticipated the ambush. His invisible blades countered in an instant, and with a pained scream, a shadowy figure plummeted from the pillar. It was a provincial-level exam champion specializing in assassination, but his tricks were far too naive against Ye Xiao. Glancing at the ongoing battles on the other pillars, Ye Xiao muttered to himself, getting into the top 10 isn't the hard part, it's them. His gaze ultimately rested on Jiang, who was giving her all to unleash her ice abilities, desperately fending off attacks from all sides. The battle on the field grew increasingly fierce, with the most eye-catching participants being a pair of stunning sisters. Ye Xiao recognized them as the Chu sisters. Chu Rou and Chu Xinwo had ranked 9th and 10th in the Imperial Capital's college entrance exams. One wielded fire elements, while the other controlled water elements, and together, they were targeting Jiang. Sorry, Jiang. This is Grandpa's order, you must not enter the top 10. Chu Rou declared coldly. Exactly. A lowborn like you, daring to reject someone as extraordinary as Tang Xian, you really don't know what's good for you. Chu Xian chimed in, her eyes flashing with jealousy. The sisters worked in perfect harmony, their fire and water elements intertwining in the air to form a powerful torrent of energy surging toward Jiang. At this critical moment, Jiang caught a glimpse of Ye Xiao's gaze. He silently mouthed the words, "You can do it." In that instant, it was as if Jiang had tapped into an infinite source of strength. Believe in yourself. You're not alone anymore, she whispered in her heart. Purple electric arcs began crackling around her, and her aura transformed dramatically. Sister, something's wrong. She's hiding her lightning element. Chu Xian exclaimed in alarm. Jiang Rao's eyes snapped open, and brilliant purple lightning tore through the sky. Purple lightning radiance, she called out softly. The lightning lashed out like a whip, colliding with the fiery water storm. The violent clash of elements triggered a massive explosion, sending thick mist billowing upward and blasting everyone away. In the nick of time, Jiang unleashed a purple lightning whip to latch onto the golden throne, landing firmly in one of the top 10 positions. Surrounded by crackling purple lightning, she exuded the majesty of a queen of thunder. This spot is mine. Anyone have a problem with that? Ye Xiao nodded approvingly before turning his attention to Xiao Hongchen's stone pillar. Only two figures remained locked in a frenzied clash there, the white-clad, sword-wielding Xiao Hongchen and the black-clad, blade-wielding Qiu Jianfeng. Xiao Hongchen, today, I will defeat you. Triple Shadow Blade. Qiu Jianfeng roared, unleashing 3 massive arcs of black blade energy. Facing the ferocious assault, Xiao Hongchen initially deflected one arc with his swordsmanship, but as the other two drew dangerously close, his aura shifted abruptly. No self, no others. Only the sword. Sword slash. Jinshin's state seems to be well mastered. Su Changhin watched the figure of Xiao Hongchen wielding his sword in the arena. The boy's focused gaze and fluid swordsmanship brought a faint glimmer of satisfaction to his eyes. So, Changhin, have you taken a liking to this kid? Thinking of taking him as a disciple? Ning Zhao teased. Su Changhin simply shook his head silently, a barely noticeable smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He didn't reveal to Ning Zhao that during his one-year disappearance, he had been secretly teaching Xiao Hongqian swordsmanship. This young man was already his disciple. Why not? I've scanned the entire field, and this kid's swordsmanship is the purest. If even he doesn't meet your standards, the great Xia sword god might truly have no successor. Ning Zhao sighed. Su Changhin couldn't be bothered to respond. This meddlesome friend, who was always trying to match him with disciples or partners, had his own share of troubles living apart from his wife and rarely seeing his daughter. Yet, he loved to meddle in others' affairs. In the arena, Xiao Hongqian, having entered the Jinshin state, saw his swordsmanship rise sharply, even suppressing Qiu Jianfeng. Hey, why does this kid's sword style look so familiar? Ning Zhao rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's almost identical to yours back in university. Don't tell me he's secretly your disciple? You must be mistaken, Su Changhin replied calmly. At that moment, Xiao Hongqian's sword momentum abruptly shifted. With a low shout, he declared, heaven-splitting sword technique. A dazzling sword light shot skyward, dimming even the blazing noonday sun. This strike seemed to cleave the heavens in two, breathtaking and unparalleled. What the hell? That's your signature move. And you still claim he's not your disciple? When did you take him on? Ning Zhao blurted out. Hongqian's talent in swordsmanship is exceptional, far surpassing mine, Su Changhin said calmly. That strike determined the outcome. Qiu Jianfeng was sent flying. In desperation, he roared, demonic blade state. Activate. Black smoke billowed from his body, his eyes turned pitch black, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. He wildly swung his tang blade, unleashing blade arcs as dense as rain, yet still no match for the heaven-splitting sword light. Just as the two forces were about to collide again, Ning Zhao appeared in a flash and waved his sleeve, neutralizing both powers. Enough is enough. Xiao Hongqian slowly withdrew from the Jinshin state, and the demonic aura around Qiu Jianfeng dissipated as well. The demonic blade physique? Ning Zhao mused to himself. Perhaps such a blade prodigy should be introduced to that person. This battle not only solidified Xiao Hongqian's position among the 10 elites but also brought the list closer to completion. Wu Tongxian, Lin Ru, Ye Xiao, Bai Ruoyu, Xiao Hongqian, Zhang Rou, Xingu Nene, and the renowned defensive master Stonejia, who sat on his throne with an unbreakable shield. Among the final members of the 10 elites, there was a competitor from the Chu family. His name was Chu Yin, a sorcerer skilled in the art of demon transformation. Due to the astonishing destructive power he displayed after transforming, ordinary students often ended up severely injured when facing him in battle, leading to a growing reluctance among others to challenge him. Additionally, there was a seemingly delicate female curse master who successfully cast a group curse, causing other contestants to fall one after another while climbing the stone pillars. With their performances, the list of the 10 elites was finally confirmed. Ning Zhao's figure hovered in the air as he announced the rules for the championship battle. 10 thrones were arranged from left to right, representing the rankings from 1st to 10th place. Contestants could challenge opponents ranked higher than themselves, starting from the 10th place and proceeding in turn until no one was willing to continue the challenges. At this moment, the seating order showed Ye Xiao in 5th place, while Wu Tongxian temporarily held the top position on the far left throne. The 10th-ranked contestant, Shi Jiao, known for his defensive-oriented profession as a guardian, voluntarily gave up the opportunity to challenge. Similarly, the 9th-ranked curse master Shui Yifang also chose to forfeit, as her curses were less effective against opponents of similar strength. Both professions were better suited for team battles rather than unknown duels. The 8th-ranked Chu Yin, an extraordinary 9th-tier demon transformation master, revealed a sinister smile and declared his intent to challenge the 7th-ranked Zhang Rou. Standing at the center of the arena, Chu Yin sneered, Zhang Rou, you do have some skills, but you've brought shame to our family. Women should obediently follow the family's arrangements and get married. Competing for power and glory is a man's business. Before his words had fully landed, Chu Yin shot toward Zhang Rou like an arrow released from a bow, unleashing his netherworld ghost claw, his 10 fingers sharp as blades tearing through the air. Zhang Rou immediately countered, summoning 5 pillars of ice. Chu Yin dodged effortlessly and taunted, stop holding back. Show me your lightning abilities. Zhang Rou stepped back and activated Heavenly Glow of Purple Lightning, causing purple thunderbolts to fill the sky above the arena. As a demon transformation master, Chu Yin had gained unique abilities by infusing himself with the blood of a Dark Knight demon wolf, making his movements unpredictable and his attacks ruthless. He charged directly into the lightning web, emerging completely unscathed as he continued his assault on Zhang Rou. Bai Ruoyu frowned in confusion. Why are these incredibly powerful lightning strikes having no effect on him? Even for a 9th-tier extraordinary expert, it shouldn't be this easy to ignore such an attack. Look at the surface of his body. That's the power of the petrifying beast, Ye Xiao pointed out with a frown. This demon not only has incredibly strong defense, but is also highly immune to lightning. And besides, Chu Yin doesn't rely on just one demon's ability. He came prepared. Zhang Ro is in danger. Before Ye Xiao's words finished, Chu Yin had already broken through the lightning barrier with ease. Die, he sneered, his claws aiming directly for Zhang Ro's vital points. With a loud crash, an ice wall rose just in time in front of Zhang Ro, blocking the deadly strike. But in the next instant, Chu Yin's figure appeared behind her. Too slow. Can your ice creation keep up with my speed? Chu Yin grinned smugly, his claws grazing Zhang Ro's hair. No, the one who's actually slow is you, Zhang Ro said softly. Frozen domain. In an instant, countless ice crystals spread out like snowflakes, centering around Zhang Ro. Chu Yin, along with most of the arena, was frozen solid, his movements suspended midair. Zhang Ro turned gracefully, her flowing hair scattering icy fragments. She conjured an ice sword, preparing to deliver a fatal strike to Chu Yin. She won. Sister Zhang Ro is amazing. Bai Ruoyu cheered excitedly. No, something's wrong. Ye Xiao's eyes widened, his special vision activating. It's not over yet. There's a fiery energy building up inside him. Since he knew to use the petrifying beast's power to counter Zhang Ro's lightning, how could he not have a plan against her ice? Sure enough, the frozen Chu Yin suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha ha, you're celebrating too soon. Explode. With a deafening roar, a surge of fiery light erupted from his mouth, detonating midair. The massive shockwave sent Zhang Ro flying across the arena. Zhang Ro, you underestimated me, and you underestimated the Chu family. Chu Yin laughed maniacally, his claws tearing through the thick smoke, heading straight for the battered Zhang Ro. She forfeits. Ye Xiao suddenly stood up and shouted. Forfeit? She hasn't said it herself, so it doesn't count. Chu Yin ignored the shout and ruthlessly slashed his claws at Zhang Ro. You're asking for death. Ye Xiao appeared in front of Zhang Ro in an instant, unleashing a golden flame with a single palm strike, sending Chu Yin flying. Principal Ning. He's interfering in the match. Disqualify him immediately. Chu Yin shouted toward Ning Zhao. The principal frowned deeply. This was indeed a violation of the competition rules. Ye Xiao, do you have anything to say for yourself? Chu Yin licked his claws and sneered. Ha ha ha, Ye Xiao, you've broken the rules. According to the regulations, you're disqualified from the 10 elites. Go back to your pathetic hometown. A nobody like you has no business meddling in this. Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Chu Yin, a dangerous glint flickering in his golden pupils. Everyone present could feel the storm of anger he was about to unleash. Principal Ning, Ye Xiao is only worried about his companion's safety, which is completely understandable. Xiao Hongqian was the first to break the silence. Exactly, Principal Ning. Chu Yin was too ruthless, clearly aiming to severely injure Zhang Ro. Bai Ruoyu eagerly chimed in. Shinguji Ninko and Lin Ru also spoke up, pleading on Ye Xiao's behalf. After a moment of deliberation, Ning Zhao directed a stern gaze at Ye Xiao. I'll give you another chance, but on one condition: if you fail to win the championship, not only will you be removed from the 10 elites, but you'll also face punishment for disrupting the freshman tournament. Can you do it? Without hesitation, Ye Xiao nodded. I can. Good. Chu Yin wins this match and is promoted to 7th place. Zhang Ro takes 8th. Ning Zhao declared. Next, 6th place Shinguji Ninko. I'm forfeiting this round, Shinguji Ninko said with a shrug. Then, 5th place. Ye Xiao, who do you challenge? Ye Xiao slowly lifted his head, golden flames igniting in his eyes. I challenge Chu Yin. Chu Yin's face instantly turned pale. You're 5th place. How can you challenge someone ranked lower? It's only a provisional ranking. The rules don't prohibit challenging lower ranks, Ye Xiao replied coldly. Ning Zhao confirmed, that's true. There's no such restriction. However, even if you win, your rank won't improve, and if you lose, Chu Yin will replace you. Are you sure about this? Absolutely. Very well. Second match, Ye Xiao versus Chu Yin. Begin. As Ning Zhao's command rang out, golden flames coalesced in the air, forming a blazing suit of armor that enveloped Ye Xiao completely. He took a single step forward, and the terrifying aura he exuded instantly set the entire arena ablaze. Principal. Sir, Chu Yin began to shout in panic, but before he could finish, Ye Xiao's fist smashed into his face. Boom. Chu Yin was sent flying with a single punch. Ye Xiao immediately followed, grabbing Chu Yin by the collar and slamming him hard onto the arena floor, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Bite down and endure it. Ye Xiao growled, pressing one knee against Chu Yin's neck. His entire body, cloaked in golden flames, resembled a wrathful war god. Under such overwhelming pressure, Chu Yin couldn't even move, let alone beg for mercy. Bang! Bang! Ye Xiao's fists rained down like a relentless storm, turning Chu Yin into little more than a defenseless punching bag. If I don't cripple you today, then my name isn't Ye Xiao. Crack! Ye Xiao clenched Chu Yan's hand with such force that the bones shattered into powder. Chu Yan's arms hung limply on the ground, like lifeless, rotting flesh. If you want to cripple her, I'll cripple you first. Ye Xiao's voice was laced with murderous intent, his entire body igniting in fierce flames. Punch after punch rained down, leaving Chu Yan's body charred and barely recognizable. When Chu Yan tried to plead for mercy, Ye Xiao's fiery palm burned his mouth shut. Wu Tongxian finally stood up. Ye Xiao, you've vented your anger. It's time to let him go, don't you think? As the adopted grandson of Chu Shanhe, he had to prioritize the Chu family's interests. You think you'll let him go just because you said so? Ye Xiao sneered coldly. When he laid hands on my sister earlier, did he know how to restrain himself? With that, he stomped heavily on Chu Yan's leg. Boom. The arena floor caved in, leaving a massive crater. Chu Yan's leg was crushed into a bloody pulp, held together by only a thin layer of skin. It hurts. Wu Tongxian, save me. Chu Yan screamed in agony, his cries piercing the air. The horrifying scene sent shivers down the spines of the watching students. Ye Xiao's merciless actions would undoubtedly leave Chu Yan scarred for life. Principal Ning, Wu Tongxian said coldly. Ye Xiao is torturing his opponent. This must be stopped immediately. Ye Xiao cut him off. Stop me? Why don't you fight me yourself? Fine, I will. Wu Tongxian was about to step forward when Ning Zhao raised a hand to stop him. It's by Ruoyu's turn now, Ning Zhao said calmly, sipping her goji tea. The school will cover Chu Yan's medical expenses. As for Ye Xiao, if he doesn't take first place, he will face severe punishment. Young man, you need to temper your aggression. Crack. Ye Xiao stomped again, breaking Chu Yan's other leg. He then shrugged nonchalantly. Principal Ning is right. I've always believed in using strength to make my point. Ye Xiao returned to his seat, casually making a finger gun gesture at the furious Wu Tongxian. Bang. Knocked out. At this moment, Bai Ruoyu stepped into the arena, hands on her hips, glaring coldly at her opponent. Get up here already. Do I have to call you out by name? You shameless hussy from the Divine Palace? Ha ha ha. Ning Ningzi of the Divine Palace chuckled, smoothing her skirt as she leaped into the arena. Her gaze lingered mockingly on Bai Ruoyu's flat chest before she said with a sly smile, Here I am, little Bai Ruoyu. The audience erupted into laughter. As experienced veterans, they could easily catch the innuendo in Jingu Ning Ningzi's words. You're finished, Jingu Ning Ningzi. They'll make you regret this. Bai Ruoyu shouted angrily, Flame Dragon's breath. With her command, a crimson fire dragon soared into the air. Jingu Ning Ningzi remained calm, stepping forward confidently. Inyong Garment. Crimson Lotus. In an instant, a scarlet lotus-patterned garment enveloped her perfectly. Since we both wield fire attributes, let's have a showdown of flames, little Bai Ruoyu. Before she finished speaking, a fiery serpent rose into the sky, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the flame dragon. The battle escalated immediately. Two magic arrays appeared behind Bai Ruoyu. Ali, Dahe, go. A nine-tailed spirit cat and a dragon man responded to her call. Moments later, a third summoned Biasta fearsome, three-headed hellhound named Hua Hua joined the fray. Faced with the onslaught of three summoned beasts, Jingu Ning Ningzi quickly formed a hand seal. With my blood, I command the gods. Align the ranks of the warriors before me. Three talismans burned in her grasp, and three magic arrays materialized behind her. Shutin, Tenho, Gutchin, appear. Three Shikigami emerged in response. Tenho, a white-haired woman clad in green. Gutchin, a man dressed in purple, and Shuten Doji, a red-haired man wielding a katana. Watching from the sidelines, Ye Xiao was captivated. Shikigami can take human forms? That's right, Zhang Ro explained. A Shikigami's form is dictated by the Inyong Master's will. It can appear as a beast, a human, or even as part of their Inyong Garment. Interestingly, Tenho and Gutchin were once Shikigami of Abe no Saimai, the legendary founder of Japanese Amayodo. It's said that Saimai's 12 Shikigami have reappeared in the world. Half are with Jingu Ning Ningzi, while the other half are with the young heir of the Nishido Mikado family. Legend has it that gathering all 12 Shikigami could resurrect Abe no Saimai at the pinnacle of his power, which could completely alter the course of humanity's destiny. The battle in the arena grew more intense. Bai Ruyu's magical attacks came in rapid succession, while Jingu Ning Ningzi's fire-based Inyong techniques were equally formidable. For a while, neither side could gain the upper hand. Enough. Stop the fight. It's a draw. Ning Zhao called out at the right moment. Principal, I wasn't even using my full strength yet. Bai Ruoyu protested indignantly. Ah, little one. Jingu Ning Ningzi chuckled softly behind her hand. Do you think I was going all out? I still have 5 more Shikigami that haven't even entered the fight. Continuing this won't end well for you. So why not quit while you're ahead? You Jingu Ning Ningzi. Bai Ruoyu, glaring at her opponent's swaying, ample chest, snapped furiously. One day, I swear I'll cut off those 2 lumps of fat hanging on your chest. The battle ended in a draw, but the tension still lingered in the air as Xiao Hongchen stood up. Drawing his long sword, he pointed its gleaming blade directly at Wu Tongxian. I challenge Wu Tongxian, he declared. You want to challenge me? I don't recall having any grudge against you, Wu Tongxian said, narrowing his eyes at the young swordsman before him. Xiao Hongchen gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolute. No grudge, no enmity, just seeking a duel. His focus was solely on his sword, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist. Huh. A true battle-hardened swordsman, Wu Tongxian chuckled lightly. Very well, I accept your challenge. Even before his words finished echoing, he formed a sword incantation with his fingers and descended onto the arena, stepping on his flying sword. In the spectator seats, Ning Zhao turned to Su Changhin, intrigued. This is getting interesting. Wu Tongxian's flying sword against Xiao Hongchen's swordsmanship. Old Su, what are your thoughts on your disciple's chances? Red Dust won't win. Wu Tongxian has already advanced to the transcendence level, Su Changhin replied calmly, then added, however, if they were on the same level, I'd bet on Red Dust. This rare remark revealed his trust in his only disciple. On the battlefield, a gentle breeze brushed past Xiao Hongchen's hair. Facing Wu Tongxian, he dared not show even a hint of carelessness. He immediately activated his sword heart state, channeling his heaven-slaying sword intent. Heaven-slaying, sword-drawing technique. Xiao Hongchen murmured, and in a flash, his long sword left its sheath. A dazzling sword light surged forward like a rushing galaxy, heading straight for Wu Tongxian. Sword control. Wu Tongxian's hand gestures shifted, and 5 flying swords shot through the air, colliding fiercely with the torrent of sword energy. Without pause, he made another gesture. Release. Sword control. 8 swords unite. 8-fold pagoda sword. 2 more flying swords joined the fray. The 8 swords merged into one in midair, forming a massive, jet-black sword adorned with golden patterns. A faint aura of a demonic chant intertwined with celestial hymns seemed to emanate from it. With a deafening roar, the 8-fold pagoda sword clashed with the heaven-slaying sword intent. Xiao Hongchen's sword intent shattered after only a brief resistance, and he was sent flying backward. The pagoda sword followed relentlessly, aiming straight for Xiao Hongchen's forehead. Yet, he refused to utter the words of surrender for a swordsman. He would rather die than yield. At that moment, the otherwise indifferent Su Changhin finally spoke. He concedes. The pagoda sword halted just before Xiao Hongchen's brow. Your sword is impressive. When Red Dust reaches your level, he will challenge you again, Su Changhin remarked, glancing at the 8-fold pagoda sword. With a flick of his finger, the massive sword was sent hurtling backward, splitting once more into 8 flying swords that hovered protectively around Wu Tongxian. I'm taking him with me. Carry on with your matches, Su Changhin said, placing a firm hand on Xiao Hongchen's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the void as a streak of sword light. The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs. Even Wu Tongxian looked visibly surprised. Xiao Hongchen was revealed to be the disciple of the sword god. Ugh, that guy. Ning Zhao sighed, sipping his tea in exasperation. No sense of decorum at all. We clearly stated no disrupting the matches. Honestly, he doesn't act like a senior at all. And then he goes on about rules being meant to be broken, as if everything can just be sliced apart with a sword. Huh? This round went to Wu Tongxian. Next up, Lin Ru. Who will you challenge? Lin Ru stood up, clutching a book in her hand. Calmly, she announced, I challenge Wu Tongxian. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wu Tongxian had just finished a battle, and now Lin Ru was stepping up to challenge him, with Ye Xiao clearly waiting in the wings, ready to strike. It was nothing short of a blatant endurance match. Lin Ru, how about you skip this round? Ye Xiao suddenly suggested. Let me and Wu Tongxian settle the score first, and the winner will face you. Lin Ru pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and sitting down. I forfeit. As the host announced the start of the second round, contestants 9 and 10 both forfeited in succession, and Zhang Ro, ranked 8th, also withdrew. As for Chu Yin, ranked 7th, she was still in the ICU. The 6th-ranked Xingu Nene also chose to forfeit. It was now the turn of the 5th-ranked Ye Xiao. Amidst the intense focus of the audience, Ye Xiao stood up, his eyes glowing with golden flames. I challenge Wu Tongxian. Golden flame-like steps materialized beneath his feet as he ascended towards the arena. Wu Tongxian remained standing in the center, surrounded by 8 flying swords that hovered around him. His white robes flowed elegantly, and his black hair danced lightly in the breeze. Ye Xiao, I accept your challenge, Wu Tongxian said with a faint smile. I've wanted to fight you for a long time, not just because of family ties but also for my own reasons. Before his words had fully landed, he flicked his fingers, and the 8 flying swords shot toward Ye Xiao with incredible speed. Yet, Ye Xiao stood unmoving, his gaze fixed on the incoming blades. Ye Xiao, watch out! Zhang Ro exclaimed in alarm. Are you crazy? Dodge them! Bai Ruayu shouted urgently. Even Xingu Nene furrowed her brows in confusion. The audience broke out in murmurs. Some mocked Ye Xiao for being paralyzed with fear. Others ridiculed him for seeking attention. Suddenly, one of the flying swords pierced straight through Ye Xiao's shoulder. Blood splattered, and the wound was ghastly. However, to everyone's utter disbelief, a green light flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes, and the wound on his shoulder began to heal visibly, leaving only the torn fabric as evidence of the injury. Impressive. The healing effect of the wood's spirit eye is indeed remarkable, Ye Xiao remarked with satisfaction, flexing his arm. It turned out he had done all this to test the regenerative power of the wood's spirit eye. Clenching his fists, he looked at Wu Tongxian, who was equally puzzled. All right, Wu Tongxian, the match officially begins now. Look, what is that? A startled cry erupted from the crowd. The wounds on Ye Xiao's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving everyone present wide-eyed in shock. The noble disciples supporting Wu Tongxian immediately burst into an uproar, stomping their feet in protest. What the hell? This is insane. Cheating. Someone must be secretly healing him. Principal, this is clearly against the rules. He should be disqualified from the competition. Ning Zhao's expression turned stern as he commanded the noisy crowd to silence. Do you take me, an 8th-tier professional, for a blind man? Or would you like to be the referee instead? His voice carried a chilling edge. It seems that Jinshin University needs to reassess its admission standards, especially when it comes to intelligence. A thorough review is in order. Under Ning Zhao's severe reprimand, the students quickly shut their mouths. They finally realized that trying to pull such tricks in front of an 8th-tier professional was tantamount to digging their own graves. I'll say this one more time, Ning Zhao emphasized. No one is helping Ye Xiao, and he hasn't used any recovery potions. This is entirely his own ability. Do you understand? The crowd nodded obediently. With a wave of his hand, Ning Zhao signaled for the match to continue. Wu Tongxian stared at Ye Xiao, his gaze heavy. Is this the work of a healer? Ye Xiao, is this also part of your ocular technique? If Ye Xiao could continuously use such a power, it would be terrifying unless he could be struck down in one decisive blow. Defeating him would be nearly impossible. Just a minor trick. Nothing worth mentioning, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Out of all the show-offs, you're the one I actually respect, Wu Tongxian muttered in a low voice. Ye Xiao, I admit I underestimated you. From now on, I'll give it my absolute, all 120 of my strength. 8-step pagoda sword. With a wave of his hand, Wu Tongxian summoned a massive black sword adorned with golden patterns, which cut through the air with a thunderous force. Ye Xiao immediately activated his martial god eyes, his figure darting forward like an arrow. Golden flames materialized in his hands, transforming into a large blade. Ever since mastering the art of weapon manifestation, he no longer needed to carry physical weapons. I knew you'd go for close combat. Wu Tongxian smirked confidently as Ye Xiao sliced through the 8-step pagoda sword to close in on him. Glazed treasure body. As he formed hand seals, the faint projection of a glazed pagoda enveloped his body. 7-colored radiance shimmered across his now glowing, flawless skin. Boom. Ye Xiao's blade struck heavily against Wu Tongxian's body, but to everyone's surprise, it was blocked. A wave of shocked gasps erupted from the crowd below. Truly worthy of the cultivation profession. Mastery in both close combat and ranged attacks. Wu Tongxian is the ultimate all-rounder. Ye Xiao stands no chance this time. He's just a minor support class, a commoner. How dare he think he can rise above us? Wu Tongxian, crush him. The audience's shouts rose in waves, and a faint smile played on Wu Tongxian's lips. A faint image of the glazed treasure pagoda shimmered in front of him. Ye Xiao, did you hear that? They're all counting on me to defeat you. How could I possibly let them down? Before his words had fully landed, Wu Tongxian threw a powerful punch. However, Ye Xiao had already activated his spatial concealment and void eye abilities, vanishing instantly from his original position. Moments later, his voice drifted leisurely from another direction. Sorry, but you are indeed going to disappoint them. A flash of white light gleamed in Ye Xiao's eyes as he unleashed a series of void blades, slashing repeatedly at the same spot. With the help of his perception eye, he had locked onto a faint gap in his opponent's defenses. Your glazed treasure body won't protect you forever. Ye Xiao swung his hand, and flames coalesced into a fiery gauntlet that hammered down on the weak point with devastating force. With a sharp crack, golden flames spread across Wu Tongxian's body as his glazed treasure body shattered. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Ye Xiao summoned 9 flaming greatswords, forming a formation in midair. The golden sword auras howled as they enveloped Wu Tongxian. Yet, Wu Tongxian showed no panic. Instead, a faint smile crossed his face. Ye Xiao, you're indeed powerful, exceptional in both close combat and ranged attacks. But you've underestimated the depth of a cultivator's foundation. Divine talent skill. Martial immortal body. As a massive rune appeared in the void, Wu Tongxian's black hair instantly turned snow-white, and an ethereal, celestial aura radiated from him. With a single punch, the white energy unleashed far exceeded the power of a transcendent level. Let me show you I've already reached the transformation stage, and this isn't even my final trump card. Formation. Activate. Fivefold Heavenly Thunder Array. Runes intertwined to form a formation, and lightning cracked like whips, trapping Ye Xiao within. It turned out Wu Tongxian had chosen Formation Master as his secondary profession upon reaching the transformation stage. Now, with the combined power of his martial immortal body and formation techniques, his dominance was overwhelming. The crowd below held their breath, and even Zhang Ro and Bai Ruoyu couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Ye Xiao. The battle had reached its most intense and critical moment. The overwhelming force of the incoming punch, combined with the surrounding thunder, trapped Ye Xiao in place. Yet, even in this dire moment, his face remained calm as ever, as if everything was under his control. Wu Tongxian, the power of this trump card is indeed impressive. Even a Tier 3 Transcendent could suffer greatly if they're careless, Ye Xiao remarked with a faint smile, his tone relaxed. The students around them began to murmur. What is Ye Xiao doing? He knows he can't win, yet he's still chatting? The attack is right in front of him, and he still has the mind to talk? No matter how strong he is, his courage is unbelievable. Ye Xiao, you're quite observant. Wu Tongxian nodded in acknowledgement. Unfortunately, your time is up. Game over. With just a single thought, his dual attacks could completely crush Ye Xiao, no matter how bizarre his flames were or how absurd his regenerative abilities seemed. Is that so? Ye Xiao shrugged. There's something I never mentioned. I've been at Tier 3 Transcendent level since before I enrolled. Fall. Wu Tongxian commanded. The force of his punch roared forward, while the thunder sealed off all of Ye Xiao's escape routes. Wu Tongxian, you're right. The game is indeed over, Ye Xiao said, his signature smile suddenly appearing. The sight sent a chill down the spines of the audience, and even Wu Tongxian felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He's going to use that move. Zhang Ro gasped, covering her lips with her hand. That's the technique he used to repel a Tier 3 descended deity back when he was only at Tier 6 extraordinary. Martial God. Manifest. With a deafening roar, the arena trembled as a dazzling dark golden light shot skyward. Behind Ye Xiao, a towering figure of dark golden brilliance emerged. It stood with its feet planted firmly on the ground and its head reaching the heavens, exuding an unmatched aura of dominance and majesty, like a celestial god gazing down upon the mortal world. Suppress. Ye Xiao uttered the word lightly, and in an instant, the power within him drained completely. The martial god's shadow raised its fist, obliterating Wu Tongxian's punch and thunder array in a single strike. Let's see how many punches your martial immortal body can withstand. As soon as Ye Xiao's words fell, the unstoppable punch landed directly in front of Wu Tongxian. A sickening thud sounded as Wu Tongxian's face turned deathly pale, his body hurtling backward like a falling star. His martial immortal physique was shattered in an instant. His internal organs felt as though they had been crushed, and his entire body experienced a pain akin to being run over by a truck. Even fleeting images of his life flashed before his eyes. Just as Wu Tongxian was about to crash into a dormitory building several kilometers away, Ning Zhao appeared behind him in time, dissipating the lethal impact with a single palm. Even with all his experience and knowledge, his expression changed. This punch truly held the power comparable to a 5th-level metamorphosis expert. When Ning Zhao helped the nearly unconscious Wu Tongxian back, the entire arena fell into dead silence. Moments later, the audience erupted into thunderous exclamations. That golden shadow, my god! An absolute monster! Wu Tongxian was knocked out with a single punch. Shock was written all over the students' faces, especially the disciples from humble backgrounds, who were so excited they jumped to their feet. To them, this was more than just a competition. It symbolized a triumph of commoners over the nobility. Yishan, that's our Yi dad. A group of people shouted excitedly from the stands. At this moment, a beautifully dressed girl with heavy makeup walked gracefully toward one of the fervent fans and threw a flirtatious look. Hey there, want to have another mom? The fan glanced at the girl's outfit: black spaghetti strap top, black stockings, little leather shoes paired with a mini skirt, and scoffed. Get lost. Yishan isn't someone you tacky types can even dream of approaching. After a pause, he added, but I could give you a chance to be Yi dad's daughter-in-law. The girl froze for a moment before flipping her hair disdainfully. Ugh, look in the mirror and see what you are. With that, she turned and walked away. At this point, Ning Zhao announced, the winner of this match is Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao walked off the stage expressionlessly. As he passed by Wu Tongxian, he paused briefly. Apologies, he said. I've never lost to anyone in my generation. I thought you might give me a taste of failure, but sadly, you've disappointed me too. Next time, I'll go easy on you. Try not to turn into freefall again. These words made Wu Tongxian so furious that he fainted once more. The medical staff quickly carried him to the ICU, where he was coincidentally placed in the same room as Chu Yin. Linru, it's our turn next, isn't it? Ye Xiao asked from his seat, looking at Linru from afar. Linru shook his head and responded, no need, Ye Xiao. I'm no match for you. I concede. It wasn't just because of the gap in strength, more importantly, he feared that fighting might expose his true gender. The final rankings were settled. Ye Xiao took first place, Linru second, Wu Tongxian third, while Shengong Ningzi and Bai Ruoyu tied for fourth. Xiao Hongqian came in sixth, Chu Yin seventh, Jiang Ro eighth, the Curse Master ninth, and the Guardian 10th. Ning Zhao announced, Ye Xiao, Linru, tomorrow I will send you to the land of reception, where you can seek out the mentors you admire. Bai Ruoyu clasped her hands behind her back and circled around Ye Xiao. You really managed to snag first place, huh? Not bad. Congratulations, Ye Xiao, Jiang Ro said with a smile. Thanks. And congratulations to you for making it into the top 10. This way, you won't have to take orders from the Chu family anymore, Ye Xiao replied. By the way, have you thought about which mentor you'll choose? I've already made my decision, Jiang Ro nodded. I've got my sights set too, Bai Ruoyu said excitedly. My mentor's a top-tier beauty. Besides learning professional skills, I'm going to ask her how to enhance my feminine charm. No way I'm letting that Gong show-off outshine me. Ye Xiao stroked his chin as he sized her up, fixing certain shortcomings might be a bit challenging. What shortcomings? Bai Ruoyu blinked her innocent eyes and followed his gaze. Suddenly realizing what he meant, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest. Ugh, you pervert. Who's a pervert? There's nothing on you worth being perverted about. Ye Xiao retorted dismissively. Bai Ruoyu put her hands on her hips, looking smug. Shows what you know. Lollies have 3 virtues: soft voice, gentle touch, and easy to cuddle. She waited expectantly for Ye Xiao to praise her, only to find that he and Jiang Ro had already walked off together. Let's grab dinner tonight with Hongqian and the others, Jiang Ro suggested. Sounds good. This weather calls for some cold beer, Ye Xiao replied with a grin. Hey, Ye Xiao, don't ignore me, Bai Ruoyu shouted as she hurried after them. The next day, Ye Xiao and Lin Ru arrived at Ning Zhao's office. Principal, we're here, they announced. Right on time, Ning Zhao said, handing Ye Xiao a glass of cola. Here, this is what you asked for. Haha, you actually remembered, Principal, Ye Xiao said sheepishly, scratching his head as he accepted the drink. Ning Zhao then detailed the privileges for top-ranking students: a private villa, a salary of 80,000 Daxia coins per month, regular cultivation resources, enhanced access to the treasure vault, and an additional 5,000 points monthly. Alright, now I'll take you to the land of reception. Remember, you only have 12 hours. Time is precious. Make sure to absorb as much energy there as you can. I hope that when we meet again, you'll both have reached the transformation level. With that, Ning Zhao picked up a feathered pen and began drawing in the air. At that moment, Ye Xiao remembered that Ning Zhao's profession was the exceedingly rare divine painter capable of painting landscapes that shape reality and wielding a brush to command mountains and rivers. As his pen touched the air, a mysterious magic array gradually took shape, emitting a faint glow. Go ahead, I believe in you both, he said, looking at Lin Ru and Ye Xiao with an encouraging smile. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao stepped into the array. The scene before him shifted abruptly, and he found himself in a void-like space. Tiny, visible particles of light floated in the air, and with each breath he took, these particles surged into his body. Instantly, a familiar power boiled within him, and a warm sensation spread through his eyes. These particles, they're the same source as energy crystals. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up as he seized this rare opportunity to enhance his strength. He opened his mouth, greedily absorbing the energy particles around him. As more and more particles flowed into him, he felt his power rising rapidly. Suddenly, the system's voice chimed in. Host detected on the verge of breaking through to Tier 2 practitioner. Metamorphosis level. Advancement rewards are being issued. Host may choose to evolve an existing ocular technique. The system then displayed the available evolution paths: the already advanced Golden Flame Eye series, the maxed out Martial Spirit Eye series, and the still upgradable Copy Eye series and with Spirit Eye series. After careful consideration, Ye Xiao made his decision. I choose to evolve the Void Eye. The upgrade from Stage 2 to Stage 3 offers the best value. Selection confirmed. Void Eye has evolved into the Eye of Retribution, the system announced with a hint of excitement. This ocular technique wields the gaze of divine punishment, capable of summoning the Sword of Damocles. Against opponents of the same level, it guarantees a one-hit kill. Cooldown period: 3 days. Ye Xiao drew a sharp breath, realizing the immense power he had just gained. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he focused his gaze on a corner of the void. As his eyes glimmered, countless sword and blade projections erupted, obliterating the energy particles in that space. For the next 12 hours, Ye Xiao immersed himself in advancing his level, pushing his strength all the way to Metamorphosis Tier 3. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in Ning Zhao's office. Judging by your expressions, it seems you two gained quite a bit, Ning Zhao said with a smile, scanning the pair. Linru, well done. You really broke through to the metamorphosis level. As for you, Ye Xiao, he gave a teasing grin. If you hadn't reached metamorphosis level, I'd make you come here every day for a soda? But the moment his eyes landed on Ye Xiao, his smile froze. What? Transformation Stage 3? Ning Zhao's eyes widened as he repeatedly confirmed the data in front of him. Am I seeing this wrong? No, I need to check again. His gaze swept back and forth over the data, muttering in disbelief. Huh? Still Transformation Stage 3. Am not mistaken. You brat. Ning Zhao looked Ye Xiao up and down, trying to calm the shock surging within him. Ye Xiao responded with a simple, honest smile. Just the rice grown by hard-working farmers. Ning Zhao rubbed his face, his tone filled with astonishment. 12 hours. In all the years of students heading to the land of guidance, the highest record was only reaching the peak of Transformation Stage 1. But you, Transformation Stage 3, this is unheard of. How on earth did you absorb it? Ye Xiao paused to think. In truth, he had used the power of the void, effortlessly absorbing the energy of an entire space with a single breath. Plus, his advancement in ocular techniques had delayed him for a few hours. Otherwise, he might have already reached Transformation Stage 4. However, he replied casually, huh? Isn't this just normal absorption? Normal. Ning Zhao's forehead was covered in black lines as he quickly changed the subject. Here. This is your internship token for the Ye Xiao God Hunting Team. They just happen to have a new mission. Go. I'm a bit tired. Looking at the token in his hand, engraved with the blazing sun, Ye Xiao's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The Ye Xiao God Hunting Team, one of the 4 most elite God Hunting teams in the Great Xia. He headed straight to the Solar Mansion, the headquarters of the Ye Xiao God Hunting Team. The place was heavily guarded, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. As soon as he stepped into the vicinity, he was stopped by the guards. Who goes there? This is the restricted area of the Solar Mansion. Ye Xiao presented his token. I'm Ye Xiao, the top scorer in this year's freshman assessment at Jinshan University. I'm here for my internship with the Ye Xiao God Hunting Team. After verifying his identity, the guard revealed a mysterious smile. It's legit. Go on in. Kid, are you mentally prepared? Mentally prepared for what? You'll find out when you get there. The guard didn't elaborate further. Inside the Solar Mansion, the layout resembled a silver labyrinth, with staff bustling about. Despite being called a team, the Ye Xiao God Hunting Team actually comprised over 3,000 members, divided into 5 departments: logistics, investigation, defense, God hunting, and reserves, all operating like a finely tuned machine. As an intern, Ye Xiao was assigned to the reserve department. This department was filled with young people, some recent college graduates, others who had joined straight out of high school, many of whom were around Ye Xiao's age. The reserve department served as the training ground for fresh blood in the Ye Xiao God Hunting Team. The Ye Xiao God Hunting Squad uncharacteristically issued a special mission eliminating a deity. This task was specifically aimed at the younger members of the reserve department, serving as a test of their abilities. Ye Xiao stood at the front desk, just about to ask for the location of the reserve department, when a familiar, soft voice interrupted him. Please show your identification token. Looking up, Ye Xiao froze. It's you. It's me, Suya replied, equally surprised, as she gently brushed the hair from her forehead. You didn't return to Modu? I dropped out, Suya said, a bitter smile forming on her face as she explained briefly. After the last incident, she had completely offended Tang Hao. The Tang family held a grudge against her family, and her peers began isolating her. Worse still, her family pressured her to apologize to the Tang family and even planned to marry her off to one of the Tang family's sons as a form of appeasement. Left with no other choice, she dropped out of school and now worked as a volunteer for the Ye Xiao God Hunting Squad. I'll take you to the reserve department, Suya said softly. But if you're here, you must have already won first place in the freshman competition, right? Just lucky, Ye Xiao replied modestly. Heh, you weren't so humble when you defeated Tang Hao, she teased. On the way to the reserve department, Suya gave him a warning. The atmosphere there. You should be careful. They're not like Tang Hao, the sheltered type. That bad? Ye Xiao asked. Not bad, just fiercely competitive. The tension is palpable, Suya replied. They stopped in front of a metallic wall. Suya swiped her identification token, and the wall slid open. A wave of heat, sweat, and raw energy hit them, causing Suya to wrinkle her nose in discomfort. Inside the training room, a group of young people in the middle of intense workouts turned to look at them simultaneously. A red-haired, bearded man holding a military flask approached, reeking of alcohol. Well, little Ye is here, the man said with a grin. Suya stepped back slightly and introduced Ye Xiao. Minister Emotion. This is Ye Xiao. The first place freshman from Zhanshan University? First place freshman from Zhanshan University? Impressive. Can you drink? Emotion asked, shaking the flask. Ye Xiao took the flask and drank from it in one gulp. It was 96 proof alcohol, so he instinctively tried to circulate his inner energy to neutralize the effects. However, Emotion slapped a hand on his shoulder, sealing his energy flow. Even so, Ye Xiao remained unfazed and took another sip. Finally, Emotion removed his hand from Ye Xiao's shoulder, a look of approval spreading across his face. Young man, you're interesting. I like you. This kid's no ordinary guy, quite interesting. One of the two young men in black tank tops said while doing push-pull exercises by the weight machine. Do you even need to say it? The captain already sealed his powers, yet when he drank the water of life, he acted like it was nothing, Han Ci remarked, casting a meaningful glance at his companion. Huoran, if the captain hadn't undone your seal back when you drank it, you'd probably have ended up in the ICU with a perforated stomach. He's the fifth member of our team, Han Ci continued. I think he seems pretty reliable. Huoran shook his head, cutting him off. Not necessarily. He could just have a strong physique. Combat power in our profession can't be judged by physical strength alone. His gaze burned as he fixed his eyes on Ye Xiao in the distance. All right, Han Ci said, exasperated. I know you want to fight everyone you see, but take it easy this time he's a rookie. If you send another person to the ICU, not even the captain can protect you. Got it. You don't need to nag, Huoran replied coolly, though his eyes remained locked on Ye Xiao. Sensing something, Ye Xiao turned his head and met Huoran's intense gaze. A faint smile curved on his lips. Oh right. Captain Emotion finally snapped out of his thoughts. Come here, let me introduce you. He waved at Huoran and Han Ci. This is Huoran and Han Ci. You'll be working with them during your internship missions. Hello, I'm Huoran. Profession. Lancer. Huoran smiled and extended his hand. Ye Xiao. Profession. Eye technique specialist. Ye Xiao shook his hand. Huoran discreetly applied pressure. As a lancer accustomed to wielding heavy spears and halberds, his wrist strength was formidable. Yet, when he gripped Ye Xiao's hand, it felt like he was clutching an unyielding piece of steel. Even as he exerted full force, that fair hand didn't budge an inch, nor did it show any hint of blood rushing to the surface. Had enough? Ye Xiao smiled and suddenly tightened his grip. A sickening crack echoed as Huoran's hand bone shattered. The searing pain contorted his face into a grimace. Pleasure to meet you, brother Huoran, Ye Xiao said with the same gentle smile as he released his hand. Huoran quickly hid his now deformed hand behind his back, enduring the agony as he said, Brother Ye Xiao, your strength is truly impressive. I'm in awe. I have training to get back to, so will take my leave. With that, he and Han Ci swiftly departed. Strange, Suya remarked curiously. Why's Huoran so tame today? He usually beats new recruits to a pulp. Why did he just leave after a handshake? Nothing strange about it, Ye Xiao replied with a calm smile. If he stayed any longer, he'd need an amputation. Emotion gave Ye Xiao a long, thoughtful look. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the other two teammates. All right, Ye Xiao nodded, handing the flask back to Emotion. Emotion instinctively tried to pour himself another drink, only to be surprised that the wine jug was already empty. This was 500 milliliters of strong liquor normally. It would take him 2 days to finish it. Minister Emo, this liquor may be strong, but the taste is lacking. Drinking it feels like drinking water, Ye Xiao remarked casually, smacking his lips. Emotion's gaze froze. Heh, Ye Xiao, impressive drinking skills. His face remained calm, but inwardly, he was shaken. Someone whose powers had been sealed could not only down so much strong liquor in one go without showing any sign of discomfort, but also had completely overpowered Huoran in their earlier confrontation. Such terrifying physical strength seemed entirely at odds with Ye Xiao's self-proclaimed identity as a pupil technique practitioner. The top freshman at Zhanshan University truly lives up to the title, Emotion thought, his expression growing more serious. Minister Emo, I'll take my leave now, Suya said with a slight bow. Don't rush off. Come along with us. Afeng hasn't seen you in a while, been wanting to catch up. Suya hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The group passed through several corridors and arrived at the entrance of a combat room. Emotion swiped his card to open the door, revealing 2 individuals locked in an intense battle inside. One was a young man in a black jacket and combat boots, his hands casually tucked into his pockets. He exuded an air of ease, surrounded by countless spinning blades, spears, swords, and halberds that sliced through the air like dragons, striking at his opponent with deadly precision. His opponent, a muscular man with a buzz cut, roared, one punch to shake mountains and rivers, as he launched a powerful punch to counter the onslaught. The blades and swords moved unpredictably, attacking from impossible angles, but with each clash, the buzz-cut man closed the gap between them. One punch to shake mountains and rivers. One punch to shatter the heavens. Feng, concede this round, the muscular man shouted as he aimed a punch straight at the face of the man in the jacket. You've lost, Su Hao. The man in the jacket smiled, summoning a round shield to block the attack while several flying daggers grazed Su Hao's cheek. Emotion clapped his hands and stepped forward to introduce everyone. Zhang Feng, Su Hao, this is the 5th member of your mission team Ye Xiao, the top freshman at Jinshin University. Su Hao gave Ye Xiao a scrutinizing look, his surprise evident. Zhang Feng, however, seemed uninterested and instead turned to Suya. Xiaoya, I earned a first-class merit this time. Personally took down a cultist from the Dark Order. This Tianhu shield is my reward. Want to grab dinner tonight to celebrate? Brother Zhang Feng, congratulations. But I already have plans tonight, Suya replied hesitantly. Male or female? Male. Impossible. Zhang Feng frowned, his voice laced with doubt. Do you know anyone in the imperial capital? He was well aware of Suya's situation, how she had dropped out of school and was living alone in the capital while volunteering for the Qixiao god hunting team, with no friends or family there. Is it him? Zhang Feng suddenly pointed at Ye Xiao. Huh, how could it be? It's not him. Suya quickly shook her head. In truth, she hadn't arranged to meet anyone. She had simply made up an excuse to avoid having dinner with Zhang Feng. Little did she expect that her harmless lie would lead to such a misunderstanding. It has to be him. How could you have any male friends in the capital without me knowing? Zhang Feng's voice grew colder. Suya's expression darkened immediately. Do I need to report to you about who I choose to befriend? No, Suya, that's not what I meant. Zhang Feng stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. Zhang Feng, Suya said, meeting his gaze directly, yes, I admit that when I first joined the Qixiao god hunting team and was bullied, you stood up for me. I'm grateful for that, but that's all it is. I can't repay gratitude with love, it's just not going to happen. To put it simply, I don't like you, at least, not now. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed deeply. Then what do I have to do for you to like me? I don't know. That depends on time. Maybe I will one day, or maybe I never will. Suya shook her head. Right now, I'm tired. I just want to be an ordinary volunteer, live a simple life, and not think about these complicated feelings. A flicker of sadness crossed Zhang Feng's face, but he quickly straightened up, determination shining in his eyes. I'll do whatever it takes to make you like me. Why bother? You're the young master of a prestigious family. There's no need to waste your time on me. No, Suya, Zhang Feng said earnestly. Yes, I come from the Zhang family, and I've never lacked attention from women. But I've never crossed the line with anyone, not even had a girlfriend. I've spent the first half of my life focused entirely on my career. What I truly desire is genuine love. In this city full of desires, I want to exchange sincerity for sincerity. I don't care about status or anything else. With that, Zhang Feng turned and walked away. Ugh, what a mess. Simping teammate, Ye Xiao muttered to himself, rubbing his nose as he watched the emotional drama unfold. However, halfway through his departure, Zhang Feng suddenly stopped, turned back, and stared at Ye Xiao. Kid, are you the 5th member of our team? Ye Xiao nodded. Finally, big guy, you're back to business. Good. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Fight me. Once I feel better, I'll acknowledge you as a teammate. After fighting me, your mood might get even worse. Impossible. I refuse to believe that the top freshman of Jinshin University would lose to me in just one move. I need a good, intense fight to let off some steam. Zhang Feng declared, waving his hand. Zhang Feng, psychic warrior, at your service. In an instant, countless blades and weapons materialized in midair. Zhang Feng held a celestial arc shield in one hand, while controlling the floating arsenal with the other. Come on, kid. Don't go down too quickly, make sure this is satisfying for me. Zhang Feng said arrogantly. Go. With his command, swords, spears, and halberds roared through the air, hurtling toward Ye Xiao. Level 5, Metamorphosis stage, pretty high level. Ye Xiao remarked calmly. Ye Xiao's eyes flickered as he contemplated the situation in front of him. He knew very well that Zhang Feng, only a year older than him, had dropped out of college after just 1 year because he found it boring, choosing instead to join the God Hunters team. Zhang Feng, be careful. He's a student of Jinshin University. Su Hao's warning echoed across the room. Zhang Feng casually made an okay gesture. Relax, I'll go easy on him. Kid, if you can't handle it, just shout. The captain and I are both here. Su Hao yelled toward Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I think you might have misunderstood something. By this time, a dense array of blades, spears, and swords was closing in on Ye Xiao, but he remained perfectly still. These fragile greenhouse flowers. Su Hao muttered in frustration as he watched Ye Xiao stand motionless, even with the attacks nearly upon him. His muscles tensed, ready to intervene at any moment. Suddenly, Ye Xiao's eyes erupted with dazzling golden flames, his dark pupils instantly consumed by the fiery light. Explode! With a calm and quiet command, a golden dragon of fire roared to life, surging into the air and swallowing all the weapons in its path. Ye Xiao walked through the blazing golden dragon with ease, his tone composed. What I meant to say earlier was, you'll lose very quickly. The golden dragon detonated with a thunderous explosion, scattering fiery embers. Zhang Feng's weapon had already melted into molten rock under the intense heat. You see? It's over. Was that enough to blow off some steam? A glint of coldness flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. In an instant, the air rippled. Just as Zhang Feng was about to raise his sky arc shield, he felt a chill run down his spine. An invisible, razor-sharp force surrounded him, ready to pierce through him at the slightest movement. This is a psychic manipulator? No, wait, what are you? Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Xiao had already appeared in front of him, casually toying with a button plucked from Zhang Feng's jacket. Allow me to introduce myself, Ye Xiao, Jinshin University's top freshman. Profession? Ocularist. At that moment, the doors to the room burst open, and two people strode in. Zhang Feng, we've got a monster on our hands this time. That guy's strength is unreal, like he grew up on pesticides or something. A voice exclaimed, then abruptly fell silent. Looking up, the newcomer locked eyes with Ye Xiao and the others. Ye Xiao's gaze landed squarely on the speaker's bandaged hand. With a whoosh, the man quickly hid his hand behind his back, laughing awkwardly. Oh, everyone's here. What are you playing at? Shui Han's mouth twitched as he exchanged a helpless glance with Han Ci, who stood beside the newcomer. Hey, Brother Huar, how'd your training mission go? Ye Xiao asked with a smile. I swear. Huarant's expression shifted unpredictably. You just had to bring that up? Huh? Can't you let it slide? Huarant, your hand. Was it hit by a car? Shui Han stared at the bandages wrapped around Huarant's hand, his tone filled with concern. All right, cut the act. You just had to test others, and now you ended up like this. Aren't you embarrassed? Emotion suddenly chimed in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Huarant awkwardly scratched his cheek and let out a dry laugh. Haha, a minister, no need to roast me like that. At that moment, Ye Xiao flicked his fingers and handed a button to Zhang Feng. Here, it's yours. Zhang Feng sheepishly took the button, his face full of embarrassment. Your strength is incredible. I'm convinced. You're the strongest university student I've ever met. Thank you for holding back. Didn't you want to vent your frustrations? Not going to anymore. Ye Xiao asked, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. There's always someone better out there. No point in venting. Zhang Feng shook his head with a wry smile. My strength doesn't allow me to act recklessly. You're one of the rare few from a prominent family that I find tolerable, Ye Xiao remarked. Oh, what were the others like? Zhang Feng asked curiously. Ye Xiao replied in an unexpectedly calm tone. Well, if you leave here, turn right, walk a kilometer, then take a left and go straight for 2 kilometers, you'll reach the first central hospital in the capital. You can check it out there. Huh, why would I go there? Do they work there? They're all lying in the ICU. I put them there, Ye Xiao said nonchalantly. Zhang Feng wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I'm really glad I didn't end up there. This exchange drew hearty laughter from those around them. Emotion cleared his throat and straightened his expression. All right, consider this your team's first meeting. Now, let me brief you on the mission. He continued seriously. According to the latest intel from the investigation department, a dangerous level deity, codenamed Phantom, has been discovered in the Inan Ridge Mountains outside the capital. This deity has been injured by the experts from the God Hunting Division, and its strength has dropped to manipulation level phase 1. Your mission is to eliminate it. Well, dispatch 3 teams, and the result is all that matters. Whichever team takes down Phantom will earn the qualification to officially join. Ye Xiao, this applies to you as well. Joining the God Hunting squad doesn't interfere with your studies. Emotion's tone grew heavier. However, even with its diminished strength, the deity remains highly dangerous. The logistics department estimates a 25 mortality rate. If you're afraid, you can back out now. The 5 of them remained calm, showing no signs of hesitation. I don't have a habit of backing out halfway, Zhang Feng said firmly. I'm eager for a fight. Will this deity satisfy my thirst for battle? Huarant shrugged. The other 2 maintained resolute expressions as well. Ye Xiao grinned, and that smile sent a chill down Emotion's spine. Before anyone on our side gets hurt, they'll make sure to take out the deity first. Good. That's the spirit. This is what I expect from the members of the Red Sky God Hunting Squad. Emotion exclaimed, waving his hand. Prepare yourselves today. We set out tomorrow. After leaving the Sun Mansion, Ye Xiao returned to school. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Lin Ru put down her book and curiously asked, Ye Xiao, I heard you're heading to Inan Ridge to hunt a deity? How did you know? Ye Xiao asked, surprised. He had just learned this from Emotion himself. Secret, Lin Ru replied mysteriously. Lin Ru smiled gently and continued to quietly immerse herself in her book. Ye Xiao, puzzled by her reaction, stared at her for a moment. Suddenly, his phone began vibrating uncontrollably. Opening the group chat, a flood of messages and stickers from Bai Ruayu filled the screen. Ye Xiao, are you back? Joining the god-hunting squad must be so exciting. I want to help slay those gods who bring chaos to Disya too. Let me be a heroine. A cascade of colorful stickers scrolled across the screen. Ye Xiao casually replied with a few words, deliberately teasing her. Sure, but those gods seem to target girls with smaller chests. EW. Never mind. I just remembered my mentor scheduled a session for chest-enhancing exercises. Gotta go. Bai Ruayu immediately went offline. Ye Xiao chuckled dismissively and glanced at the other messages. Among the sea of stickers, Jiang Ro's message stood out. Stay safe. I'll be waiting for you to come back. There's something I want to tell you. At the same time, private messages from Xiao Hongqian and Su Hao popped up. Xiao Hongqian, currently undergoing intense wilderness training with his master, expressed his eagerness to spar with Ye Xiao. On the other hand, Su Hao's concerns were far more mundane. He was fretting over how to impress a girl wealthier than him. She called me a nice guy, Su Hao wrote, attaching a selfie of his sun-darkened face taken on the sports field, his expression full of hope. Ye Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Girls like good-looking guys. If you're handsome, you're a nice guy. If you're not, you're just a sizzling goblin. Noticing Su Hao's towering height of 6 feet 2 inches, he quipped, grow to 6 feet 3 inches, and you'll evolve from a sizzling goblin to a blazing troll. After closing his phone, Ye Xiao lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he drifted off to sleep. My journey is only just beginning. Ye Xiao, over here. Huoran waved enthusiastically, his arm wrapped in white bandages. Han Ci quickly handed over a stack of documents. This is the intel on the opposing team and the phantom god we're up against. This particular illusion-type deity specializes in enchantment and manipulation. Her expression was serious. The opposing team has an illusionist and a dispeller, while our team is entirely composed of offensive roles gunner, lancer, martial artist, and psionic. The odds are not in our favor. Han Ci kept talking, but Ye Xiao didn't hear a single word. His mind was consumed by one pressing fact that needed clarification. Was a pupil mage, fully equipped with the ability to see through illusions. Ye Xiao, we need to come up with a strategy quickly. Han Ci's voice rang in his ears. Otherwise, we'll be at a disadvantage from the start. None of us have any ability to counter illusions. Ye Xiao was about to explain his own profession but was interrupted again. I think we can just follow other teams, Han Ci continued. The director said they don't care about the process, only the results. Sniping opportunities might be the easiest route for us. Ye Xiao sighed internally. As a pupil mage, he was often frustrated by people mistaking his support-oriented class for a strong offensive one. Even years later, he would still find this misunderstanding both amusing and exasperating. Shifting his focus, Ye Xiao opened the roster for Team 1 and Team 2. Team 1 had a standard lineup: illusionist, healer, sword cultivator, guardian knight, and archer. Balanced, but not particularly unique. However, when he glanced at Team 2's roster, his eyes froze. An exorcist, a mage, a summoner, a mechanic, and a word weaver? Lin Ru? Just as he was processing his shock, Lin Ru appeared before him, holding a book. Ye Xiao instinctively noticed her slender figure, but quickly dismissed the thought as inappropriate. Surprised, aren't you? Lin Ru showed her identification badge. I've actually been an auxiliary member of the Xiao god hunting team for 5 years now. Ye Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Joined at 13 years old? Wait, the founding date of the Xiao god hunting team. Captain Lin Xiao. A sudden realization hit Ye Xiao so hard he almost choked. So, I guess we're rivals this time, Lin Ru said with a calm smile as she walked away. Looking forward to working with you, Ye Xiao. Huoran immediately leaned in. Ye Xiao, you know that pretty boy? Word weavers are a dangerous class. He's my roommate. We've never fought. Ye Xiao shook his head. Zhang Feng chimed in with a smirk. Roommate? Maybe he's got a crush on you? Although, judging by his delicate looks, he seems more like the bottom type. Half an hour later, they were already in an off-road vehicle heading toward the wilderness. The moment they left the imperial capital, all 5 of them became highly alert. It'll take at least 2 hours to reach the Ridge of Calamity, Han Ci said. We're bound to encounter wild monsters on the way, so we'll need to take turns clearing them out. I'm the gunner. He'll go first. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Han Ci had already agilely flipped out of the car window, landing steadily on the roof. A flash of light glimmered in his hand, and the 9 Thunderfire appeared instantly. This unique weapon, with just a slight touch, transformed amidst a series of mechanical clicks, expanding from a pistol into a heavy machine gun over a meter long. Rat-a-tat. A torrent of energy bullets poured out like a waterfall. Huoran explained to Ye Xiao, The Nine Thunderfire is a special weapon Han Si obtained after awakening his class. It can seamlessly switch between 9 forms, including a pistol, sniper rifle, cannon, machine gun, and rifle. Before reaching the mastery level, gunners are highly dependent on their weapons, and even Minister Emotion has praised the exceptional quality of the Nine Thunderfire. Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Han Si's firepower alone was comparable to that of an entire reinforced platoon, utterly formidable. Look, what's that? Holy crap! Zhang Feng suddenly shouted, pointing into the distance. Following his gaze, the group saw another black SUV speeding several hundred meters away. Standing on its roof was a fair-skinned young man holding an ancient book, his face adorned with a gentle smile. It was Lin Ru. His lips moved slightly as he uttered words like, I command, explode, bloodshed, demise. Strangely, the demons blocking the car's path immediately erupted into blood mist, as if cursed whether they were transcendent rank 1 or evolved rank 1. None were spared. The power of a word weaver is insane. Huaran exclaimed in awe. Just speaking, and he can kill. This is the true meaning of deciding life and death with a single word. At that moment, Shuehan suddenly jerked the steering wheel, causing the car tires to screech against the wilderness. The abrupt turn flung everyone inside into disarray, and just as complaints were about to erupt, Huaran shouted in alarm, something's wrong. We've entered the accursed ridge. How is that possible? We've only been driving for half an hour. Everyone was shocked. Only Ye Xiao appeared thoughtful using his void eye ability. He had sensed a spatial fluctuation in that brief moment earlier. Zhang Feng got out to investigate, scooping up some dirt from the ground. The once reddish-brown earth of the wilderness had somehow turned into the pitch-black soil unique to the accursed ridge. Suddenly, a figure approached rapidly from the distance. Watch out! Shuehan shouted, leaping in front of Zhang Feng. His entire body surged with blood energy as he threw a powerful punch toward the silhouette. Shuehan, stop! That's Han Si. Huaran's urgent cry echoed through the air. Han Si. Shuehan's face turned pale as his raised fist swiftly shifted into an open palm to catch the falling figure. It was indeed Han Si, but he was lifeless. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, was evident in his chest, where his heart had been completely gouged out. A crisp metallic clang echoed as the damaged Nine Thunderfire weapon fell from Han Si's body. Once a finely crafted weapon, it was now in ruins, with cracks sparking faint currents of electricity. Han Si, hey! Huaran let out a desperate, guttural scream, shaking his companion's lifeless body frantically. Say something. Wake up. Shuehan clenched his fists tightly, struggling to accept the grim reality. Their plan, which should have gone flawlessly, had already cost them a vital teammate before it had even properly begun. Ye Xiao activated his ocular technique, noticing a strange purple mist enveloping the entire Inan ridge. Something's off. Everything has been abnormal since we left the imperial capital. He tried to pierce through the mist to uncover the truth, but a sharp pain seared through his eyes, as if an immense force was blocking his vision. Suddenly, a piercing bird cry shattered the silence. The group immediately went on high alert. Zhang Feng activated his sky arc shield, surrounded by an array of blades and spears. Huaran summoned his spear, and Shuehan's entire body tensed, his blood energy surging, ready to strike at any moment. When they saw it was only a black crow emerging from the forest, they relaxed slightly. However, Ye Xiao keenly noticed the crow's blood-red eyes glimmering with a disturbingly human-like smirk. Something's wrong. That crow isn't normal, take it down. Zhang Feng instantly launched a flying dagger at the crow, but its speed suddenly surged. Ye Xiao, using his spatial powers, appeared in midair and struck the crow down with punitive force. But as he turned back, he was stunned to see that the spot where his teammates had been was now replaced by a towering mountain. Even with his advanced ocular abilities, he couldn't see through the eerie barrier. This mission, it must be a trap. Alarms blared in Ye Xiao's mind. Meanwhile, back at the imperial capital's Zhenshin University, Ning Zhao leisurely sipped his tea. Lin Qixiao really knows how to plan sending those young ones to hunt an injured deity. It's certainly a good training opportunity, he smirked, pulling out his phone to call Lin Qixiao. Old Lin, long time no see. A familiar voice greeted from the other end of the phone. Where have you been lately? Spit it out, I'm busy. I'm in Japan right now, hunting down a god codenamed Amaterasu. Lin Qixiao said urgently. Amaterasu? You dare go after that one? That's one of the top gods of Japan. A peak-level destructive monster. What's there to be afraid of? It's Japan. After all, just go all out. Lin Qixiao said confidently. This time, I've pulled 4 ministers from the 5 divisions of the god-hunting squad. Plus, the entire god-hunting division is mobilized. I've spared no expense to take down this Amaterasu. The elite combat power of the Qixiao god-hunting squad was concentrated in the god-hunting division, whose captain was a formidable level 7 catastrophe class professional. So, no one's left in your main base now? There is. The reserve division is still there. For now, I've handed the main base over to immortal. 2 months ago, I already deployed the God-hunting division's elites and the 4 ministers for this operation. Ning Xiao nodded, but suddenly his expression changed. Wait a minute. If you've pulled all the elites from the God-hunting division, then who injured that dangerous god codenamed Phantom at the Annan Ridge? What an Annan Ridge? What are you talking about? Ye Xiao asked, puzzled. Old Ning, how long has it been since you checked the god archives? Who told you the god codenamed Phantom was just dangerous level? That one is terror level. And even among terror levels, it's a tough one. That god is called the Shadow of 10,000 Phantoms, or just Phantom for short. It has dual abilities in illusion and spatial manipulation, with power comparable to a sovereign-class professional. What did you say? Ning Xiao shot to his feet. Ye Xiao, are you serious? Do you think I'd joke about this? Damn it, there's a traitor in your solar division. Sachd. Ning Xiao cursed furiously, letting his phone drop to the ground. He quickly summoned his domain, and with a flash of light enveloping him, he vanished from his office in an instant. Hey, what did you say? There's a traitor in my solar division? Ning Xiao, explain yourself. Lin Chixio's voice echoed from the phone. Boom. In the next moment, Ning Xiao appeared above the solar division headquarters, his oppressive aura covering half the imperial capital. Where is immortal? Get out here. A middle-aged man trembled as he stepped forward. Principal Ning, what's the matter? Cut the nonsense. Where's immortal? Well, Principal Ning, Minister Imo left early this morning. He said there's a nightmare-level god causing chaos in the wilderness, threatening Disya cities. He went to eliminate it personally. Eliminate my ass. We're in big trouble. Ning Xiao's face turned grim as his figure disappeared again, speeding toward the wilderness. As he soared across the wilderness skies, Ning Xiao's heart was filled with regret. He blamed himself for being careless. While it was common for freshmen at the God-Taming University to train with the Ye Xiao God-Hunting Squad every year, he shouldn't have let his guard down like this. Immortal, a minister of the God-Hunting Squad, turned out to be a traitor to Disya. Who knows how many more traitors are hiding within Disya? Suddenly, he noticed 2 off-road vehicles below. Is that Linru? Ning Xiao quickly descended. Linru, where's Ye Xiao? Principal Ning. Linru exclaimed in surprise as Ning Xiao's figure suddenly appeared. What are you doing here? Where is Ye Xiao? Ning Xiao asked urgently. Ye Xiao? Their team already returned. Someone in the car replied with confusion. Ning Xiao's brows furrowed deeply. In an instant, a black and white brush materialized in his hand. With a light tap of the brush tip in the air, a swirling purple mist appeared above everyone's heads in the 2 vehicles. They've all been bewitched by that deity, Ning Xiao thought to himself. A deity of such magnitude, comparable to a dominion-level entity, could easily manipulate these transformation-level students. You all head back immediately. Ning Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand, his tone stern. Every second wasted increased the danger Ye Xiao was in. Principal Ning, is something wrong? Someone asked hesitantly. No questions. Go back now. Ning Xiao snapped. He soared into the air, but before he could gain distance, a dazzling golden fist strike descended from the sky. Mountains and rivers as dragons. Ning Xiao shouted, his brush sweeping across the air. Instantly, a majestic landscape stretched like an unending great wall, transforming into a divine dragon that intercepted the sudden attack. In the void, a figure clad in golden armor with 6 arms emerged. The ancient Azura god. You're still alive. Ning Xiao said, enunciating each word with a grim tone. Haha, if you and Su Changhin are still alive, why would I perish so easily? The ancient Azura god stepped forward, the clashing of his golden armor reverberating like thunder, striking fear into everyone's hearts. I am the 6-armed ancient Azura god. Su Changhin severed one of my life sources, and today, they'll reclaim it from you. All 6 arms moved simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying divine energy that blotted out the sky. Lin Ru and the others felt suffocated under the crushing pressure of this destructive deity. That boy must die. A prodigy wielding N-level power if allowed to grow will become a nightmare for us deities. The ancient Azura god roared. Golden fists rained down like a storm. Ning Xiao raised his brush and painted magnificent rivers and mountains, shielding Lin Ru and the others within its protective embrace. He's my student. If a god stands in my way, that god shall fall. Dragon and tiger clash. Ning Xiao roared furiously. From his brush, a crimson flame dragon and a white ferocious tiger rose into the air. Ancient Azura god, if you dare block me again, I will sever your remaining 5 life sources. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Xiao was contemplating how to regroup with his team. If this place is so bizarre, I might as well break through it with force, Ye Xiao declared, stomping his foot. Martial God Phantom appear. A towering martial god phantom, over 100 meters tall, materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming presence that swept across the surroundings. Break for me! Ye Xiao commanded as the dark golden martial god delivered a devastating punch into the void. Boom! The void trembled violently as Ye Xiao felt the power of his eyes being instantly drained. He quickly activated the wood spirit sight to replenish his energy and controlled the war god's projection to relentlessly strike at a specific space. Each punch carried enough force to suppress even a transcendence-level professional, shaking the ground with deafening roars. However, no matter how fiercely he attacked, that patch of void remained completely unmoved. Enough! Stop attacking! A mysterious voice echoed around him. Human, if you want to find your companions, follow me. Spatial power suddenly enveloped Ye Xiao. Instinctively, he tried to resist, but the voice warned sharply, if you struggle, your companions will suffer the consequences. Ye Xiao froze in place, and in the next moment, the scenery before him shifted abruptly. He found himself standing in a desolate wasteland littered with white bones. At the center stood a towering bone structure that pierced the sky. At the top of the structure, 3 familiar figures were tightly bound, their breaths weak and faint. Welcome to my divine arena bone graveyard. A tall woman dressed in purple gracefully appeared amidst the rippling space. She curved her lips into a cold smile. As a greeting gift. Before her words fully landed, she flicked her finger, and Shui Han's severed head flew straight toward Ye Xiao. There was no room for negotiation, no chance for bargaining. This deity's actions were swift and ruthless, killing one right upon their first encounter. Ye Xiao caught the head, his entire body trembling. The power of this deity far exceeded the dangerous level, so overwhelming that even his eye techniques issued a warning. System, activate Ultra Sight Mode. Ding. Unable to activate. Host's life is not in immediate danger. Suggest immediate retreat from this location. The system responded coldly. Ye Xiao's expression darkened. So you'll only activate it when I'm about to die? Ultra Sight Mode can only be activated in near-death situations, the system replied indifferently. At this moment, Ran and Zhang Feng, who were bound on the bone structure, weakly spoke. Ye Xiao, leave. You are a prodigy, the hope of Disya. Your life is more valuable than ours. Millions of professionals in Disya can fall, but the pinnacle warriors must not perish. As long as you live, you will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in the future. Zhang Feng gave a bitter smile. It's just a pity that Suya and I were fated but not destined. Ye Xiao, if you see her, please tell her I'm sorry. If you don't leave now, we will die with regrets. Ran roared furiously, his energy surging as he prepared to self-destruct. For Disya, I will die without regret. Ye Xiao, get out of here. The system's voice echoed again. Host, you are destined to become an unparalleled eye technique master across all realms. This path is inevitably filled with farewells and solitude. You must grow accustomed to the deaths of those around you. Accustomed, my ass. Ye Xiao roared in fury, his figure flashing as he lunged directly at the purple-clad woman. He'll kill the god and save the people. Ye Xiao, are you out of your mind? Stop. A furious shout tore through the sky. Ran watched in shock as Ye Xiao lunged toward him, their gazes locking midair, filled with rage and unyielding determination. Is this how you choose to waste your life? Ran roared, his voice hoarse with anger. Yet, Ye Xiao's eyes gleamed with an unsettling calm and icy resolve. System, you promised. You said you'd save me once if I ever faced a life-or-death crisis. Don't you dare go back on your word. Ye Xiao's lips curled into a faint smirk as his body shot forward like a cannonball. The alluring yet cold face of the divine phantom instantly darkened with frost. You dare make a move right under my nose? Do you think I don't exist? With a wave of her delicate hand, a dense purple mist surged forth, attempting to block Ye Xiao's path. But to her surprise, Ye Xiao's target was not Ran, it was her. Brace yourself. Ye Xiao's fist ignited with golden flames as he aimed a powerful strike directly at the phantom's face. The golden fire streaked through the air and landed heavily on her, engulfing half her face in flames and slamming her into the rocky mountainside. Ye Xiao gasped for breath, his strength utterly drained by that single punch. The mountainside exploded with a deafening roar as the phantom's voice emerged, tinged with a hint of admiration. Well, well, well? Kid, I underestimated you. No wonder you're the top genius of Disya. Wielding the aura of the end of the path, her figure blurred, leaving only ripples in the void. In an instant, a pale, skeletal hand was reaching for Ye Xiao's crown. System, are you still just going to sit back and watch? Facing the imminent threat of death, Ye Xiao laughed instead of retreating, stretching his limbs as if surrendering entirely. His fearless acceptance of death even left the phantom momentarily stunned. Ye Xiao, no. Huo Ran and Zhang Feng's desperate cries echoed, just as a mechanical voice suddenly resounded in Ye Xiao's mind. Host's life safety compromised. Activating Ultra Vision mode. A surge of cool energy flooded Ye Xiao's body. With a thunderous boom, the divine phantom was blasted several miles away. When she returned, enraged, she saw Ye Xiao's eyes glowing with a brilliant emerald light, as if they held the very essence of life itself. Eternal evergreen. A resonant voice shook the heavens, as though it originated from a primordial era. The aura of the end of the path. The phantom stared at Ye Xiao's glowing eyes in awe, as if witnessing a colossal tree piercing the heavens, standing eternal and unyielding. Jinmu the screeching tree. Ye Xiao murmured, and the ground trembled. A towering ancient tree erupted from the earth, its emerald radiance illuminating the surroundings. Wherever the light touched, vegetation flourished wildly across the mountains. The aura of the path of life. Yet another kind of end of the path. On a distant mountaintop, a red-haired figure raised a wine jug, drinking heartily as they watched the scene unfold. Emotion ran his hand through his disheveled, fiery red hair, his brows furrowed in thought. Two distinct auras of peak-level power had already emerged from this young man, and he speculated whether a third might soon follow. What puzzled him more, however, was the origin of these mysterious forces. Unable to make sense of it, Emotion raised his hand to take a swig of wine, only to find the jug empty. Disappointed, he hung the jug back on his waist and muttered to himself that killing the strongest prodigy of Xia without the aid of alcohol seemed far too dull. He then crouched on a massive boulder, his gaze fixed on the towering ancient tree in the distance. Boom! The Jinmu tree erupted in growth, piercing the heavens. Its colossal canopy stretched outward, nearly engulfing the entire mountain range. What is that? Is that Ye Xiao's power? How can someone at the transformation level possess such terrifying strength? Huo Ran and Zhang Feng stood dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief as they took in the scene before them. No wonder the gods were determined to eliminate him. This kind of power was enough to instill fear even in them. An empty show of force. Mei Ying spat coldly. In an instant, she split into dozens of shadowy figures, each wavering between reality and illusion. Ye Xiao smirked disdainfully. A simple parlor trick of spatial folding? With a casual wave of his hand, the Jinmu's branches shot forward like a torrential downpour. With sharp hissing sounds, the tree's branches pierced through the void, entangling the surrounding space. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Mei Ying's true form was dragged out, impaled by the branches. How did you find me? Mei Ying roared, clutching the wound in her abdomen. Ye Xiao sneered as he explained the true nature of the Jinmu tree, then declared Mei Ying's inevitable demise. Countless tiny branches extended from the main trunk, forming a massive hand in the void that completely engulfed Mei Ying. With one final scream, Mei Ying vanished. A purple flower bloomed on one of the branches, quickly transforming into a fruit that fell into Ye Xiao's hand. He swallowed the fruit, feeling the surge of pure energy coursing through him, his cultivation level instantly rising to the 5th stage of the transformation realm. This was the power of the eternal, evergreen eyes capable of devouring vitality to strengthen oneself. Truly terrifying. Even Emotion couldn't help but be astounded by the immense strength of the Jinmu tree. As the Jinmu tree gradually receded, Ye Xiao's aura diminished as well. A system notification informed him that the Super Eye mode had ended and required a 1-month cooldown. Gasping for breath, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned his gaze toward the two individuals trapped in the skeletal cage. Hang tight, I'll save you now, he said, striding toward them. When Ye Xiao brought the two down from the skeleton, Zhang Feng and Huo Ran looked at him with shock and disbelief in their eyes. Ye Xiao, that was a professional on par with a master level, and you took him down in an instant. That towering tree was that your trump card? Incredible. Zhang Feng clenched his fists in excitement, unable to contain himself. Huo Ran nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ye Xiao, with this kind of power, you could form your own god-hunting team. Just a trump card. Please keep it a secret for me, Ye Xiao said with a faint smile. Don't worry. We swear on our careers that we won't breathe a word. Zhang Feng promised firmly. Just as the three were about to leave, Huo Ran suddenly noticed something unusual. Zhang Feng, why is there a skull mark on your face? Puzzled, Zhang Feng looked into the mirror Huo Ran handed him and indeed saw the strange mark. What made it even more unsettling was that the same mark had appeared on Huo Ran's face. Before they could ask Ye Xiao if he had a similar mark, a sudden bang echoed, and Zhang Feng's head exploded without warning. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere as his headless body collapsed to the ground. Huo Ran barely had time to react before his head also burst apart, spraying blood and gore all over Ye Xiao. How's that? Doesn't it look like fireworks? Beautiful, isn't it? A red-haired figure emerged slowly from the void. It was Emotion. He wore a sinister smile as he spoke. Good thing I came back quickly. Otherwise, by the time I finished my drink, you all would have escaped. Emotion. It was you. So, from the start, your target was me, Ye Xiao realized. Of course. Emotion raised an eyebrow. A prodigy like you, possessing the aura of 2 end-level paths if left to grow, you'd become even more terrifying than the sword god of Xiao. Luckily, I was the one who orchestrated the special recruitment exam. The special recruitment exam was your doing? And the invasion of gods into the 15 major testing grounds, was that your plan too? Ye Xiao asked, his expression darkening. Emotion explained smugly, I'm a barrier master. Who else would be better suited for a task like this? It's just a pity that Xiao's powerhouses used the flower of time to break the situation, costing us quite a few gods in the process. Still, discovering a prodigy like you makes it all worthwhile. Emotion raised his glass, a glint of sharp light flashing through his eyes. After all, compared to a genius who can shape the future of Blue Star, the death of a few gods is a trivial matter. Ye Xiao, your drinking capacity is truly impressive. If we weren't on opposing sides, I'd really love to share drinks with you. Ye Xiao stared coldly at Emotion, his voice low and unwavering. Sorry, I don't have the habit of drinking with traitors of Xia. Is that so? Emotion's lips curled into a cold smile. Ye Xiao, your perspective is still too narrow. Once you've seen more of the world, you'll understand that everything is just a matter of choice. Right or wrong doesn't matter. Before he finished speaking, Emotion waved a hand, and a dark light flashed. In an instant, Ye Xiao was confined within a barrier. I know what you're thinking. You're hoping Ning Zhao will come to save you, aren't you? Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. Ning Zhao is currently struggling on her own and has no chance to rescue you. This place is sealed by my barrier. No one can save you. Emotion slowly raised his hand, preparing to obliterate Ye Xiao, when Ye Xiao suddenly spoke. Wait, I have one last question. Trying to stall for time? No matter, I'll give you the chance, Emotion said calmly. What do you want to ask? As a prodigy, you deserve the utmost respect. Why did you betray Xia? Because I was never human to begin with. Emotion sneered. Since I'm not human, how could it be considered betrayal? Not human? Then what are you? Ye Xiao's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a clear voice cut through the air. He's a demigoda hybrid of human and deity. A figure clad in snow-white robes appeared out of nowhere, wielding a long sword radiating the power of creation itself. Xia's sword god, Su Changhin. Emotion's expression darkened. Why are you here? There were supposed to be powerful gods. Gods tried to stop me. What does that have to do with me being here? Su Changhin replied indifferently. Or did you think a fallen god could block my path? The sword in his hand danced like a streak of light, its resonant hum echoing across the heavens. Thanks to you fallen gods, I almost overlooked such an outstanding prodigy hidden within the Xia faction. Su Changhin smiled faintly. As a reward, they'll grant you a single strike. Heaven-severing sword technique. A river of sword chi materialized in the void, its brilliant radiance illuminating the land for miles. Emotion's expression shifted from shock to delight. This power. I see now. Su Changhin, you're not here in person. This is just a projection of your sword soul. He burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Heaven itself aids me. Today, I shall destroy this fragment of Xia's sword god. He soared into the air with a seal in hand, directly confronting the sword light. As long as Su Changhin's sword soul projection remained at the domain level, Emotion believed he had a chance. If he could destroy this projection, not only would Su Changhin's true form suffer damage, but with enough luck, they might even eliminate the sword god of Xia altogether. Emotion's strength was indeed formidable. His fingers moved swiftly, forming intricate seals that seamlessly combined offense and defense. The sword god's sword soul avatar engaged him in a fierce battle, with neither side gaining the upper hand for the moment. Su Changhin, how long can your sword soul avatar last? Once your avatar's power runs out, I'd like to see what you'll use to save this little brat. Emotion sneered coldly, forming a series of hand seals. In an instant, a massive Taiji 8 trigram diagram materialized in the void. Two profound patterns, like grinding stones of heaven and earth, pressed down towards Su Changhin. Sky-splitting sword technique. Break. The sword god tapped his toe lightly, and a radiant sword light shot into the heavens, tearing the Taiji 8 trigram diagram apart. Without pause, he shifted his sword technique, causing the Jinghong sword to split into countless sword shadows before him. Immortal sword technique. Silvery sword energy roared like a dragon, sealing off the space surrounding Emotion layer by layer. Freeze. Abyssal 9 seal mark. Emotion's dominance as a master of barriers became evident. 9 black seals instantly embedded themselves in the void, entwining each strand of sword energy and wresting control over them. The sword energy reversed course, surging towards Su Changhin, turning the tables. Su Changhin, as the sword god of Daxia, Have you ever tasted your own sword? The storm of sword energy rained down, aiming directly for Su Changhan's limbs and the center of his brow. Su Changhan's white robes fluttered as he narrowly evaded one strike, though another managed to slice through his garment. As an avatar, his ability to wield sword techniques was significantly limited. Senior Su, let me help you, Ye Xiao called out resolutely. After a brief hesitation, Su Changhan nodded in agreement. Swords. Rise. Long rainbow sword shadows. More sword energy tore through the air, like a rainbow piercing the sun, repelling the corrupted sword energy tainted by the black seals. As Su Changhan attempted to rescue Ye Xiao, Emotion shouted coldly, "Don't even think about it." Domain expansion. Black flame nether prison. In an instant, two massive rifts tore through the void, spewing forth torrents of molten lava that transformed the entire space into a fiery inferno. Scorched black earth stretched endlessly, surrounded by a sea of lava. Emotion commanded the sword energy to weave through the lava, flames entwined with the sword strikes as they barreled towards Su Changhan. Though Su Changhan managed to avoid critical hits, a sleeve of his robe was devoured by the blazing fire. Domain expansion. Jinghong Sword Realm. Su Changhan's voice rang out as countless silver sword energies gathered behind him, filling the entire space. Layers of sword energy encircled him, forming an impenetrable barrier that served both his offense and defense. Amid the deafening roar, the surging lava clashed against the divine rings of sword energy, only to be deflected by their sharp brilliance. At last, Su Changhan broke through the encirclement and reached Ye Xiao's side, severing the barrier that restrained him with a single decisive strike. Su Changhan. Impressive skills indeed. Emotion sneered coldly, forming seals rapidly with his hands. Then try this next move. Abyssal Flame Sovereign. As a streak of black light shot from his fingertips and plunged into the sea of magma, it spread outward like ink dissolving in water, engulfing the surroundings at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire magma transformed into roiling black flames that soared skyward, as if to pierce through the heavens. Arise. With Emotion's command, the sea of magma shook violently. A colossal figure slowly emerged, his upper body bare, his skin pitch black, wielding a blazing greatsword, and wrapped in chains resembling long ropes. His body was inscribed with runes and barriers, but the most striking feature was his eye sockets' bottomless black voids flickering with eerie violet flames. The moment the Flame's sovereign appeared, an overwhelming aura of malevolence swept across the entire space. Su Changhan, you may hold out for now, but I refuse to believe you can last forever. Emotion roared. Crush them both for me. The Flame's sovereign let out a thunderous roar, slashing downward with his greatsword, splitting the sea of magma apart and striking towards Su Changhan. Countless sword auras were extinguished in the black flames, yet the Flame's sovereign pressed forward relentlessly, unleashing beast-like growls. As Su Changhan's sword barrier was on the verge of breaking, Ye Xiao urgently called out, "Senior, let me assist you. My eye technique can pierce through all illusions. I'll find his weakness, and you can strike him down." Very well. Su Changhan nodded, releasing a protective sword aura to elevate Ye Xiao into the air. Ye Xiao pushed his perception technique to its limits, even as the regenerative power of his wood-spirit eyes struggled to keep up with the strain, and despite the blood streaming from his eyes and his blurred vision, he persevered in his search for a weakness. System warnings echoed in his mind, but he ignored them entirely. Finally, through his tear-blurred sight, Ye Xiao discerned the truth. "Senior, strike now," he shouted hoarsely. "The weakness of this domain is the Flame Sovereign. He is the embodiment of the magma sea. His weak point is his eyes. Extinguish the flames in both eyes at the same time. Senior, I've reached my limit. The rest is up to you." Su Changhan silently carried the exhausted Ye Xiao onto his back and whispered softly, "Kid, you've done well. Rest now. I'll take care of the rest." Boom. A towering Mount Tai hovered in the void, as though it suppressed the entire world. In the next instant, it exploded into fragments, and a figure clad in golden armor surged forth, radiating a brilliance as dazzling as the blazing sun. "Ning Zhao, how long have we been fighting?" The ancient god of Azura laughed wildly. "I suppose your beloved student must be dead by now." Earlier, the colossal tree piercing through the clouds had caught their attention, but it had already dissipated a quarter of an hour ago. If something had indeed gone wrong, it would likely be too late to change anything. Ancient god of Azura. Ning Zhao's face was filled with a murderous aura as he slowly removed his gold-rimmed glasses and clipped them to his collar. "If anything happens to Ye Xiao, I will fight you and your kind to the death." Huh. As if our relationship is harmonious as it stands, the ancient god of Azura sneered. "Ning Zhao, keep lamenting your own incompetence. Just like how you failed to save your senior brother back then, now you won't be able to save your student either." Thud. The ancient god of Azura took a step forward, his golden hair wildly whipping around him as he threw a powerful punch straight at Ning Xiao. Headmaster! From afar on the ground, Lin Ru and the others watched this scene with deep concern. Ning Xiao remained silent, unmoving until the moment the opponent's fist was about to make contact. Then, he acted. He lifted his brush, slicing through the air. The tip of the brush spun like roaring thunder, sketching the heavens and earth stroke by stroke. Heavenly court. His voice resonated like divine music, and his aura suddenly turned solemn and majestic. Boom! A golden thunderbolt tore through the sky. The ancient god of Azura's eyes widened in shock. This is fallen god. Today, I, Ning Xiao, will sever 5 of your lives. As the final stroke fell, a faintly visible celestial palace emerged from the depths of the clouds, exuding an overwhelming divine might that dominated all. Ning Xiao, you've gone mad. How dare you replicate such a forbidden artifact? Why wouldn't I dare? The divine will has descended. If the fallen god does not perish, the divine will shall not fade. On another battlefield, as Su Changhan's sword ring was shattered by De Shengwang's blade, black flames engulfed the sky. Carrying Ye Xiao on his back, Su Changhan, with his bare arm holding his sword, murmured softly, heaven-cleaving sword technique. Rise, and let the gods fall. Slash. The sword light split the world into yin and yang, severing day from night, and aimed directly at De Shengwang's head. De Shengwang raised his fist like a hammer to strike back, but his arm was severed by the blade. Su Changhan retreated through the air, his eyes swirling with sword energy. Heaven-cleaving sword technique 1 strike to open the heavens. A simple, unadorned sword light, containing unparalleled killing power, flashed and illuminated the black-flamed shrouded sky, like the simultaneous lighting of 10,000 lamps. No. De Shengwang, retreat. Emotion's panic cry came too late. The sword light moved too swiftly, slicing through De Shengwang's body. The purple flames in his eyes extinguished instantly. The sword energy surged forward like an unstoppable force, slicing through the world of black flames with a single strike. With this earth-shattering blow, the storm cleared, the skies brightened, and the domain shattered instantly. The great Rope King let out a piercing wail as flames ignited across his body, and his entire form was consumed by the void. As his domain crumbled, Emotion also suffered a severe backlash. Curse you, Su Changhan, how did you figure out the weakness of my domain? Emotion clutched his chest, roaring in fury. All thanks to Ye Xiao, Su Changhan replied, holding the Jinghong sword and pointing its tip directly at Emotion's brow. Ye Xiao, it's him again. Emotion's gaze locked onto the boy slumped on Su Changhan's back. Gritting his teeth, he growled. That brat has ruined so many of our plans. Is his fate truly as unyielding as iron? Not even a heavenly net could kill him. Su Changhan, mark my words. One day, we will trample the entire Great Xia Kingdom, and millions will become the blood sacrifices of our divine kind. Emotion snarled with a twisted expression and turned to flee. You won't escape. Sword Realm, rise. Su Changhan had already set up a second sword ring in the space, instantly sealing it with countless sword energies. Strike! With a thunderous command, thousands of sword lights pierced through the air, targeting Emotion. Amidst his agonized screams, Emotion was skewered and turned into a bloodied, unrecognizable figure, pinned lifelessly in the void. A wine flask fell from his waist, its contents spilling out completely. A farewell drink on the road to the Yellow Springs. Emotion stared at the flowing wine as if seeing his own demise. After one final roar of unwilling fury, his body shattered into nothingness. Su Changhan waved his hand, dispersing the sword ring. His breath was now unstable, and the power of his sword soul avatar was nearly depleted. Looking at the unconscious Ye Xiao, he frowned and muttered, Kid, your identity has been exposed. It's no longer safe for you. The only solution now is for the name Ye Xiao to disappear from this world entirely. Carrying Ye Xiao, Su Changhan soared into the sky with the divine Jinghong sword, leveling an entire mountain range with a single strike before vanishing without a trace. 8,000 miles away, the sword god's true form had just slain a divine being when the sword soul avatar returned and merged with him. He examined Ye Xiao's injuries and discovered that his eyes had been severely damaged, nearly to the point of losing their essence. Were it not for a surge of powerful life energy protecting them, even his eyeballs might have been lost. After channeling his power into Ye Xiao, the boy finally regained consciousness, only to realize he was now blind. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have awakened a pupil technique. Double pupils. Ye Xiao was stunned. A pupil technique user, now reduced to a blind man? I told you, if I said I'd take 5 of your lives, then 5 it shall be. In the sky, as Ning Xiao brushed past the golden ancient god, the god's body exploded with a deafening blast, shattering into pieces along with its armor. Ning Xiao landed calmly, his expression unchanging, as Lin Ru rushed forward to meet him. Principal? You all head back first. I need to rescue Ye Xiao. Ning Xiao waved his hand dismissively before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. When he arrived at Anan Ridge, all that greeted him was utter devastation. A terrifying force had leveled the entire ridge, leaving no trace of Ye Xiao. Ning Xiao stood silently for a long time, his gaze fixed on the slightly blurred blue sky above. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao found himself in a desolate wilderness with the sword god. He was intently exploring his newly awakened dual pupil ability. These crimson pupils, known as the Emperor's Eyes, were innate and required no advancement to grow. Once fully developed, they could split the heavens and earth, granting divine powers such as slaying immortals, vanquishing demons, surveying the 9 heavens, and sealing dimensions with a single thought. However, at Ye Xiao's current level, he could only wield 2 abilities, continuously absorbing the mystical energies of heaven and earth to enhance his strength, and the sovereign's might imposing a crushing gravity 100-fold or more on his enemies, forcing them to bow before him. Ye Xiao, the sword god suddenly spoke. Your existence has already been noticed by the gods. I've intentionally faked your death. From now on, you must present yourself as my disciple. Choose a new name for yourself. Ye Xiao stood, covering his eyes with a piece of white cloth, which was quickly soaked with blood. Call me Hong Yi, and my chosen path shall be that of the sovereign. He looked up and unleashed the power of his dual pupils, causing a distant mountain to cave in under the immense pressure. Impressive. That's quite a formidable ability, the sword god remarked with a look of surprise. To solidify your identity as my disciple, you'll need to accompany me to the Eastern Sea. There's an unruly evil god there that needs to be dealt with. The two transformed into streaks of sword light and disappeared into the sky. Along the way, Ye Xiao remained unusually quiet. The recent battle had made him painfully aware of his own weakness, couldn't even protect himself. When we arrive at Donghai City, there's another task for you, the sword god said. There's a dark cult there, followers of that god. You'll need to assist the local professionals in uncovering their hideout. Understood. Several hours later, they descended upon Donghai City. This coastal metropolis was home to many powerful individuals, the strongest among them being a level 6 domain expert. The city mayor, Fang Chengnan, led a team to welcome them, but the sword god got straight to the point. Where is the evil god? Fang Chengnan began to explain. Donghai frequently experiences tsunamis, and fishermen have reported seeing a massive shadow moving beneath the waves. None of the professionals we sent to investigate ever returned. On that day, I personally went to explore. I saw the upper half of that divine being's body. Fang Qingnan's voice was filled with uncontrollable shock and fear. He described in detail the scene he witnessed in the East Sea. The divine being's body was unimaginably massive, stretching across the sea like a natural bridge. Even the slightest movement it made caused monstrous waves, shaking the entire sea with its deafening roar. According to our observations, this divine being has been in a state of slumber, he continued. However, the recent increase in fishing activities seems to have disturbed its rest. Just a minor turn of its body nearly destroyed the entire coastal defense system of East Sea City. Su Changhin took the tablet handed to him by Ye Xiao, his sharp brows furrowing slightly. On the screen was an image of a colossal fish, its body spanning thousands of miles. Its massive mouth seemed capable of swallowing entire oceans, and its 2 pairs of wings appeared powerful enough to soar tens of thousands of miles into the sky, an awe-inspiring and terrifying sight. If I'm not mistaken, this is a catastrophic-level divine Bangko named Kuen Pung, Su Changhin explained. The imperial capital noticed its existence 30 years ago. Since it has always remained dormant in the East Sea and shown no hostility toward humans, we decided not to take any action. Swordmaster, Fang Chengnan said sternly, this Kuen Pung may not harbor ill intent, but a single turn of its body has already caused the deaths of over 300 civilians and more than 50 professionals. These lives demand justice. Deng Lin, the leader of the Marine Observation Team, immediately objected. Mayor, we must not act recklessly. There are members of the Kuen Pung cult in East Sea City. If we attack the Kuen Pung, they might forcibly awaken it. If that happens, and the Kuen Pung spreads its wings, the entire East Sea City will be swallowed by the ocean. Then what do you suggest we do? Fang Chengnan roared, slamming his hand heavily on the table. How can we allow such a threat to slumber right on our doorstep? Is this ocean humanity's domain, or this malevolent god's? Deng Lin proposed. We could request that the imperial capital send powerful formation masters to relocate the Kuen Pung elsewhere. Are you suggesting we carefully escort a malevolent god that has already caused the deaths of our Daxia citizens? Fang Qingnan's sharp retort left Deng Lin speechless. Eventually, after Fang Qingnan's repeated pleas, Su Changhin let out a soft sigh and nodded in agreement. However, he immediately set a condition. Before that, Mayor Fong, you must first eliminate the members of the Kuen Pung cult in East Sea City. Don't worry. The Kuen Pung cult has been hiding in Donghai City for a while, and I've had enough of them. This time, I'll make sure to wipe them out completely, Fong Chengnan said firmly, clenching his fists to show his determination. Su Changhin turned to Ye Xiao and instructed. Hongya, assist Mayor Fong in locating the Kuen Pung cult's hiding spot. Understood. Ye Xiao replied briefly. Fong Chengnan glanced at the uniquely dressed Ye Xiao and asked curiously, and this is? My apprentice, Su Changhin replied. A disciple of the sword god. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner, Fong Chengnan said, bowing respectfully. You're too kind, Mayor Fong. There's no time to waste. Let's begin the search for the Kuen Pung cult. Agreed. And you, sword god? Fong Chengnan looked to Su Changhin. I'll remain stationed in Donghai. Once the Kuen Pung cult is eradicated, I'll act immediately to slay their god. Before he finished speaking, Su Changhin's figure transformed into a streak of sword light, vanishing from sight. Although Ye Xiao's eyes were closed, he could clearly sense the sword light moving far away before finally hovering above Donghai, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. Fong Chengnan led Ye Xiao out of the mayor's hall, where over 300 professionals, dressed in uniform, were already assembled in formation. They greeted Mayor Fong respectfully as he appeared. We don't need this many people, Ye Xiao said, shaking his head. A large group will only alert the enemy. A few strong individuals are enough to take the lead. Mayor Fong, I suggest you dismiss the rest. Seeing Fong Chengnan hesitate, Ye Xiao added, with you overseeing the operation, how could a mere dark cult escape? You're absolutely right. Fong Chengnan laughed heartily. Seizing the moment, Ye Xiao inquired about Fong Chengnan's profession and learned that he was a beastmaster. He had contracts with 4 demonic beasts, which he sustained by hunting other creatures or purchasing high-quality meat. Shortly after, the two arrived at the top of the Donghai Tower, which stood 468 meters tall. Ye Xiao stood at the peak and activated his ocular technique. Mayor Fong, the Kuen Pung cult members all have Kuen Pung tattoos, correct? He asked. Yes, that's right. Could it be? I've already found them. Let's go, Ye Xiao said, turning to descend the tower. Is this the direction to Dongqing District? Ye Xiao led Fong Chengnan through the bustling streets and arrived at a nightclub on a main road in Dongqing District. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao kicked the door open with a loud bang, instantly overpowering the blaring music inside the club. The men and women, who had been tangled together in the dim light, were startled and scattered in panic. Who are you people? A man shouted angrily, pointing at the 2 men at the door. Fong Chengnan let out a cold snort and stepped forward. The light illuminated his face, and the yelling man instantly turned pale, his voice trembling. Fong, Mayor Fong, Brother Hongya, which of these people belong to the Kuen Pung cult? Fong Chengnan asked in a low voice. Ye Xiao scanned the room and casually pointed. The one singing, the guy with his pants halfway off, the one with his hand in that girl's pants, and the shady-looking one in the corner. Hearing this, Fong Chengnan acted immediately. A series of heavy thuds followed, and in an instant, the identified individuals were reduced to a bloody mist. The thick scent of blood filled the air, and the rest of the people screamed and fled in terror. Brother Hongya, are there any more? Fong Chengnan asked. Nope, Ye Xiao said, turning to leave. But Fong Chengnan frowned and pressed further. Just these few? The Kuen Pung cult can't be this weak. There must be bigger fish. If the deity they worship lies dormant, the power of their followers is naturally limited, Ye Xiao remarked with a hint of implication. Fong Chengnan's face stiffened, and he quickly denied it. How could I possibly have any connection with the dark cult? I'm the mayor of Donghai City. Ye Xiao casually made a joking remark and then took his leave. After Ye Xiao left, Fong Chengnan immediately summoned 4 spirit beasts: Silver Moon Wolf King, Crimson Flame Pegasus, Meteor Ghost Beast, Celestial Black Eagle. Find everyone with Kuen Pung tattoos, leave no one alive. Yes, master. For streaks of light shot into the sky, disappearing into the night. Standing atop Donghai Tower, Ye Xiao activated his eye technique to survey the entire city. Fong Chengnan is definitely hiding something. He knows far too much about the Kuen Pung cult. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. Ring, ring. Swordmaster, how are things on your end? Ye Xiao asked directly. Is Kuen Pung still asleep? How's the Kuen Pung cult situation being handled? Actually, I have a favor to ask. The scale of the tsunami's destruction? The Swordmaster was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Let me take a look for you. Moments later, Ye Xiao received a set of images from the Swordmaster. The pictures depicted sprawling ruins of areas hit by the tsunami, coastal defenses, and small nearby towns, just as Fong Chengnan had described. As an expert in ocular techniques, Ye Xiao's sharp eyes scanned every detail. The damage to the buildings looked less like the result of a natural tsunami and more like a calculated attack. Most of the structures showed localized destruction, with broken walls and remnants still standing. The most striking detail was the complete absence of water damage on these buildings. Just one more place to confirm, Ye Xiao muttered as he left the EC tower, heading straight for the largest meat wholesale market in Donghai City. Half an hour later, Ye Xiao examined a document in his hands, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his lips. As expected, what a cunning move, Mayor Fong Chengnan. An hour later, inside the mayor's hall, Mayor Fong, now that the Kuen Pung cult has been eradicated, my master will immediately initiate the Kuen Pung hunting plan, Ye Xiao said solemnly. Good, good. Fong Chengnan replied absent-mindedly, his fingers incessantly rubbing the ring on his left hand. A faint smile played on Ye Xiao's lips. Master, I'll leave it to you. In an instant, a brilliant river of sword energy appeared in the skies above Donghai City, illuminating half the city with its dazzling light. Fong Chengnan's expression grew increasingly tense as he fidgeted with the ring on his hand. Mayor Fong seems a little uneasy, Ye Xiao remarked with a hint of mockery. Are you doubting my master's strength? Would you like your pet beast to lend a hand? Heh, no need. My modest abilities couldn't possibly assist the sword master, Fong Chengnan replied with an awkward laugh. Then what's troubling you, Mayor Fong? Ye Xiao's gaze sharpened. Are you worried about when your pet beast will locate the Kuen Pung cult's leader? Actually, there's no need to search there already here. At those words, Fong Chengnan's face turned pale, and the expressions of the other officials in the room changed drastically. Young Master Hong Yi, you can't make baseless accusations without evidence, someone said with a frown. I'm not making baseless accusations, Ye Xiao replied, shifting his gaze to Deng Lin, who had been silently clenching his fists. Isn't that right, Observational Chief Deng Lin? You're the leader of the Kuen Pung cult, the very person Mayor Fong has been trying to eliminate. Deng Lin's fists tightened further, then slowly unclenched. How did you figure it out? It's simple. No matter how well you hide the Kuen Pung tattoo, it's impossible to escape the eyes of an ocular technique master. Others wouldn't suspect that the cult leader is among the high-ranking officials, nor would they casually use observation abilities on you. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Well. So, Deng Lin, you're the leader of the Kuen Pung cult, a follower of a fallen deity. Fong Chengnan roared in fury, raising his hand to strike Deng Lin. Wait, Ye Xiao stepped forward, blocking Fong Chengnan. Mayor Fong, exposing Chief Deng's identity is just the first step. The real issue in this incident doesn't lie with him, it lies with you. Mayor Fong, your clever ploy to shift the blame nearly fooled even me and my master. Brother Hongya, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word. Fong Chengnan frowned, his gaze tinged with suspicion. Ye Xiao slowly rose from his seat, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mayor Fong, why bother pretending? Since you're so eager to hear it, he'll lay out the entire truth. Everyone here has the right to know. He scanned the room, his voice suddenly rising. Fong Chengnan, you've been using the citizens and professionals of Donghai City to feed your pet beast. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted into chaos. Faces paled, and people sprang to their feet. Brother Hongya, could this be some kind of misunderstanding? Impossible. Mayor Fong has always served the people. How could he do such a thing? This needs a thorough investigation. A cacophony of doubts and protests filled the air, with no one willing to believe Ye Xiao's accusation. Fong Chengnan's expression darkened as he pointed at Ye Xiao and shouted angrily, even if you are the disciple of the great Xia sword god, you can't just spout baseless accusations. This slander has seriously damaged my reputation. Unfazed, Ye Xiao continued, then allow me to explain. Mayor Fong, you once told me that you fed your pet beast by hunting monsters outdoors or purchasing large quantities of lean meat. However, I've looked into the wholesale market supply records and Donghai City's entry and exit logs. Over the past 3 months, you haven't left Donghai City, nor has the wholesale market received any significant shipments of meat. So, what exactly has been sustaining your pet beast? I did leave. I just didn't register it. Fong Chengnan stammered in defense. Mayor Fong, Ye Xiao said with a cold smile, the iron law of Great Xia states that anyone leaving their city of residence must register, even the mayor. If you were merely hunting monsters, why risk breaking the law by not registering? Fong Chengnan's eyes darted nervously. You're blind. How could you even tell? You thought I wouldn't notice just because I'm blind? Ye Xiao gestured to the cloth covering his eyes. This is just a blindfold. Who told you I couldn't see? It seems this little accessory is quite convincing. You can see but still wear that? Are you insane? Fong Chengnan finally snapped, shouting angrily. Ye Xiao remained unfazed. I just like it this way. His voice turned icy. Over the past 3 months, you've been feeding your pet beast with the people of Donghai City. Things came to a head not long ago. Ye Xiao's voice echoed in the air as he fixed his piercing gaze on Fong Chengnan. That day, your pet beast was caught by coastal defenders while hunting ordinary people. Enraged, you slaughtered dozens of them. The commotion not only alarmed the Kuen Pung in the deep sea but also triggered a tsunami. Seizing the opportunity, you conveniently shifted all the blame onto this slumbering deity. Fang Qingnan's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. Afterward, the Kuen Pung incident escalated, and some even suggested reporting it to the imperial capital to summon powerful reinforcements. You couldn't suppress the situation and had no choice but to let things unfold, waiting for me and my master, the sword god, to arrive and deal with it. Ye Xiao sneered and continued. You clashed with the Kuen Pung cult multiple times and planned to use us to eliminate this looming threat. That's why, the moment I pointed out someone was from the Kuen Pung cult, you didn't hesitate to order their execution. Ye Xiao's tone grew sharper. But you didn't anticipate that we would stop after only dealing with a few low-level members. Having fought the Kuen Pung cult repeatedly, you know their leader is exceptionally strong, so you concluded they hadn't been completely eradicated. I asked my master, the sword god, to take me to the tsunami site. The collapsed houses rather than being swept away by the waves looked as if they had been smashed by a giant beast's paw. Most importantly, there wasn't a single sign of water damage on the structures. A flicker of panic crossed Fang Qingnan's eyes, but he quickly masked it with forced composure. These are merely your accusations. Do you have concrete evidence to prove my pet beast harmed people? Did you witness it yourself? At that moment, a figure descended gracefully. With a few dull thuds, Su Changhin threw several demonic beast corpses onto the ground. Erase your evidence. Fang Qingnan, your pet beast acted without restraint, daring to harm people in broad daylight. Fortunately, I arrived in time to subdue these abominations. The onlookers finally understood the source of the earlier flashes of sword light. Anger erupted among the crowd. Outrageous. As the mayor of Donghai City, how could you allow your pet beast to harm the citizens? Fang Qingnan finally dropped his facade, letting out a sinister laugh. The strong prey on the weak, that's the law of nature. Those worthless ordinary people are no better than livestock. The sword god's voice turned icy. By your logic, since I'm stronger than you, should I take your life as I please? Fang Qingnan was left speechless. The sword god raised his hand, gathering sword light. You're no different from the demonic beasts. Go join your pet in the afterlife. Su Changhin, don't think you'll get away unscathed. Fang Qingnan let out a final furious roar as he lunged desperately at Ye Xiao. Kid, it's all your fault. Fang Qingnan roared furiously, his face twisted with rage as he lunged at Ye Xiao. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. If I die, don't think you'll have it easy either. Ye Xiao calmly stepped back, his expression tranquil, as if he had already anticipated everything. Just as Fang Qingnan's fingers were about to touch him, an invisible force of gravity suddenly enveloped Fang Qingnan's entire body. Boom! Fang Qingnan's speed abruptly slowed, and his body involuntarily bent like a shrimp. Without his pet beast, his combat ability had significantly decreased. Under the sudden hundredfold gravity, he nearly collapsed to the ground. What kind of ability is this? Fang Qingnan's face turned pale, his blood vessels swelling under the immense pressure, as if they were about to burst, and his blood almost flowing backward. Allow me to reintroduce myself, Hongyi. Profession. Overlord. Ye Xiao said coldly. Good. What a domineering overlord. Fang Qingnan gritted his teeth. It was indeed a tyrannical profession, capable of forcing someone to their knees without even moving. Master, I'll trouble you to take action. Ye Xiao said indifferently as he released the gravity. Fang Qingnan had just let out a breath of relief when the sword god's sharp sword light descended. Swoosh. Fang Qingnan's head fell to the ground. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Fang Qingnan murdered fellow humans. Death penalty. The sword god declared calmly. Deng Lin, take him to the death cell for trial. Immediately, a professional stepped forward and escorted Deng Lin away. The Kuen Pung remains in a constant state of slumber and poses little threat to humanity. I will drive it to the deep sea. This matter is settled, the sword god said, brushing off his sleeve before turning to leave, with Ye Xiao following closely behind. Sword god, is it really safe to leave the Kuen Pung alive? Ye Xiao asked. It's safe. The Kuen Pung is a neutral divine being, inherently pure and non-aggressive. As long as humans don't provoke it, there's no danger, the sword god replied. Summoning his sword light, the sword god carried Ye Xiao and instantly appeared above the East Sea. Ye Xiao, you've never seen the Kuen Pung before, have you? I'll let you witness it with your own eyes. The sword god formed a sword seal with his hands and shouted, Sword, rise! Countless sword auras gathered in the sky, surging like a river as they plunged into the sea. Amid the resonant hum of swords, the ocean surface suddenly parted, revealing a colossal creature lifted out of the water by the sword energy-breathing island, its size far exceeding that of an aircraft carrier, almost comparable to half of Donghai City. This was the Kuen Pung. Its massive wings drooped, its eyes remained closed, and with each breath, it generated powerful gusts of air, inhaling and exhaling the surrounding atmosphere. Ye Xiao, What does the Kuen Pung feel like to you? The sword god asked. Ye Xiao carefully observed. It feels inclusive, warm, and indifferent to worldly affairs. Exactly. The Kuen Pung is a neutral divine being. As long as humans don't disturb it, it poses no threat to humanity. The Kuen Pung itself is incredibly powerful, especially its physical body, which is extraordinarily tough. Even an atomic bomb couldn't penetrate its body. Killing the Kuen Pung by force would be nearly impossible and would come at a tremendous cost. That's why I choose to coexist with it peacefully. With a flick of his sleeve, the sword saint unleashed a river of sword energy, carrying the Kuen Pung into the distance. All right, let's head back to the imperial capital. Once we're back, remember your new identity, Ye Xiao reminded. I know Hongyi, the sword saint's new disciple. Ye Xiao nodded, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. My friends, it's been so long. How have you all been? In a flash of sword light, the two figures vanished from the spot. 2 days had passed in the imperial capital. Ever since Ning Zhao brought back the news of Ye Xiao's death, the entire city had been shrouded in grief. In the martyr cemetery, Jiang Ro stood alone before a newly erected cenotaph. Xiao Hongqian approached slowly, carrying his sword on his back. I knew I'd find you here. Time flies, Xiao Hongqian sighed. When Principal Ning brought back the news, no one could believe it. That girl, Ruayu, kept insisting Ye Xiao couldn't be dead. But now, 2 days have passed, and people seem to be coming to terms with it. She hasn't even touched her research on that breast-enhancing Tisha's been studying desperately with her mentor, and I heard she hasn't slept for 2 days and nights. Jiang Ro turned her head, her pale face devoid of color, as if all life had drained from her. The whole world can believe Ye Xiao is dead, but I cannot. But he truly is, Xiao Hongqian clenched his fists. Even after Principal Ning overturned the entire Inan Ridge, all he found was a piece of clothing. I believe he's still alive, Jiang Ro said, gently running her fingers over the tombstone. And if he truly is dead, what would you do? I will drive every god off this planet. With your current strength? I will enter the divine void realm, Jiang Ro said resolutely. Are you insane? That's a secret realm only accessible to manipulator-class professionals. I will become stronger than Ye Xiao. Hongqian, haven't you realized? We've always been a burden to him. It's time we stood on our own. If conventional methods don't work, then we'll just have to risk everything. With that, Jiang Ro turned and left the cemetery without looking back. As night fell, Xiao Hongqian gently touched the tombstone. Did you hear that, Ye Xiao? Everyone is fighting with all they've got, all for you, all to avenge you. If you're still alive, if you can hear me, protect us. They'll end this era for you. Guide us from above. After Xiao Hongqian left, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness, their eyes covered by a red cloth. One day, when I no longer need to hide in the shadows, I will personally put an end to all of this. Until then, my friends, I hope I can continue to watch over you from the darkness, Ye Xiao whispered softly before turning and leaving the martyr's cemetery. He currently resided in building one of the Cloud Peak villas, a property arranged for him by the sword god. This villa had been a gift from someone trying to curry favor with the sword god years ago, and was considered a highly valuable piece of real estate in the imperial capital. It had remained vacant until Ye Xiao moved in, finally giving it an owner. As Ye Xiao entered the villa, a girl was practicing yoga in the yard of the neighboring building too. She noticed the young man with limited mobility and thought to herself, a disabled young man living alone must face many challenges. Since we're neighbors, I should help him if I get the chance. The next morning, Ye Xiao was practicing his sword techniques in the yard. The power of his dual-pupiled eyes was truly astonishing. After just one night's rest, he had advanced to a level 4 transcendent, an efficiency that was nothing short of remarkable. Hello, the neighbor called out from across the courtyard. I made too much breakfast. Would you like some? Ye Xiao paused and turned to see the girl holding a white porcelain plate with several steamed buns on it. I'm Lin He, she said with a smile, offering the plate. What's your name? Red Knight. Thanks for the buns, Ye Xiao replied, taking the plate and trying one. They're very good. Lin He suddenly glanced at her watch. I'm going to be late. She hurried back to her villa, threw on a coat, and dashed out. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Xiao couldn't help but find it odd someone living in such a luxurious villa still needed to go to work. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Changhin, the sword god. Hey, Ye Xiao, have you had breakfast? I have. What's up? A new bronze-level instructor has joined Zhenshin University and needs an assistant. I recommended you for the position. Ye Xiao was taken aback. As the top student, his status was equivalent to that of a silver-level instructor, and now he was being asked to assist a bronze-level one? This was certainly an unexpected turn. What subject is it? Geography. Ye Xiao was even more surprised. Not only am I going to be an assistant, but for a fluff course? Geography might seem like a fluff course, but as a mandatory subject for freshmen, it's quite important. It covers not just the geography of Longhua, but also wilderness and international terrains. It's actually pretty practical. All right, no problem. Ye Xiao agreed to the task. After finishing the buns, he headed straight to Jinshin University. Oh no, the first class starts today. Lin He hurried towards the office, grateful she had brought her teaching materials. In the rush, she quickly organized her lesson plans and teaching props, preparing to head to the lecture hall. Teacher Lin, has your assistant arrived? The office director suddenly asked. Assistant? Lin He was taken aback. No, not yet. The director took a sip of goji berry tea and sighed, shaking his head. Ah, young people these days no sense of punctuality. The remark made Lin He's cheeks flush, as if she had been indirectly criticized as well. She silently noted this in her mind, planning to settle the score when the assistant showed up. The lecture hall was already packed with nearly 300 students. The sight of such a large audience made Lin He feel a wave of nervousness. She took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself. Hello everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin He, and I'll be your geography teacher. Today, well, before she could finish, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Lin He almost bit her tongue. Turning around, ready to scold the culprit, she froze when she saw who it was. Ye Xiao. Excuse me, please take your seat, she said, suppressing her anger and forcing a smile. Ye Xiao held up a badge hanging from his neck. I'm the assistant, not a student, Teacher Lin. You're the assistant? Lin He's tone was laced with clear displeasure. What surprised her even more was how Ye Xiao navigated the steeply tiered classroom effortlessly, quickly reaching her side. Your eyes, they're fine, she asked, puzzled. Yeah, they're fine, Ye Xiao replied calmly. Lin He's anger flared instantly. She had gone out of her way earlier that morning to prepare breakfast for this supposedly visually impaired person, only to find out she'd been completely deceived. She glared at Ye Xiao furiously, while he looked back at her with nothing but innocent confusion. Let's start roll call, Lin He said through gritted teeth. As she called out the students' names one by one, Ye Xiao stood idly, surveying the classroom. He recognized quite a few familiar faces. Lin Ru, Bai Ruayu, Xiao Hongqin, Jin Xiufeng, and even Shan Gong Ning Ningzi. Seeing these old acquaintances made his fists clench and relax repeatedly, though he knew it wasn't the right time to reveal himself. Jiangro. Is Jiangro here? Lin He called the name several times, but there was no response. Bai Ruayu raised her hand to explain. Teacher, Jiangro is sick and asked for leave. At that moment, a disdainful voice disrupted the class. Asked for leave? She's clearly skipping class. She's been ditching for a whole week, flaunting her status as one of the top 10 in the freshman competition. And you're all covering for her? Truly disappointing behavior. The one speaking is Tang Si, a young scion of the Tang family in the imperial capital. Bai Ruayu abruptly stood up, her eyes blazing with fury as she stared directly at him. You can eat crap if you want, but don't spew nonsense. Tang Si's lips curled into a sneer of disdain. What? Can't handle the truth? You lot, a bunch of snakes and rats, were the most arrogant in the whole school when Ye Xiao was still around, bullying classmates, stirring up trouble in front of the principal. Now Dailian, Jin Chengning, and Wu Tongxian are still lying in the ICU. What else are you lot incapable of? Well, look at you now. This is karma. Ye Xiao got himself killed on a mission, and you still haven't learned your lesson, continuing to deceive the teachers. Do you think the teachers are easy to fool? Tang Si pressed forward, each word striking like a dagger. Bai Ruayu was so enraged that her chest heaved violently. She tried to retort but could only stammer you, without managing to say more. At that moment, Xiao Hongqin, silent until now, slammed a sheathed longsword heavily onto the table and said coldly, Stop flapping your mouth. If you're not convinced, let's settle this outside with a fight. Huh. Can't win the argument, so you resort to violence. Do you even respect the school rules? Tang Si glanced at the teacher standing nearby and continued to fan the flames. The teacher's right here. All you know is using your strength to oppress others. His words were clearly intended to tarnish Jiang Ro and her group's reputation in front of the teacher. Though it wouldn't cause major trouble, it was enough to disgust them. To deal with them further, Tang Si would have to wait until Wu Tongxian recovered, or the second-year seniors stepped in. After all, with Ye Xiao gone, they lost their strongest protector. Competing with someone on Wu Tongxian's level would indeed be a challenge for the rest of them. Lin He's face darkened. Bai Ruayu, is what Tang Si said true? Did Jiang Ro really skip class? Call her and make her answer. However, Jiang Ro was currently in the virtual spirit realm, completely disconnected from the outside world. Mr. Lin, why don't we start the lesson first? Ye Xiao suddenly spoke up. Before I enrolled, I heard about Jiang Rao's reputation. She's an excellent student with both great character and grades, even placing in the top 10 during the new student competition. I don't think she's the kind of person to skip class without reason. There must be some explanation. An explanation? Tang Si retorted mockingly. She just relies on her strength and talent to completely disregard school rules. Ye Xiao slowly lifted his gaze, a chilling sharpness emanating from beneath the cloth covering his eyes. It was clear that Tang Si held a personal grudge against Zhang Ro. Ridiculous. I don't even know her. Tang Si hastily denied, raising his hands. I'm just standing up for the teacher. Skipping class on the first day, what kind of behavior is that? Though his strength was no match for them, his sharp tongue and self-righteous stance made him a difficult opponent. Tang Si spread his arms smugly. Unless Zhang Ro showed up right now, as long as he stood on the moral high ground, no one could do anything to him. He thought to himself, this is the price of crossing the Tang family. From now on, wherever you go, I'll make sure you suffer. Lin He's expression grew increasingly grim until he finally said, I'll contact the school administration now. Jinshan University has strict regulations, and the punishment for skipping classes without a valid reason is especially severe. Just as everyone was whispering and speculating, Bai Ruoyu suddenly stood up, her voice tinged with agitation. I'm going to tell the truth. Zhang Ro did skip class, but it wasn't without a reason, and she definitely wasn't out having fun. She went to the void spirit realm, and now we've completely lost contact with her. The moment these words left her mouth, the classroom erupted into chaos. Gasps and exclamations filled the air. What? She went to the void spirit realm? She's only at the metamorphosis level and dared to enter the void spirit realm? That's a death wish. That's practically suicide. Even teacher Lin He's face was a picture of shock. The void spirit realm was no stranger to the faculty and students of Jinshan University. It was the place where the residual souls of gods, defeated and sealed by past students and teachers, were suppressed. Defeating these divine remnants in the void spirit realm could indeed grant immense power, rapidly boosting one's strength and level. However, these remnants were extremely dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could lead to one's mind being overtaken, causing irreversible harm. For this reason, the university strictly prohibited any student below the manipulation level from entering the void spirit realm. Xiao Hongqin's expression darkened. Bai Ruoyu, why did you reveal this? Hongqin, we can't keep it a secret anymore. Bai Ruoyu glared furiously at Tang Si. This petty man is slandering Zhang Ro and Ye Xiao. What he's saying is completely untrue. We've never bullied Anyani, it was always them who provoked us first. Ye Xiao is already dead, and yet he still insults him. Zhang Ro only entered the void spirit realm to avenge Ye Xiao and to expel the gods. She took the risk because she wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible. You have no idea how much pain Ye Xiao's death has caused us. Tang Si was visibly shaken by Ruyu's fiery gaze, his face turning pale. Enough. Xiao Hongqin suddenly drew his long sword, the blade's aura reverberating through the classroom. Tang Si, if you're a man, then accept my life or death duel. The life or death duel was a unique challenge system at Jinshan University. Both participants had to wager their academic standing, with the loser being expelled from the university. However, any student who initiated 3 such duels during their time at the university would also be deemed a problematic individual and expelled. Typically, no one would rashly issue such a challenge. For Xiao Hongqin to propose a life or death duel barely a month after enrolling, his boldness and sharpness were truly worthy of a disciple of the sword god. Ye Xiao, who had remained silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, Ms. Lin, how about just letting them fight it out? You already know the situation. The girl didn't skip class on purpose. Shut up. Lin He snapped, glaring fiercely at this troublemaker. As a teacher on her very first day, such an incident in the classroom put her in an incredibly awkward position. None of the potential solutions seemed ideal, yet the little girl's hysterical outburst still echoed in her mind, stirring memories of some unresolved past. Just then, her phone chimed. Lin He saw a message from her younger sister, Lin Ru. Sis, Ye Xiao is my roommate. If you don't mind, would you like to hear his story? Though I'm just an outsider myself. What followed was a detailed explanation. When Lin He read that Ye Xiao's entire team had been wiped out due to the betrayal of Motian, the captain of the Qixiao Hunter Squad, her heart sank sharply. The Qixiao Hunter Squad was none other than her own family's hunting team. This meant that the deaths of Ye Xiao's teammates were, to some extent, tied to the Lin family's responsibility. Taking a deep breath, Lin He opened her eyes. Xiao Hongqin, make it quick. Xiao Hongqin's face instantly lit up with a look of ecstatic joy. Although he didn't understand why Lin He had suddenly changed her stance, it no longer mattered. Tang Si, get out here, he roared, slamming his long sword heavily onto the desk as he lunged at Tang Si like a predator. Tang Si's face turned ashen. Ms. Lin, he's attacking me in class. The duel Xiao initiated complies with school regulations, Lin He responded calmly. Before Tang Si could evade, Xiao Hongqin grabbed him by the collar and flung him toward the door. Tang Si struggled desperately in midair, altering his trajectory, and ended up hurtling toward Ye Xiao, who was standing near the door. Ye Xiao caught Tang Si effortlessly. Thanks, teacher. Tang Si breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Ye Xiao flash a meaningful smile. With a swift motion, Ye Xiao hurled him out with brutal force. Tang Si sailed through the air in a perfect arc before slamming into the wall with a heavy thud, embedding himself there, unable to move. Oops, my hand slipped. Didn't control my strength well. I'll be more careful next time, Ye Xiao said, scratching his chin awkwardly. You think there'll be a next time? The surrounding students instinctively shrank back. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongqian had already stormed out of the classroom with his sword. The dazzling light of his blade illuminated the entire hall. That's the heaven-split sword technique of the sword god. Let's go watch. The students surged out in a frenzy. Xiao Hongqian swung his sword downward in a magnificent arc, splitting the ground with a resounding crack and leaving a deep scar in the earth. Tang Si ended up hanging miserably in a tree, his clothes shredded to tatters by the sword's energy, with a caterpillar clinging to his crotch. The sight made the girls cover their eyes in embarrassment. Ugh, so small, Tang Si muttered, swaying unsteadily on the tree. His whole body was still reeling from the impact. The sheer power of Xiao Hongqian's strike had been overwhelming, nearly sending him straight to the afterlife. He was about to cover her eyes and scold the group of students for their recklessness when she suddenly noticed someone standing at the back of the crowd. Ye Xiao. He flashed a faint smile before turning and disappearing into the distance. Instinctively, He chased after him, but after walking some distance, Ye Xiao's figure seemed to vanish entirely from the campus. Lin Laosher, why are you following me? A soft, eerie voice suddenly whispered by her ear. The students are waiting for you to return to class. You can't slack off on the first day, can you? Startled, He shivered, realizing Ye Xiao's counter-surveillance skills were far more advanced than she'd thought. What are you up to? Going to the bathroom. Care to join me, Lin Laosher? Ye Xiao asked with a grin. It was only then that He noticed the restroom sign not far away. She muttered under her breath, ugh, who wants to go with you? Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth. Hurry back. You're my teaching assistant, and you can't be late today. Ye Xiao nodded in agreement, but as he walked away, the smile on his face faded. Zhang, I never expected you to do anything for me. Why put yourself through such torment? You deserve your own life, one that isn't tied to me. Upon learning that Zhang Ro had ventured into the void spirit realm for him, Ye Xiao began to understand the depth of the bond he shared with his friends. The joys, sorrows, and life-and-death trials they had faced together had unknowingly forged an unbreakable connection. He was no longer the carefree Ye Xiao he once was. The void spirit realm. Without an identity token, I can't get in. I'll have to ask Sword God for help. Ye Xiao dialed a number. Meet me on the rooftop in 3 minutes, came Sword God's curt reply. When Ye Xiao arrived at the rooftop, a beam of sword light descended from the sky. Sword God frowned and said, the void spirit realm is dangerous. You're not ready to go in yet. For a reckless girl, Ye Xiao replied with a faint smile. She went in for me, so naturally, I have to bring her back out. After a moment of silence, Sword God set 2 conditions. You can't reveal your identity, and both of you must return safely. A golden vortex appeared before Ye Xiao, and Sword God urged, hurry up. If Ning Zhao shows up, you won't be able to get in. As Ye Xiao stepped into the vortex, Ning Zhao indeed materialized from the void, her brows furrowed. Why did you open the gate to the void spirit realm? I just accepted a new disciple and sent him in for training, Sword God replied calmly. If you've taken on a disciple, you must take responsibility for protecting them. Ning Zhao glanced at her fingers, a heavy expression crossing her face. They are the hope of the great Xia. Don't let that hope slip away. Like I did. As the golden vortex disappeared, Ye Xiao's figure reappeared in the virtual god realm. Before him stretched a crimson landscape designed to resemble a desolate wilderness, bustling with students from Zhengxin University. At this time, most of the virtual god realm's participants were elite students from the 2nd and 3rd years, predominantly advanced manipulator-level professionals. These manipulators were the cream of the crop, even among second-year students, and it was practically unheard of for a first-year freshman to enter the virtual god realm. As Ye Xiao walked forward, snippets of conversations from the surrounding students reached his ears. That first-year girl got cornered by the golden armored deity in the desolate valley. You mean Jiangro? A mere transformation level dares to enter the virtual god realm. Even manipulators can't take on the golden armored deity. She'll have to get a teacher to save her. Not a chance. Chu Wanyan made it clear anyone who asks a teacher for help is going against her. The discussions revealed the full story. Jiang Ro was a member of the Chu family and had faced off against one of the Chu family's prodigies during the freshman tournament. That prodigy had later been severely injured by Ye Xiao and ended up in the ICU. Now that Ye Xiao was absent, the prodigies of the Chu and Tang families had turned their attention to targeting his friends. How unlucky to have a classmate like Ye Xiao. The moment he leaves, all his friends are in trouble. Still, Chu Wanyan said she just wants Zhang Ro to suffer a little, not to actually harm her life. Meanwhile, in the desolate valley, A strikingly beautiful figure sat cross-legged, meditating. Zhang Ro's skin was as fair as snow, but her lips had lost their color. A sturdy prison of ice surrounded her, while outside the icy barrier, a towering golden armored giant, over 10 meters tall, relentlessly pounded at her defenses. On a distant mountaintop, several figures quietly observed the scene. At the forefront stood Chu Wanyan, her face painted with heavy makeup, wearing an extravagant outfit. Her crimson lips curved slightly as she spoke. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I'll take responsibility. We're just giving her a hard time, not killing her. A glint of coldness flashed through Chu Wanyan's eyes as she quietly calculated her plans against the clueless freshman who had recklessly entered the Void Realm. What's the big deal about a few weeks in the ICU? It'd be even better if she ends up disfigured, she murmured softly to herself. At the thought of Tang Xian, her gaze turned obsessive. Once Zhang Ro is disfigured, they'll be the only one worthy of marrying brother Tang Xian. The follower beside her listened to her words, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. In his mind, he sneered. Chu Wanyan, with her tarnished reputation, thinks she deserves Tang Xian? Seriously? Among the men in our year who are even slightly decent-looking or capable, hasn't every one of them tasted those red lips of hers? If it weren't for the Chu family's status, she'd have been publicly ridiculed long ago. A pair of jade arms for 1,000 to rest, a touch of vermilion for countless to taste, that was the true portrayal of Chu Wanyan. But these thoughts stayed buried in his mind. After all, as her follower, he, too, lusted after her in his own way. Miss, I estimate Zhang Ro won't last more than 10 minutes, the follower said with a sycophantic smile. Chu Wanyan's slender fingers lifted his chin. You've done well this time. If you hadn't lured away the golden armored spirit, dealing with Zhang Ro wouldn't have been so easy. There will be a generous reward for you tonight. Hearing this, the follower's eyes lit up with delight. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure with eyes covered by a red cloth was approaching at a steady pace. So this is the Wild Valley, Ye Xiao said, staring at the valley ahead with an expressionless face. Suddenly, his brows twitched as the ground cracked open, and skeletal figures holding weapons emerged, encircling him. At the center of the group stood a skeleton with jade-like bones, wielding a staff. It was clearly a dangerous level spirit codenamed Spirit Bone. Though it was the lowest tier of divine spirits, its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary manipulation level expert. Yet, even in the face of such an opponent, Ye Xiao, at evolution level 4, remained unperturbed. Let's wrap this up quickly. Zhang Ro doesn't have much time left, Ye Xiao muttered, cracking his knuckles before stepping into the encirclement. As the skeletons swung their weapons toward him, Ye Xiao merely kept his hands in his pockets and suddenly unleashed the power of his mighty eyes. In an instant, the pressure within a radius of dozens of meters surged by hundreds of times. The ground caved in, and the skeletons were forced to their knees, their bones trembling as if they might shatter at any moment. Ye Xiao stood tall, exuding an aura of dominance, surrounded by the kneeling bones. 30 seconds. Leave now or I'll dismantle every last one of your bones, Ye Xiao said coldly to Spirit Bone. The hollow, black sockets of the skeletal figure suddenly ignited with flickering orange-red flames, as if a faint consciousness had awakened within. A strange, guttural roar escaped its mouth, and its body shot toward Ye Xiao like a meteor. Its bony arms extended rapidly in midair, transforming in a flash into 3 sharp bone swords aimed directly at Ye Xiao's head. The flames illuminated Ye Xiao's face more distinctly, revealing his calm demeanor. Though his eyes were covered by a red cloth, he appeared utterly unperturbed, as if facing nothing more than a gentle breeze. Kneel! Ye Xiao's lips parted slightly as he uttered a cold, commanding shout. The air trembled violently, and an invisible pressure instantly enveloped the skeletal figure. Its jade-like bones emitted a strained hum, unable to bear the weight. The surrounding skeletal remains collapsed into dust under the overwhelming force. The flames in the skeletal figure's eyes flared into a deep crimson, and with a surge of fury, it unleashed even greater power, slowly breaking free from the suppression. The 3 bone swords continued their relentless trajectory toward Ye Xiao. Still moving? Looks like the pressure isn't strong enough, Ye Xiao said with a cold chuckle, taking a single step forward. In an instant, the bone swords shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the air like a storm of bone dust. As Ye Xiao brushed past the skeletal figure, he said calmly, "Since you're already dead, stop clawing at the living. Rest in peace. You're nothing more than a fragment of your original soul." As Ye Xiao walked away, the skeletal figure froze in place before crumbling into fine powder moments later. A surge of energy flowed into Ye Xiao's body, elevating his class level to the 5th tier of the metamorphosis stage. So this is the Void Realm? Gaining power by slaying remnants of divine souls, what an intriguing experience, Ye Xiao murmured to himself. Once I rescue Zhang Ro, I might as well take the time to level up here. With that, his figure disappeared into the depths of the valley. Meanwhile, the icy energy within the valley began dissipating at a visible rate. A golden-armored deity let out a furious roar and struck with a powerful punch, shattering the ice prison that had been protecting Jiang Ro. The massive golden fist hurtled toward her. Jiang Ro's eyes snapped open as she shouted coldly, "Violet Thunder Serpent." In an instant, purple lightning erupted around her, forming a massive serpent that coiled and writhed through the air. The serpent wrapped tightly around the golden deity's fist, locking it in a fierce stalemate. Jiang Ro let out a sigh of relief as lightning surged around her. With a light tap of her toes, her figure moved like a bolt of electricity, retreating swiftly into the distance. This was her carefully devised escape, planting lightning serpents to restrict the movements of the golden-armored deity and create an opportunity to flee. "Miss, she's trying to escape." "Stop her," Chu Wanyan ordered coldly. Nearby, one of her followers, a Gale archer, immediately entered combat mode. A vivid green arrow, imbued with the power of the wind, materialized at his fingertips. With a loud shout, he released it. "Go!" The arrow tore through the air. Without pause, he drew his bowstring again, releasing 3 more sharp arrows that howled as they flew. The 4 arrows, brimming with wind energy, sealed off Jiang Ro's escape route. At the same time, the golden-armored deity behind her had broken free from the lightning serpent's hold, letting out a deafening roar of fury, clearly enraged at having been toyed with. Boom! The deity crushed the remnants of the lightning serpents in its grasp and charged forward with heavy steps, its massive fist hurtling toward Jiang Ro. She hastily retreated but soon realized she was trapped. Behind her was the deity's iron fist, while in front, the gale arrows blocked her path. Just as Jiang Ro furrowed her brows in desperation, a figure suddenly appeared atop the mountain, facing Chu Wanyan and her ally. The newcomer raised an arm casually, and with a simple gesture, a powerful gravitational force pinned all 4 gale arrows to the ground. A glimmer of hope flashed in Jiang Ro's eyes. Though she had no idea who this mysterious individual was, or why they would risk offending Chu Wanyan to save her, she finally saw a chance to survive. Taking advantage of the moment, she rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the golden-armored deity's crushing blow. As the deity swung its fist again, Ye Xiao clenched his hand lightly in midair, and the force of gravity instantly suppressed the deity's attack. With a thunderous crash, the deity stumbled, its fist smashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Ye Xiao moved swiftly, landing firmly on the deity's back. Spreading his arms wide, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that enveloped the golden-armored deity entirely. The golden armor creaked under the strain, on the verge of collapse. "You should leave this place. I'll handle this big guy," Ye Xiao said calmly, his hands in his pockets. Though his voice and appearance were altered, his composed demeanor reminded Jiang Ro of someone who had always stood up for her in moments of peril. But that person was long gone, living only in her dreams. "What's your name?" Jiang Ro asked. "Red Knight," Ye Xiao replied. At that moment, the golden-armored deity's body radiated an intense golden light as it roared and broke free from the gravitational restraints. Ye Xiao immediately leapt into the air, while the deity, its face twisted with rage, launched a devastating punch toward him, shattering even the air around it. "You should have perished long ago. There's no place for you here," Ye Xiao said coldly. With a light touch to the deity's arm, he murmured, "Sword, come." A dazzling streak of sword light burst forth from Ye Xiao's fingertips, piercing straight through the massive fist of the golden-armored deity and pinning it to the ground. With a graceful leap, Ye Xiao landed lightly, balancing effortlessly with one foot on the deity's head. "Do you have any objections?" Ye Xiao asked condescendingly. "Back in Donghai City, I used my copying eye to replicate the sword god's techniques, especially the heaven-slaying draw and the heaven-slaying sword intent. As a self-proclaimed disciple of the sword god, mastering such exquisite swordsmanship was a necessity. More importantly, Ye Xiao's true expertise lay in blade techniques. He was determined to sever all ties with his past self. He was now Hongyi. Ye Xiao no longer existed. The radiant sword light coalesced once more in Ye Xiao's hand. "With this strike, I can obliterate your lingering soul. If you wish to survive, keep your mouth shut." He pointed the glowing sword directly at the golden-armored deity. Despite the agony twisting his features, the deity ceased his roaring. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. "What do you want me to do?" he rumbled. "Simple. Disable those 2 for me." Ye Xiao gestured toward Chu Wanyan and her follower in the distance. Chu Wanyan's expression darkened instantly. "How dare you?" she shouted angrily. "Do you even know who I am? I am Chu Wanyan of the Chu family. My boyfriend is Chang Wanyan, ranked 5th among the third-year students." Chang Wanyan was the only civilian among the top 10 third-year students. Recognizing his talent, the Chu family had invested heavily in him, providing resources and training opportunities. He had founded a group called the Defiers of Fate Society, rallying many followers who viewed him as a symbol of civilian success. However, much of his achievements were heavily reliant on the Chu family's support. As a martial artist, Chang Wanyan's strength was indeed formidable. With his 9th-tier manipulation-level cultivation, he had become the top martial artist at Jinshin University while the 4th-year seniors were away on training missions. His robust physique was one of the reasons Chu Wanyan was drawn to him. Though he was aware of Chu Wanyan's indiscretions, he remained silent for the sake of the resources she provided. In fact, he even used her money to support over a dozen girls from other schools outside the campus. Leave. Or die. It's your choice. Ye Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. The sword in his hand gleamed with dazzling light as it casually slashed across the arm of the golden-armored deity. What seemed like an indestructible golden armor was sliced through as easily as if it were made of tofu. Fine. I'll fight. The golden-armored deity roared in fury, suddenly turning and throwing a punch toward Chu Wanyan on the mountain ridge. How dare you? Chu Wanyan's expression turned icy. She was furious that Ye Xiao blatantly ignored her warning, as though her boyfriend's reputation meant nothing to him. Disperse. With a wave of her delicate hand, a brilliant blue barrier instantly materialized. Boom. The golden-armored deity's heavy punch collided with the barrier, only to have the terrifying force rebound back at him. I am a water master. Water nourishes all things, and nothing is as yielding as water. Defeating me won't be that easy. Chu Wanyan stood suspended in midair, with surging streams of water beneath her feet. As a Tier 9 transcendent, her level far surpassed Ye Xiao's, but their actual combat strength was worlds apart. Ye Xiao unhesitatingly unleashed the power of his dual-pupiled eyes, causing the entire mountain ridge to crumble under its force. Chu Wanyan's followers screamed in terror as they plummeted with the falling debris. Useless trash. Chu Wanyan spat in disdain, her voice cold. With a flick of her hand, she conjured 2 spiraling water tornadoes, sending them hurtling toward the golden-armored deity. I, Chu Wanyan, declare this. If you dare harm me even slightly, you will be making an enemy of Chang Wanyan and the Chu family of the imperial capital. Neither Jinshin University nor the imperial capital will tolerate you. Ha, I'd like to see if your Chu family can truly control Jinshin University. Ye Xiao sneered. My name is Hong Yi, and I am a disciple of the great Xia sword god, Su Changhin. If the Chu family has the guts, come at me. 500 times gravity descended like a mountain, crushing Chu Wanyan. She let out a shrill scream as the water beneath her feet exploded. Her entire body seemed on the verge of shattering as she plummeted straight to the ground. The golden-armored deity seized the moment, landing a heavy punch squarely on her body. With a deafening crash, Chu Wanyan was sent flying like a cannonball, embedding deep into the rocky terrain. Her once graceful figure was utterly broken. It seemed she would need months in the ICU to recover. Ye Xiao dragged Chu Wanyan's trembling followers out from the rubble. His voice was cold. Your master is finished. Go find help. You dare leave your name? Hong Yi. Feel free to seek vengeance. Ye Xiao turned and walked away without looking back. At that moment, Zhang suddenly spoke. Wait, why did you save me? You remind me of someone. Have we met before? Ye Xiao paused mid-step. Miss, that pickup line is way too outdated. But remember this. The name Hong Yi will one day become the brightest star in Great Xia. With that, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Zhang Rou's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. There had once been another person who, with the same confidence, declared their intent to drive gods and demons off Blue Planet. That person, too, had shone as brightly as the sun, illuminating everyone around them. Zhang Rou watched the figure disappear into the distance, standing frozen and lost in thought for a long time. She lowered her gaze to her pale hands, silently assessing her gains in the Void Realm. From Transformation Stage 1, she had advanced to Transformation Stage 2, her absolute limit. The fracture in her foot sent searing pain with every step she took. Continuing to fight was no longer an option. I'll be back, Void Realm. Zhang Rou murmured softly before shaking her head and leaving the area. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao was heading deeper into the Void Realm. His movements quickly sparked a commotion among the students. Have you heard? Zhang Rou was rescued. Yeah. Chu Wanyan was beaten so badly, she ended up in the ICU. I heard most of her bones are shattered. Unbelievable. That guy's name is apparently Hong Yi, and he's pretty easy to recognize, covers his eyes with a red cloth. The Fatebreakers have sealed off the entire Void Realm. They're determined to capture him. As they spoke, the students suddenly spotted a figure in the distance, with a red cloth covering his eyes. Fear coursed through them. That hat person over there, could it really be Hong Yi? Chang Wanyan said anyone who provides information on Hong Yi will be rewarded with 50 energy crystals. Let's go. Quickly, report to the Fatebreakers. Just as they were about to turn and run, they realized that Ye Xiao, who had been far away, was now standing right in front of them. Go ahead, inform them, Ye Xiao said with a cold smirk. Just make sure they send enough people, otherwise I might not have enough to fight. With that, his figure flickered and reappeared dozens of meters away. He can teleport. This is terrifying. Forget it. Someone like that is way out of our league. Let's just report to Chang Wan and claim the reward. The students fled in panic, while Ye Xiao continued to venture deeper into the void realm. He could sense a powerful force ahead, constantly drawing him closer. The energy was at the pinnacle of manipulation level, far surpassing any deity he had encountered before. Ye Xiao's dual pupils absorbed the peculiar energy in the air. Despite the overwhelming gap in power, he remained confident, thinking, it's not impossible to kill. With a swift motion, Ye Xiao vanished from his spot. Moments later, amidst a ripple in the air, he reappeared atop a tall tree 100 meters away. There it is that it? Ye Xiao stood on a high vantage point, gazing into the distance, his eyes fixed on a vibrant flower field. The flowers, blooming in a riot of colors, created a breathtaking sight. At the very center of the field lay a man, relaxed and carefree, holding a katana in one hand and a blade of grass between his teeth. The overwhelming aura of power emanated unmistakably from him. This was Sasaki Kojiro, known by the codename Ronin, a deity from the east. Ye Xiao's mind quickly retrieved the information he had on him. In his lifetime, Sasaki was a catastrophic-level deity, his strength rivaling that of a domain-level professional. 7 years ago, he had crossed the seas to engage in an earth-shattering duel with Su Changhin, who was then still an unknown figure. During that battle, Su Changhin unleashed 3 sword strikes, their brilliance tearing through the skies and splitting the sea for 100 miles, a scar that remained for years. Sasaki fell in that duel, his fragmented soul sealed within the void realm. Though Sasaki Kojiro was no longer at his peak, his current strength still reached the 9th tier of the manipulation level. Just a few months ago, 3 of the top-ranked third-year students had joined forces to challenge him, only to suffer a complete defeat. Since then, the Ronin had been acknowledged as invincible within 3 tiers. Yo! Sasaki Kojiro, lying in the flower field, suddenly opened his eyes. So that's why my left eyelid kept twitching today. Turns out I have a guest from afar. He spat out the blade of grass, his figure vanishing in an instant. Ye Xiao reacted swiftly, leaping backward onto a large tree. Almost simultaneously, a sharp blade of light sliced through the spot where he had just been standing. Not bad, kid. You're pretty quick. Sasaki appeared atop the tree, calmly sheathing his katana. He brushed his hair back from his face. I sense something familiar in you, something that makes my blood boil. Care to tell me what it is? Are you talking about this? Ye Xiao reached out, his hand grasping at the air. A silver sword light, like a falling galaxy, coalesced in his palm. So it's him. Sasaki's eyes lit up like stars. Kid, who is he to you? He's sort of a mentor to me, Ye Xiao replied, running his fingers along the blade with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. Sasaki suddenly burst into laughter, excitement radiating from him. Good. What a surprise. After all these years, you're the first to reignite my fighting spirit. Even though you're a bit weak, I won't hold back. Before the last word left his mouth, Sasaki had already flashed in front of Ye Xiao, his katana unsheathed in a swift arc, sending a crescent blade of light slashing downward. Restrain! Ye Xiao roared, and the gravity around them abruptly intensified. Yet Sasaki's katana effortlessly sliced through the gravitational field. In my presence, everything can be cut, whether it has form or not. Don't embarrass yourself with such tricks. Pick up your sword and fight me. Sasaki's eyes burned with fervor, as though he saw the shadow of Su Changhin, the man who had once defeated him. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Boom. The power of a single sword strike demonstrated the terrifying strength of a once catastrophic deity. Sasaki Kojiro's attack was on an entirely different level compared to the opponents Ye Xiao had faced before, instantly sending him flying. Ye Xiao's body crashed through 7 or 8 trees like a cannonball, leaving a trail of destruction in the forest. If that's all you've got, then I'm truly disappointed. Sasaki Kojiro followed closely, his katana cutting through everything in its path. His swordsmanship was as graceful as moonlight yet utterly lethal, each strike leaving crescent-shaped afterimages in the air. The sheer mastery of his blade completely suppressed Ye Xiao. At this critical moment, a 3-inch miniature sword suddenly shot out from Ye Xiao's crown, precisely deflecting Sasaki Kojiro's katana. That's his sword intent. A glint of excitement flashed in Sasaki Kojiro's eyes. Sky-splitting sword technique. Ye Xiao coldly announced the name of his move as he gripped the long sword that had emerged from his crown and unleashed a strike. The sword's aura was overwhelming, as if it could cleave the heavens themselves. Ah, the sky-splitting sword technique. You have the aura of that man from back then, but it's still not enough. Sasaki Kojiro rested his hand on the hilt of his katana at his waist. Secret sword. Swallow reversal. His crimson robes fluttered in the wind, and his white-tied hair danced in the air. A terrifying energy wave expanded outward from him, shaking everything around. His movements were so fast that they seemed to transcend time and space. Even Ye Xiao's swift and powerful sky-splitting sword technique appeared predictable in his eyes. With a single slash, Sasaki Kojiro's body bizarrely passed through Ye Xiao's sword edge. Gravity. 500 times. Ye Xiao had pushed his gravity manipulation to its limit. Under the combined forces of inertia and gravity, Sasaki Kojiro's body involuntarily tilted forward. Yet instead of panicking, he revealed a confident smile. Heh, boy, my swallow reversal is a two-stage sword technique. Accompanied by a crisp cry resembling that of a bird, Sasaki Kojiro's blade suddenly arced upward, aiming directly at Ye Xiao's brow. Boy, this strike will end you. This was the ultimate technique that had allowed him to turn the tide against the siege of three top prodigies, the legendary skill of the East, swallow reversal. However, as this seemingly inescapable strike tore through the red cloth covering Ye Xiao's eyes, his figure had already appeared 10 meters away in an instant. Spatial power? Sasaki Kojiro uttered in disbelief, his face filled with shock. Boy, what on earth is your profession? Sasaki Kojiro's voice was filled with shock and excitement. Masterful swordsmanship, and you can control gravity and space. At that moment, he finally understood. The astonishing speed Ye Xiao had displayed earlier was a result of manipulating spatial power. Although the distance had been too far to detect the spatial ripples then, now everything was crystal clear. Ha ha ha. Even though his strongest secret technique, the swallow return, had missed its mark, Sasaki Kojiro was not angry. Instead, he burst into an excited laugh. Your swallow return has already failed. What else do you have? Ye Xiao stared directly at his opponent and questioned. Boy, you severely underestimate me. Sasaki Kojiro smirked. Who said my swallow return failed? Today, they'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Never let your guard down until your opponent is completely defeated. A sharp clang of a blade echoed as a piercing sword light suddenly shot up from beneath Ye Xiao's feet. Defying space. Defying distance. My blade will never stop until it has struck its target. It's over, boy. Slash. A massive sword wound appeared on Ye Xiao's body, nearly splitting him in half. 3672. Sasaki Kojiro slowly sheathed his sword, murmuring the number of this latest fallen soul. His red cloak fluttered, and his white hair tie swayed in the wind as he turned to leave. Hey, who told you the fight was over? A calm voice stopped Sasaki Kojiro in his tracks. He turned back in disbelief, only to see the sword wound on Ye Xiao's body healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, I declare it's my turn. Ye Xiao grinned, his expression carrying a devilish charm. Judgment Eye. Ye Xiao raised his right hand high, and the clouds above erupted with thunder and lightning. A terrifying aura rippled through the air. Damocles' sword. With his proclamation, a colossal silver sword emerged from the clouds, resembling the divine blade of judgment, looming over Sasaki Kojiro. What kind of technique is this? Sasaki Kojiro's face turned pale as he realized this was an unavoidable, locked-on attack. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Void Realm, two rows of young men dressed in black stood respectfully. A muscular man in a black suit, Chang Wan, strode forward with confidence. Upon learning that Hong Yi had appeared in the depths of the Void Realm's Flower Valley, Chang Wan sneered. Interesting. A mere assistant dares to cause trouble in that person's territory? Truly reckless. He crushed the file in his hand into fragments, letting the pieces scatter to the ground. Enter the Void Realm. I want to see what this kid is capable of. Daring to hurt my girlfriend? They'll make sure he walks in upright and comes out lying flat. Go. Chang Wan commanded with an authoritative wave of his hand. Yes, boss. A group of burly men dressed in black responded in unison, their voices thundering through the air. They swiftly pulled out their tokens, their figures disappearing one after another into the void. The campus erupted into a flurry of chatter. This is chaos. The strongest warrior of Jinshin University, Chang Wan, has gone into action. That kid named Hong Yi is done for. What kid? That's our teaching assistant. Show some respect, someone interjected. Ha ha ha. Another burst out laughing nearby. A teaching assistant at Jinshin University? They're worth less than dogs. And what does he even teach? Geography. What a joke. Come on, let's go watch the show, someone in the crowd suggested. Remember last year when Chang Wan led the Defiers into battle? Of course. Just because some guy from the neighboring vocational university tore Chu Wanyan's stockings at a bar, Chang Wanyan led his men and took down an entire grade over there. That's when he earned his title as the strongest warrior. Fighting for a woman's honor now, that's a man's romance. Chang Wanyan really is something else, a true rag storage's story. Achievements like his are one in a million. This time, it's even worse. This teaching assistant landed Chu Wanyan in the ICU. Chang Wanyan charged into the Void Realm with his followers, unleashing a terrifying surge of blood energy without restraint. His body burned like a blazing furnace, blood energy erupting from the crown of his head and twisting through the void like a raging dragon. The sound of surging waves resonated from within his body, the roar of his blood boiling. The crowd murmured among themselves. If Chang Wanyan ascends to the controller level and achieves perfect mastery over his body, he'll be capable of cellular regeneration. His recovery abilities will become astonishing, and he could even overturn a battleship with sheer physical strength. This is the terrifying aspect of the warrior profession. The further they progress, the stronger they become, ultimately reaching the pinnacle as a true martial god on earth. The direction of the myriad flower valley. Follow me, Chang Wanyan commanded. Got it, his black-clad followers shouted in unison. Among the crowd, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses crossed his arms and muttered under his breath, "This Defiers society is practically a gang. They don't look like students at all. What a disgrace to Jinshin University." Though he spoke softly, it didn't escape the keen hearing of a warrior. Chang Wanyan immediately locked onto the speaker's position, unleashing a volcanic burst of blood energy. The young man dropped to the ground, unable to move. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path as Chang Wanyan strode forward with the majesty of a dragon and the strength of a tiger. Chang Wanyan's towering figure suddenly appeared beside the young man. With a fierce stomp, his foot struck the man's head squarely. Crossing his arms over his chest, he pressed down with a cold voice, "Say that again if you dare." The young man's glasses shattered instantly under the force of the stomp, and his body was pinned to the dirt, his limbs thrashing wildly. "Chang Wanyan, how dare you touch me? I'm with the Lion King." "Umph. So you're one of Huang Tianhu's men." A glint of disdain flashed in Chang Wanyan's eyes. "Even your boss Huang Tianhu wouldn't dare speak to me like this. And you, a mere lackey, think you're worthy?" With a dull thud, Chang Wanyan applied a bit more force with his foot, and the young man's skull caved in on the spot. As a subordinate of Huang Tianhu, the 7th-ranked beast morph master in the 3rd year, this student clearly underestimated the cost of provoking Chang Wanyan, especially while he was in a fit of rage. With a powerful kick, Chang Wanyan sent the man flying hundreds of meters away. The young man landed like a discarded ragdoll, unable to move. "Go back and tell Huang Tianhu that if he wants to deal with me, Chang Wanyan, he should come himself. After I settle this matter, I'll personally destroy his club. Stop sending trash to their deaths. Consider this my reluctant charity sending him back for a redo. No need to thank me." This scene promptly landed the young man in the ICU at the Imperial Capital's first central hospital, where beds had recently become unusually scarce. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their fear and awe toward Chang Wanyan's dominance and strength mingling with anticipation for his inevitable clash with assistant instructor Hong Yi. At that moment, the skies of the Void Realm underwent a sudden and dramatic change. Dark clouds churned, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Everyone, including Chang Wanyan, instinctively halted. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere blanketed the area, making it feel as if a sword of Damocles was poised to fall at any moment. From within the swirling clouds, a massive silver divine sword began to emerge, its half-revealed blade so immense it seemed capable of ruling over all living beings. Chang Wanyan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The overwhelming pressure surpassed even what he had felt from the top-ranked 3rd-year student, rivaling the strength of the most elite 4th-year interns. Suddenly, a sharp cry from a swallow pierced the tense air, followed by a dazzling sword light shooting skyward. Everyone present immediately recognized the figure that appeared dressed in a crimson robe, hair tied in white, and wielding a katana. Sasaki Kojiro, the master of the Valley of Blossoms. It was he who had once single-handedly defeated Chang Wanyan and 3 other top 10-ranked students in their year. At this sight, a name flashed through Chang Wanyan's mind, but he frantically shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an assistant instructor at the 3rd stage of transformation possess such power? This has to be a coincidence. Boom. The clouds churned violently as a massive silver sword descended from the heavens, its sheer presence akin to a doomsday meteor crashing into the earth. The power behind this strike was enough to severely wound even a master-level combatant. Yet, Sasaki Kojiro stood his ground, making no attempt to evade. Chang Wanyan furrowed his brows, his heart filled with confusion. With Sasaki Kojiro's extensive combat experience, such a relatively slow attack should have been easy to dodge, but instead, he chose to face it head-on. Even Chang Wanyan himself could have avoided this blow. Why would Sasaki Kojiro choose to take it directly? In truth, this was a locking skill, impossible to evade. If Chang Wanyan had known this, he might have questioned the very logic of existence on the spot. As the distance between them narrowed, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within Sasaki Kojiro. The force, like divine judgment descending from the heavens, made even this battle-hardened warrior tremble uncontrollably. His katana in hand seemed to wail in despair. After this strike, I will surely die. But I have no choice, I cannot escape. Sasaki Kojiro roared into the fierce wind. Because I am Sasaki Kojiro. Tsubain Geishi. A sharp, piercing cry tore through the void, and in the next instant, Sasaki Kojiro collided with the sword of Damocles. The terrifying sword light ripped through the earth, reducing the flowers, grass, and trees of the entire valley of blossoms to ashes. The violent wind swept across miles, forcing even someone as powerful as Chang Wan to stagger backward repeatedly. The other students were thrown into disarray, some even blown away to unknown locations. This power rivals a nuclear bomb. Chang Wan thought in shock, unable to imagine the outcome if that strike had landed on him. Suspended in midair, Sasaki Kojiro's figure froze, gripping his katana tightly, motionless. The silver sword light slashed down like lightning, too fast for anyone to track its trajectory. When the storm finally subsided, the crowd could clearly see Sasaki Kojiro's condition. Crack! The katana in his hands shattered into countless iron fragments. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth. I have lost. This is truly a sword of the heavens. Sasaki Kojiro struggled to lower his gaze, catching sight of a figure silently readying a red blindfold before walking away without a word. You are even more terrifying than Su Changhin. Before he could finish his words, Sasaki Kojiro's body dissolved into shimmering specks of light, which flowed entirely into Ye Xiao's body. Boom, boom, boom. A violent surge erupted within Ye Xiao's body. He could distinctly feel his level skyrocketing, leaping from transformation level stage 5 straight to stage 8, a jump of 3 entire stages. So fast, Ye Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. Killing gods in the virtual divine realm is basically like cheating. If I could encounter a few more of these high-level ones. What he didn't know, however, was that top-tier deities like Sasaki Kojiro were exceedingly rare in the virtual divine realm. Only 3 of such caliber existed in total. Even if he wanted to continue hunting them, Jinshin University would never allow it. These deities were the very foundation of the virtual divine realm. If they were all wiped out, this world would lose its purpose for existing. Meanwhile, Chang Wanyan and his group were wandering nearby. It's over, one student stammered, trembling. Sasaki Kojiro, the one who once battled the sword god, has fallen just like that. That direction is Wanhua Valley, another student said, glancing around. Could it have been that Red Knight guy? Are you kidding me? That useless assistant instructor? No way, someone sneered. If it really was him, I'll soak my socks in tea and drink it for an entire semester. Let's go and check it out. Chang Wanyan commanded, waving his hand as he led the group toward the ruins. His heart raced with excitement. A powerhouse like this must be befriended. Such a person could only be an ally, never an enemy. As they split up to search, a figure slowly emerged from the forest, a young man with his eyes covered by a red cloth. It was Ye Xiao. Hey, kid, have you seen a peerless expert around here? Someone demanded. Ye Xiao pointed at himself. Right here. Where? Here? Ye Xiao repeated, pointing to himself again. The group burst into laughter. Someone pulled out a copy of a profile sheet and read aloud. Red Knight, 18 years old, transformation level stage 3. And you dare to pretend to be a powerhouse? You think just walking through Wanhua Valley makes you a strongman? If that's the case, then I'll go have tea in the principal's office. Does that make me the principal? The group mocked him, their laughter growing louder and louder. Why is it that no one ever believes the truth? Ye Xiao spread his hands, a trace of frustration flickering in his eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of Chang Wanyan's lackeys rushed up to him, jabbing a finger at his face and shouting, Hey, who do you think you are? Getting all high and mighty? Take a good look at yourself. You. Before the insult could be completed, Ye Xiao, hands still in his pockets, suddenly leaned forward, his gaze as sharp as lightning. Care to repeat that? If you're still capable of speaking, that is. The black-clad student named Chu Shang began trembling violently, his legs creaking under an invisible weight. His face twisted in agony as he clenched his teeth so hard that blood seeped from between them. Ah! Chu Shang let out a pained scream. Chu Shang, what's happening? Panic spread among the onlookers. Did that guy do something to him? With a loud thud, Chu Shang slammed into the ground, as if pinned by an enormous, unseen hand. He lay there, motionless, the ground beneath him faintly indented. Chang Wanyan strode over, his eyes scanning the depression in the ground. He raised an eyebrow. Gravity manipulation? What kind of profession is that? Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he looked down at Ye Xiao with an air of authority. Profession? Ye Xiao chuckled coldly. Overlord. And for the record, I don't like people talking to me while looking down. Boom. A crushing force descended upon Chang Wanyan, compelling the towering man to bend forward until he was eye level with Ye Xiao. Now that's better, Ye Xiao said with a faint smile. But Chang Wanyan suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. You think this little pressure of yours can bring me down? You, a mere third-tier transformation level weakling? A surge of blood energy erupted from Chang Wan, coiling through the air like a dragon. I was planning to give a certain someone some face and let you live a little longer. But since you're so ignorant and dare to touch my people, his sneer turned savage. Remember this. If one of my men wants to hit you, you offer up your face. If they want your woman, you deliver her to their bed. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. Let's settle the score for what you did to my girlfriend first. Chang Wanyan growled, extending his massive hand like a fan. In a flash, it shot toward Ye Xiao's shoulder. I'm going to rip off your limbs and leave you bedridden for the rest of your life. Your so-called career ends here. He's making a move. The boss is making a move. Chang Wanyan's lackeys waved their hands excitedly, as if they could already foresee the miserable fate awaiting Ye Xiao. Just as Chang Wanyan was about to strike, his phone suddenly rang. Pulling out his phone, a flicker of surprise crossed Chang Wanyan's facade, was a video call from Chu Wanyan. He answered, and the screen revealed a shocking sight. Chu Wanyan was wrapped head to toe in white bandages, with various 4 tubes attached to her, lying motionless on a hospital bed like a mummy. Wanyan. Chu Wanyan spoke weakly, her almond-shaped eyes radiating a chilling hatred as she glared at Ye Xiao. I want to see you destroy this boy with my own eyes. Make him suffer 1,000, no, 10,000 times more than I did. Break every bone in his body and make him wish he were dead. Don't worry, Wanyan. I'll avenge you, Chang Wanyan promised solemnly. Good. Once this is done, I'll introduce you to my father, and we can discuss our marriage, Chu Wanyan said. At her words, Chang Wanyan's face lit up with wild joy. Marrying Chu Wanyan would grant him entry into the elite circles of the capital, a dream he had longed for. Handing his phone to one of his men to hold up high, he ensured Chu Wanyan could clearly see what was about to happen. Then, Chang Wanyan's muscles bulged, veins coiling like dragons under his skin, and with a loud rip, his sleeve tore apart. He gripped Ye Xiao's shoulder and exerted all his strength. However, Ye Xiao activated his martial god's eye just in time, making his body as unyielding as iron. The scene Chang Wanyan had anticipated didn't unfold. Instead, he felt a powerful recoil, as though he had struck an immovable boulder. Did you skip breakfast, or just wake up? Even the massage girls have more strength than you, Ye Xiao said with a mocking smirk, effortlessly clasping Chang Wanyan's wrist with one hand. Enraged, Chang Wanyan swung his other hand at Ye Xiao, but Ye Xiao countered with a deft maneuver, redirecting the force. With a smooth turn and a push, he sent Chang Wanyan flying like a cannonball, hurtling hundreds of meters away. The scene fell into complete silence. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief at the astonishing turn of events. At that moment, the students present couldn't believe their eyes. Chang Wanyan, known for his invincible physical strength, was effortlessly pushed away by Ye Xiao. Though Chang Wanyan appeared uninjured, the scene was enough to leave the onlookers utterly stunned. Chang Wanyan landed steadily on the ground and casually dusted himself off. With a sudden stomp of one foot, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, appearing before Ye Xiao in an instant. He waved a hand to his subordinates, signaling them to stay calm. Interesting. Kid, you've got some skills. That move just now, was it the Tai Chi principle of using softness to counter hardness? Chang Wanyan sneered as he asked. Ye Xiao remained silent. Such basic applications of mechanics hardly counted as advanced techniques. Seeing Ye Xiao's silence, Chang Wanyan let out a couple of mocking laughs. It's just a petty trick, and it scared all of you like this. This kid may have a few tricks up his sleeve, but he's only at the transformation level. What? Is he going to flip the heavens? His gaze shifted to Ye Xiao, then briefly flicked to the expressionless Chu Wanyan on the other end of the phone. Next, I won't hold back. After all, my girlfriend is watching. Now die, kid. Boom. Chang Wanyan's aura suddenly surged, and the power within him erupted like a raging tiger. Primordial Unity Fist. As his fist shot forward, the air exploded with a deafening roar. The surrounding students covered their ears in fear, worried that their eardrums might burst from the shockwave. The powerful force of the punch roared toward Ye Xiao. Get out of the way. That energy is too strong, it's suffocating me, the students exclaimed in panic, scattering in all directions, leaving Ye Xiao alone to face the earth-shattering punch. Ye Xiao sighed softly. Honestly, no one believes me, and now I'm being threatened. This year's students, their manners leave something to be desired. Before his words had fully landed, his figure suddenly blurred and reappeared on the other side. In a movement so strange that everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Chang Wanyan's punch struck a small hill in the distance, causing it to explode into rubble, sending clouds of dust into the air. At that moment, Ye Xiao slowly raised one hand. Just then, a group of people came rushing over, one of them holding a drone and shouting excitedly, "Boss! I found it! I found the mysterious expert!" The drone we sent out a few days ago captured the entire battle between that mysterious figure and Sasaki Kojiro. He ran up to Chang Wan, eagerly playing the video. The footage showed a young man with red cloth covering his eyes, slowly raising his hand as the skies seemed to shift and darken. Chang Wan abruptly looked up and realized the current scene before him was identical to the one in the video. Holy crap! Chang Wan's face instantly turned pale. He couldn't even stop himself from swearing. Chang Wan's voice trembled as he faced the impending events. Let's talk this out. But Ye Xiao seemed completely indifferent. His hand slowly rose, and from the depths of the clouds, a massive silver longsword began to emerge. Chang Wan's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He had witnessed the terrifying power of that sword before. Wherever the silver blade struck, the ground for dozens of miles sank instantly, everything obliterated. Even earthworms underground were split in two. If that sword comes down, we're all headed straight to the ICU. Chang Wan's face twisted with fear. At this moment, the sword of Damocles had already revealed most of its blade, its terrifying aura of judgment enveloping everyone present. It was as if an invisible force had frozen them in place. Their entire bodies trembled violently, yet they couldn't move a muscle, as though locked in the gaze of divine judgment. Chang Wan finally understood why Sasaki Kojiro hadn't dodged or avoided this move in the past. It was a lock-on technique. Even the technique of Tsubame Geishi couldn't save Sasaki Kojiro from being slain by this sword. With his own abilities, he might as well start preparing for a VIP annual ICU package. Just as the sword was about to descend, Chang Wan's knees suddenly gave way, and he knelt heavily before Ye Xiao. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. 18 years later, I'll rise again. I admit defeat. I, Chang Wan, admit defeat. He lowered his once proud head. The giant sword in the air halted. Ye Xiao's lips curved into a faint, amused smile. The truth was, this move had a 7-tit-wohor cooldown period and couldn't actually be unleashed right now. He was simply playing a psychological game with Chang Wan. Clearly, he had one. Ye Xiao flashed forward to stand before Chang Wan, pressing a foot down on his shoulder. Who was it that said they were going to crush every bone in my body and leave me crippled for life? Chang Wan remained silent, his expression cold, but his silence earned him a resounding slap across the face. Speak up. Can you still talk? Don't push me too far. Chang Wan clenched his fists and roared in anger. Push you too far? Ye Xiao waved his hand, and the immense sword in the clouds descended slightly. Do you have a problem with that? After a long silence, Chang Wan finally forced out 3 words with great difficulty. No problem. Ye Xiao sneered. You swaggered in here like you own the place. But it turns out this is all you're capable of, Chang Wan. How pathetic. Honestly, the girls at the massage parlor near the school are tougher than you. Chang Wan clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, but he said nothing. This humiliation had already etched itself deeply into his heart. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West. Let me tell you something. Before Chang Wan could finish his sentence, Ye Xiao's hand lashed out like a bolt of lightning, landing a resounding slap across his face. The crisp sound echoed in the air. Don't look down on the poor youth, right? At least you know that much. Ye Xiao sneered, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Hey, I also know don't look down on the poor middle-aged, the poor elderly, and honor the dead. Huh. Ye Xiao's taunts triggered uncontrollable laughter from the group of trembling lackeys behind Chang Wan, their snorts resembling that of pigs. Chang Wan's face turned a mix of pale and livid, his dignity crushed under the weight of humiliation, rage consuming him. What will it take to settle this? Chang Wan growled through gritted teeth. Before Ye Xiao could respond, a sharp female voice erupted from Chang Wan's phone. Chang Wan, what the hell are you doing? I told you to cripple him, and you knelt to him? What's wrong with you? Wan, you don't understand. His strength is beyond, Chang Wan tried to explain, but Chu Wan ruthlessly cut him off. I don't care how strong he is. I only care about what you are doing. Chang Wan, you useless waste. You actually knelt to him. Do you know how badly he beat me? You're nothing but garbage. I know, but Wan, no buts. From today onward, you're no longer my boyfriend. We're done. My boyfriend cannot be a cowardly loser. Chang Wan, you're worse than trash. This public humiliation shattered Chang Wan's composure entirely. Enraged, he bellowed. Fine. Break up then. I've wanted to end things with you for ages. Chu Wan, you're nothing but a filthy slut. You'll take any manhole, have you? You've put so many green hats on me. I'm disgusted beyond belief. If it weren't for your family's influence, I wouldn't have chosen you over a prostitute. Break up? Hell yes. You wretched woman. He hurled the phone to the ground with a violent crash, his heavy breaths seething with fury, his eyes bloodshot. Sir, the conflict between us stems from Chu Wan. Now that I have no ties to her, the grudge should end with her. Take your issue to her. Chang Wanyan suppressed his anger as he spoke. Oh, that's an interesting perspective. Ye Xiao chuckled coldly. Wasn't it you who stepped up for Chu Wanyan in the first place? You were ready to cripple me, and now you claim it has nothing to do with you? He gestured with a mocking curl of his finger. Step closer. Chang Wanyan cautiously moved forward, but before he could react, Ye Xiao's foot crashed down on his shoulder like a hammer from the heavens. A piercing scream tore through the air as Ye Xiao's hand seized his other shoulder. Instinctively, Chang Wanyan tried to resist, but when his gaze caught the faint glimmer of a colossal sword in the clouds, his raised fist froze midair. Ye Xiao smirked disdainfully and tightened his grip. Another sickening crack echoed. Finally, with a powerful kick to Chang Wanyan's chest, Ye Xiao brought the brutal retribution to a decisive end. Crack! A thunderous sound echoed as Chang Wanyan's chest caved in instantly. His entire body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a towering tree in the distance, snapping it in half. Cough, cough, cough. Despite his severe injuries, Chang Wanyan, being a martial artist renowned for his physical resilience, gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up from the ground. Now, are you satisfied? Decent enough? Ye Xiao sneered as he pulled a wet wipe from his pocket, meticulously cleaning his hands. Consider this matter settled for now. But if there's a next time, you'll end up like Sasaki Kajiro. As Ye Xiao turned to leave, everyone around finally exhaled in relief. Chang Wanyan's lackeys, who were struggling to get up, suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them, 100 times stronger than what Chang had endured, all radiating from Ye Xiao. Boom! The young men, who had barely managed to lift themselves halfway, were slammed back to the ground, eating dirt in their disarray. They looked up with great difficulty, only to see Ye Xiao's retreating silhouette. Their eyes were filled with pure terror. This time, Ye Xiao alone had utterly subdued everyone, including Chang Wanyan. With a casual wave of Ye Xiao's hand, the massive sword in the clouds vanished, and the skies cleared. The rain stopped, and his figure disappeared into the valley of 10,000 blossoms. To him, there was no longer anything worth staying for in this virtual divine realm. It was noontime, and students of Zhenshin University were pouring out of their classrooms. All 3 grades had gathered near the entrance to the virtual divine realm, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. When the teleportation array lit up, the crowd erupted in excitement. Someone's coming out. I wonder how miserable they'll look this time. Chang Wanyan did say he'd make sure they went in upright and came out horizontal. In the crowd, Jiang Ro's face was filled with worry. The assistant instructor, Hongya, who had once saved her, had offended both Chang Wanyan and Chu Wanyan because of it. Xiao Hongshan tried to comfort her. Don't worry, this is Zhenshin University. Chang Wanyan wouldn't dare go too far. Bai Ruoyu pouted and said, if only Ye Xiao were here. But before she could finish, Xiao Hongshan quickly stopped her. At the mention of Ye Xiao, a shadow of sadness flickered across Jiang Ro's face. Bathed in golden sunlight, a figure emerged from the teleportation array. He raised an arm slightly to shield his eyes from the blinding light. Well, everyone's here. What is this, a marketplace? Ye Xiao's voice rang out, leaving everyone frozen in shock. He was completely unharmed, and even seemed to be in a good mood. I'm starving. I'm off to grab some food. Ye Xiao casually walked through the stunned crowd, heading straight for the cafeteria. Moments later, a group of men dressed in black staggered out of the teleportation array one after another. Chang Wanyan and his group are out. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. All eyes turned toward the exit of the Void Realm, curiosity and confusion etched on every face. What baffled everyone even more was that Chang Wanyan, who had previously entered the Void Realm to hunt down Hongyi, now emerged completely unscathed. He even seemed relaxed and composed, heading straight toward the cafeteria. Something's not right, Jiang Ro muttered, frowning as she pondered. With Chang Wanyan's usual temperament, there was no way Hongyi could have escaped without a scratch. Xiao Hongshan gave a knowing smile. It seems this assistant instructor of ours is no ordinary person. As long as he's okay, Jiang Ro sighed with a hint of relief in her eyes. I don't want to feel guilty toward anyone ever again. At that moment, the crowd stirred again. A group of young men, covered in dust, slowly emerged carrying a makeshift stretcher. Lying on it was none other than the once proud Chang Wanyan, who had entered the Void Realm in high spirits. Now, he lay motionless and feeble. Everyone present was stunned. Someone couldn't help but murmur. Wasn't it supposed to be enter upright and leave horizontally for others? How did it end up applying to him? Meanwhile, Ye Xiao had already arrived at the cafeteria. With most students distracted by the commotion near the Void Realm, the cafeteria was unusually quiet. He easily bought his lunch and sat across from a figure who was eating with their head down. Having lunch alone? Beautiful? Ye Xiao greeted with a grin. Lin He looked up, her eyes filled with reproach. Hongyi, you went to the restroom for the entire morning? Oh, come on, Ms. Lin, I had an upset stomach. Sorry about that. Ye Xiao replied with a sheepish smile. Yeah, right? What a load of nonsense. Lin, he snorted. Now everyone knows you went to the Void Realm. Chang Wan led a group in there to catch you. And since you're sitting here perfectly fine, I assume you didn't run into him? Ye Xiao blinked. Sister, how did you even come to that conclusion? Not even Tang Niu's inequality theorem could calculate that result. Lin, he shook her head. You got lucky. If you'd run into Chang Wan, you wouldn't be sitting here eating so leisurely. I might have had to approve a long leave for you instead. Seeing Ye Xiao's stunned expression, Lin, he chuckled. Don't tell me you're going to claim you ran into Chang Wan, injured him, and then waltzed over here for lunch? Well, why not? Is that so impossible? Ye Xiao tilted his head innocently. Ha ha ha. Lin, he burst out laughing. You're quite the joker. If you could defeat Chang Wan, I'd eat this tray. Listen, kid, you're still young. Stop daydreaming. Becoming strong takes real effort. Ye Xiao was 18 years old, while Lin He, at 24, was indeed a few years his senior. Aya, I can't take it anymore. Lin Hejiao's bell-like laughter echoed through the cafeteria. Since you made me laugh so much, I'll forgive you for skipping class this time. But don't do it again, okay? Ye Xiao maintained a calm expression as he finished the last bite of his meal. Just then, the cafeteria doors swung open, and a group of students poured in. I'm starving. I can't believe it turned out this way. That Hong Yi is incredible. He actually beat Chang Wan into a pulp. I heard he even dueled Sasaki Kojiro in the virtual god realm. He's only 18, a year younger than me. With that kind of skill, why would he choose to be a teaching assistant? And for a geography teacher, no less? What kind of geography teacher must that be to have someone so powerful as their assistant? The chatter filled the room, with phrases like, Hong Yi is amazing, and he's so strong, being repeated over and over. Lin Hejiao froze mid-motion with her spoon in hand, completely still. Ye Xiao picked up his tray, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Ms. Lin, don't forget to eat your tray too. Want me to get you some soup? It might help soften it up since it's a bit hard to chew. Lin Hejiao gritted her teeth, the sound audible as she glared at Ye Xiao with a mix of frustration and indignation. Thanks. But no thanks. Enjoy your meal, Ms. Lin. Ye Xiao nodded slightly and turned to leave. Lin Hejiao clenched her delicate fists, feeling utterly humiliated, like a complete fool. She angrily finished the food on her plate, but couldn't bring herself to bite into the tray. Hong Yi, I'll remember you, she muttered through gritted teeth, carrying her tray away. Ye Xiao strolled toward the schoolyard, basking in the warmth of the sunlight. The feeling of being back on campus filled him with contentment, even if it was under a different identity. Suddenly, a streak of sword light descended from the sky, landing beside him. It was sword god Su Changhin. His white robes were stained with blood, and even the Jinghong sword he carried on his back was riddled with tiny cracks. Something's happened, Su Changhin said gravely. The students strolling on the playground immediately noticed the blood-covered Su Changhin. Sword god! A girl exclaimed in disbelief, covering her mouth. How is this possible? Even the invincible sword god is injured? The students whispered among themselves, their shocked gazes darting back and forth over Su Changhin. He's the one who could take on 3 destruction-level deities all by himself. At that moment, someone recognized Ye Xiao standing nearby. Wait, isn't that the one who defeated Chang Wan in the secret realm, Red Knight? A burst of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Speculations flew wildly. Red Knight knows the sword god? Could he be the sword god's disciple? No wonder he's so strong. No, maybe he's a relative of the sword god. I think he might be his son. Nonsense. The sword god is only in his 30s. Could it be a romantic partner? Before the crowd could continue their conjectures, Su Changhin had already grabbed Ye Xiao by the shoulder and shot into the sky as a streak of sword light. They left together. A plain-looking girl with black-framed glasses squealed excitedly. Shut up, you fangirl. The people around her scolded in unison. Above the clouds, Ye Xiao finally broke the silence. What on earth happened? The sword god sighed deeply before speaking slowly. It all started when you entered the void god realm. Ning Zhao has never been able to come to terms with your death. One night, without telling anyone, he ventured alone into the wilderness to avenge you. The principal. Ye Zhao's eyes instantly reddened. When I found him, he had already killed 4 destruction-level deities on his own but was gravely wounded. I managed to retreat with him, but we were ambushed by 5 deities. Worse still, a calamity-level deity, comparable to a sovereign-tier professional, joined the fray. If not for some unknown reason that prevented that entity from unleashing its full power, we would have perished in the wilderness. The sword god descended with Ye Xiao in front of the imperial capital's first central hospital and continued. Ning Zhao used forbidden abilities in the battle. He's currently in critical condition in the intensive care ward, receiving treatment from the god of medicine. In the luxurious VIP ward, they saw Ning Xiao lying unconscious. The principal on the hospital bed looked pale, his breathing weak but steady. Standing by the bedside, Ye Xiao's eyes reddened. He had never imagined that despite their relationship being nothing more than that of an ordinary teacher and student, Ning Xiao would be willing to go to such lengths for him. Did you know that Ning Xiao had a senior back in his youth named Yili? Su Changhan's gaze fell on the hospital bed, as if it traveled back in time. They graduated from Jinshin University together, co-founded the God-hunting squad, fought side by side, and slew divine beings. Su Changhan's voice grew somber. But later, Ning Xiao acted impulsively and fell for the god's ploys. The entire god-hunting squad was almost wiped out, and his senior sacrificed himself to save him, dying at the hands of the gods. Since then, Ning Xiao withdrew from the front lines to become the principal of Jinshin University, vowing to protect the future hope of Daxia. Yili was a lot like you, a genius who could make his peers feel overshadowed. He was someone both Ning Xiao and I deeply admired. Ye Xiao solemnly committed the name to memory and then asked, Sword God, why are we keeping it a secret from the principal that I'm still alive? Because of the shadow from that incident, Su Changhan sighed. If Ning Xiao knew you were alive and targeted by the gods, he would undoubtedly shield you away, turning you into a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. But truly exceptional professionals must carve their way forward on the battlefield. Su Changhan's tone grew stern. The gap between the pampered family professionals in Daxia and the frontline god-hunting squads is immense. Take me, for instance, at the same level. I can take on 5 of those pampered elites alone. What we need are pillars of strength, not decorative ornaments. I will drive the gods and demons off this planet, Ye Xiao declared with unwavering determination. Su Changhan patted his shoulder and then shifted the topic. One more thing. The principal of Modu Vocational University will temporarily take over Ning Xiao's duties. This person has always been at odds with Ning Xiao and lost to him in the competition for the principal position back in the day. He might take this opportunity to sideline Ning Xiao's authority, starting with the students. He'll be acting as the deputy principal during this time and will help you when needed, but you must also stay vigilant. Don't worry. Principal Ning suffered this injury for my sake. Until he returns, I promise to protect Jinshin University in his place. Ye Xiao vowed solemnly. That's reassuring. Su Changhan nodded in approval. However, Ye Xiao, your current strength is still too weak. While you may hold your ground among the first to third year students, you're far from being at the top. When the fourth year powerhouses return, you might find yourself struggling greatly. As he spoke, Su Changhan retrieved a golden energy crystal from his pocket. During the battle where Ning Xiao and I defeated a deity, we seized a mid-ear energy vein. I refined and fused the energy crystals from that vein into this divine energy crystal. Its power is equivalent to 10,000 ordinary energy crystals. Absorb it, and you'll reach the manipulation level. Ye Xiao accepted the crystal and immediately felt a surge of warm energy spreading from his wrist through his entire body. The energy within him fluctuated violently, and even his ocular technique became unusually active. At that moment, the white-haired medical sage stepped out of the ward, having completed another round of treatment. Su Changhan quickly asked, Elder Xia, how is he? The medical sage shook his head with a sigh. The situation is dire. Ning Xiao's injuries are severe, and his internal potential is nearly depleted. This could mark the end of his career. Worse yet, there's a terrifying force within him suppressing his vitality, likely a curse brought on by emulating the ancient heavenly court. Indeed, he replicated the three-eyed divine general from the ancient Xia dynasty. Without his actions, none of us would have survived, Su Changhan said gravely. There is only one way to lift the curse. The medical sage paused briefly. It requires empath level power, specifically empath level mastery of the path of life. Not only would this remove the curse, but it would also restore his potential. After the medical sage left, Su Changhan's gaze fell on Ye Xiao. He recalled the empath level aura Ye Xiao carried, thinking he might be able to help. Empath of life? Ye Xiao murmured, lost in thought. This heavy responsibility left him hesitant and unsure. I can no longer wield the power of the ultimate Lu Jin level at will, Ye Xiao said gravely. This power can only be triggered in life and death situations, and even then, only once a month. But give me time, and I promise I will fully grasp the Lu Jin power. 6 months, just 6 months, and I guarantee I can save Principal Ning. Faced with this daunting task, Ye Xiao knew he could only rely on the eternal evergreen eyes. However, for his current wood spirit eyes to evolve, he first had to surpass the stages of the divine wood eyes and the eyes of life. This required his level to reach at least the 5th year perfect level. Time was of the essence, but for the mentor who had always cared for him, he would stop at nothing. Without hesitation, Ye Xiao swallowed the golden energy crystal. Instantly, a surge of immense power coursed through his body, and his level began to rise rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to Tier 3 manipulation level. You have earned an opportunity to advance your eye abilities. I choose to upgrade the wood spirit eyes. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Divine Wood Eyes. The newly acquired Divine Wood Eyes came with 3 formidable abilities, creating an intricate forest maze to entrap enemies with both offensive and defensive capabilities, summoning Divine Wood Guardians with strength equal to his own, and a powerful group healing skill. These abilities transformed Ye Xiao into a well-rounded, 6-dimensional warrior, strong enough to directly confront even masters of the control level. Ding. Host has completed the collection of eye techniques. A fusion opportunity has been granted. Fusion. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Purple Extreme Eyes. The Purple Extreme Eyes were divided into 4 levels: Purple Extreme Demon Eyes, Purple Extreme Celestial Eyes, Purple Extreme Celestial Demon Eyes, and their ultimate golden form. This newly awakened eye technique doubled Ye Xiao's base combat strength, enabling him to challenge opponents at least 5 tiers above his own level, even with just basic swordsmanship combined with gravity manipulation. 6 months, Principal Ning. I will keep my word, Ye Xiao vowed, clenching his fists as he stepped out of the villa. 3 days had passed in this period of secluded training. Just then, Su Changhin sent word. The new principal would be arriving at Jinshin University today, and all faculty and students were required to attend the welcoming ceremony. By the time Ye Xiao arrived, he was among the last to show up. From Vice Principal Su Changhin to the first-year freshman, everyone from Jinshin University was already lined up in neat rows, except for the senior students busy with internships who couldn't make it. Suddenly, the sky was filled with a deafening roar. A military helicopter descended slowly amidst a powerful gust of wind. The air currents stirred by the rotor blades forced everyone present to squint their eyes. The helicopter door opened, and a tall figure stepped out. The man, dressed in a black suit, was strikingly unique. His pale complexion, delicate and androgynous features, and jet-black short hair streaked with a striking tuft of white. He wore a black glove on his right hand and held a handkerchief elegantly in his left. It was hard to believe that this young-looking man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, was actually the 38-year-old principal of Modu Vocational University. Ye Xiao gazed at the man, feeling an inexplicable and irresistible pull, as if he were staring into an unfathomable black hole. A phrase surfaced unbidden in his mind. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. Ahem. The man coughed lightly into his handkerchief and spoke in a gentle tone. Greetings, students. My name is Xiangtian. From today onward, I'll be your acting principal. I look forward to working with you all. His pale face, adorned with a faint smile, exuded an eerie charm that drew the attention of many female students present. Clapping his hands, Xiangtian said, "All right, come down and introduce yourselves." 3 young individuals then descended from the helicopter. Xiangtian continued, "They are the top students from Modu Vocational University, specially invited to assist in managing the school. As my first act as principal, I'm announcing my first directive, effective immediately, the establishment of the 10 Elite Council at Jinshin University. The council will handle all school affairs. We must respect student autonomy and promote self-governance among students. This is the best way to cultivate individuality." The fierce wind ruffled Xiangshan's suit jacket and hair as he stepped back, gesturing for the 3 to introduce themselves. The first to speak was a cold-faced young man dressed in white, with a tear-shaped mole at the corner of his eye. Chunanqing. Profession. Sword cultivator. Next was a man wearing a floral shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, who gave a wicked smile. Elementalist. Zhou. Finally, the most unremarkable-looking of the 3 stood in the center. He wore dragging jeans and slippers, his sleepy demeanor suggesting he had just rolled out of bed. Letting out a yawn, he said, Mu Lioha. Profession God. God. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their whispers growing louder by the second. This unheard-of profession left every student thoroughly puzzled. While they were aware of the existence of deities, the concept of God as a profession was something entirely new. Xiangtian cleared his throat, interrupting the murmurs. These 3 individuals will join the 10 Elites Council. Additionally, I will select 3 outstanding students from the 2nd and 3rd years, along with 1 freshman, to form the 10 Elites Council. From now on, this council will answer solely to me and will have full authority over school affairs. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. That concludes my announcement. Does anyone have objections? I object. Su Changhin spoke coldly. He had anticipated that the new principal would make some bold moves, but he hadn't expected such an aggressive power grab. This was a blatant takeover. Vice Principal Su, do you find this management approach inappropriate? Xiangtian asked calmly. As the leading institution of Daxia, we should respect students' autonomy and value individual abilities. The 10 Elites Council is an excellent way to assess their capabilities. Su Changhin's gaze was sharp. What if the council members abuse their power and harm the interests of other students? How will that be handled? As the best students of Jinshin University, I trust they would not engage in such behavior. Xiangtian replied confidently. However, to prevent any issues, we've implemented two safeguards. First, the council will operate on a voting system, where a majority vote is required for any decision. Second, the deathmatch challenge system remains in place, allowing any dissatisfied student to challenge a council member. Seeing Su Changhin fall silent, Ing Xiangtian continued, the council members will represent all grades, from freshmen to third years, ensuring fairness. In a world where strength reigns supreme, isn't it beneficial for students to understand this early on? Su Changhin stared coldly at Ing Xiangtian, aware that this had been meticulously planned. Reluctantly, he said, I have no objections. Ing Xiangtian then announced a series of generous benefits: energy crystals, advanced skill scrolls, gold-ranked mentors, personal guidance from the principal, and internships with top-tier god-hunting teams. He called for the top 3 students from the second and third years to step forward, and 6 outstanding students emerged. As for the freshman representative, Ing Xiangtian sighed. The position should have gone to the top-ranking new student, but unfortunately, he has fallen. Losing such a prodigy is a great loss for Daxia, and I am deeply grieved. He put on a sorrowful expression. Therefore, the position will go to him. Step forward. From the crowd, a figure emerged. Clad in a white robe, with cascading black hair like a waterfall and an unearthly demeanor, he carried a gentle smile that naturally evoked goodwill. Wu Tongxian respectfully cupped his hands toward Ing Xiangtian. Greetings, principal. You've recovered well. Ing Xiangtian remarked with satisfaction as he assessed the young man before him. Naturally, it's just a minor injury. Ing Xiangtian patted Wu Tongxian on the shoulder, his tone filled with expectation. This time, your grandfather strongly recommended you to me. Don't let me down, principal. I will do my utmost to assist you in managing the school. Wu Tongxian replied solemnly, earning a satisfied nod from Ing Xiangtian. At this moment, 10 young individuals stood neatly behind Ing Xiangtian. He scanned the group and spoke in a booming voice. So, these will be the initial members of the 10 Elite Council. If anyone has objections, step forward and issue a challenge. The crowd fell silent. Whispers broke out among them. Objections? Who would dare? Just look at Wu Tongxian other than Ye Xiao, who could possibly defeat him. Maybe Lin Ru. But Lin Ru, he doesn't seem to care about being a member of the 10 Elite Council. Very well, Ing Xiangtian said, slowly removing his black gloves to reveal a skull-shaped ring, intricately crafted and artistic. Then the members of the 10 Elite Council are decided. Now, I have your first task. He stroked the ring and announced gravely, freshman Jiang Ro has repeatedly violated school rules by skipping class and ignoring the prohibition against first years entering the Void Realm. The 10 Elite Council will now decide her punishment. Jiang Rao's face turned ashen in the crowd. Oh, a first task, Zhou was said with a cruel grin. This is a perfect chance to establish the reputation of the 10 Elite Council. Otherwise, every nobody will think they can challenge our authority. If you ask me, skipping class and breaking the rules are serious offenses. She should be expelled. Expulsion. Those in favor raise your hands, Ing Xiangtian declared. Instantly, 7 hands shot up. The 3 young people Ing Xiangtian had brought, Wu Tongxian, and 3 upperclassmen from the second and third years. Good. Then Jiang Ro will be expelled. Jiang Ro trembled uncontrollably at the verdict, while Bai Ruoyu immediately stepped forward to protest. Why? Why? How can you so easily decide someone's fate? Jiang Ro made mistakes, yes, but her reasons are understandable. A punishment should suffice. Why expel her? Do you even know how much effort Jiang Ro put into getting into Jinshin University? Do you know what she has sacrificed for her peers? Ing Xiangtian responded coldly. No matter her intentions, wrong is wrong. Oh, little girl, you're not convinced? Want me to change your mind? Zhou was sneered with a sinister laugh, infuriating Bai Ruoyu, whose chest heaved with anger. At that moment, Xiao Hongqin's voice rang out, Principal Ing, you just mentioned that members of the 10 Elite Council can be challenged, correct? And what of it? Ing Xiangtian narrowed his eyes. Xiao Hongqin unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming with silver light, and pointed it directly at Wu Tongxian. Then I challenge Wu Tongxian. Ing Xiangtian turned to Su Changhin, who had been silent all this time. You've taught some bold students, Su Changhin. Quite fiery, aren't they? My students practice the way of the sword, Su Changhin replied calmly. And a swordsman follows their heart. It's always been this way. Ing Xiangtian chuckled softly, rubbing his cheek. Ah, the way of the sword, sharp and unrestrained. I see. But I wonder if he understands the principle that the overly rigid can easily break. Tongxian, since someone wants to challenge you, go ahead and give it a try. The principal gave the command. Wu Tongxian stepped forward slowly, his 3,000 strands of black hair flowing in the air, unaffected by any wind. He looked at Xiao Hongqin with a calm demeanor and said, Xiao Hongqin, you and I have already fought once, and you are no match for me. This battle is meaningless. Xiao Hongqin stood with his sword in one hand, sharp sword intent surging around him. They say you should see a man in a new light after 3 days. Wu Tongxian, Don't you understand such a simple truth? If Ye Xiao could defeat you once, then I, Xiao Hongqian, can defeat you this time. Ah? Ignorance. Wu Tongxian shook his head. If that's the case, then let's finish this quickly. Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his finger, and 8 flying swords shot through the air, whistling straight toward Xiao Hongqian. Using this move again? It's useless against me now. Xiao Hongqian's eyes emitted a silver sword light, and his sky-cleaving sword intent erupted with a roar. One sword to cleave the sky. Brilliant sword energy burst forth, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Watching from the side, Ing Shangtian nodded approvingly. Not bad. He's mastered about 30% of the sky-cleaving sword intent. Scatter! Xiao Hongqian shouted sharply, sweeping his sword energy to deflect all 8 flying swords. Wu Tongxian, I've already told you today is different from the past. Rainbow sword escape. In a flash, Xiao Hongqian transformed into a streak of radiant sword light and appeared directly in front of Wu Tongxian, slashing down with a powerful strike. Wu Tongxian's lips curved slightly into a smirk. Interesting. You've indeed improved. But you're not the only one making progress in this world. This move was originally prepared for Ye Xiao, but I'll use you as my test subject today. Formation. Heavenly thunder body. Golden lightning descended from the sky, and golden formation patterns appeared on Wu Tongxian's body, stunning everyone present. Someone exclaimed, he's engraved the formation onto his body. Has he gone mad? How can mortal flesh withstand the power of a thunder-based formation? Golden lightning surged violently around Wu Tongxian, tearing through the void and blasting Xiao Hongqian away. Behind him, a towering golden thunder giant, 100 meters tall, materialized, unleashing a frenzied storm of lightning with its deafening roars. To achieve such power with just 3 levels of transformation, this is the terrifying nature of cultivators. The crowd instinctively stepped back. It's not just the profession that's strong. Wu Tongxian himself is strong. Who would have thought he'd engraved the formation onto his body? Xiao Hongqian is doomed. The golden thunder giant raised its fist to strike down with overwhelming force, as if avenging the humiliation Wu Tongxian suffered when Ye Xiao had subdued him with a single punch. Just as everyone believed Xiao Hongqian was about to face certain defeat, a figure suddenly leapt out from the crowd. Scatter! The newcomer stepped in front of Xiao Hongqian and, with a simple wave of their hand, shattered the golden lightning fist in midair. The thunder giant staggered back several steps, letting out an enraged roar as lightning crackled chaotically around it. Who is it? A gasp erupted from the crowd. Who can block Wu Tongxian's heavenly thunder body with just one move? The answer quickly revealed itself. A figure in white standing next to Ing Shangtian suddenly moved. A sharp flash of sword light tore through the air, and the mysterious individual countered with a long sword that materialized in their hand. Clang! The 2 swords, one ethereal and one solid, collided midair, unleashing a burst of shocking energy. The deafening sound was followed by a storm of terrifying sword energy scattering in all directions, forcing the surrounding students to retreat repeatedly. Chonansheng spun quickly in midair before landing, stepping back 3 times to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure skidded across the ground, carving a long trench before finally coming to a halt. It's Hongyi. Someone in the crowd recognized the figure, sparking a wave of commotion. Who's Hongyi? A student unfamiliar with the name asked. He's the one who saved Zhang Ro in the virtual divine world and sent Chang Wan into the ICU, someone explained, triggering a flurry of discussions. He's just a teaching assistant. Getting involved in student disputes is crossing the line. He's in trouble now. The principal will definitely expel him. Only 18 and already this strong. What a waste. Chonansheng sheathed his sword calmly and said, your swordsmanship is decent, but your level is lacking. Who taught you? Who taught me? Ye Xiao gave a faint, awkward smile. Take a guess. Ing Shangtian interrupted. No need to guess. As a teaching assistant, you've interfered in a decisive battle between students and the 10 elites. From today onwards, you're expelled. Pack your things and leave. The crowd erupted in shock. Some jeered gleefully. Serves him right. A teaching assistant daring to challenge the principal's authority. Ye Xiao remained motionless. Ing Shangtian, growing impatient, waved dismissively. Still not leaving? Or do you expect the school to feed you? At that moment, Su Changhin, who had been silent until now, spoke up. I'm afraid, Principal Ing, you can't expel him. Ing Shangtian turned to him. And why is that? Su Changhin pulled out an official document. As of today, Hong Yi is officially a student of Jinshin University. What? He's already a student now? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Everyone stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. This is no joke. He's only 18, and his abilities are more than qualified. As long as his background checks out and he has a guarantor, he can absolutely become a student at our school, someone analyzed. With his skills, he could easily top the college entrance exams. Ing Xiangtian's expression darkened. Su Changhin, are you sure about this? Have you thoroughly investigated this kid's background, his guarantor's reliability, and why someone his age possesses such strength? This is the most prestigious academy, and admitting students is not child's play. Su Changhin remained composed. I've already looked into it. Hong Yi is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage with an eye condition. He never attended school. As for his strength, he paused briefly. It's simple. Because I am his guarantor, and he is my first and only personal disciple. This revelation caused an even greater uproar among the crowd. That explains it. No wonder his swordsmanship is so extraordinary. Ing Xiangtian sneered. Su Changhin, your move is brilliant, first appointing him as a teaching assistant, and then conveniently making him a student at a critical moment. Truly a calculated plan. You're too kind. Compared to the principal's carefully orchestrated 10 Elite's council strategy, this is nothing, Su Changhin retorted without backing down. The students suddenly understood. No wonder he saved Zhang Ro in the Void Realm. Turns out he's Xiao Hongchen's senior brother. It all makes sense now. However, Xiao Hongchen appeared puzzled. Senior brother? Didn't Master say I was his only disciple? Su Changhin awkwardly turned his head away. In truth, he hadn't anticipated that Ye Xiao, who originally trained with blades, would suddenly display such remarkable talent in swordsmanship, so much so that he had even grasped the essence of his heaven-slaying sword intent. What baffled him most was that he had never actually taught Ye Xiao any sword techniques. Principal Ing, now that I'm officially a freshman at Jinshin University, do I have the right to challenge Wu Tongxian? Ye Xiao asked with a smile. Ing Xiangtian's face darkened. Challenge? You already defeated Chang Wan, and now you want to fight Wu Tongxian? Are you trying to dig his grave? After a pause, he continued. You certainly have the right to challenge the 10 elites, but not Wu Tongxian. Your opponents will be them. As his words fell, 3 figures stepped forward. Chen Anqing stood with his sword in hand. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. You're qualified to exchange a few moves with me. Zhou Gua, swinging the heavy gold chain around his neck, sneered. The sword god's disciple? I'd love to beat you to a pulp. Mu Lioha yawned, his dark circles looking more pronounced. Can we get this over with? I just want to go back to sleep. Hong Yi, Ing Xiangtian flashed a faint smile. Let's be reasonable. You're Su Changhin's disciple, trained by the great Xia sword god himself since childhood. Your abilities can't be measured by normal standards. Facing 3 of them at once seems fair, doesn't it? Unfair. Su Changhin's voice carried a hint of displeasure. Hong Yi is just a freshman. You're asking him to fight 3 seniors? How is that reasonable? Ing Xiangtian spread his hands, looking relaxed. Geniuses deserve some privileges. How about this? I'll grant him a chance to skip grades and directly move to his 3rd year. Hong Yi, what do you think? Ye Xiao nodded in response. A special opportunity granted by the principal? Why not take it? You see, Su Changhin, even your disciple agrees. As his teacher, you shouldn't have any objections, right? Ing Xiangtian said with a smile. Su Changhin let out a sigh. Since he agrees, I have nothing more to say. Hong Yi, be careful in everything. Thank you, teacher. Zhougu's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at Ye Xiao. So, who among us 3 are you planning to challenge? Ye Xiao cast him a sidelong glance. You seem eager to be chosen. Of course. Zhougu laughed loudly. The thought of stepping on the sword god's disciple is exhilarating. Ye Xiao spoke softly. Then, he suddenly pointed at Chen Anqing. I'll choose you to continue from that last strike. Zhougu's smile froze instantly. He bit down on the gold chain around his neck so hard that it snapped. Why didn't you choose me? Are you looking down on me? Why not choose you? Ye Xiao's lips curled into an amused smile. Because I don't feel like fighting an idiot. This remark completely enraged Zhougu. He roared like a wild beast. I'll kill you. No one has ever called me an idiot and lived. Zhougu, quiet. Ing Xiangtian waved his hand lightly. Trust in Anqing's strength. Though still gritting his teeth, Zhougu finally stopped shouting. Chen Anqing stepped forward, carrying his sword. He casually tossed the scabbard aside. You made a mistake choosing me. Picking Zhougu might have given you a sliver of hope. But with me, all that's waiting for you is defeat. What did you say, Chen Anqing? Say it again. Zhougu yelled, shaking his fists. Chen Anqing ignored him, keeping his gaze fixed on Ye Xiao. To be honest, I've always wanted the sword god to realize that not choosing me was the greatest mistake of his life. And the disciple he so carefully trained will become the stepping stone for me to ascend to the sword god's throne. Before his words had even finished, a flash of sword light shot toward Ye Xiao like a falling star. In the moment when everyone was stunned, Chen Anqing's sword had already struck. The blade moved as swiftly as lightning, its trajectory almost impossible to track, aiming directly for Hong Ye's throat. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out. Hong Yi managed to conjure a silver longsword just in time to block the attack. However, The sheer force behind Chen Anqing's strike sent him staggering back over 10 meters. Unfazed, Hong Yi tapped the ground lightly with his toes and leapt into the air. Sky-cleaving sword technique. From above, he slashed his sword in a dazzling arc. The silver sword energy poured out like a cascading galaxy, its overwhelming power far surpassing the earlier moves of Xiao Hongqian, sharp and unstoppable. The sky-cleaving sword technique is impressive, but it's nothing against my speed. Chen Anqing sneered, flicking his wrist. His sword moved like a serpent striking, targeting Ye Xiao's critical points at an unpredictable angle. To everyone's shock, the fearsome sky-cleaving sword technique was effortlessly evaded. He's finished. Hong Ye's sword is empty. That's a fatal mistake. One decisive strike will end it all. Is the sword god's disciple about to lose? Just like that, the onlookers erupted into a flurry of exclamations. At this perilous moment, Ye Xiao spoke calmly, 500 times gravity descend. Before the words fully landed, Chen Anqing was caught off guard and crashed heavily to the ground, sprawling in a humiliating position. His once deadly sword strike barely grazed a strand of Ye Xiao's hair. Gravity? How can you wield gravity? Chen Anqing struggled to lift his head, as though carrying a mountain on his back. Even raising his sword had become a monumental task. What exactly is your profession? How could a sword cultivator possibly control gravity? Ing Xiangtian frowned and turned to Su Changhin. What is your disciple's profession? Ye Xiao and Su Changhin replied in unison. I never said he was a sword cultivator. Who told you I was a sword cultivator? His profession is Overlord. My profession is Overlord. Why do you not kneel before me? Ye Xiao took a single step forward, unleashing 800 times gravity on Chen Anqing. With slow, deliberate steps, he approached his opponent, mocking. A slowed-down fast sword, can it still be called fast? Might as well call it a turtle sword. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chen Anqing's hand trembled slightly as he gripped his sword, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. His eyes were lowered, quietly counting under his breath, his gaze fixed on Ye Xiao, who was steadily closing in. Suddenly, Chen Anqing snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with a light as piercing as the gleam of his sword. Turtle sword? Who are you calling turtle sword, you blind fool? Before his words had fully settled, a blue light ring enveloped Chen Anqing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into thin air. The crowd erupted into chaos, gasping in disbelief and scanning the area in search of him. What the? Is this some kind of magic trick? Where did he go? I can't see him anywhere. What on earth just happened? At that moment, a sharp-eyed spectator pointed toward the sky and shouted, Look up there! Chen Anqing's figure had suddenly reappeared over 20 meters above Ye Xiao. Without hesitation, a streak of blue sword light descended like a bolt of lightning, striking down with incredible force. Heavenly soaring blue shadow. The strike was as swift as a thunderclap, and the crowd could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the blue light. It seemed as though the next instant would reveal Ye Xiao cleaved in two by the attack. The mentors on the sidelines nodded in approval, visibly impressed. Even Su Changhin couldn't help but show a slight nod of acknowledgement. Chen Anqing had seamlessly fused swordsmanship with the mastery of spatial techniques, a feat worthy of being etched into history. Ing Xiangtian sneered at Su Changhin, saying, Su Changhin, your disciple has lost. You staked everything on this one, and now you've lost it all. Yet, Ye Xiao's lips maintained their unshaken smile. Ah, I see. Combining space and swordsmanship? Huh? Interesting. In that case, is this how it's done? Just as the blue sword light was about to land, Ye Xiao's figure shifted with a subtle motion, reappearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. A sharp whoosh cut through the air as disbelief spread across Chen Anqing's face. Ever since mastering this sword technique, he had prided himself on its infallibility. Even Ing Xiangtian had praised it as a strike capable of slaying gods. Yet now, it had failed against a swordsman 3 years his junior. Before he could fully process what had just happened, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Instinctively, Chen Anqing raised his sword and began to turn. But a cold, indifferent voice suddenly sounded nearby. Ye Xiao's figure appeared like a phantom, his spatial sword slicing past Chen Anqing's body. Though the blade didn't harm his flesh, it precisely severed a strand of his hair. Ye Xiao's silhouette flickered continuously through the space, each appearance accompanied by a flash of icy light, and with every strike, he took nothing more than another strand of Chen Anqing's hair. In just a few moments, Ye Xiao had gathered a small bundle of jet black hair in his hand, each strand symbolizing a lethal blow that could have ended Chen Anqing's life. It was then that Chen Anqing finally realized Ye Xiao was toying with him, forcing him to waver between hope and despair. This blatant humiliation made Chen Anqing tremble uncontrollably as he gripped his sword tightly, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Hong Yi, if you have the guts, then kill me. Who are you humiliating? If you still consider yourself a swordsman, just kill me already. He swung his sword wildly, but couldn't even graze the hem of Ye Xiao's clothes. Ye Xiao spoke indifferently, sorry, but I'm not a swordsman. Swordsmanship happens to be my weakest skill. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ye Xiao reappeared in front of Chen Anqing. With a casual flick of his finger, he sent Chen Anqing's sword flying. Look at you, so scared of me that you can't even hold your sword properly. Now, if I call your sword a turtle sword, do you have any objections? When you see me, are you still planning to stand? Or are you ready to kneel? Without waiting for a response, Ye Xiao extended his hand, pressing it firmly onto Chen Anqing's head. Enough. You win. Stop. Ing Xiangtian barked in a harsh tone, his face dark with anger. He knew that Ye Xiao's actions were destroying Chen Anqing's sword hard, a devastating blow that could ruin a swordsman's entire life. Yet Ye Xiao paid no attention. With a slight exertion of force, he pressed Chen Anqing to the ground like a lifeless dog. Turning to Ing Xiangtian, he flashed an exceptionally bright smile. Sorry, headmaster. Your voice was a bit too soft, I couldn't hear you. Next time, could you speak louder? This deliberate provocation made Ing Xiangtian's lips turn purple with rage. He turned to Su Changhin, gritting his teeth. Excellent. Su Changhin, you've trained an outstanding disciple. Truly outstanding. Very well done. You're too kind, Headmaster Ing. It's all thanks to Hong Ye's own efforts, Su Changhin replied with a calm smile, though even he was inwardly astonished by Ye Xiao's display of power. After all, this was only the tip of the iceberg of Ye Xiao's abilities. Yet it was enough to defeat a first-tier spatial swordsman. Ye Xiao raised his hand and asked, so, does this mean I'm now one of the 10 elites? If that's the case, regarding the decision to expel Jiang Ro, I vote against it. Bai Ruoyu and Xiao Hongchen's faces immediately lit up with relieved smiles, and even Su Changhin's typically icy expression softened with a rare trace of amusement. Ye Xiao's performance today was undeniably impressive. Red Knight, is this what all your effort amounted to? Ing Xiangtian sneered coldly. What a pity Jiang Ro is still going to be expelled. Your opposing vote is invalid. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Ha! Ha ha ha! Zhou burst into wild laughter. Red Knight, oh Red Knight, you still don't get it, do you? There are 7 votes in favor. Even if you replace Chen Anqing, the opposing votes are still only 6. Jiang Ro has to be expelled. All your effort was meaningless. How does that feel? Surprised? Caught off guard? Zhou twisted his body dramatically, even mimicking Chen Anqing's tone. My sword is swift, one strike to end you. He spread his hands theatrically. So impressive. I'm so scared. Chen Anqing's face turned ashen. Normally, he would have drawn his sword at such mockery, but in this moment, he couldn't even muster the will. Red Knight? Unless, Ing Xiangtian stroked his chin with a sinister grin. Unless what? Red Knight asked calmly. Unless you can defeat me. Zhou stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Exactly. If you can defeat another member of the 10 elites, he'll agree to overturn this decision, Ing Xiangtian added. Ye Xiao tilted his head. So, I have no choice but to fight this idiot? Principal, the Chu family must have given you quite a few benefits to ensure Jiang Rao's expulsion, right? Ye Xiao asked with a faint, mocking smile. Ing Xiangshan's expression darkened. What nonsense are you spouting? Just joking, Principal. Don't take it to heart, Ye Xiao replied with a shrug. Some jokes should not be made lightly, Ing Xiangtian said, his tone icy as he adjusted his black leather gloves. Otherwise, the consequences could be severe. Ye Xiao bowed respectfully on the surface, but his mind was racing. Why was the Chu family so determined to have Jiang Ro expelled? Was it to force her into marrying Tang Xian? But with so many young women in the Chu family, why Jiang Ro specifically? What secret was she hiding? Before he could dwell on it further, Zhou lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. Despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, Zhou strength was formidable. It was clear he had prepared countermeasures against Ye Xiao's mastery of gravity and spatial manipulation. At the very start, Zhou enveloped himself in a layer of deep blue shield, a flowing, water-like barrier that completely isolated him from the outside world. This shield, embodying the qualities of water's supreme softness, rendered gravity ineffective against it. With a series of swift hand seals, Zhou summoned 2 blazing lions formed entirely of fire and 2 radiant, sharp spears that hovered around him, forming an impenetrable defensive circle. This was his specific countermeasure to guard against Ye Xiao's potential space-based surprise attacks. Without hesitation, Zhou cast another spell, Binding Roots, Earth Golem Manifestation. The ground trembled violently as a colossal stone golem erupted from the earth with a deafening roar. Just as Ye Xiao prepared to evade, a towering tree suddenly shot up behind him. Countless vines, snake-like in their movements, coiled toward him, sealing off the space completely. The vines wrapped tightly around Ye Xiao's body, constricting him as if to crush him entirely. Ha ha ha, kid, I've been waiting for you to try that. Zhou laughed triumphantly. Your gravity and spatial powers are useless against me. Show me what else you've got. Go ahead and die under the hands of Zhou. Earth Golem. Sandstorm Spiral. Zhou continued forming seals. The stone golem began spinning at high speed, kicking up a massive cloud of yellow sand and forming a colossal sandstorm. The students watching the battle nearby squinted and shielded their eyes, struggling against the blinding sand carried by the fierce winds. As a master of the 5 elemental arts, Zhou truly displayed astonishing prowess. Whether attacking, defending, restraining, or recovering, his combat abilities were undeniably formidable. Perish! Zhou roared, commanding the fire lions and golden spears to strike at the immobilized Ye Xiao. Yet, just as the storm of sand was about to engulf Ye Xiao, Zhou expression shifted. He noticed an unsettling smirk appear on Ye Xiao's face, and a sense of foreboding surged through his mind. In the next moment, Ye Xiao's calm and steady voice echoed across the sky. Judgment. Sword of Damocles. A thunderous boom followed as dark clouds churned, blotting out the sun. Recognizing the technique, the crowd of students erupted in astonishment. That's the ultimate move from the Void Realm. The power of a god. From within the stormy clouds, a massive silver blade slowly emerged. Its overwhelming aura instantly enveloped Zhou, leaving him pale and frozen in place, too terrified to move even an inch. What is this? What on earth is this? Zhou was so shocked that his gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground and shattered as he stumbled and accidentally stepped on them. Wait, Hongyi, hold on, he shouted, flailing his arms in panic. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the raging sandstorm. Ye Xiao waved his hand lightly, and the fierce attacks around him failed to penetrate within half a meter of his presence. Without sparing Zhou's twisted expression a single glance, he casually snapped his fingers. Fall. In an instant, a deafening thunderclap shattered the skies. A massive silver sword descended like a meteor from the heavens, its dazzling light forcing everyone present to shut their eyes. The ground trembled violently under its impact. A seasoned instructor stepped forward just in time, raising his hand with a smooth motion. Seal the boundary, he commanded, isolating the area where Ye Xiao and Zhou stood. Good thing we're here, or these young ones would be in big trouble, he remarked with a smile. The other instructors murmured their admiration for the two combatants' astounding power, noting that their own past duels seemed trivial in comparison. In the back, Lin He, a bronze-level instructor, witnessed everything unfold. This young man she once dismissed as a blind neighbor had displayed strength that ranked among the top in the entire Xia kingdom. She had to admit, even she might not be able to withstand Ye Xiao's earth-shattering strike. Little monster, she muttered to herself, feeling a pang of regret for ever underestimating him. No. Zhou's furious roar shattered the moment of contemplation. The 5 elemental forces gathered around him, forming a shimmering, multicolored shield. 5 elements. Protect me. If I can withstand this one move, you'll be spent, and I'll cut you down. Zhou howled madly. I'll wager 10 years of my life. Hold strong. The elemental forces surrounding him surged with intensity, bolstering his confidence. But in the next instant, the silver divine light descended. Boom. The strike was like a meteor piercing through a planet, obliterating Zhou's defense and shattering his confidence in an instant. It was clear that Ye Xiao had held back. Otherwise, Zhou would have been annihilated. Even so, the sheer force of judgment left Zhou writhing in agony, his body torn by the overwhelming power. Kill me. If you dare, just kill me, he screamed, consumed by despair. The silver radiance eventually engulfed him completely. As the radiant light gradually faded, the space around seemed to twist slightly. Zhou's figure crashed heavily onto the ground, froth spilling from his mouth. His pitiful state resembled that of a lifeless dog. The crowd fell into a dead silence, only to be followed by a collective gasp of astonishment. This was Ye Xiao's first demonstration of the Sword of Damocles before the entire faculty and student body, and with a single strike, he had subdued everyone present. The gazes directed at Ye Xiao were a mix of awe and fear. Ye Xiao casually brushed the dust off his sleeve. As he brushed past Ning Xiangtian, he sneered, "Am not as good as Chenanqing, am I? All show and no substance." The remark landed like a heavy blow, causing the barely conscious Zhou to pass out completely. Principal Ing, does this make me qualified to overturn the decision of the 10 Elites Council? Ye Xiao asked, hands in his pockets, a provocative smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Ning Xiangtian narrowed his eyes, visibly irked by Ye Xiao's arrogance. Taking 2 steps forward, the hem of his tailored suit swayed lightly. Hongya, you are quite impressive. I know I'm impressive, Principal Ing. No need for the extra emphasis, Ye Xiao replied, stepping forward as well. The tension between the two crackled like drawn blades. In that moment, Ning Xiangtian was momentarily dazed. The aura emanating from Ye Xiao was strikingly familiar, taking him back to the days when he competed against Ning Xiao and Su Changhen. Back then, a young man named Li, with a similar commanding presence, had once dominated Jinshin University and led an entire era of Xia. The quality Ye Xiao exuded was precisely what the leader of Xia had once described as leadership charisma. Ing Xiangtian silently weighed his thoughts. Ye Xiao might very well become the next leader of Xia, but they did not share the same allegiance. If Ye Xiao were to rise, it would undoubtedly spell danger for him. If he couldn't recruit Ye Xiao, then he would have to deal with him the same way he dealt with Li back then. A fleeting glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Very well, Hongya. I'll let you have this victory. The decision to expel Jiang Ro is nullified. Overturned, Ing Xiangtian declared, flinging his sleeve as he turned to leave with the 10 elites in tow. Amid the crowd, Bai Ruoyu leaped with excitement, cheering louder than Jiang Ro herself. Yet Ye Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Ing Xiangtian's retreating figure, his expression solemn. With his heightened senses, he had caught the brief flicker of murderous intent. Though faint enough to be dismissed as a trick of the mind, Ye Xiao was certain of one thing. Ing Xiangtian was an extraordinarily dangerous man. Hongyi, great job. This time, not only did you thwart Ing Xiangtian's momentum, but you also secured 2 seats in the 10 Elites Council. This will be a huge advantage for our next moves, Su Changhen said as he walked up to Ye Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. Ye Xiao responded calmly, "You're too kind, Sword God. Principal Ning ended up in trouble because of me. Until he returns, it's my responsibility to protect Jinshin University." Having grown up in an orphanage, Ye Xiao had a profound understanding of human warmth and indifference. To his benefactors, he would repay them 100-fold. To his enemies, he showed no mercy. Those lying in the ICU were testament to that. If not for certain constraints, he would have ended their lives directly. Ing Xiangtian won't stop here, Su Changhen said seriously. I'll do everything I can to hold him off and create opportunities for you to act. Then we'll deal with him as he comes. Ye Xiao nodded in agreement. Su Changhen cast a meaningful glance in the direction of Jiang Ro and the others. All right, I won't interrupt your reunion. Even though they don't recognize you now, you should still spend some time with them. With that, he transformed into a streak of sword light and shot into the sky. Sword God, you truly are a good person, Ye Xiao murmured softly before heading toward Jiang Ro and her group. Bai Ruoyu immediately waved excitedly when she saw Ye Xiao approaching. Hey, handsome, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, Jiang Ro would have had to drop out. We owe you so much, I don't even know how to repay you. She bounced as she spoke, her white dress fluttering lightly. Well, except for offering herself to you, Jiang Ro will agree to anything. Of course, she already has someone in her heart, right? Jiang Ro? Jiang Ro's cheeks flushed slightly. Don't listen to her nonsense. But this is indeed our second meeting, and am truly grateful to you. I owe you 2 favors now. Whatever I can do, I won't refuse. Her tone was sincere, but it lacked the warmth and closeness she once had when speaking to Ye Xiao, maintaining a certain distance. You think you can manage something even I can't? Ye Xiao asked with a smile. Jiang Ro was momentarily at a loss for words. I'll do my best, just because I can't now doesn't mean I won't in the future. Ambitious. Seems like I didn't save the wrong person, Ye Xiao said with a chuckle. I've heard about your story about that person named Ye Xiao. A flicker of sadness passed through Jiang Ro's eyes, and she nodded gently. I heard he was the most outstanding talent of Jinshin University. If he were still alive, I'd love to face him in a duel, Ye Xiao remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he found the experience of hearing others talk about himself rather peculiar. He would look forward to that too, Jiang Ro replied softly. Bai Ruoyu immediately jumped in excitedly. Hongyi. Ye Xiao was a pupil technique master. He had all kinds of skills and could even summon an enormous war god phantom. Its power is definitely on par with your giant silver sword that descends from the sky. Her words came to an abrupt halt, and her expression dimmed. He was so amazing. How could he just die like that? I can't believe someone as miraculous as Ye Xiao is truly gone. The young girl suddenly burst into tears, her emotions shifting as quickly as a stormy sky clearing into sunshine. Ye Xiao felt a few metaphorical black lines forming on his forehead as he observed the girl's mercurial mood. He sighed inwardly, thinking she really needed to be taught a lesson. I'm blind, Ye Xiao explained. I've had a vision impairment since birth, so I always keep my eyes covered with this red cloth. Then how do you see things? Bai Ruoyu asked curiously. Before Ye Xiao could reply, Xiao Hongchen looked at him with a gaze full of admiration and confidently interjected. That's because our senior brother has mastered what our master calls the heart's eye, perceiving the world with the mind, carrying swordsmanship within the heart, flowing like water, and bearing the weight of virtue. All things stem from the heart. Isn't that right, senior brother? Even though I don't quite understand what you're saying, it sounds really profound. Amazing, you're amazing, Hongyi, Bai Ruoyu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Ye Xiao's forehead lines deepened. He thought to himself that he had no idea when he supposedly mastered this, heart's eye, but he had to admit Xiao Hongchen's imagination was impressive. Well, it's more or less like Hongchen said. Ha ha ha, he replied awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. At that moment, a sudden ringtone broke the atmosphere. Jiang Ro pulled out a phone, and everyone's eyes instinctively turned toward her. It's not my phone. It's Ye Xiao's, Jiang Ro said with a frown. This phone was the only item recovered besides some torn clothing when Ning Xiao had searched the perilous ridge. In reality, it was a deliberate fabrication by Su Changhin. Now, the phone had become a keepsake for Jiang Ro to remember Ye Xiao. The caller ID displayed the name of Ye Xiao's high school friend, Su Hao. It's Su Hao. Answer it, Xiao Hongchen urged. Jiang Ro nodded and pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Jiang Ro? A familiar but slightly somber voice came through the line. After Jiang Ro confirmed her identity, Su Hao immediately began to pour out his troubles. Actually, there's something I need your help with. I'm really at my wit's end. If I had any other option, I wouldn't be bothering you. Jiang Ro, please, for the sake of our time at the same school, help me. Don't worry. Calm down and tell me what's going on. You're Ye Xiao's friend, and if it's within my ability, I'll definitely help you, Jiang Ro reassured him. Ye Xiao, sigh. If only Ye Xiao were still here, those people wouldn't dare to act like this. Oh, my ill-fated brother. Why did you have to go so soon? Su Hao lamented, his words causing Ye Xiao, who was listening nearby, to feel a wave of frustration. He thought to himself that if he could reveal his presence, he'd give Su Hao a good smack. Here's the situation. Su Hao began to explain his predicament. After receiving some advice from Ye Xiao, Su Hao began pursuing the girl he admired. Armed with shameless courage and the support of his family's wealth, he used romantic gestures like flowers and fireworks to win her heart, eventually succeeding in his endeavor. However, the happiness was short-lived. A wealthy playboy from the capital's elite circles had been eyeing Su Hao's girlfriend for a long time but had never succeeded. Now, seeing someone he deemed a nobody take the lead, his anger boiled over. He immediately tore off his mask of civility, sent people to beat Su Hao mercilessly, and forcibly took the girl to the Crown Hotel, declaring he would take what he wanted that very night. In the capital, this powerful family wielded significant influence. Su Hao sought help everywhere, but no one dared to intervene. With no other options, he turned to Jiang Ro for assistance. Which hotel? Jiang Ro asked bluntly. The Crown Hotel. All right, where are you? We'll come to you right away. Remembering how Su Hao had helped Ye Xiao during his vulnerable moments, Jiang Ro agreed without hesitation. I'm at the gate of Zhenshin University. 5 minutes. Jiang Ro hung up the phone and quickly explained the situation to Xiao Hongchen and the others. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. Bai Ruoyu clenched her fists in anger. Kidnapping a girl in broad daylight? I'll break that scumbag's third leg and feed it to the crocodiles. Xiao Hongchen also voiced his support. Ye Xiao's friends are our friends. We must help him bring her back. Wait, I'll go with you, Ye Xiao suddenly said, drawing surprised looks from the group. He explained, Hongchen is my junior disciple. Your friends are my friends, and it's better to have more people for backup. Yes, Bai Ruoyu cheered excitedly. With senior brother here, nothing can stop us, not even gods. Since when was he your senior brother? Xiao Hongchen frowned. Your senior brother is my senior brother. We're all brothers here, so don't be so uptight, Bai Ruoyu said, patting his shoulder. Senior brother, let's go teach that scum a lesson. The four of them rushed to the university gate, where they spotted Su Hao from a distance. He looked haggard and beaten, with bruises and swelling all over his face, evidence of the brutal assault. When he saw the group arrive, he lowered his head in shame. Let's go. Every minute we waste puts your girlfriend in more danger, Jiang Ro said firmly, urging him without further delay. Do you have a car? Jiang Ro asked urgently. Su Hao shook his head. Taking a taxi won't be fast enough. At that moment, Ye Xiao's gaze landed on a Mercedes in the parking lot. Through the window, the car seemed to be slightly rocking, accompanied by muffled, suggestive sounds. It was the ride of a wealthy student from Zhenshin University. Without a word, Ye Xiao strode over and yanked the car door open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, revealing two startled figures inside hastily pulling their clothes back on, their panicked screams filling the air. R.R. Knight. The male student recognized Ye Xiao immediately. His face turned pale, and his voice trembled. What are you doing? If it had been anyone else interrupting him at such a moment, he would have lashed out. But against Red Knight, he could only swallow his pride. Expressionless, Ye Xiao dragged the two out of the car. I'm borrowing your car, he stated flatly before slipping into the driver's seat and starting the engine. Get in, he called out as he pulled up in front of Jiang Ro and the others. Though they were curious about where the car came from, the urgency of the situation left no time for questions. They quickly climbed in. There's a strange smell in here. Bai Ruoyu wrinkled her nose. Senior brother Red Knight, where did this car come from? A friend lent it to me, Ye Xiao replied nonchalantly. Your friend sure isn't very tidy, Bai Ruoyu remarked. True. It'll remind him to be more careful, Ye Xiao said with a straight face, secretly amused by the naivety of these young, innocent students. Ye Xiao's driving skills were nothing short of extraordinary. The Mercedes weaved through the streets like a nimble serpent, drawing astonished stares from passers-by. The car's owner was surely going to lose their license after this stunt. 10 minutes later, the car screeched to a halt in front of the Crown Hotel. What floor is your girlfriend on? Jango asked. Su Hao looked completely lost. There was no way the other party would have given him the exact room number. 36th floor, room 3612, Ye Xiao suddenly said. How do you know? Everyone was surprised. Just a hunch, Ye Xiao brushed it off casually. I get it now. Xiao Hongqian exclaimed in realization. It's senior brother's spiritual intuition, it can't be wrong. Though the explanation sounded absurd, the group had no better option and decided to take a chance. They rushed into the hotel. Watching Xiao Hongqian's retreating figure, Ye Xiao smirked inwardly. Not bad, kid. Your imagination is impressive. When they reached room 3612, sure enough, 2 men in black suits were standing guard outside. Xiao Hongqian immediately drew his sword. The guards reacted swiftly, revealing their strength as third-level martial artists. One of them, with a towering, muscular frame, unleashed a powerful punch that sent Xiao Hongqian flying back over 10 meters. You guys go ahead. Leave these two to me, Ye Xiao said casually, waving them forward with an air of indifference. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Hongqian's words had barely faded when the group was already prepared to charge forward. Ye Xiao's involvement was undoubtedly the best support they could hope for, saving them from wasting time on the two bodyguards. Move. At the command, the group rushed straight toward the main entrance. The two bodyguards immediately moved to block their path, but Ye Xiao's figure appeared beside them like a phantom. Placing his hands on their shoulders, he said calmly, Stay still. Your opponent is me now. Though startled by Ye Xiao's speed, the bodyguards' professionalism kicked in, and they quickly launched punches in retaliation. Ye Xiao, with a faint smile, effortlessly stopped the attacks using just 2 fingers. No rush, he teased. Why not have a little chat with me? Realizing the strength of their opponent, the bodyguards simultaneously unleashed their tiger roar fist technique. The air trembled with the sound of tiger roars as 2 phantom tigers leaped toward Ye Xiao. You guys, can't we just have a proper conversation? Must you kneel to speak? Ye Xiao sighed softly and uttered a single word. Kneel. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended. The tiger phantoms shattered, and the 2 bodyguards dropped to their knees with a heavy thud, the tiles beneath them cracking and blood seeping from their legs. Ye Xiao patted their shoulders casually and walked toward the room without a second glance. Meanwhile, Zhang Ro and the others burst through the door. Inside the luxurious presidential suite, Cheng Yu was tied to the bed, her hands bound. A man in a bathrobe was lecherously crawling onto the bed. Xiao Yu! Su Hao roared in fury as he rushed forward and landed a punch that knocked out 2 of the man's front teeth. He quickly untied Cheng Yu, who threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Su Hao, you're finally here. I was so scared. He was going to assault me. It's okay now. I'm here. You don't have to be afraid anymore, Su Hao comforted her softly. The young man staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face twisted with rage as he shouted, Su Hao, are you out of your mind? You dare ruin my fun? I'll kill you. You hear me? Hey, who are you planning to kill, you scumbag? A crisp voice called out from behind. Man Yinjia turned around to see a young girl glaring at him, her height barely reaching his shoulder. Her beauty surpassed even Cheng Yu's, and the proud, defiant aura she exuded made her all the more striking in his eyes. White stockings on a little girl. That's amazing. Man Yanji's eyes lit up, his expression turning lecherous. Hey, little sister. What do you think of your big brother being a bit of a scumbag? Do you like it? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Ruoyu moved like the wind. With a sharp, precise kick, she landed a blow directly on his groin. Like your mom's nonsense. If I were your dad, I'd have tossed you straight into the incinerator. You despicable little brat. I hope you catch something nasty and rot away completely. And oh wait, never mind, you'll never get the chance again. Consider this my gift to your father. I've made sure you'll never spread your poison again. She sneered, her words cutting like knives. Man Yinjia curled up like a shrimp, bouncing off the ground before collapsing back down, his face turning ghostly pale. He clutched his groin with trembling hands, the pain overwhelming him. At that moment, he felt his manhood was utterly destroyed. You dare do this to me, he rasped, his voice hoarse with rage. Do you even know who I am? Do you know who my brother is? You're finished. All of you are finished. You've crossed the Ma family. I don't care who you are. Bai Ruoyu shot back without hesitation. You're nobody. Even if your great-grandfather showed up, ID make sure your entire family line ends here. The world doesn't need another scumbag like you. Her words came rapid fire, leaving Zhang Ro and the others utterly dumbfounded. Man Yinjie struggled to crawl toward the sofa, his hands shaking as he picked up his phone and dialed. Bro. Help me, bro. Someone's ruined me. They've crushed me. Everything's broken. Come to the Crown Hotel. Bring the crew. After hanging up, Man Yinjie's face twisted into a sinister grin. My brother's a student at Jinshin University. He's the vice president of a major club there. You know who's behind him? Chang Wanyan, the #1 young martial artist in the capital. And Chang Wanyan's backed by none other than the Chu family. Offending me means offending the Chu family. At that moment, Ye Xiao walked into the room, his expression calm as he glanced at Man Yinjie writhing on the floor. Is everything handled? He asked casually. Not yet, Xiao Hongchen replied with a shrug. This idiot says he's calling his brother to deal with us. Claims his brother's got some big connections. Big connections? How big? Ye Xiao asked, intrigued. Man Yinjie gritted his teeth and shouted. Another fool who doesn't know their place. My brother's boss is Chang Wanyan, and behind him is Chu Wanyan, the eldest daughter of the Chu family. How about that? Scared yet? Ye Xiao let out a long breath, his expression relaxed. I know Chang Wanyan, Man Yinjie said with a smug smile on his face. A junior at Jinshin University, ranked 5th in his year, the top warrior in the entire school, and incredibly powerful. Exactly. How could someone as formidable as Boss Chang be challenged by the likes of you-nobodies? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times. When Boss Chang arrives, I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, you'll find yourselves on a path to certain death. Hearing that Ye Xiao was aware of Chang Wanyan's strength, Man Yinjie became even more arrogant, his body trembling from either pain or excitement. Ye Xiao casually crossed one leg over the other as he lounged on the sofa. Then let him come. I'm quite curious about this young genius myself. I wonder just how extraordinary he truly is. Huh. You're really asking for it. When Boss Chang gets here, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. At the very least, you'll end up in the ICU's luxury suite. Man Yinjie spat through gritted teeth. Unhurried, Ye Xiao picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. I've never stayed in the ICU before. Might be worth experiencing. Zhang Ro and the others chuckled softly to themselves, finding Ye Xiao's humor rather amusing. You blind fool. You really don't know what's good for you. Man Yinjie roared in fury. Bang. Suddenly, Ye Xiao splashed the hot tea onto Man Yinjie. The scalding liquid hit his head, leaving him bloodied and screaming in pain. I suggest you keep your mouth shut and wait for your backup to arrive, Ye Xiao said calmly as he poured himself another cup of tea. Otherwise, I won't be so gentle next time. Man Yinjie lowered his head, no longer daring to speak, though the anger and resentment in his eyes were unmistakable. He seethed inwardly, vowing that once his big brother arrived, he would make these people pay in blood. Meanwhile, Su Hao was comforting Chengyu, while Zhang Ro and the others found places to sit. Bai Ruiyu had started scrolling through short videos, all of which were about enhancing secondary development and breast enlargement, with the volume turned up high. Can you turn that down? You're always watching these ridiculous videos, Zhang Ro said, rolling her eyes. Sorry, Zhang Ro? Bai Ruiyu scratched her head sheepishly. At that moment, the hotel's main door was kicked open. A group of people marched in, led by a wiry young man with 3 distinct whiskers on his face. He looked more like someone in his 30s than a student. Ye Xiao's expression shifted slightly as he recognized the man, one of Chang Wanyan's usual followers back in the virtual god realm. Brother, are you here? The man shouted as he entered. Seeing Man Yinjie lying on the floor in a miserable state, he rushed over to help him up. Brother, you're finally here. Man Yinjie cried, clinging to him. They bullied your little brother. He pointed accusingly at Ye Xiao and the others. The man snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with fury. Who dared to bully my brother? Step forward and face me. On a nearby sofa, a figure with crossed legs came into view. In that instant, the man's expression froze. Looking around, he clearly saw the people seated nearby. Xiao Hongchen, Zhang Ro, Bai Ruiyu, and the man who, in his heart, was akin to a god Hongyi. This realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. He could distinctly feel his legs losing all strength, unable to support his body to stand. Brother, what's wrong with you? Man Yinjie asked, frowning as he noticed his elder brother's unusual behavior. Yinjie. The man's voice trembled, his face pale as paper, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Say it again. Who was it that hit you? It was them. And that idiot with the red blindfold. Man Yinjie pointed angrily at the group in front of him. He said he'd never stayed in the ICU and wanted to experience it. Brother, do something. Cripple him. The man shook uncontrollably, and the group of brothers he had brought along lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. The atmosphere became eerily strange. Ma Yinjia finally sensed something was off and asked in confusion, "Brother, why do you look so terrible? And what's wrong with everyone else?" His brother trembled as he placed a hand on Ma Yinjia's shoulder. "Yinjia, how has your brother treated you all these years?" "Good. You're my real brother. Of course, there's nothing to complain about." "Exactly." His brother wiped the cold sweat from his face. "I've been so good to you. Isn't it time for you to repay me?" "That's true. But, brother, why are you sweating so much?" "Don't worry about that. Your brother is learning a new skill in sweating." "Ninjia, now it's time for you to help your brother, okay?" Sure. How can I help you? But let's beat these losers up first," Ma Ninjia said, then suddenly groaned in pain and added, "Brother, my, it's broken. It hurts like hell. Can we go to the hospital first?" "No rush, Ninjia. What I need from you is even more important." His brother said seriously. "I need you to let me break your other 4 limbs." "Of course, brother. We're family after all. Brothers are like fathers." "Of course." Wait, what did you just say?" Ma Ninjia, who had been patting his chest confidently, finally realized what he had heard. Perhaps the pain had dulled his reaction time. "Break my limbs? Brother, are you joking?" But his brother shook his head solemnly. "Ninjia, I'm not joking. I'm dead serious." Fear finally crept onto Ma Nianji's face as he trembled and asked, "Why, brother? Did I do something wrong?" "Ma Nianjia." Ma Shangdao's voice trembled as he looked at Ye Xiao's face, his eyes filled with terror. "Brother, I didn't want this either. But if you don't check into the ICU, then all of us brothers will have to check into the ICU together." Scenes from that day involuntarily flashed through his mind. Ye Xiao surrounded by their group, enduring their mocking jeers. Yet, with a mere lift of his hand, the entire sky transformed. A massive silver sword materialized within the clouds, exuding a divine power capable of judging the heavens and earth. Even their formidable leader, Chang Wan, cowered under the oppressive force, collapsing to his knees. He had been so terrified that he broke ties with Chu Wanyan and allowed his arms to be crippled without resistance. What was even more terrifying was that this man, Ye Xiao, was now one of the 10 elites of Zhenshin University, the only individual to simultaneously hold 2 positions among the 10. Even the 2 prodigies from the 3rd year, brought in by the university's principal, were no match for him. Without a doubt, he was the most fearsome figure in Zhenshin University. "Little brother, I can't let the rest of the group end up in the ICU with you," Ma Shangdao said, his voice heavy with anguish. "Chang Lauda is still lying in the ICU. The group needs us to hold it together. This is the only way I can seek his forgiveness." Before his words fully landed, his hand shot out like lightning, transforming into an eagle's claw that gripped Ma Ninjia's shoulder. "No, brother, please." Ma Ninjia wailed, clutching at his elder brother's clothes. "Our Ma family has a level 6 professional. We don't need to fear him." "You don't understand." Ma Shangdao shook his head. "Ye Xiao's teacher, Hong Yi, is the Sword Saint of Daxia. Against the Sword Saint, even if our entire Ma family, dogs included, were tied together, we wouldn't survive a single strike from his blade." Boom. Without further hesitation, Ma Shangdao acted swiftly. With a sharp crack, Ma Ninjia's arm was crushed. In rapid succession, his other arm and both legs were also rendered useless. Ma Ninjia collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "Hongyi, is this satisfactory to you now?" Ma Shangdao turned carefully, his voice trembling as he asked. "You're quite perceptive. This will suffice," Ye Xiao said indifferently. "What's your name?" "Ma Shangdao," he replied, his head lowered. A flicker of humiliation and unwillingness flashed through his eyes, but it eventually gave way to resignation. Meanwhile, Bai Ruoyu was already laughing uncontrollably, her laughter echoing like a melody. Faced with Ye Xiao, Ma Ninjia was utterly helpless. It wasn't just the gap in strength that left him powerless. More importantly, the background behind Ye Xiao was something the Ma family couldn't afford to provoke. With no other choice, Ma Ninjia had to swallow this humiliation in silence. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Ma Ninjia gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. I've had enough. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Ye Xiao sipped his tea lightly. From the moment he poured it until now, the tea still retained a hint of warmth. "Xiao Yu." Su Hao carefully adjusted his girlfriend's disheveled clothes, then led her to Ye Xiao. "Big brother, you must be Hong Qin's senior, right? From now on, you're my big brother too. Thank you so much for saving Xiao Yu." He turned to Cheng Yu and said, "Come on, thank him. If it weren't for him, that scumbag would have succeeded today." As he spoke, he spat fiercely in Ma Nianji's direction. "Thank you, big brother," Cheng Yu said gratefully, her face full of sincerity. "There's no need for that. We're about the same age, so you don't need to call me big brother," Ye Xiao replied casually with a wave of his hand. Now that the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave. He turned and left the hotel, heading to the empty stairwell where he finally removed the red blindfold. I'm sorry, Su Hao, and to Zhang Ro, Hongchun, and Ruoyu as well, Ye Xiao murmured to himself. Until I uncover the traitor within Xia, I can only protect you all as Hong Yi. I believe that day will come. Until then, let Hong Yi safeguard you. With that, he tied the red blindfold back on and hailed a cab back to his villa. Feels like I forgot something. He scratched his head in thought but couldn't remember. Meanwhile, outside Jinshin University, a young man was anxiously waiting in the cold wind. It's been 7 or 8 hours already. Big brother, when are you going to return my Mercedes? After resting for the night at the villa, Ye Xiao headed to Jinshin University. As soon as he arrived at the gate, a cold-faced student approached him. Hong Yi, the principal wants to see you in the meeting room. Pushing open the meeting room door, Ye Xiao found all eyes fixed on him. Principal Ing Shangtian, the 10 elites, by Ruoyu, Zhang Ro, Xiao Hongqin, and even Ma Nianji's older brother, Ma Shangdao, were all present. Ma Shangdao's gaze darted nervously, avoiding direct eye contact with Ye Xiao, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at him. Ye Xiao chuckled softly, striding directly to the far end of the conference table and sitting down across from Ing Shangtian. Principal, what's the matter? I assume it's not good news. Let's get straight to the point. Irion's time is valuable. Ing Shangtian's brows were tightly knit, his expression dark and severe. His sharp gaze bore into the calm and composed Hong Yi standing before him, inwardly irritated by the student's arrogant demeanor. Hong Yi, I believe you already have an idea why I called you here, Ing Shangtian said sternly. We need to have a serious conversation about your involvement in a fight outside school, using intimidation, leveraging the influence of your master Su Changhin, and bullying Ma Shangdao's younger brother, which resulted in him being hospitalized with multiple fractures. I object. Ye Xiao suddenly raised his hand, his voice icy. First of all, the claim of multiple fractures is completely false. Ma Nianji's limbs were broken by his own brother, Ma Shangdao. Secondly, I have never used my master's name to intimidate anyone. So where is this accusation coming from? Principal, before you deal with me, shouldn't these basic facts be clarified? Or is our respected acting principal only interested in listening to one-sided accounts? Ing Shangtian snorted coldly. Do you have any evidence to support your claims? Ye Xiao calmly picked up his teacup, took a sip and countered. And what evidence does the principal have to prove that Ma Shangdao's words are true? Ing Shangtian's pupils contracted. Of course, I have evidence. There were over a dozen students from the Defiers Society present at the scene who can testify. If you're relying on your own people as witnesses, then I have no shortage of witnesses on my side either, Ye Xiao said with a faint, almost mocking smile. Principal, do you have video evidence? Surveillance footage, perhaps? Receiving a signal from one of the 10 elite members, Chang Wan whispered, the hotel's hallway cameras were damaged, and no surveillance equipment was found inside the room. Hearing this, Ing Shangtian's face lit up with satisfaction. Did you hear that? The surveillance is damaged. Compared to the testimony of just a few of you, I trust the Defiers Society more. Ye Xiao chuckled softly. No cameras in the hotel room? How is that possible? Modern hotel surveillance systems can capture every move of their guests with perfect clarity. This is clearly the Ma family secretly tampering with the evidence afterward. While the Ma family may not dare to confront Su Changhen directly, they are certainly capable of underhanded tactics. As he spoke, Ye Xiao suddenly slammed a phone onto the table. Since the principal wants evidence, how about this? I happen to record the entire incident on video, from start to finish, without missing a single detail. Care to take a look? He cast a meaningful glance at Ma Shangdao. Senior Ma, what do you think? Ma Shangdao's face instantly turned deathly pale, panic flashing in his eyes. When Ye Xiao handed the video to Ing Shangtian, and the 10 elite members took turns watching it, Ing Shangtian's expression grew increasingly grim. He hadn't expected Ye Xiao to be so well prepared, armed with such critical evidence. In response, Ye Xiao merely shook his head with disdain. While Ma Shangdao was indeed adept at scheming, he was still far inferior to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao had already seen through his plan and had prepared this decisive evidence in advance. Now, Principal Ing, who do you think is at fault here? Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ing Shangtian's face darkened instantly. Taking a deep breath, he replied, it's not as serious as it seems. But Ma Shangdao did lie. Then let's have him expelled. Ye Xiao crossed his arms and leaned back with one leg over the other. As a member of the 10 Elites Council, I have the right to initiate a vote. Those in favor of Ma Shangdao's expulsion, raise your hand. I'll go first 2 votes. Ye Xiao raised his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room. You're free to disagree, of course. But if even a compulsive liar like Ma Shangdao gets a pass, I'd have to question the standards of the 10 elites. Perhaps we'll need to have a serious discussion about that after this matter is resolved. The threat was unmistakable. Several members of the 10 elites visibly hesitated before slowly raising their hands, particularly the senior students from the second and third years. Good. Motion passed. From this day forward, Ma Shangdao is no longer a student of Zhenshin University, Ye Xiao declared. Ma Shangdao slumped in his seat, his face pale as a sheet. Not only had he failed to get back at Ye Xiao, but he had also ruined himself in the process. Despair engulfed him. Just then, Ing Xiangtian, as if prepared in advance, pulled out a document. Hongyi, Hey-race video footage from the hotel corridor. It clearly shows you injuring 2 of the Ma family's bodyguards. And as for Bai Ruayu, it's been confirmed that you kicked Ma Ninjia. Both of you are accountable. That's because that scumbag tried to assault someone else's girlfriend? Bai Ruayu stood with hands on her hips, her voice full of righteous indignation. I was doing the world a favor. Regardless of the reason, what's done is done. Ing Xiangtian retorted coldly. Ye Xiao chuckled. The principal is absolutely right. But didn't you say earlier that the cameras were broken? How come there's footage now? Were you joking, or could it be that? Enough. Ing Xiangtian slammed his hand on the table. Hongyi, it doesn't matter where the video came from. The fact remains that you assaulted others off campus. The same goes for Bai Ruayu. This is a clear violation of school regulations. I hereby announce the temporary suspension of your 10 elites status and initiate a formal trial against you. In the end, Bai Ruayu was placed on probation and prohibited from leaving campus for a week. Hongyi was sentenced to a week of solitary confinement. Meanwhile, far away in Japan, the country's most prestigious university had sent a delegation to engage in an exchange competition with Zhenshin University. Among the delegation was a particularly striking figure, the heir of the illustrious Imikado family, hailed as the reincarnation of Abe no Saimai, the legendary Onmyoji. His name was Tsunemikado Haruto. On the vast ocean, a cruise ship bearing the emblem of Higashi University sped forward. Haruto Tsuchimikado stood alone on the deck, gazing in the direction of Dacia. Ningo, he murmured under his breath, his brows slightly furrowed. What was so special about Zhenjin University? Higashi University was superior in every way, so why was she so unwilling to come back? He thought of the vow he had made before the elders of both families prior to his departure, and his fists clenched involuntarily. 6 years. It had been 6 whole years since he had last seen the person who occupied his every thought. Since he could remember, the elders of his family had ingrained a single notion into him. Ning Ninko Shinguji was destined to be his wife. This was not just a marriage between 2 individuals. It was a union that tied the fates of the Higashi Shinguji and Nishi Tsuchimikado families. Both families had inherited the Shikigami of Saimai, and their union promised the birth of a peerless prodigy capable of surpassing the pinnacle of all paths. As Haruto was lost in his thoughts, footsteps approached from behind. Haruto, what's wrong? Are you too excited about seeing Ning Ninko? A young man with a long braid and dressed in a samurai robe suddenly clapped him on the shoulder. Kotaro, don't scare me like that. Haruto clutched his chest, looking slightly flustered by the sudden shock. Kotaro Kamizuno, prodigious swordsman, hailed as the second Miyamoto Musashi shook his head with a laugh. Your alertness is terrible. Don't tell me you're so lost in thoughts of Ning Ninko that you've spaced out completely? If Kika-chan tried to scare you, I bet your soul would leave your body. But then again, she likes you so much, she probably wouldn't do that. Before Kotaro could finish his sentence, a cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped the space between them. A curvaceous blue-haired girl appeared out of thin air, dressed in a ninja outfit that accentuated her striking figure. Kotaro, what nonsense are you talking about me again? Kika Sarutobi demanded, pouting as she glared at him. No, I was just praising your amazing ninja skills. Kotaro stammered with a nervous laugh, though his gaze involuntarily drifted to Kika's chest. What are you staring at? You pervert? Kika immediately crossed her arms over her chest. I was looking at the peaks. No, the mountains. Beyond towers. Dacia's culture is so fascinating. Kotaro scrambled to change the subject, his words tumbling over themselves in his haste. Kika shot him a disdainful look before turning to Haruto, her expression softening with a mix of hope and sadness. Haruto, once we find Ning Ninko and return to Higashi, will you really marry her? Not yet. The elders suggested we get engaged first, and once we turn 20, we can get married. A glimmer of hope flashed in Tsuchimikado Haruto's eyes, and his voice carried a hint of anticipation. I see. Sarutobi Yukika's expression turned slightly unnatural, but Tsuchimikado Haruto, gazing into the distance, didn't notice. Nene is getting married already? Time flies so fast. You're so fond of her. She must be very happy. I hope she will be happy. Tsuchimikado Haruto clenched his fists, his gaze firm. Nene, I'm coming. I'm here to take you home. The cruise ship cut through the waves, and the ancient land in the east was now clearly visible. In the conference room of Dacia Academy, Ing Shangtian sat at the head of the table, with the members of the 10 Elite Council seated on either side. This time, the 3 most outstanding young talents from Toei University are coming. Here are their profiles. Take a good look at them. Ing Shangtian's expression was stern. I have only one demand. Victory is a must. Dasha's honor cannot be tarnished. Zhougu exclaimed as he flipped through the profiles. Tachimikado Haruto, Control Level 1, heir of the Western Mikado family, known as the reincarnation of Abe no Saimai, commanding 12 Shikigami? This guy's a monster. How does his body even contain the power of 12 Shikigami? Having been in a slump since his defeat by Ye Xiao, Zhougu had now regained his former vigor. Kobayakawa Taro, Manipulation Level 9, Toei University's top swordsman, hailed as the second Miyamoto Musashi. Chen Anqing's eyes burned with determination. This guy, I want to fight him. After being guided by Ing Shangtian, Chen Anqing had also moved past the shadow of his previous loss to Ye Xiao. And then there's Saratobi Yukika, Manipulation Level 8, the most talented kunoichi of the Saratobi clan, descended from the legendary ninja Saratobi Sasuke. Ing Shangtian summarized, these 3 are the best of the best from Toei, especially Zhougu and Chen Anqing. I expect you to reclaim the honor you lost to Hong Yi in front of the entire school. Don't worry, Principal. We only need to learn from failure once. Zhougu cracked his knuckles. My sword will not lose again. Chen Anqing's voice was icy. Lu Hua, Tachimikado Haruto is yours to handle. Are you confident? Ing Shangtian turned his gaze to Mu Lu Hua. Someone like that? Even if there were 10 of him, it wouldn't matter. The steps of a god are unstoppable. Mu Lu Hua casually tossed the profile aside and slumped onto the table indifferently. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll take a nap now. Good night. With that, he dozed off right in the middle of this critical meeting. Senior brother, shall I go find Master to get you out of here? Standing at the door of the confinement room, Xiao Hongqian gently knocked, his voice tinged with guilt. No, this has nothing to do with you. I'll go finding Shangtian myself. I'm willing to take your place in there. Xiao Hongqian gripped his sword tightly in his right hand. His left hand clenched into a fist, his tone resolute. No need. A calm voice came from inside the room. Ye Xiao replied, Ing Xiangshan's target is me. Honestly, 7 days of confinement isn't bad. Good food, good sleep, and meals delivered daily. It's like a vacation. Senior brother, no need to feel guilty. If you really want to make it up to me, focus on becoming stronger. The next time you face a challenge, solve it with your own strength. That's what you should focus on right now. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. I will remember your words. Xiao Hongqian bowed deeply. In that case, I'll take my leave. A week from now, we'll celebrate your release. With that, Xiao Hongqian turned and walked away. Inside the confinement room, Ye Xiao stood by the window, gazing at the clear blue sky. He murmured to himself, this weather is perfect for an afternoon nap. Meanwhile, a delegation from Dongying University had arrived in the imperial capital. As the host, representatives from Jinshin University were already there waiting. From afar, Ing Shangtian spotted the vice president of Dongying University, Oyamata, along with 3 young individuals behind him. It's been so long, President Ing. Oyamata quickly approached, warmly shaking Ing Xiangshan's hand. 3 years have passed, and now you're the president of Jinshin University. Congratulations. I always knew you were destined for greatness. It didn't take long for you to earn this position. Just an acting president for now. You flatter me, Mr. Oyamata. Ing Shangtian smiled and nodded, clearly enjoying the praise. From this point forward, when people thought of the top vocational university in Daxia, they would no longer think of Ning Zhao but of him, Ing Shangtian. Acting today, official tomorrow. Oyamata laughed, oblivious to the dark expression on Su Changhen's face nearby. Oh, the sword god himself. Oyamata finally turned to Su Changhen, his tone laced with mockery. I heard you encountered several destructive deities in the wilderness and were gravely injured. Have you fully recovered? As Daxia's sword god, you must ensure you don't suffer any lasting effects. Behind this feigned concern lay an old grudge. Years ago, Su Changhen had pursued a severely injured sea deity into Dongying territory. Ignoring borders, he had stormed in with his sword, clashing with several of Dongying's strongest warriors and nearly killing them, including Oyamata. During that battle, Su Changhen had chased the deity all the way to Hokkaido, nearly splitting Mount Fuji in half. The incident had prompted the Dongying Prime Minister to send 7 formal letters demanding severe punishment, all of which were ignored by the Daxia leader. Every year, Dongying University and Jinshin University held an exchange competition. Although Dongying University had suffered repeated defeats in the past, this time Vice Principal Koyamada arrived with unprecedented confidence. They sent their 3 most outstanding prodigies in history, making him firmly believe that this time they would reverse their losing streak. Koyamada, since you're so curious about my injuries, why don't we spar a little? Su Changhen narrowed his eyes, his long sword already half drawn. with a sharp aura faintly emanating from it. Koyamada's face instantly turned pale. Although he was also a vice principal, even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Su Changhin. Such a challenge would be nothing short of self-humiliation. Heh, the swordmaster is joking. Doesn't your daxia value harmony above all? Koyamada awkwardly rubbed his cheek, trying to ease the tension. Then shut your mouth and stop barking here. Su Changhin retorted bluntly. As a swordsman, he disdained engaging in hypocritical pleasantries like Ing Xiangtian. Koyamada awkwardly muttered a couple of words before falling silent, though his eyes flickered with unwillingness and anger. Even if I can't do it, this year's students will surely give you something to reckon with, he vowed silently in his heart. At this moment, Tsuchimikado Haruto had no interest in the undercurrent between the elders. His gaze swept across the students of Jinshin University, searching for a figure he had longed to see, but to no avail. Excuse me, Principal Ing, does your school have a student named Jingu Ning? He asked in slightly awkward Chinese. I'm not too familiar with the student's affairs, Ing Xiangtian replied, shaking his head. Just then, a female student raised her hand and said, Ning is in the confinement room. She was locked up for burning her professor's beard during class. Upon hearing this, Tsuchimikado Haruto urgently requested permission to visit her, and Ing Xiangtian allowed him to speak with Ning through the confinement room. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao was lying in bed trying to rest, but the incessant knocking on the wall from the next room made it impossible for him to fall asleep. Infuriated, he slammed his fist against the wall, causing it to tremble violently. The knocking stopped for a moment, but soon resumed. Are you out of your mind? I'm trying to sleep. If you keep knocking, I'll smash your head in, Ye Xiao shouted angrily, unable to hold back any longer. Hey, are you Hongya? A familiar voice came from the other side. Ye Xiao frowned, recognizing it as Jingu Ningning's voice. He hadn't expected her to be in confinement as well. Hongya, can you hear me? I can hear you. What do you want? Ye Xiao replied coldly. My name is Jingu Ningning. By the way, Hongya, are you interested in being my boyfriend? The sudden confession left Ye Xiao completely dumbfounded. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.